Chapter 331. Both sisters are at level 4, making them elite survivors at this stage. Even among the naturally stronger Ice Crystal clan, they are considered top-tier fighters. Lung Baibai's choice of them was well-reasoned and sincere, and Jian Lin also found their personalities pleasing. He produced 20 red silk flesh lotuses and floated them in front of the two sisters. I can hear your prayers. As my near-divine servants, you will naturally receive preferential treatment. Take one a day. After you're done, have Lung Baibai buy more for you. Just say it was my order. Advancing to level 4 was easy for Jiang Lin. The two sisters were naturally gifted, and with the red silk flesh lotus's blessing, they would quickly reach level 5. Whether it was a coincidence or something else, they were both level 4 Berserker Masters, following the same path as Lung Baibai. Thank you, God, for your gift. Lung Lulu bowed quickly, and Leng Lily followed suit. The younger sister's usually lively personality became somewhat restrained upon meeting Jiang Lin, and it was always the older sister who responded. Lung Lulu was only feigning composure. Jiang Lin constantly unfolded his prison realm, and a constant sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings. Lung Lulu could sense that the gray, twisting lines could easily crush her. After all, it was her first time facing the legendary god of gray light, so nervousness was inevitable. You two should go down first. When Lung Baibai returns, have her come see me. Jian Lin understood the sisters' restraint, and simply had them retreat outside the sacrificial hall. Lung Lulu was extremely obedient, putting away the red silk meat lotus, and heading out with her younger sister. During the process, Lung Lioli finally gained some courage, and stole a few glances at Jiang Lin, her eyes brimming with excitement. Pushing open the door, they saw a dense crowd of Ice Crystal clan members standing outside, all drawn in by the commotion. But because this was the Grey Light Sacrifice Hall, no one dared to trespass. A few people, seeing Jiang Lin framed by the gray, twisted lines of the hall, whispered in surprise. It's the Grey Light God. The god has descended. Let me take a look. Seeing this, Leng Lulu quickly closed the door, and said in a cold voice, silence. She even summoned her frenzied power, overwhelming everyone. She showed no sign of deference before Jiang Lin, but instead exuded a commanding authority. The Grey Light God has descended. Do not disturb us. Leave immediately. As she spoke, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye lost its allure, and instead became intimidating. The few who had spoken earlier fell silent. Lung Lulu was known for her cold and serious demeanor. No one dared to offend her. Everyone immediately stopped making any noise and retreated, returning to their posts. Sister, are we leaving? Lung Lioli asked quietly. Lung Lulu shook her head, and pulled her sister to stand on either side of the gate. As close servants of the gods, we must always await the gods' instructions. Oh! Lung Lioli seemed to understand, but she was already accustomed to her sister's seriousness. She held out one hand and winked at her sister. Lung Lulu knew she wanted to eat the sacred item left by the god of grey light. This is not a good time. She exchanged glances with her sister, her expression annoyed. Lung Lioli twisted her body, pouted, and continued to hold out her hands, a common tactic she used to act coquettishly. She knew her sister wouldn't be able to stand this. As expected, after a moment's hesitation, Lung Lioli finally pulled out a red silk lotus from her storage crystal. Hee hee. Lung Lily put on her best sisterly expression, and took the lotus to examine it. She took another look. The appearance. She couldn't help but swallow. Of course, she wasn't greedy, but the red silk meat lotus looked so strange. But out of reverence and devotion to the god of grey light, she endured the strangeness and took a bite. Paw, green slime exploded in her mouth, the strong taste irritating the walls of her mouth. She was stunned for a moment, then surprised. Lung Lulu thought she found it too unpalatable, and quickly signaled her with a look. The god of grey light was still in the hall. Even if it tasted bad, it was a gift from God, and she couldn't show it. However, to her surprise, her sister devoured the entire meat lotus in no time, her expression still showing a hint of unsatisfaction. Lung Lulu was stunned. She had observed the appearance of the meat lotus, and it didn't look delicious. Pretending? When did Lily have such a mind? Although she was curious, she was still in the midst of a divine descent, so she didn't ask any further questions. Jian Lin, enjoying the treatment of a god, felt something was amiss. This hall was empty except for his own statue on the central dais. It was completely empty, with not even a chair. That won't do. Praying isn't asceticism. I need to talk to Lung Baibai about this. Jian Lin sat down next to his statue, feeling helpless. The Lioli sisters, as close attendants to the gods, clearly hadn't considered that their Lord God needed rest. Thus, they completely ignored Jianglin and didn't even prepare a chair. Well, I go back to the Hell Realm and wait. They hadn't considered this. To maintain the god's dignity, Jianglin couldn't bring himself to ask for it. That would be too unbecoming. As for who was the luckiest among Jianglin's subordinates, if it were before, it would undoubtedly have been Sophia. For a traveler, her luck in ascending by simply swallowing mist was absurd. But things were different now. Lung Baibai had struck it rich this time. Jianglin not only obtained a set of level 5 materials, but also a concealment slate, one of only 45 in the entire Misty world. This would not only help Lung Baibai complete the missing advancement materials from her previous transformation, but also ensure a smooth path for her future advancements. Obtaining the slate would qualify her for level 8 advancement. For now, Lung Baibai's path was already ahead of Jianglin's. Of course, that was only the current situation. With Jianglin's strength, obtaining the concealment slate would not be difficult. Serena had said that as long as he removed the prison realm's cover and boldly embraced the allure of level 7, advancement materials and slates would naturally come his way. Strength was the foundation. Those with strength could conquer all. For those without strength, even if they had a moment of good fortune, they would only be temporarily keeping someone else's belongings. Prison realm, outside the round castle. Jianglin lay in his rocking chair, feeling more at home. Xiaoying massaged his shoulders from behind, soothing his mind. Encountering level 8 battles consecutively in one day is indescribable. Level 8 madman. Anyone would feel exhausted. Open personal dashboard. Name, Jianglin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion, profession, prison master. Professional skills, prison master, prison realm, fusion, nest, shaping, substitute, curse, spirit possession, transformation, levitation, transfiguration, object relocation. Skills, trick step, level 3, dream eye, level 4, crystal explosion, level 5, gray light curse, level 6, mysterious luck, level 6, illusionary world spirit step, level 7, crystal sewing, level 9, const, 72. Mind, 73. Stamina, 2369/6400. Spirit, 6400/6400, recovery, 1600/hour, overall rating, level 7. This victory over level 8 Darien hinges on many key factors. Firstly, his combat style leans towards combat, making him weak at escaping and cunning tactics, which Jianglin conveniently countered. The prison realm and fusion ghost played a crucial role in this battle, allowing him to unleash strength far beyond his current level. Based on this experience, future transformations should prioritize refinement over quantity. One level 8 is worth more than dozens of level 7s. Although his physical and mental strength haven't reached a bottleneck yet, given his strength. Perhaps it's time to plan for stone tablets and advancement materials. Chapter 332. Day 74 of Survival. 9 days have passed since the death of the god of Norustan, a third of the month. Jianglin produced a scarlet dagger. This was looted from Darien today with a trick gun. It was a shame that the guy had mutated, and everything else on him had been lost along with him, otherwise he could have gained more. Thankfully, Xiaoying had obtained the all-important combat concealment slate, otherwise it would have been a waste of effort. Opening the system to explore. Soul Drinking Dagger, level 7. Upon contact with a spirit, it can continuously devour the spirit, preventing it from breaking free until it is completely absorbed. Effective for level 7 and below. The effect is average, level 7, just right for transformations. He had already sent one out to hunt level 7 fog creatures. Given its efficiency, it should be back soon. Today's 3 transformations would not be wasted. He flung the soul-drinking dagger into the air, activating the transmutation technique. 6400 spiritual power overflowed, and the crimson dagger began to wriggle, a faint blood-red mouth emerging. The spiritual imprint took effect, and the soul-drinking dagger slowly transformed into a tiny, leech-like worm, all crimson. Transformed the soul-drinking dagger, gaining the soul-sucking insect. The soul-sucking insect, a level 8, terrifying soul-devouring creature capable of concealing its form, silently devouring its target's spirit, making it extremely difficult to detect. It was quite sinister, but he liked it. It might be effective against a level 8 taboo like Darien, but he wondered if it would be effective against Kara. Jianglin suspected it would be difficult. After all, in the pseudo-world, Kara was practically invincible against her level. Unless he forcibly crushed it with a force higher than level 8, he would simply be besieged by a constant stream of level 8s. Master. The soul-sucking insect sensed the attack, its crimson form looming. It was Jiang Lin's 5th level 8 mutant. He reached out and grabbed the soul-sucking bug. It was barely the size of a palm, yet its effects were terrifying. Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of a parasite, invisible to the naked eye, yet capable of killing creatures 1,000 times its size. The soul-sucking bug's name was easy to remember, so he simply called it that. After Jiang Lin integrated it into the prison realm, the fully expanded prison realm had a diameter of 100,000 meters. The original level 7 prison realm was less than 10,000 meters. The prison realm was round, and the difference was more than tenfold, demonstrating the depth of his prison realm. With his previous prison realm, he could contend with Darian's level 8 disaster realm. If it were now, he would have overwhelmed him. Against other prison masters, Jiang Lin felt like he was cheating. After dealing with a mutation, Jiang Lin checked his belongings. Psychic items. In other words, money. Lately, he's been using source crystals like water. Even a single skill with the elemental prison sphere consumes a source crystal. Crafting a pseudo-braylite statue also costs 1 source crystal each. Sewing crystals, sculpting, restoring psychic alterations. Everything requires source crystals. If he didn't currently earn nearly 6 source crystals daily, he wouldn't be able to afford such expenses. However, thanks to the support of the survivors, Jiang Lin, despite his extravagant spending, still has a surplus. Ignore low-level psychic items, and focus solely on source crystals. Source crystals, 24. This is even after the Pendulum Fantasy Domain Wana hunted a 7th level creature, otherwise, it would be even less. In just a few days, he'd spent dozens of source crystals. Such an expenditure would be outrageous even for an 8th level creature. Jiang Lin said. It's okay, as long as I have enough money. Almost out of habit, Jiang Lin began to check each column of the system one by one. Although this trip to the Pendulum Fantasy realm lasted less than 3 days, it's still important to note the necessary information. First, regarding Ming Jianzhong, his ranking has remained unchanged, but there are a number of unfamiliar names in the top 100. Some names have vanished forever. The Mist World is very dangerous. Even highly ranked survivors can die if they encounter something beyond their capabilities. The overall rankings are largely tied to Ming Jianzhong, but there are some minor differences. The most notable are Isabella, Zhou Lini, Lucas, Park Chulin, Watanabe Shiro, and others. They all receive support from the Mistless Land, and their rankings are significantly higher than their actual strengths. Isabella is only just below Lung Baibai, ranking 3rd, with Zhou Lini not far behind, at 6th. The other 3 are in the next highest positions. The members of the Weird Mist Secret Society, with the exception of Lung Baibai, are generally in the top 30. They haven't developed their own forces, relying solely on their rank and shelters for support. Compared to the current top 5 survivors, Jiang Lin is a gap in the hierarchy, considered outside the realm of possibility. He even felt like he was being a scoundrel by occupying the rankings. He opened the Blue Star chat. The frantic stream of messages was the same as before, making it difficult to navigate without enhancements. After clicking on it, Jiang Lin suddenly frowned. There are a little over 300 million Blue Star people left. Doesn't it seem like something has happened recently? Although many people died because of the god Norustin, there should still be close to 400 million. Alas, I won the lottery. I leave everything to my brothers in the Imperial Alliance. I'm leaving now. Take care, everyone. Damn fog disaster, are we going to let anyone live? Is Boss Jiang Lin's sewage purifier ineffective? I can't afford it. The price keeps going up, and sewage purifiers can't even cure severe pollution. Purified sewage has been monopolized by Gate 1. How can we get a share? The fog disaster is already contaminating level 4 survivors. It's terrifying. It feels like all survivors will be wiped out soon. Not completely wiped out. Fog disasters are random, after all. Jiang Lin's brow furrowed as he looked. Lately, everyone's been discussing the fog disaster. Previously, the Blue Star humans, resistant to it, hadn't taken it seriously. But now, the fog disaster is clearly getting worse. Blood mist appears frequently, carrying a strong contamination. Level 4 Blue Star survivors being contaminated means level 5 survivors of other species are in danger. Is this a random disaster, or a regular occurrence? Assuming the latter, if the fog disaster worsens, even engulfing the entire fog world, Jiang Lin doesn't want to be alone. Besides, the fog disaster isn't immune to his threats. Before, level 3 Blue Star humans could resist the fog disaster's contamination, but in just a few days, it's evolved to level 4. I can't imagine what will happen next. While his sewage purification product could alleviate fog pollution, its output was limited, only 1,000 liters per day. Because Gate 1 was well off, it was essentially a monopoly. Very little of it reached the lower-level survivors, a fact Jian Lin hadn't initially anticipated. It seems I sold one too many. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to split the sales, selling 100,000 units. The overall profit remained the same, but it would help more survivors in the middle level. As for the lower-level survivors, the base was too large for him to manage, and any less sewage purification would be ineffective. Besides, the lower-level survivors generally stayed in the shelters as productive forces, and their chances of encountering fog disasters were slim. Save as many as you can. This wasn't a chastity move. If too many survivors died, it wouldn't benefit Jian Lin in any way. The crystals he earned came from the vast number of survivors. Without production and consumption, how could he earn crystals? The mouth of the filthy abyss would be placed with the Ice Crystal Clan, making it convenient for the vast Ice Crystal Clan. Lung Bai could also deliver to Shop 9 on time. Chapter 333. The conversation on Blue Star was mostly focused on the fog disaster. After all, nothing seemed important in the face of life and death. In fact, Blue Star's casualties were relatively good, and their resistance to pollution was much stronger than that of other races. Jian Lin understood why the Blue Star people were special. He once had a dream about their origins. It wasn't just a fantasy, but a spiritual intuition. The ancients removed fragments from a certain being, hoping to gain immortality and powerful power. The fragments fell into the deep sea, split and mutated, their genes evolved. After enduring vicissitudes, they gave birth to life, emerged from the sea, and set foot on land. Strange upright creatures were born, and civilizations evolved and perished. The cycle continued. They were the last civilization to emerge, and a strange doomsday was approaching. The birth of the Blue Star people was not accidental, but was caused by the intervention of an invisible force. For so many civilizations to evolve from a single fragment, that being must be extraordinary. Perhaps this explains the Blue Star people's strong resistance to pollution. They even received special treatment from the system, allowing them to enter the foggy world early. Those forces in the fog-free lands also chose to support the Blue Star forces. Everything happens for a reason. How can there be any coincidence? Opening the Survivor Forum. There weren't many posts worth noting, except for the scam posts about fog disaster lights that were rampant. There were even posts claiming to be sewage treatment, marketed as Jian Lin Sewage Purifier, and the poster sounded very serious. Jian Lin took a look and discovered it was actually some kind of urine. But there are so many survivors who desperately seek treatment, killing countless fools. He was so angry that he laughed, and then he replied to all the scam posts to expose the fraud. Jian Lin, I gave it to the poster and he died instantly. Identification completed. No one can impersonate him. This might save a few fools, but it's only a temporary solution. The fog disaster has already ravaged the misty world. A few posts are of some value. After making a wish in Qingming Cave, my contamination has healed. Becoming a faceless one means no longer living in constant danger. The one true God. The Mother Goddess saves the world once again, and the Blood Moon Temple intervenes to combat the fog disaster. While visiting Qingming Cave, I suspected I'd run into my brother. Is she really him? Jian Lin didn't read the first and second. He knew all about it. He wanted nothing to do with the affairs of the Order of the True Lord. As for the faceless ones, he still had two in his prison realm. While living in the Pendulum Illusionary realm, they certainly weren't living in constant danger, but the weak weren't having it easy either. The one true God. Original poster, Isabella Rossini. Payment, 10. Click to view. The fog disaster has arrived, and the bloody fog has destroyed the world. The Mother Goddess has issued a decree, declaring that the Blood Moon Temple will assist survivors in combating the fog. Those who dedicate their faith and devoutly serve the Mother Goddess will receive her protection and be protected from the fog. This offer is limited to the devout. Those who are half-hearted will not be eligible. Those interested can contact me to trade for the token. That's all there is to it. It's very simple. It has a strong advertising feel, very much like Western missionary work. If it works, it's because you're devout. If it doesn't, it's because you're half-hearted. But it shouldn't be a complete scam. The power of faith has a basis, and Jian Lin now has a strong opinion on this. Compared to the other gods, he always felt that the Mother Goddess was unusually active, frequently interfering in matters below. There must be a hidden secret, but it's none of his business for now. As for the last post that caught Jian Lin's attention, I ran into a good friend while playing in Qingming Cave. How did you know? Out of pure curiosity, he clicked in to take a look. There were even pictures attached. The system didn't have any censorship issues. It was truly uncensored and high definition. The story goes like this. The poster was a dragonborn. His good brother had heard from somewhere that the phantom hanging island was safe and could obtain the fog-resistant fire. So, naturally, he disappeared. The dragonborn was heartbroken for a long time, and in his grief, he went to the Qingming cave to vent his emotions. He immediately fell in love with one of the girls, feeling a sense of familiarity. And then, he recorded every moment, but later felt something was wrong. It was too familiar, and some of the girl's casual actions were exactly like his brother's. After many attempts, he finally felt certain it was him. This post sparked a huge discussion among fellow wolf friends, even surpassing the fog disaster posts. Some were disgusted, but others said that wasn't it better. There were all sorts of opinions, but it also made everyone realize one fact. In the Qingming cave, the gender of the nuns wasn't determined by appearance. Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he had the ability to draw on memories, knowing that the nun he first met was a real woman, and he hadn't done anything. After finishing his own business, he used the construction puppet to build a small house on the circular platform. He let Soren and Aurora stay there temporarily. The two were excited to learn they had arrived in the Misty World. After all, they had only been out of the Pendulum Realm when they were children, led by their fathers. Jiang Lin, you must let me out when your advancement trial begins. Sauron looked expectant. It seemed his previous use of the Wild Hunt Whip had given him immense confidence. Jiang Lin shook his head, but didn't overly discourage him. He advised, with your limited skills, you'd better practice with Aurora. The survivors aren't as easy to deal with as you think. Don't worry, Aurora and I have already researched and prepared a particularly powerful method. Really? I do have a candidate. Perhaps you can practice your skills on him. Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of Watanabe Shiro. He had always annoyed him, but he had never had the chance to deal with him. Perhaps the promotion trial would be an opportunity. Okay, I show you the results then, Soren said confidently. Aurora smiled sweetly at him, a touch of dog food. Even at level 7, with a cold, emotionally distant level, Jiang Lin didn't want to stay any longer. Just then, there was a noise coming from the mist-hidden villa. It must be Lung Bai returning with the Grey Light Guards. Jiang Lin immediately exited the prison realm and returned to the prayer hall. Sisters Lung Lulu and Lung Lily were waiting there. God of Grey Light, the clan leader has returned, but unfortunately encountered a fog disaster and can only go to the mouth of the filthy abyss first. Is his luck so bad? Jiang Lin felt that Lung Bai should have brought Sophia with him on his trip. From now on, you two will call me Lord. He was still unaccustomed to hearing the Grey Light God speak, feeling as if he were usurping someone else's title. Yes, Lord. The two sisters quickly responded, their faces beaming with joy. Calling Lord meant they had earned the god's approval. Wan-Oh hadn't returned yet, so Jiang Lin was temporarily free to investigate the specifics of the fog disaster pollution. Let's go. Let's see what's going on. Hearing his command, the two hurriedly led the way. God is here. Make way. Lung Lulu turned around, her expression icy, her teardrop mole accentuating her sternness and coldness. Lung Lily followed suit, but with her lively nature, she lacked her sister's solemnity. Instead, she had a touch of endearment. The Ice Crystal clan members retreated to the sides of the road, not wanting to anger Lung Lulu. They also spotted Jiang Lin smiling behind them. They all knelt on one knee, secretly observing him, hoping to see what the god looked like. Only after the three of them had gone far away did the young man whisper to his companions. Is that our Grey Light God? He looks so kind, not as majestic as the legends say? Hush, keep your voice down. We are a race of divine servants. Of course, the Grey Light God won't be too harsh on us. The other boy was proud. Chapter 334. Quick, get the clean sewage. Lung Bai fashioned chains from icy ice, dragging back 20 or so Ice Crystal clan elites. Everyone, without exception, bore deformed tumors and vacant eyes. Originally, the Grey Light Guard's hunt had gone smoothly, encountering a level 5 monster and successfully killing it without her assistance. Unfortunately, a widespread fog storm struck on the way back. Although the fog was a bloody mist, similar to the nighttime fog, it could not be dispelled by the fog-repellent fire. All the Grey Light Guards were contaminated by the fog storm, experiencing a high-intensity contamination mutation. Even Lung Bai was constantly hallucinating mumblings. If it weren't for the protection of the strange fog, he would have likely developed symptoms of contamination. These were all level 4 elites. so Lung Bai had to abandon her plan to pursue the level 6 and return to the shelter early. Seeing the gray light guard's plight, the guards responsible for guarding the mouth of the filthy abyss didn't hesitate and hurriedly fetched buckets of clean sewage. Jiang Lin arrived just in time to witness the scene. Ghost Lord. Seeing him, Lung Bai quickly performed a secret meeting ceremony. Lung Bai remained the same, except that the icicles on his shoulders had transformed into Jiang Lin's image. This maneuver stunned Jiang Lin, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He nodded, signaling that the pollution issue should be addressed first. The Lioli sisters, as near divine servants, were diligent and respectfully stepped back behind him. Jiang Lin observed all the gray light guards. The degree of their abnormalities varied, from mild to severe. But the fog disaster they encountered this time was clearly unusual, as the changes were so rapid. According to his understanding of fog disasters, changes caused by pollution are gradual and irreversible without intervention. However, all these gray light guards had lost their minds. The mildest ones had developed large tumors, while the most severe ones were no longer human. As Jiang Lin approached, he could still faintly hear muttering. Lord of distortion and deformity, the ultimate in filth and impurity, the true Lord who brings salvation, the supreme beginning and end. Jiang Lin was familiar with this muttering. It was in the directionless sea that he learned the method for entering and exiting the filthy cult. Reciting this incantation, using spiritual awareness to constantly sense the guiding red shadow ahead, one could enter the filthy cult's headquarters in the directionless sea. As for whether the filthy cult in the Whispering Forest was similar, Jiang Lin didn't know. He wouldn't go to such a place for no reason. Jiang Lin used float to feed all the gray light guards clean water, slowing their mutation rate considerably. A complete cure would require more time. He frowned and thought. Is the fog disaster related to the filthy cult, or is it the work of the person mentioned above? Why do the fog and blood fog have completely different attitudes towards living beings? According to Kara, the 9 gods should be on the side of the fog world, seemingly in opposition to the outside world. Then why are the filthy cult spells the same as the fog's polluted whispers? The fog disaster might not be as simple as he thought. Perhaps it's the gods' doing. Jiang Lin is still under threat from Norvis, and has no energy to focus on other matters for now. Whatever the truth, this matter must be put aside for now. Don't let them go out for the time being. Observe the fog disaster first. Later, you can select people to join the Weird Mist Conclave. After being protected by the Weird Mist, their resistance to pollution will be increased. After temporarily stabilizing the situation, Jiang Lin instructed Lung Bai. Yes. Lung Bai nodded, then pointed to the Lioli sisters. The Weird Lord and the Near Divine Servant are elites selected by me. They are very devout in their faith. Perhaps they can join the conclave first. Hearing the Queen's words, the 2 women behind her pricked up their ears, feeling a bit nervous. While they didn't know what the secret society was, they knew it must bring them closer to the gods, so they naturally wanted to join. Jiang Lin was quite satisfied with the 2 near-god servants. As long as they prayed to him, he could judge their devotion based on the amount of faith energy. Lung Lulu and Ling Lily's faith surpassed Lung Bai's, and they were among the best in the Ice Crystal clan. Second only to Han Xiao. Lung Bai was the queen, after all, so their respect for him was understandable, not their faith. Reciting my name counts as joining the secret society. You arranged this. I see to it. This was a subtle agreement, and the 2 women were overjoyed, their lips curling slightly. Now, the Weird Mist Secret Society held weekly meetings, and members would proactively explain secret society matters to new members, eliminating the need for him to personally handle them. She handed Lung Bai the level 5 advancement materials, and the concealment stone she had harvested from the pendulum illusionary realm, and explained their uses. Upon hearing that the concealment stone was a stepping stone to level 8, Lung Bai was so shocked she lost her voice. After coming to her senses, she wanted to refuse. Ghost Master, this is too valuable. Because of her excitement, the ice sculpture of Jiang Lin on her shoulder flickered a few times. Could emotions affect this? Jiang Lin felt that the Ice Crystal Queen's structure was somewhat peculiar. He shook his head calmly and explained, You are my only combat-oriented subordinate. It would be a waste to leave it unused. Giving it to you is perfect. Promote yourself well, and become stronger, so you can better serve me. Yes. Lung Bai had to suppress his excitement and straighten his posture. His exquisite blue eyes fixed on Jiang Lin, silently chanting, The great light will last forever. After encountering the fog disaster, many doubts arose. Jiang Lin silently approached the mouth of the filthy abyss. Gazing into the deep, dark pool, the lavender water gave off a paradoxical aura of both corrosion and purification. The mouth of the filthy abyss absorbs the blood mist's energy to generate filthy energy, transforming clean sewage into dark corrosion water. How could absorbing the blood mist's energy produce purified water? Isn't this like using poison to create an antidote? Something feels strange. And the dark corrosion water, in turn, carries the erosion of the filthy abyss, and in severe cases, the victim will be sucked into the filthy abyss. There seems to be a subtle relationship between the mist, the blood mist, and the filthy abyss. Prayer Hall. Jiang Lin told the Lioli sisters to rest while he returned to the prison realm. The Grey Light Guard's encounter with the fog disaster was a minor incident, but it also highlights its dangers. These were all level 4 elites, powerless against the fog disaster. The other survivors were practically doomed. Luckily, the fog disaster now occurs randomly, otherwise all 69 survivors would have been wiped out. Master, I killed 2 ferocious beasts, one level 6 and one level 7. 1-0 had returned, showing Jiang Lin his work. Seeing the carcasses it had brought back, Jiang Lin felt the snow dragons were truly guilty. But they deserved it, after all. The snow dragons had provoked him first, and that old dragon, Zexus, was even trying to play dirty. He didn't recognize the level 6 beast, and the level 7 he was hunting was surprisingly another snow dragon. In total, he had directly or indirectly killed 3 level 7 beasts, and the snow dragons had suffered heavy losses. 1 crystal pattern treasure chest, 1 brilliant crystal treasure chest. The remaining 2 transmutations for today were also accounted for. With a trick luck lance ready, Jiang Lin transformed into Sophia and opened 2 treasure chests in quick succession. With Sophia's luck, even the worst psychic creatures wouldn't appear. Resurrection Egg, level 6. Separate a small amount of spiritual essence and inhabit it within the resurrection egg. When the original body dies completely, it can be reborn using the resurrection egg, returning to an infant state. Note, this item becomes effective at level 6. The spiritual essence will change as the resurrection progresses, representing a true rebirth. Advanced Scroll, level 7. It can upgrade level 6 items to level 7. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Chapter 335. The effects of the advanced scrolls are self-explanatory. This is what Jiang Lin currently lacks most. He's only obtained a level 7 scroll once, using it on the crucial small box. As for this resurrection egg, it's the size of 2 hands, blood red, and resembles a meat egg, covered in a layer of purple mucus. Its effects are similar to parasitism, but also different. The resurrection egg alters its spiritual essence, effectively making it untraceable by certain methods. This type of resurrection, like prophecies or curses, is untraceable, effectively reborn from infancy. In a sense, it's a life-saving artifact. Unfortunately, the resurrection egg is level 6, exceeding its usage limit. Although Jiang Lin likely won't be able to use it, he doesn't mind using the mutation technique to see what happens. He's made his decision about the advanced scrolls. There's no rush for now. Floating the resurrection egg, he decisively activated the mutation technique. 6,400 spiritual energy overflowed, covering the resurrection egg. The surging spiritual energy caused its surface to begin to wriggle violently. Jiang Lin watched silently until the fleshy egg shed its original shape and transformed into a blood infant. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. What the hell? It didn't have the appearance of a human infant, but rather an extremely elongated, faceless form. It wasn't a living thing, nor was it a dead thing, something in between. This was a unique form of matter, and it's hard to describe the feeling. The resurrection egg transformed, gaining a cyclical body. Cyclic body, level 7. Separate half of your spiritual essence to activate the cyclical body, consuming spiritual energy to switch between your original body and the cyclical body. Note, this spiritual essence changes with the cyclical body and does not replicate the original body. So a completely new body? Jiang Lin quickly understood the function of the cyclic body. If he activated it, he would possess a body completely different from his own, a kind of alter ego. He could only use one body at a time, his original body or his cyclic body. It was like having 2 lives. If one died, he could continue living in the other, unbound. But was the price too high, separating half of his spiritual essence? He had never done this before, and he wondered what the impact would be on him. Jiang Lin let out a breath, deciding to put it aside for now, deciding whether to use it later. For now, he wasn't too worried about survival. Even if he faced Norvis, he had a way to fight him, and he wasn't afraid at all. He lay in a rocking chair in the courtyard pavilion and ate a red silk lotus. His spiritual power was recovering at double the rate. It would return to 6,400 in just 2 hours. It was still early, and he could definitely transform before dawn. While resting, Tina ran over, her purple dress trembling somewhere. "Master Ghost, my father is back." "Oh!" Ian's been gone for quite a while this time. Jianlin was a little surprised. After entering the fantasy world, Ian took the initiative to go to the directionless sea to collect the fog-resistant fire seeds. A month had already passed. Behind Tina, Ian walked slowly, his steps steady, his eyes filled with fondness as he looked at his daughter. Jianlin smiled. "How is it? What did you get?" "Master Ghost, it's all here." Ian performed the secret meeting ceremony and respectfully handed over a storage crystal. The secret meeting storage crystals were all synthesized by Sun Huanyu, using the more readily available crystal essence. The internal space was a full 30 cubic meters, more than enough. Jianlin took it and glanced at it. Even he was a little surprised. 260 mist-repellent sparks, 32 crystal essences, and 1 crystal block. The natives wouldn't trade crystal essences, which meant Ian had personally hunted 32 level 5 creatures and 1 level 6. His class was one that Jianlin had transformed, which indicated its strength. Generally speaking, it's difficult for high-level professionals to kill creatures of the same level without external assistance. Ian began to recount his experiences over the past month. "I rode on a goob, searching for indigenous cruise ships to trade for fog-avoiding fire. One day, I encountered a judge of the filthy cult in the Yellow Sea. I slew him, completing the materials for my level 5 advancement, becoming a true level 6 evil rider. After reaching level 6, I expected the filthy cult's priests to come looking for my advancement materials, but strangely, they didn't. Whether in the Yellow Sea or the Red Sea, the filthy cult had practically disappeared. Thus, my journey through the directionless sea went smoothly. I suspect the bishop has already reached level 8, and the filthy cult no longer has any priests." Ian's speculation was reasonable. If Jianlin were a priest, he would have sensed Ian's attraction and come hunting. The bishop, for his own reasons, wouldn't have stopped him. On the contrary, he would have welcomed it. The higher the materials, the greater the benefit to him. Jianlin pondered. It seems the bishop has obtained the stone tablet, and Lucien couldn't escape. Before he couldn't find Lucien, he assumed he had learned of something and fled. It now seems likely that his suspicions were true. The bishop was already gathering materials. He had spent so many years in the directionless sea, perhaps solely for the stone tablet, though it was unknown where he had obtained it. Jianlin had a hunch that the bishop was no ordinary person, and his relationship with the Pope of the Whispering Forest was unknown. Both members of the filthy cult, why did they avoid each other, having been promoted to level 8? Perhaps he shouldn't be called a bishop anymore. 2 popes? That's quite interesting. Jianlin suddenly thought. He didn't go to the iceberg? No, that's quite strange. Given the previous relationship between the filthy cult and the supreme cult, he should have eradicated them, but he seemed to have vanished. Ian said, his face full of confusion. How strange. Jianlin couldn't understand it either. He still had his hollow in the iceberg, connected to his sanctuary. If anything happened to the iceberg, his hollow would be exposed. Although he wasn't afraid of the bishop given his prison realm strength, it was still unwise to allow anyone to intrude. The problem was that he couldn't leave his prison realm. Level 8 altered creatures would be exposed if they left the prison realm, easily attracting covetousness. Things like level 8 taboos or level 8 sky tracers were not so bad. He wasn't afraid of them. But if it were a dimensional sage, or a pseudo-world lord, or even someone at the 8th level of the trickery path, he wasn't sure he could handle it. The higher the level, the more abnormalities of some paths become apparent, and many abilities are truly unpredictable. The shielding of the directionless sea isn't absolute. There are many ways to enter the 8th level. Alienated iceberg. Without the stone tablet, that unknown sky order would be instantly contaminated. To advance to the 8th level, a professional must possess a hidden stone tablet to shield themselves from the gaze above. By the way, how do I know the supreme cult doesn't have the stone tablet? Jianlin suddenly realized he had made a mistake. The supreme cult had been so intent on sending him to the directionless sea, precisely to rescue that sky order. As the former overlord of the directionless sea, they couldn't have been unaware of the stone tablet. The fact that they dared to do so showed they were confident. We should go to the iceberg tomorrow and see what's going on. Having made up his mind, he told Ian to go and rest. Tina and Ian hadn't seen each other for a long time, and father and daughter had much to discuss. Jianlin sorted his backpack, looking at the 316 fog-repellent fires, wondering what to do with them. He needed 100 for his own shelter, so he could keep them for now, leaving 216. Most survivors were currently stuck in a level 5 shelter, missing only one fog-repellent fire. Perhaps he could make a small profit. Chapter 336. Jianlin wasn't too concerned about selling the fog-repellent fire seeds. A month had passed since his last auction, and the fog-repellent fire seeds had already reached a market price. Some survivors who reached level 5 would venture into the fogless land, bringing back a small amount of fog-repellent fire seeds. Once they had enough materials to upgrade to a level 7 shelter, their upgrades would stagnate. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 could be considered a system benefit, allowing for a choice of development direction and relatively easy access to materials. Upgrading to level 8, however, was extremely difficult to obtain, so a level 7 shelter was practically the limit. Excess fog-repellent fire seeds would flow into the market, either to be exchanged for resources or to be kept for one's own faction. But this wasn't the biggest reason for the fog-repellent fire seed stable price. Fog-repellent fire seeds would frequently enter the market in limited quantities, and the instigator was undoubtedly Zhou Lini. He led the Zhou Imperial Alliance to secretly join the supreme cult. Like Jianlin, he had the backing of the entire Wuxiang Alien Sea, making it easy for him to acquire fog-repellent fire seeds. It's easy to imagine that he must have earned a considerable amount of spiritual energy using the fog-repellent fire seeds. The current market price of the mist-repellent fire seed is 300,000 crystals. At the same level, the current market price of crystal essence is 30,000, and the price is steadily declining, gradually approaching its actual value of 10,000. This is due to the influence of the smile roulette and the survivor's production capacity. Survivors have already become aware of the exchange rate for psychic items. The reason the price hasn't dropped directly to 10,000 is entirely because there aren't enough level 5 survivors, and crystal essence still commands a premium. Similarly, the exchange rate between beast cores and crystal cores has returned to its original 10x ratio. Due to the high risk involved in obtaining the mist-repellent fire seed, its price has remained stable relative to crystal essence, at 10 times that of crystal essence. It's not that the mist-repellent fire seed has become more expensive, but rather that crystal essence has become cheaper. Jianlin opened the survivor forum and casually posted a message. 216 fog-repellent fire seeds are now available at Shop 9, Gate 1. Fog disasters are rampant, and the shelter is your solid support. Original poster, Jianlin. He then entered the gathering, handed the fog-repellent fire seeds to Bai Miao for sale, and left them there. The estimated sales were over 60 million crystals, or 60 source crystals. This was equivalent to over 10 days' income for him. Not bad. For him, acquiring these external goods was surprisingly easy. If he could earn them, he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Strength is the foundation, not money. Somewhere in the fog, inside the level 6 crystal fire iron fortress, Chu Nan, dressed in black, took out the third and final sanity potion he had obtained. He also took out a constitution potion, which he had spent a fortune playing roulette. Teacher, is this really possible? He handed the 2 potions to the woman in the gray jumpsuit before him. The woman had black hair, black eyes, black lips, pale skin, and a cold expression. If Jianlin were here, he would recognize her as Layla, whom he had met briefly through the memories of the Phantom Girl. She had previously attempted to obtain Jianlin's advancement materials, but was unfortunately deterred by Jianlin's forceful suppression of Ethan and the other 2. Don't worry. Layla took the potion, extracted 2 crystals, and activated the shaping poison. The mind potion began to wriggle and transforming into a jet-black brain-like object, while the constitution potion transformed into a deep purple tentacle. It was surprisingly similar to the ghostly power incubation tentacle and ghostly spirit incubation brain that Jianlin had transformed, though less active. If Jianlin were here, he would be surprised to learn that the mind and constitution potion were also spiritual materials. Through the use of ghost shaping, they can partially restore their appearance. This is one way to use ghost shaping. You need to explore it more after you advance. Lila returned the black brain and purple tentacles to Chu Nan. She was extremely serious, as if she was truly training a student. Chu Nan opened the system to explore. Ghost power hatching. Taking it permanently increases constitution by 5 points, making the flesh firmer. Ghost spirit hatching. Taking it permanently increases mind by 5 points, making the spirit attract more attention. It really has increased. Chu Nan was overjoyed. The potion, which originally only increased by 3 points, had unexpectedly increased by 2 points after his mysterious teacher's manipulation. It was incredible. Now he half believed he might be the protagonist in a novel. Under a renowned teacher, He continued to rise. Lila said calmly, "Advance quickly. Your progress is still too slow." "Okay, teacher." Chunan didn't hesitate and inserted the 2 items in succession. This use of shamanism is truly unexpected, and without being told, it's truly difficult to imagine. It's understandable that Jiang Lin hasn't mastered this method. However, compared to Jiang Lin's transformed products, the potions after shamanism are far less effective, with only a minor stat boost. Chunan successfully advanced. He's now a level 5 shaman. Blessed with the power of teleportation, he can move objects, so he often travels with his shelter. Every time a heavy fog blew, he would find a new crystal mine, set up his shelter there, and provide him with psychic resources. "Teacher, I'm level 5. He couldn't wait to share this with his mentor. Lila simply nodded expressionlessly, looking incredibly aloof. Then she used the teleportation technique to leave, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Chunan was used to this. His teacher often did this, but he was very responsible and always pushed for his rapid advancement. Arriving in the hall, the sound of clanging continued. Those were the mining puppets he had purchased in bulk. With only a small amount of psychic energy, they could work day and night in the crystal mines. Brother Nan. Brother Nan, you look well. The hall was filled with many male survivors, each hugging a beautiful woman, their hands moving as they greeted her. The women were scantily clad, yet uninhibited, clearly used to it. Chunan nodded in response. These were his former mining buddies, who had built their fortunes with him. He was a man of loyalty. His brothers had shed blood and risked their lives mining before, so they deserved to enjoy their lives now. I have good news to share. Just now, with the help of my teacher, I successfully advanced to level 5. From today on, our mining alliance has finally made it into the top tier. Chunan was full of energy. Brother Nan is awesome. Great. Now, Brother Nan can enter Gate 1. Brother Nan, it just so happens that Boss Jiang Lin just posted a post selling a batch of fog-repellent fire seeds. The men chimed in, genuinely happy for Chunan. After all, when you follow a boss who can provide you with everything you need, why wouldn't you be loyal? Fog-repellent fire seeds, perfect. Chunan perked up at the thought that he was only 5 fire seeds away from upgrading his shelter. If all went well, it would be a double blessing. With no time to brag to his men, he hurried back to his room. Entering the survivors' gathering. Pop! Ripples rippled across the water, and he entered a space filled with light gates. Finally, I can enter Gate 1. Looking at the flickering door at the top, Chunan felt like he transcended social classes. Excited, he stepped into the door he longed to enter. As soon as he entered, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Compared to the crowded and noisy Gate 2, Gate 1 felt like a luxurious, upscale, and luxurious neighborhood. Even the bustling Smile Roulette Plaza wasn't as teeming with survivors as the gates below, making for an irritating noise. I must establish myself here. Chunan vowed silently, even as he quickened his pace. He needed to hurry, or his fog-avoiding fire would soon be wiped out. Chapter 337. Level 5 items are so cheap. They even have level 5 puppets for sale? Wugui Pawn Shop, owned by Boss Sun Huanyu. They even sell level 5 runes? Chunan was completely amazed the entire way. He felt the world was so different. Gate 1, where the top 1,000 survivors gathered, seemed disconnected from the survivors below, as if they weren't in the same world at all. He was grateful to have made it here. One step ahead, one step ahead. Only with a high enough platform could he stand firmly at the forefront of the survivors. Since his survival journey, he owed his success to 2 benefactors, Boss Jiang Lin and his teacher, Layla. He once bought a crystal core from Boss Jiang Lin at a very low price. It was that upgrade of the shelter that saved his life during the subsequent fog wave. Without that crystal core, Chunan wouldn't be where he is today. Needless to say, Teacher Layla was his guide, unconditionally helping him successfully advance to level 5. 24, 15, 11. Chunan looked at the shop numbers one by one, finally feeling he had done nothing. Because Shop 9 stood out so much, compared to the other deserted shops, Shop 9 truly stood out. Almost everyone was gathered inside Door 1. Despite its size, the shop was still crowded, and a long line formed outside. Queuing was naturally impossible. The survivors didn't have the nerve to do so. It was simply too crowded, and everyone was squeezing through the cracks. Make way. Just then, a cold voice rang out. A young man with silver hair and blue eyes emerged from the shop. Despite the crowd, he did his best to make way. Insolent, arrogant, handsome. Unabashedly open and honest. Chunan stared in amazement. So many people giving way so easily, it was outrageous. You have to remember, this is a survivors gathering, where individual identities can be concealed. It's common knowledge that keyboard warriors are so arrogant because they're anonymous. He subconsciously muttered, "Who the hell is this guy? So impressive?" A man nearby spoke up, squeezing in. "Dude, you're from Blue Star, and you don't even know the Cold God?" "The Cold God?" Han Xiaoxiao, from the Ice Crystal Tribe, a subordinate of Boss Jianglin. "I know the fourth one in the dreams, but he's not that scared, is he?" Chu Nan still didn't understand. "You don't understand this. You know the three-headed tribe, right? It was the Cold God who wiped them out. I heard it was Boss Jianglin who casually gave the order, but the Cold God single-handedly stormed into their shelter." This man was clearly a veteran, well-versed in all sorts of gossip. He went on to explain, "There are a few people at Gate 1 who you can't offend. If you do, you lose your right to buy anything at Store 9. That feeling, TSK. Chu Nan, having just arrived, didn't understand. What's wrong with not being able to buy anything? Aren't there other stores? The man glanced at Chu Nan. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Chu Nan clearly sensed the man's contempt. "Squeeze in and you see." He said this, squeezing forward a few more steps. For some reason, Chu Nan felt like he'd asked a stupid question. But he couldn't understand what was so special about a store, so he just had to squeeze in. After about 10 minutes, when the people inside had come out satisfied, Chu Nan finally entered the mysterious Store 9. Then, he was stunned. 7. 7th level runes. Chu Nan was stunned as he looked at the runes piled high on the shelf, each priced at 1 essence crystal. He had never even seen a crystal block, let alone an essence crystal. Further down were a pile of 6th level runes, dazzling Chu Nan like a robber looking at a vault. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva before realizing he was in a gathering, not a physical entity. A 6th level rune sold for around 1 crystal block, so he could only look. However, he had a chance at the 5th level rune further down. It only cost around 1 essence crystal, a price he could completely accept. He had seen other stores selling it for between 2 and 5 essence crystals before. He somewhat understood why the man had spoken of losing his shopping privileges at Store 9, as if he were about to suffer a devastating loss. The items sold at Store 9 were all above the current survivor's level, and not just first level. Someone was still trading up ahead, and Chu Nan glanced up at the various shelves. Level 6 weapon, 3 crystals. I guess that's what Boss Jianglin is showing off. So many level 5 potions? The price is about the same as outside, but a bit cheaper. Red silk meat lotus. What the hell is this? Holy crap! Chu Nan was shocked, finally realizing the gap between him and the top bosses. When he reached level 5, he thought he was the protagonist, but after entering Gate 1, he realized he was just one of the ordinary people. His heart, which had just been a little inflated, suddenly calmed down. After a long while, it was finally his turn. "What are you buying?" The receptionist, dressed in a professional suit, had white hair and a tall figure. She was holding a virtual light board and recording something. Chu Nan glanced at the shelves and wanted to buy something else, but considering he didn't have many crystals on him, he had to give up. "Buy 5 fog-repellent fire seeds." Race name. Bai Miao wrote it down, not even looking up. Chu Nan hadn't expected to have to use his real name at a survivors gathering. It completely violated the gathering rules. Perhaps only Boss Jianglin could and dared do so. Blue Star Chu Nan. Which ranking? Dream Between Dreams, 878. Limited to 6, 5 for 1.5 million. Bai Miao spoke concisely, without a word of extraneous talk, as he pulled 5 fog-repellent fire seeds from under the counter and placed them on the counter. The other party sent a trade request. 5 fog-repellent fire seeds for 1.5 million crystals. "Do you agree?" Chu Nan clicked agree. Watching the savings he'd painstakingly accumulated from hunting and mining vanish in the blink of an eye, he felt a sense of melancholy. Looking at the dozens of fog-repellent fire seeds still under the counter, he finally understood what wealth meant. He arrived too late, and must have already sold quite a few. The crystals that Boss Jianglin had made this one-time profit were probably the culmination of years of hard work in mining and hunting. "Hey, are you still buying? If not, don't just stand there." The survivor in line behind him was fuming. He was also here to buy the fog-repellent fire, and was worried they'd all been sold out. He felt safe only when he had the goods. Chun Nan didn't argue with him. This was the boss's shop, after all. This was the attitude a survivor should have at the gathering. He was used to it. Situations like Han Xiaoxiao's were exceptions. Not everyone could intimidate Anonymous with their reputation. 69 batches, only Jianglin could do that. That's true strength. Outside Shop 9, Chu Nan observed the still booming business inside. My fellow Mining Alliance members deserve this kind of treatment, he murmured softly, silently exiting the gathering. After he vanished, a nearby survivor spat. Another fool, offering a treat? Just surviving is good enough. Do you think anyone can be number one? Earning crystals is hard, but spending them is quick. The survivor looked at his low crystal balance, then at the 5 fog-repellent fires in his backpack. The thought of upgrading his shelter finally made him feel better. Jianglin's sale of the fog-repellent fires emptied the savings of many survivors, having worked so hard to build. Many have effectively fallen back into poverty. Chapter 338. Jianglin didn't know the sales status of the mist-repellent fire seed yet. He still had an important matter to attend to. In the prison realm, inside the round castle, Xiaoying, dressed in a pale blue maid outfit, her skirt entwined with thorn chains, stood obediently before Jianglin. Get ready. Jianglin held the level 7 advancement scroll, taking this transformation very seriously. Compared to Xiaoying's almost constant advancements, Xiaoying experienced significant changes with each advancement. Xiaoying's silver eyes blinked slightly, and she nodded. Whatever Jianglin did, it would accept it with utmost obedience, as it always had. Clicking to use, the scroll transformed into white light, and merged into Xiaoying's body. Just then, Jianglin vaguely caught a glimpse of a pair of tumor-like wings. But before he could see clearly, Xiaoying suddenly shone with a dazzling moonlight, obscuring Jianglin's vision and preventing even his spiritual sense from penetrating. What's going on? Jianglin rubbed his eyes. This didn't seem to be an effect of the advancement, but rather Xiaoying's deliberate act, as if she were concealing something. The moonlight faded, and Xiaoying stood there in her maid outfit, her appearance unchanged. Master. A cold voice brought Jianglin back to his senses. He looked closely. Xiaoying remained flawless, her skin faintly luminous, translucent as glass. Not dwelling on the fleeting glimpse, Jianglin pretended nothing had happened. Moon Mirror Spirit, Level 7, a strange, ethereal creature capable of countless transformations. Capable of possessing its controller. Active skill, Moon Mirror Barrier. Moon Mirror Barrier, Level 7, a unique skill that pulls enemies into a barrier formed by mirror and moonlight. Cooldown, 24 hours. The name changed from Moon Mirror Spirit to Moon Mirror Spirit, but Jianglin didn't notice the difference. The introduction is largely the same as before, except the cooldown for the active skill, Moon Mirror Barrier, has been reduced to 24 hours, or 1 day. Don't underestimate the Moon Mirror Barrier. As long as you can find the main body, you definitely kill anyone of the same level. Even before her transformation, Xiaoying is a top-tier opponent in single combat. Take off your clothes first, Jianglin ordered. He was going to transform, and this was also to avoid damaging the Phantom Knight prison uniform. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Xiaoying undressed and set them aside. Her skin was translucent, her curves imperfect. Every aspect was perfect, so perfect it seemed unearthly. Jianglin even felt that her human form was constraining Xiaoying's beauty. A previous Jianglin would have been thrilled, but now that he was at level 7, his divinity gradually replacing his humanity, his gaze focused solely on appreciation for beauty. Mundane desires barely affected him anymore. Spiritual energy surged from his entire body, and the transformation technique was activated. A vast spiritual force enveloped Xiaoying, and her translucent skin began to wriggle. Jianglin, having experienced this many times, remained unmoved. No matter what Xiaoying became, she would remain his most personal and effective transformation. A strange and mysterious sound shattered the silence, emanating from a distant unknown, evoking a sense of vastness and yearning. This was the case with every transformation of Xiaoying. A translucent ball of light, shimmering with crystal silver light, appeared, hovering in midair, serene and mysterious. A dazzling white light shone from an unknown source, piercing into the ball of light. Before, Jianglin would have been unable to detect the source of this light, but now it was different. His spiritual intuition had already reached that unknown place. Parting the mist, he soared high into the sky, continuing deeper. He beheld a bizarre scene of dazzling light and brilliant colors. Beneath the shroud of mist lay a deformed yet perfect body. He felt an inexplicable, supreme joy, as if witnessing the birth of all things in the universe. Inside the room, Jianglin's body had vanished, replaced by a swollen tumor. The tumor filled the entire room, still growing. Gurgle, gurgle, the tumor throbbed, as if it was gestating endless life within, ready to burst forth. He was tainted. In midair, Xiaoying's ball of light continued to emit a powerful glow. With a whoosh, 6 tumor-like wings extended from the light, followed by a brilliant moonlight that obscured its form. The moonlight obscured its form. When the light dissipated, Xiaoying's naked form emerged. Her skin was translucent and crystal clear, possessing a magical allure. One could only yearn to embrace her, to bite into her, to savor her perfection. She was so perfect, no living being could resist such temptation. The glass-like skin slowly dimmed, the moonlight fading, and the attraction was hidden. Master! Xiaoying, regaining consciousness, immediately searched for Jiang Lin, but saw only a strange tumor filling the room. He had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, so how could he suddenly become like this? Unsure of what to do, it could only attempt to transform itself into moonlight, covering the tumor. At that moment, a weak voice rang out from somewhere in the tumor. Erosion. Cause. A gray liquid stirred, a gray mist swirling around it. The gray mist spirit robe, receiving its master's command, absorbed the spirit's power and activated it. The tumor squirmed, slowly transforming into Jiang Lin's form. Feeling the spirit's weakened state, he was certain he had once again witnessed an indescribable presence. His memories had been shattered, and he only remembered that he had been forced to activate the erosion cause in order to explore Xiaoying's uniqueness. Looks like I have to go to the cold crystal again. Jiang Lin was also quite helpless, but he had reasons to do so. As Xiaoying was his personal altered item, he needed to determine the cause of her uniqueness. It wasn't that he was unprepared, the eclipse was his backup plan. Knowing the cold crystal's location, repairing his spirit body would only require a few source crystals, and he had no shortage of them, so it was a good deal. Looking at the moonlight flickering on his body, he frowned unconsciously. He had long known that several altered items were not simple. Xiaoxiang, Xiao and Xiaoying all had their own unique characteristics. I had thought Xiaoying, Xiaoyan, and Xiaoxiang were of the same level, but now it seemed more than that. Xiaoying was likely connected to an unspeakable existence, otherwise he wouldn't have activated the eclipse to sever the contamination. Xiaoying, he called. Master. The moonlight flickered, revealing Xiaoying's smooth, delicate body. Jiang Lin glanced at her, feeling that she had become even more beautiful, more perfect. After having Xiaoying wear the Phantom Knight prisoner uniform. Silver hair and silver eyes, her appearance as cool as the bright moon. Her dark blue maid skirt, entwined with thorns, is extremely alluring. Transformed into a moonland spirit, she gains the Silver Moon Servant. Silver Moon Servant, Level 8, a formless, eerie psychic creature capable of traversing reality and light and shadow. When possessing a controller, it can use the Silver Moon to shield itself from attack. Silver Moon Realm, Level 8, a unique skill. Releases a realm to imprison enemies. Under the Silver Moon's light, the enemy's spiritual essence is extinguished, transforming them into Silver Moon puppets, which can be controlled and attacked. Realm release cooldown, 12 hours. Xiaoying's abilities have never disappointed Jiang Lin. Both defensive and offensive capabilities are consistently at the top of their level. Silver Moon Realm even transcends the single-player limit and becomes a domain skill, obliterating targets within its reach and transforming them into Silver Moon puppets. If she were to encounter a level 8 taboo like Darien again, no matter how many there were, she would be able to slay them effortlessly. And even after death, she would transform into a Silver Moon puppet to serve him. Chapter 339. With the addition of Xiaoying, a powerful 8th level warrior, the prison realm expanded again, signifying another significant increase in Jiang Lin's strength. With his current strength, with Xiaoying by his side, even if he didn't conceal his altered creatures, he wouldn't be afraid of being detected by those 8th level professionals. But there's no such thing as a thief on guard for 1,000 days. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had no intention of exposing his 8th level altered creatures. Less is worse than more. Unless he's deliberately fishing for trouble, there's no need to be so conspicuous. He understood the simple truth of keeping wealth private. Bathroom. Mist rose as Jiang Lin took a long unseen bath. Xiaoying stood quietly by his side, her expression as cold as before the altered creatures. He directly asked, puzzled, "Do you know where your specialness comes from?" A subtle flicker of panic flashed in Xiaoying's eyes. "Master, are you referring to your appearance?" It seemed to be very concerned about this, and it, who never lied, was actually troubled by it. Jiang Lin obviously wasn't referring to her appearance. He knew why Xiaoying maintained her current form, so he wouldn't deliberately expose it. The system introduction had already stated that Xiaoying was formless, her appearance entirely determined by herself. Jiang Lin placed his hand on the edge of the bathtub and tapped it gently. "No, I'm referring to her origins." Hearing this, Xiaoying visibly relaxed. Lord, you created me, she said with certainty. Jiang Lin remained silent, thinking, then I don't know. He could understand. After all, if Xiaoying knew something, she would have told him long ago. But now, the thought that Xiaoying's origins might involve something unspeakable sent a chill down his spine. The existence behind this was far greater than Xiaoxiang and Xiaotan. Good or bad? Jiang Lin sank his head into the water. This question was destined to remain unanswered for now. He couldn't even look directly at the being. He merely followed the glow for a moment, only to be forced to sever half of the spirit to escape. This was clearly not intentional. Such a being was not one he could look directly at. He wouldn't have any concept of a living being like kindness or ill will toward Jiang Lin. Just as humans are generally unaware of the existence of microorganisms and generally don't have any thoughts about them, the same principle applies. So, as long as Jiang Lin didn't continue to explore, he should be fine for now. Besides, he wouldn't have found a way to explore. Without the glow from the unknown, he wouldn't have known of the other party's existence. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin relaxed. In any case, his strength had indeed improved. Splash! He stood up, revealing his well-defined muscles, water droplets dripping from his edges. Xiaoying expertly picked up the towel and dried him, her delicate hands carelessly gliding over his skin. The gray mist spirit robe automatically donned itself, and Xiaoying transformed into a silver moonlight, merging into her body. The dual protection of the prison realm and the spirit robe, combined with Xiaoying's silver moon, gave Jiang Lin an unprecedented sense of security. Having lost half his spirit body, and in order to quickly recover from his weakened state of mind, Jiang Lin had no choice but to leave the Ice Crystal tribe overnight. Luckily, he chose to teleport to the statue on the snowy mountainside today, closer to the cold crystal. Xiaoying's speed in the light and shadows was incredibly fast, more than 10 times faster than Xiaodong's previous speed. Jiang Lin arrived safely at the cold crystal the next morning. Remarkably, due to the vast distance he had traveled, he encountered 2 fog disasters along the way. The fog disaster, which the survivor shunned like a scorpion, had no effect on him at all. He even paused to investigate, discovering that the fog disaster's pollution was strikingly similar to the blood fog of the night. The two were strikingly similar, and the eerie whispering sounds were largely the same. Most fatally, the blood fog produced by the fog disaster could not be dispelled by the fog-repelling fire. This change made Jiang Lin think of evolution. The blood fog had evolved. If the blood fog was a virus and the fog-repelling fire was a medicine, then it was as if the blood fog had developed an immunity to the fog-repelling fire. This discovery gave Jiang Lin a strong sense of foreboding. If the fog disaster became a regular occurrence, like the blood fog of the night, completely replacing the fog, then the daytime that the survivors relied on for survival would be gone. The fog disaster, undispellable by the fog-repelling fire, would contaminate most of the creatures in the fog world, turning it into a paradise for the uncanny. The filthy cult might know something. Considering the connection between the whispering sounds and the filthy cult, this speculation was highly likely to be true. Indescribably, the purest white, the concept of ultimate coldness, was embedded in the snow. Countless fine, spiderweb-like energies extended outward. Seeing Ling Jing, the symbol of perfection, again, Jiang Lin felt a little awkward. It had only been less than 3 days since his last visit. Jiang Lin? Why are you back? Su Shui, clad in a tight white robe with a snowflake pattern, stared at Jiang Lin with some surprise. Lin Shui, the little girl in her arms, also stared wide-eyed. To the women of the Melting Snow clan, a few days is like the blink of an eye. So, seeing him, Su Shui felt as if she had just stepped out and then stepped back in. I feel like I'm not perfect yet. I want Ling Jing to adjust it a little. Jiang Lin didn't explain. After all, courting death is not a glorious thing. Huh? Su Shui was completely bewildered. In her mind, whenever Ling Jing took effect, it was always perfect. Entering the Ling Jing. Thin strands of energy avoided Jiang Lin as if they had eyes. How stingy! He muttered inwardly, deftly pulling out 10 source crystals. Nothing happened. Raising the price? He pulled out another, still no movement. 2, 3. Until 5, the source crystals finally transformed into energy and merged into the white light. Adding the 10 from before, a total of 15, Jiang Lin felt a pang of pain. He felt like Ling Jing was taking advantage of him. If he hadn't earned 70 source crystals from selling the mist repellent fire seed yesterday, his total source crystal count would have breached the 20-point limit. Luckily, there are still 80. As Jiang Lin muttered to himself, he felt as if Ling Jing's repair of his spirit body had stalled for a moment. But perhaps out of a final act of loyalty, his spirit body was quickly healed. Awesome. The faint feeling of weakness vanished, replaced by a more solid body and spirit. Before leaving, Tsushima reassured, "Are you really leaving?" "I'm sure. I won't be back anytime soon," Jianlin said firmly, as if he was trying to tell that dark-hearted Lung Jing. "Really?" Tsushima hugged little Linxue, sensing a difference between Jianlin's short-term and her understanding of it. Hee. Little Linxue burst into laughter the moment she saw Jianlin. "What a unique little thing you are, little one." Jianlin pinched the baby girl's face. It was soft, yet cold. He pulled out a red silk lotus and smeared it all over little Linxue's face. Amid Tsushima's bewildered gaze and the baby girl's giggles, he vanished into the light and shadows. Jianlin was a man who held grudges. It just so happened that he had some free time recently, so he wanted to settle accounts with the races that had threatened his life. His first target was the red-eyed dark sheep. Along the way, he could also use the myriad feathers to hunt 7th-level creatures and obtain brilliant crystal chests. The red-eyed dark sheep, who had ambushed him with the 6th-level Destruction Lord Tower, and remembered the location of their gathering place. But after 2 great fog waves, the location had shifted. But it didn't matter. Looking at the mark of the embers of hatred on his arm, Jianlin smiled. Chapter 340. Hurry, the sacrifice is about to begin. The Swampthroat leader, his lower body covered in sticky mud, spoke solemnly. Behind him, several ferocious-looking Swampthroat members quickened their pace. Rustle. Dozens of female creatures were dragged behind them, including several Blue Star women. They were half-dressed, leaving streaks of blood on the ground. Su Qian was among them. She was exhausted, her consciousness blurred by the constant blood loss. Why she was captured no longer mattered. She only knew that this time was a grave danger. Closing her eyes in despair, she opened the system and posted her experience to warn other survivors not to follow in her footsteps. She hadn't considered asking for help, as the leading Swampthroat was a level 6. Xiao Qian. At this moment, her companion beside her let out a weak cry, as if she wanted to say something. Su Qian's back burned with pain, but she turned her head to look. Then she saw a pair of lifeless eyes. She's dead? Already severely wounded by the swamp maw, the brutal dragging had only exacerbated her injuries. It was a feat for her to survive until now. Su Qian felt as if a huge stone had been placed on her chest. Endless grievance welled up, tears welling in her eyes. Another dead one? What a useless race. The swamp maw leader noticed something unusual, and disdain crossed his face. It moved closer, extending its slender claws, and stabbing into the woman's body with a whoosh sound. Sizzle, blistering blood splattered across Su Qian's face, and fragments of internal organs fell onto her. The swamp maw leader actually tore the body in half, and stuffed the upper half into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! A sharp chewing sound echoed. Su Qian remained silent, desperately holding back tears, and not daring to make a single sound. This minor incident didn't affect the team's progress. The Swampthroat chief quickly devoured the entire corpse and ordered, "Be gentle, don't let too many die. The red-eyed upper tribe still needs them for sacrifice." "Yes, chief." Thanks to the woman's death, the Swampthroat's dragging force had noticeably subsided. Cave entrance. A massive, curved, goat-horn gate slowly opened. Seeing the Swampthroat chief, the red-eyed, dark goat man, who looked like a gatekeeper, spoke arrogantly, "Why are you so slow? Don't dawdle. You Swampthroat are the only ones missing. A few of those useless creatures were too weak to handle, and they delayed us a bit." The Swampthroat chief displayed no arrogance at all, acting with extreme humility. Even though the 2 gatekeepers before him were only level 4, he dared not show any disrespect, for they were a divinely favored race. "Hurry!" The gatekeeper's red eyes glared at them, and he tossed his head to signal them to enter. The Swampthroat chief didn't dare delay, and quickly waved to his men. Su Qian and dozens of other captured sacrifices were brought into the cave. The empty cavern held an oppressive and eerie atmosphere. The Swampthroat had already completed their exchange with the red-eyed dark sheep men, and respectfully retreated to the gathering area of their subordinate tribes, ready to observe the sacrifice. A cold, sticky stench, thick with blood and rotting fat, almost solidified, filled her nostrils. Su Qian forced her eyes open, only to be met with a variety of bizarre-looking races. She was being held upside down by a scarlet-eyed sheep man, and thrown onto a high platform, like livestock. A quick glance revealed hundreds of female creatures surrounding her. Bonfire. She saw a massive bonfire in the center. Twisted flames licked the air furiously, burning within them some thick, pulsating dark vine. "No! No! A creature resembling a human girl screamed, yet was still thrown into the flames. As if absorbing some kind of nourishment, the flames grew stronger, casting a huge, hideous shadow on the rock face, the curved outline of a goat's horns, and the silhouette of its claws. The air trembled in the heat and filth, mingling with the hoarse, discordant bleating of sheep, and the suppressed, sharp, excited gasps irritated Su Qian's eardrums. Her heart beat wildly. Even though she knew the outcome and constantly reassured herself that it was only death, she still felt an intense fear. Sweat mixed with blood soaked the tattered clothes she had left, and she no longer cared about her exposed private parts. At this point, she was no different from livestock, and no one cared whether livestock wore clothes or not. In the face of life and death, only endless fear was real. What else did she have? What could save her life? Transformation. The pawnbroker's tricks? Nothing. In this place where the lowest level was 4, her abilities couldn't make a dent. Resistance or flight would only hasten her death. Despair? This might be the end of the survivors, mere ants to be trampled upon by powerful beings. The red-eyed dark sheep brought a massive altar and placed it beside the campfire. In the center of the altar, a thick, nearly solidified dark red liquid bubbled and gurgled, emitting a sickening odor of rust and offal. The exceptionally tall, hunched red-eyed dark sheep stood before the altar, his eyes closed, sensing something. "Chief, the sacrifice is ready," the red-eyed dark sheep, who looked like a steward, stepped forward to report. The tall, red-eyed dark sheep man opened his eyes, their pupils crimson as blood. "Are all the sacrifices of the right species?" "Yes, Chief. There are 99 species in total, with backups, no more no less." "Yes, there must be no mistakes. This is a grand sacrifice, and the gods may be watching." "Don't worry, Chief. The Scarlet God will surely be pleased." "Yes." The chief nodded. He was confident in his subordinate's handling of the matter, and the reason he was so sure was because this sacrifice was unusual. The sacrifice begins. At his command, dozens of red-eyed dark sheep men stepped onto the platform and, as if prepared, began selecting their sacrifices. Each hand grabbed one, and 99 female creatures of different species were picked up. Screams rang out in various languages, and the faces of the chosen ones showed despair. But soon, with the sound of splash, splash, falling into the water, the females screaming the loudest were thrown into the scarlet altar first. The dark red liquid swarmed like a devouring beast. Soon a mass of white bones began to rise and fall. Seeing this, the chosen ones fell silent, fearing they would be the next. Su Qian was completely despairing. If she had previously harbored the illusion that she was a backup, it was shattered the moment she was captured. There were only 5 women from Blue Star, and she happened to be the chosen one. A scarlet tyrant that tears apart the very fabric of reality, an existence that climbs the folds of dimensions with millions of deformed limbs, a writhing ritual forged by the consciousness of the innocent. The red-eyed dark sheep leader began to chant a strange prayer. Puff! Puff! Sacrifices were thrown one after another onto the scarlet altar, and Su Qian's turn was almost upon her. Inspired by the threat of death, she activated the system to investigate. Scarlet altar. A strange altar that attracts the attention of a certain old god. Offer him what he desires, and he will cast his gaze. Transformation. Activate. The person was dying, and Su Qian couldn't care less. She could only delay a little longer. All the spiritual energy in her body surged out, covering the altar in the blink of an eye. Damn bastards. The red-eyed dark sheep clan leader reacted immediately and tried to stop them, but it was too late. The altar was already transforming, eventually transforming into the skeleton of an unknown creature. Transforming the scarlet altar, obtaining the skeleton of an alien beast. The ritual was forced to stop, and all races, including the red-eyed dark sheep clan, were stunned. Chapter 341. What should we do? This was the common question shared by all the red-eyed dark sheepmen present. Holding the female sacrifice in their hands, they froze in place, unsure of their next move. They even forgot to punish Su Qian, the instigator. Below the stage, the subordinate races watching the sacrifice were equally stunned. The swamp-throat leader glanced at Su Qian, and couldn't help but shrink his ugly head. This was the sacrifice it had brought, and now that the sacrifice had been botched, he wondered if it would be implicated. It was now deeply regretful, and should have killed a few more of this audacious, useless race on the way. Do you know what you've done? The red-eyed dark sheepman leader roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Qian, grabbing her neck and lifting her up. The feeling of suffocation came over her, but even as she neared death, she seemed to have lost all her worries, her face flushed and her mouth wide open. She laughed. Scumbag. The tribe leader was furious, but he resisted the urge to strangle her and let Su Qian go. Its eyes were bloodshot. I give you a chance. Return the altar, and I let you go. You can make any conditions. Su Qian coughed vigorously, but said nothing. Firstly, she was too weak to speak, and secondly, she couldn't change back. Transformation was irreversible and random. Death sooner or later was death, and after her experience between life and death, she had come to terms with it. Before dying, disgusting this cruel and bloodthirsty race was a good thing. The tribe leader waited for a long time, but received no reply. Seeing the determination in Su Qian's eyes, he, having lived for hundreds of years, instantly understood her intentions. Sneering inwardly, he asked his tribesman, who knows about this race. Chief, I know you. A young, red-eyed dark sheep stepped forward. The chief asked, what are the weaknesses of this race? The young sheep thought for a moment, a cruel smile spreading across his dark face. It leaned forward and said something, and Su Qian's eyes flickered with panic. What's more terrifying than death? The answer varies from person to person, but for the people of Blue Star, there are many such things. The chief nodded approvingly. The red-eyed dark sheep rely on wisdom and intelligence. Strip off, all of you, and take turns having sex. It glanced coldly at Su Qian, and gave the order to the subordinate races below. The subordinate races exchanged bewilderment, but it was the Swamp Throat chief who reacted first. Fearing implicated, he decided to make amends for his crime. Don't worry, chief. I will torture you thoroughly. It slid its slimy lower body onto the stage, and a hideous object emerged from the mud. No! Su Qian finally panicked upon seeing this, desperately kicking and trying to retreat, but the red-eyed dark goat youth held her in a firm grip. The many female creatures who had survived the ordeal closed their eyes, unwilling to witness this cruel scene. Although this woman had just saved everyone, they could do nothing to help. Unable to protect herself, death was inevitable, sooner or later. Now she only hoped for a quick death, not to suffer the same torture as Su Qian. The red-eyed dark goat leader was already preparing to watch the show. It saw a weakness in Su Qian's panicked eyes, convinced she would beg for mercy and surrender. It resolved to kill the woman the moment the altar returned to normal, to prevent any further mishaps. Alas, this was destined to be just its wishful thinking. It didn't realize that regardless of Su Qian's compromise, the altar would never return. A foul stench assaulted her nostrils. Watching the ugly swamp maw chief approach, Su Qian had already made up her mind to die. Just then, something unexpected happened. Bang! The swamp maw chief exploded into mud. Splatter! The debris swirled around Su Qian, raining mud down upon the red-eyed dark sheep man. Who? The red-eyed dark sheep man chief was instantly on guard. Although the swamp maw chief wasn't strong, he was still a level 6 creature. How could he be killed so quickly and unnoticed, and right under its nose, too? The newcomer must be a tough nut to crack. A passing black-eyed sheep slayer, what's the name? A cold young man's voice echoed, and gray, twisting lines unfolded, covering tens of thousands of meters around him. Hearing the familiar Yanguo language, Su Qian looked up in shock. Jiang Lin? He felt as if he had seen light. The figure was tall and straight, wearing a black windbreaker, a top hat, and a monocle on his handsome face. He seemed to walk on air, a faint gray mist swirling around him. His movements exuded an intense sense of oppression, a mysterious aura that made it difficult to breathe. As a survivor in Area 10068, Su Qian watched Jiang Lin steadily ascend to the top. He was mysterious and powerful. Few had seen him in person, yet legends of him circulated everywhere. She had never expected to be saved by Jiang Lin in her most desperate moment. For a moment, she even suspected she was dreaming, a mere fantasy before death. Jiang Lin arrived just as Su Qian was transforming the Crimson Altar. As a former transmutation technique master, he was well versed in it, and recognized Su Qian instantly. He had been preparing to attack, but Su Qian had managed to disgust the red-eyed dark sheep man in this way, a truly dramatic move. Black-eyed sheep slaughterers? The red-eye clan leader recalled, realizing he had never heard of this race. But he quickly realized the meaning of the name, and was instantly enraged. Just a prison master, yet so arrogant. The red-eyed clan leader unleashed his calamity domain, and the incarnation of disaster slaughter gradually condensed around him. A blood-colored phantom emerged, and the oppressive feeling caused the subordinate races in the audience to quickly crouch. Level 7, Disaster Slaughterer. This was the red-eyed clan leader's strength. If it had been before, Jiang Lin might have steeled himself and taken the fight seriously. But he had already mutated even the level 8 Forbidden Darien, and now, facing a mere level 7, he could hardly be considered a match. The prison realm's level was so high that no one present could sense its power until Jiang Lin took the initiative. So, the Red-Eyed clan leader still thought Jiang Lin was just an ordinary prison master. Are you here to save your people? If you'd negotiated politely from the outset, I might have tried to reason with you, but since you've just attacked then... The Red-Eyed clan leader didn't finish his words before decisively striking down with a fist of overwhelming ferocity. Boom! The slaughter avatar instantly expanded, a terrifying wave of sound engulfing Jiang Lin. Be careful. Su Qian didn't know who was stronger, Jiang Lin or the Red-Eyed clan leader. From her naked eyes, she sensed the latter's greater aura, so she couldn't help but worry about Jiang Lin. This man is courting death. The god-favored race isn't so easy to offend. The red-eyed dark sheep and their subordinate races felt the same way, as if they had already witnessed Jiang Lin being torn to pieces. However, facing this astonishing blow, Jiang Lin's eyes remained calm, unmoved. He raised his right hand, his movements as effortless as sweeping away a fly. At his fingertips, a dazzling silver light converged, a brilliant silver moonlight descending. The moment his fingertips pointed. Roar! A suppressed roar of pain echoed, the red-eyed clan leader's eyes gleaming with fear, and fine silver lines on his body shone brightly. Ah! Crackling. Lines of light instantly spread across its body, disintegrating it piece by piece in the dazzling silver light. Light. Only a crisscrossing silver light remained in the air, the red-eyed clan leader's presence nowhere to be seen. It was directly disintegrated by the silver moon. A 7th-level calamity, a divinely favored race, a terrifying overlord, annihilated in a snap. Chapter 342. Dead silence. The eerie stillness lasted for 3 full breaths. Tap! Someone took a step back, breaking the silence. All the red-eyed dark sheep stood there in a daze, unable to believe that anyone could have killed their leader. They were a divinely favored race, blessed by the Scarlet God. This must be an illusion. Yes, why didn't the god appear? It can't be real. The silver moon's light gradually faded, and a level 7 dormant fragment coalesced at the spot where the red-eyed leader had died. Jiang Lin raised his hand, feeling that this method was truly ubiquitous. He had already obtained 3 types of dormant fragments, from levels 5 to 7. It was a pity that Darien had undergone a transformation, otherwise he could have been collecting stamps. Seeing the coalescing fragments, all the red-eyed dark sheep finally realized reality. Their leader had truly been killed instantly. They, who usually acted with such arrogance, had never experienced anything like this before, and panic ensued. A 6th-rank red-eyed elder was the first to calm down, silently retreating behind the goatmen and beginning to chant a prayer. The crimson tyrant that tears the membranes of reality. Where was this? Jiang Lin's prison realm. Let alone whether its prayers could be transmitted, there was no way Jiang Lin could possibly let it mutter. Ugh! The red-eyed elder suddenly roared in pain, as if his neck was being strangled. And then, bang, blood and flesh splattered, further terrifying the chaotic red-eyed dark goat men. The elder is dead. What should we do? Hurry. The red-eyed dark goat men instinctively huddled together. Some cunning ones were already quietly employing tactics to escape. The subordinate races watched in astonishment as the god-favored race collapsed before the battle even began. A premonition of the end filled them with despair. From birth, they had been programmed to never betray the red-eyed dark goat men. Facing an enemy capable of easily killing the red-eyed clan leader, common sense told them there was no chance of survival. Before absolute power, even the god-favored races are mere ants. A sand dragon sighed. Jiang Lin ignored the fleeing sheepmen. It would be a miracle if they could escape. He glanced indifferently at the gathered sheepmen below, their red eyes filling him with utter disgust. This overbearing and arrogant race, relying on the backing of a so-called old god of unknown origin, had provoked him upon arriving in the mist. He had even nearly lost his life at the hands of a red-eyed dark sheepman. After counterattacking, he was planted with the mark of ember of hatred. Later, another sheepman troubled him, becoming an annoyance beyond measure. This time, finally, he had time. He would make this race pay in blood. Su Qian watched it all in stunned silence. From the moment Jiang Lin's fingers snapped to the present, it had been like a dream. She had never imagined that the previously terrifying and eerie red-eyed dark sheep men would be fleeing like rats. The 7th-rank red-eyed clan leader had been wiped out like dust. Gazing at that calm face, the flutter of his windbreaker seemed to encompass everything, to control everything. Jiang Lin. An indescribable feeling of admiration, awe, and the joy of surviving a catastrophe completely shattered despair. Tears welled in her eyes again, a hope for life. God's favor, is that? The words fell calmly, yet resounded like thunder in the hearts of all present. There was no anger, no murderous intent, only a look of indifference, as if looking down upon dust. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers again. Silently, a brilliant silver light burst forth, enveloping all the red-eyed dark goat men. This was not his skill, but a casual attack using Xiaoying's silver moon. But this nearly average attack had instantly killed the red-eyed clan leader, leaving him no chance for resistance. This was the power of level 8 Xiaoying. The silver light was intense, a motherly warmth at first, but then followed with utter devastation. Ah! No! Spare me! Great One! We wish! Shrill, short screams echoed, then abruptly stopped. Neither the gathered nor the fleeing red-eyed dark sheep could escape the silver light. Including those affiliated races, all were annihilated in one blow. The massive bonfire of burning dark vines shattered under the blow, sparks flying, then vanished in midair. This wasn't the end yet. Jiang Lin knew there were still many red-eyed dark sheep outside, and he wasn't about to let them go. Crawling, filthy. Blasphemous, monstrous, rotting, trembling. Become a sacrifice. He chanted a strange spell, his stamina rapidly depleting. The mark of hatred served as a medium, guiding him to easily locate every red-eyed dark sheep man. Every point of stamina consumed meant another goat man cursed and killed. Thankfully, the people outside were all low-level beings below level 6, otherwise, annihilating the entire race would have required a significant journey. When all the guidance vanished, the mark of hatred on Jiang Lin's arm also dissipated. This meant one thing: the red-eyed dark sheep man had been completely exterminated. Without them, the mark of hatred naturally lost its effect. The stamina consumption was considerable. He had cursed and killed at least hundreds of thousands of lives in this one move. It had to be said that the red-eyed dark sheep man and their affiliated races were truly vast. Fortunately, most of them were low-level beings, otherwise Jiang Lin's 6,400 stamina points wouldn't have been enough to handle them all at once. An old grudge settled. Destroying hundreds of thousands of lives, Jiang Lin remained unmoved, feeling only a sense of relief. This was his first time killing so many, and it likely wouldn't be his last. For a high-level being, killing is easier than breathing, almost unreal. This might have been how Norris felt when he ascended to godhood. To him, those tens of millions of light points, easily destroyed, were just vegetables planted in a garden, to be devoured naturally when the harvest came. God? Jiang Lin muttered absent-mindedly. As one ascends in rank, certain things gradually disappear. But the biggest difference between him and Norris is that he doesn't kill without reason. The red-eyed dark sheep men and their affiliated species aren't good people, so kill them if you will. It was a pity to lose those psychic items and materials. They were too far away for him to collect them all. Wow! Amidst the glazed gazes of the numerous female creatures, a small number of crystal blocks and a large number of low-level psychic items floated up and were stored by Jiang Lin in the storage crystal. There were also some materials for level 5 and 6 advancement. Jiang Lin glanced at them. Combat was the most common path, followed by acting and hypnosis. Besides trickery and informing, all other paths were present. The red-eyed dark sheep were quite unique. Most of them were professionals. By exterminating a clan, he had gathered the materials needed for advancement for the secret society members. He hadn't expected that. He was truly just seeking revenge. Thinking of the countless red-eyed dark sheep who had perished outside, perhaps a lucky individual would find the advancement materials. Destroying their clan would benefit countless families. Plop! Jiang Lin slowly landed on the platform. The scene in the cave completely changed. The surroundings were empty. The bonfire, the altar, the bodies of the red-eyed dark sheep. Everything had vanished. Only the transformed skeletons of the alien beasts and the abducted female sacrifices proved that a brutal ritual had just taken place here. The survivors were terrified, not daring to make a sound. They had witnessed the man in the windbreakers move just now, annihilating an entire race with the snap of a finger, including many level 6s. How terrifying! They were afraid they might accidentally anger this great being and have him annihilate them with a single finger. Chapter 343. Jiang Lin had no interest in the surviving female creatures, regardless of race. He had no desire to even converse with the Blue Star women. Saving them incidentally was simply luck, not intentional on his part. His attention was completely focused on the exotic beast skeleton Su Qian had transformed. This skeleton, transformed from the Crimson Altar, had no rank, just like the altar. Rank was merely a standard used by living beings to rank strength, but not all things had ranks. He had previously discussed his views on disorder with Mr. Wu in the Pendulum Illusionary Realm, and rank and disorder were the very opposites. The world operates inherently in disorder, and it is living beings who create order and rank for things. But order is always limited, as exemplified by the Crimson Altar. If it could not attract the so-called Crimson God, the Crimson Altar would be nothing more than an ordinary pool of blood. So how should we rank a common blood pool that attracts the old gods? You could say it's rank 0, or rank 9, both make sense. Similarly, this beast skeleton should be a similarly special entity. It has no rank. Perhaps strong, perhaps weak. Jiang Lin's former talent, transformation, was quite flawed. As long as they were deemed to be of the same rank, they could be transformed. It's unclear what the basis for this levelless transformation is. Jiang Lin wanted to confirm one thing again, so he raised his hand and floated Su Qian over. Seeing her private parts were barely covered, he casually pulled out a piece of women's clothing and put it on her. Thanks to Lin Yu and other women, he had almost every kind of clothing on him. Su Qian was too weak to speak, so Jiang Lin had to activate the healing power of the Grey Mist spiritual garment to help her recover. Within a few breaths, Su Qian's complexion brightened considerably. Ahem. Thank you, Boss Jiang Lin. She looked at Jiang Lin with eyes filled with admiration and gratitude, practically ready to pledge herself to him. Jiang Lin wasted no time, pulling out his previously mutated, level 3 swift numbing leg ring. He had never used it since his transformation. Firstly, its effectiveness was limited, and secondly, he felt it was a bit perverse for a man to wear a leg ring. He wore it briefly, then took it off. Do me a favor, try a different one. With that, he thrust the leg ring into Su Qian's hand. It was perfect for experimenting. Huh? Su Qian was stunned. She had never imagined that the first thing Jiang Lin asked her to do would be this. Looking at the black velvet-covered leg ring in her hand, she wondered if it was a hint. Leg ring, black velvet. Something clicked in her mind, and she silently slipped the leg ring onto her leg. With a slight click, the leg ring bumped against her thigh, and the delicate, white flesh trembled. Jiang Lin, ? I'm fine, she said. Hey, it's a transformation, not a disguise. Please clarify. After the experiment, Jiang Lin's cold expression didn't dampen Su Qian's enthusiasm. She still occasionally glanced at Jiang Lin with a strange look, and no one knew what she was thinking. As expected, the transformation failed. Like Sun Huanyu's synthesis technique, Su Qian's transformation technique also failed to work on the altered items. Perhaps this had something to do with the authorities Serena mentioned, or perhaps it was a difference in status. Jiang Lin didn't know the specific reason. This discovery had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that he couldn't use similar abilities to strengthen the altered items. But the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. This also means that the enemy can't use similar methods to alter his altered objects. Leaving Jiang Lin to choose for himself, the current state is of course the best. He didn't want to fight with others, and have his altered objects transformed into something he didn't recognize. He gave the swift numb leg ring directly to Su Qian. He didn't want something someone else had worn. Besides, it was just a level 3 item stored in the warehouse. He wouldn't have remembered it if it weren't for the experiment. Ignoring Su Qian's gaze, Jiang Lin looked at the altered beast skeleton. Alien beast skeleton, the fragments of an old god. Perhaps because they were harder, they were spat out. Now, they are just relatively hard bones. The system wasn't ambiguous this time. It was clearly analyzing it carefully. While there still wasn't much important information, it was much better than omitting it. Attracting the old god's altar and transforming it into the old god's remaining bones was no problem. At this point, Jiang Lin had already deduced what the so-called old gods were. This doesn't refer to those indescribable beings beyond the realm, nor to the 10 currently suspended in the sky. Rather, it refers to the beings who achieved 9th rank pseudo-godhood during the Annihilation era. However, there likely wasn't a rank system back then, so Jiang Lin couldn't judge their true strength. It's possible they could be stronger or weaker than the current 9th rank. Strength can't be crudely categorized by rank. For some reason, the system apparently avoided certain terms when introducing certain things, such as the crawling mist and the yellow-clothed mist-masked one. These likely aren't from the old gods, but from beyond the realm. Today's alienation hasn't worked yet. It's a rare opportunity to encounter something like this without rank. Perhaps I can try to see what happens. Alienation activated. A surge of spiritual energy poured out. Su Qian felt a suffocating sensation. She had never felt such a massive surge of spiritual energy before, and she nearly fainted. Stay away. Seeing this, Jiang Lin slightly controlled the speed of his spiritual energy output. Su Qian felt much better then, and quickly retreated a dozen meters away, watching the wriggling skeleton in wonder. Is this a skill or a talent? The world of the big boss was beyond her comprehension, so her attention shifted back to Jiang Lin's back. Tall, mysterious, powerful, and handsome. Thinking of the pride she had just deliberately displayed, she gently stroked her leg ring. If only we could be together. Unsure of what was coming to mind, Su Qian swallowed softly and licked her lips. The alien skeleton had come to life. Not only that, but it was a bit too lively. Jiang Lin looked at the dog rubbing against his trouser leg, wondering if he had made a mistake. That's right, the alien beast skeleton transformed into a dog. At least it looked like a dog. A dog with black fur and strange white markings. Master, I want to eat. The dog stood up in a human-like manner and pointed at the surviving female creatures with its paw, transforming the alien beast skeleton, obtaining Ketog Mob. Ketog Mob, a conceptual creature without life or death. The only way to kill it is oblivion. Just thinking of its name can attract it, but success depends on its mood. It seems incapable of fighting? Jiang Lin stroked Mob's head, and some of his thoughts were dashed. Mob was still scratching his trouser leg, drooling at the survivors. What good would eating it do? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. Mob is a conceptual creature. It shouldn't need to eat. Master, eat. Excited? Mob's paws kept tugging at his trouser leg. Jiang Lin had no doubt that if he hadn't given his permission, the dog would have rushed over and devoured all the female creatures. Excited? It just means being in a good mood. Therefore, Mobin was attracted to food. So he casually snatched up a few fog creatures from outside and motioned for Mobin to eat them. Mobin's eyes glowed red with hunger, and he opened his mouth wide, swallowing the creatures into strange, twisted threads. Chapter 344. Conceptual creatures. Even devouring is at the conceptual level. After some experiments, Jiang Lin came to a conclusion. First, the ink spot has no offensive capabilities, and even the most basic eating requires feeding. In other words, only beings that are imprisoned or unable to resist the summoner can be considered food by the ink spot. Then, there is the ink spot's ability to descend. It can even exist in multiple locations if it so desires. Because it is merely a concept, it can descend upon anyone who thinks of or mentions it. If all living beings in the world knew about it, an equal number of ink spots could be created. The infinite dog. Born immortal, it will not disappear as long as any living being remembers it. But for Jiang Lin, its only purpose is probably to carry messages and deliver things. Because the ink spot cannot fight, it carries an extremely special dimension, the Tog dimension. Tog dimension and the ink spot are one and the same, existing only in concepts. It can be used to store objects, but not living things. Jiang Lin experimented with a fog creature. It remained alive when placed inside, but became a specimen when taken out. So, the Tog space can also be called a conceptual space. There's no concept of spirituality within, so the spirit of living beings cannot enter. Forcing it in would only mysteriously dissipate. You will be my messenger from now on. Jiang Lin stroked Mobin's head. Mobin raised his head, enjoying the touch, looking just like a dog. It stood up, its claws tugging at Jiang Lin's shirt, a few drops of saliva dripping from its tongue. Master, what is a messenger? Do you eat a lot? Don't worry, I promise you have more than enough. Jiang Lin's main point was just empty promises, something he often spouted to both his subordinates and the mutants. Talking doesn't cost money, so if he said more, he'd bet everyone would love to hear it. Mobin was a dog for the first time, so he'd never seen anything like this before. He immediately believed it, his saliva flowing even faster. Jiang Lin didn't know why it was so greedy, as if it hadn't eaten in centuries, and shook his head unhappily. He began to move some important items. Mobin opened his mouth, and everything vanished into strange, twisted threads. Jiang Lin thought, and the items reappeared, solidified from the twisted threads. It was amazing. With Mobin, both the system space and the storage crystals could be eliminated. The items stored in the Tog space couldn't be lost, giving Jiang Lin peace of mind. Mobin could be called upon at any time, just like a personal space, and could even help him transfer items, making it extremely convenient. When everything was done, Jiang Lin patted the dog's head. You go back first. Mobin was startled. Even if it wasn't very smart, it knew this meant the dog was being chased away. Where was the promised food? Experiencing pancakes for the first time in its life, it was still a bit bewildered. Woo! It whimpered twice, like a wronged puppy. But it was Jiang Lin's order after all, and it quickly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Currently, only Jiang Lin knew the name of Ketog Mobin, so if Jiang Lin didn't allow it, It would never appear again. Killing Mobin now was easy. Make Jianglin forget, or kill him. But this was only temporary. Once Jianglin told others about Mobin's existence, Mobin could live under another concept. Not just among his own people, but also among his enemies. There's plenty of room for maneuver. Perhaps Mobin can serve not only as a messenger, but also as a spy. While Jianglin was at work, all the surviving female creatures remained silent, not daring to make a single sound. This being could destroy a rank 7 with the snap of a finger. No one knew the consequences of angering him. They all speculated about their own fate. Slavery? Execution? Toyed with. They had no idea. Only a few survivors recognized Jianglin's appearance, and based on his past behavior, they suspected he might not be taken seriously. Whether selling purified sewage, auctioning off the fog-avoiding fire, or posting intelligence, Jianglin showed that he was a good. No, defining him as good or bad is too vague. But he was definitely not someone who would indiscriminately kill the weak. He acted according to his heart, but remained within bounds. If I had to describe him. Like a god. Su Qian silently gazed at Jianglin's back, feeling the urge to embrace him. To her, Jianglin, who had saved her life in a critical moment, was her true god. Holding him was like holding light. She gently stroked the numbing leg rings on her legs, feeling a tingling sensation. Having already secretly used the leg ring's power, the feeling was strangely fascinating to her. Could he be giving this to me because he's afraid I get caught again? As she watched, her face flushed slightly, and she began to imagine some unfounded plot twists. But she was doomed to disappointment. After destroying the red-eyed dark sheep man and transforming into the black spot, Jianglin had achieved a modest success on this trip and didn't plan to stay any longer. He still had much to attend to. He had to travel to the directionless sea, and then find a way to deal with the Snow Dragon clan. Once that was settled, he would release the Prison Realm's cover and plan the stone slab. The last two things can be done simultaneously, but handling them separately is safest. The Snow Dragon clan leader is level 8, and seems capable of casting divine descendants at any moment. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be best to employ some means to eliminate him. He didn't want to, and couldn't, deal with a level 9 old god for the time being. So, under Su Qian's astonished gaze, Jianglin vanished in a flash of silver light. Jiang. She instinctively wanted to say something, but found nothing to say. It turned out that Jianglin had truly just happened to save her, no different from the other survivors behind him. An endless sense of loss washed over her. She simply couldn't forget that tall, mysterious figure. Even his impassive expression was so captivating. She had thought it was a hero-saving beauty scene, but it turned out to be wishful thinking. Thinking of that face, she couldn't help but lick her lips again. I must. She opened her personal dashboard and glanced at the transformation spell. Her mind already made a decision. Jianglin had no idea what his actions today would entail. It should be said that he didn't care about the captured sacrifices at all. The reason he paid attention to Su Qian was simply because she had the same talent as he had originally. It was thanks to Su Qian's words that he was able to switch his transformation spell to alienation. Healing the man's injuries and leaving him with a swift numb leg ring was somewhat of a reconciliation. Before heading to the undirected sea iceberg, he still had to deal with Wanda's harvest. The system's judgment was strange. The Red-Eye clan leader was a divinely favored race and a professional. Regardless of his status, he wouldn't drop a treasure chest. Killing it would only yield advancement materials. He already had a deep understanding of the items produced. Monsters produce psychic items. Ferocious beasts produce materials in addition to psychic items. Strange creatures only produce strange items. All three are considered mist creatures by the system, and will reward treasure chests. As for professionals, upon death, 3 types of items may be dropped: psychic items, strange items, and advancement materials. Level 5 and above have a high probability of dropping advancement materials, with a small chance of dropping strange items, depending on the individual. Below this level, there's essentially only psychic items, and the rewards are even worse than killing fog creatures. If you leave out the treasure chests, low-level characters are surprisingly equivalent to monsters. Chapter 345. This is actually quite normal. Mist creatures are essentially mutated beings, so it's only natural that their output should be the same. Monsters can sometimes be even more difficult to deal with than professionals. The level 7 Wind Walkers and World Devourers Jianglin encountered were both more difficult to deal with than professionals of the same level. In short, the creatures of the Mist world are very complex. Jianglin is only drawing conclusions based on his own experience. There may be exceptions he's unaware of. Level 7 creatures are very rare. 1-0 spent most of the day helping him harvest a single brilliant crystal treasure chest. This was even with 1-0's specific precognitive abilities. Without them, encountering a wild level 7 creature would require considerable luck. Clearly, Jianlin had once been one of the lucky ones. Ready, he transformed into Sophia and opened the brilliant crystal treasure chest. A flash of white light. Mind Potion. Permanently increases your mind by 3 points, allowing your spirit to attract more attention. No I. This. You. The moment he saw the potion in the box, Jianlin's nerves faltered. This was the third sanity potion he obtained, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would probably be his last. But it hadn't come earlier or later, but right when he was opening the brilliant crystal treasure chest. You might say it wasn't worth it, but the sanity potion would be worth it no matter what kind of box it came from. But Jianlin still felt a bit uneasy. System, I seriously suspect you did this on purpose. Taking a deep breath, Jianlin had to accept the truth. It wasn't a loss, it was just one less level 8. With Xiaoying around, he had no shortage of level 8 combat power. A boost in sanity would be a good thing, especially since he was planning on the stone tablets, so it would be more secure. Without hesitation, he activated the alienation spell. There was no need to expend much spiritual power. As the system had explained, potions have a limit. Investing more would be useless. 200 spiritual power points overwhelmed the mind potion, wriggling and transforming into a jet black brain-like substance. Ghost Brain. Taking it permanently boosts mind by 5 points, increasing thinking speed, mental resistance, and heightened spiritual perception. As the saying goes, you replenish what you eat. Jianlin swallowed the Ghost Brain in one gulp. Salty, fishy, dry. His mind felt clear, and his thinking speed increased again. Opening his personal dashboard. Name, Jianlin. Talent, Alienation, Unique, Fusion, Occupation, Prison Master. Constitution, 72. Mind, 79. Stamina, 6400/6400. Spirit, 6200/6400. Recovery, 1600/hour. Overall rating, level 7. Unlike others, he found it easier to improve his mind than his slowly improving physical attributes. While his constitution was still struggling at 72 points, his mind had already reached the level 7 bottleneck. Thinking of the effects of constitution and mind potions, Jianlin had a bold idea. What if a survivor didn't take 10 bottles of constitution potions and 3 bottles of mind potions, saving them for later advancement? A standard potion gives 30 points of constitution and 9 points of mind. Perhaps he could quickly advance to level 7. With a stone tablet, he could even quickly advance to level 8, provided he had sufficient materials. Thinking about it this way, the potion's ability to ignore level upgrades is extremely abnormal, but the system has placed restrictions on this, and does not use potions to mass-produce high-level ones. Is the system preoccupied? Jianlin thought not. This limitation wasn't due to external factors, but rather internal factors. Perhaps the survivors could only afford to consume this amount of potion, and the source of the potion might be complex. Directionless sea. On the 75th day of survival, Jianlin returned to this strange, fogless place. He slowly floated out from the hollow of the iceberg. The sea, a crisscross of red, yellow, and blue, covered the sky and every corner of his sight. This sight never ceased to amaze him, no matter how many times he saw it. The bishop has reached level 8. I wonder if he's left the directionless sea. Looking at the crimson waters, Jianlin frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, but the hollow connecting the directionless sea to his circular fortress, with its back door wide open, posed a hidden danger. In the hypnotic pathway, level 7 represents the 6 desires, a perverse ability that affects anyone with desire. Level 8, needless to say, would be even more outrageous. Considering Kara's 8th level pseudo-world lord abilities, the 8th level hypnosis path wouldn't be easy either. Unless he was absolutely certain, Jianlin wouldn't bother the bishop easily. At least he'd understand his abilities before making any plans. The silver moonlight shone, and Jianlin vanished into the shadows. This was Xiaoying's ability, which he could also use while possessed. It was currently the fastest means of transportation besides the floating mother teleport. Eugene and other remnants of the supreme cult still lived in fear on the iceberg, clearly unaware of the filthy cult. Jianlin headed straight for the iceberg ruins. At the gate, 2 ice sculptures with octopus heads and robes stood silently, unchanged from before. He placed the rune stone Eugene had given him in the gate's recess, and the gate to the ruins swung silently open. He tried to float, but there was no hindrance. It seemed he had broken through the elemental restrictions left by the Sky Order, no longer relying on his legs for support. Strength. Jianlin shook his head and chuckled, looking ahead at the seemingly endless staircase. The highest, for him, wasn't that high. A flash of silver light, and in a few breaths, he reached the temple at the top. It was still the same, composed entirely of thick ice, smooth as a mirror, faintly shimmering with strange symbols. Jianlin still couldn't remember the symbols. They must be the symbols of the person above. After all, he wasn't at the 9th level, so his level wasn't high enough. Ignoring the surrounding elemental icicles and the interwoven ice ridges above, he headed directly for the central ice platform. Having just taken the ghostly brain incubation, his spiritual perception was several times higher than that of ordinary professionals. He faintly sensed a familiar wave. Sensing carefully, and following the guidance, he saw a stone slab placed in the center of the platform. Hidden stone slab. Wow! His suspicions were correct. The Supreme Cult indeed possessed a stone tablet with the 5 elements path. The owner of this stone tablet must be the Sky Order, who had transformed into an iceberg. He had seen her before in the temple's imagery. She was a woman dressed as a priest in black robes, with pale blue skin. He tried to touch the surface as before, but no light descended. It seemed the previous formation was a one-time use. Whether or not to transform the iceberg was entirely up to Jianlin. A pseudo-level 8 professional was certainly worth a transformation. Jianlin quickly decided not to remove the stone tablet. He would need it to conceal his advancement to level 8. He transformed into a cursed body, and had Eugene lead his people to the large ship he had taken when he left the filthy cult. Seeing the great light god, Eugene believed his words without a doubt, and quickly gathered all his people to evacuate the iceberg. As for the normal creatures on the iceberg, Jianlin integrated them all into the prison realm. Most of them were adorable little creatures, adding to the biodiversity. Everything was ready. Jianlin slowly floated up, looking down at the massive iceberg below. This was his first time transforming something so massive. Although he knew it was originally human, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chapter 346. On the Yellow Sea, a large ship, seemingly dwarfed by the iceberg, slowly sailed away. Eugene and nearly 100 of his tribesmen crowded on the deck, their pale blue faces etched with anticipation. "Chief, will the gods truly return?" A middle-aged tribesman couldn't help but ask. Fear of the filthy cult filled him with anxiety, having never left the iceberg before. The other remnants of the Supreme Cult also looked at Chief Eugene, clearly harboring the same doubt. Eugene was absolutely certain. The Great Light God said the iceberg has a backup plan that can help us escape our current situation. There's no need for the gods to deceive us. Years of authority had given his words almost authority, but the unfamiliar surroundings still made the tribesmen uneasy. Watching the shrinking iceberg from afar, they felt a sense of melancholy at the sudden departure from home. Suddenly, a powerful pressure seemed to emanate from the iceberg. Everything was still. The wind died, the waves froze, and even the ever-flowing elements suddenly stagnated. An indescribable throbbing, emanating from the depths of their souls, gripped everyone's heart. It felt as if the world was about to collapse, as if something terrifying was slowly brewing. "Look! The iceberg!" A tribesman's horrified cry broke the dead silence. He didn't need to say anything. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at the sight before them. The iceberg was wriggling, not collapsing, not shattering, but wriggling like a living thing. The solid ice layer resembled a giant melting candle, or the hide of a giant beast awakening. Tentacles reaching to the sky stretched out from all corners of the iceberg, slowly rising and falling, creating a monstrous wave. Soon, eerie eyes emerged from the depths of the ice, opening and blinking as time seemed to vanish. Countless spider silk threads extended from nowhere, forming incomprehensible rune shapes. Jianlin was familiar with these transformations. They all occurred when 5-element masters, informants, and travelers transformed, but this time the noise was particularly loud. Following these 3 transformations, a gray light erupted, and a naked, pale blue-skinned woman emerged from the center of the iceberg, where the temple was located. Jianlin's spiritual power had been completely depleted. An unprecedented feeling of dizziness washed over him, and he only managed to hold on for a moment after the woman appeared before losing consciousness. The effects of the transformation continued. Woo! Hum! A humming sound, so deep it defied hearing, echoed from the iceberg. All the supreme survivors covered their ears, but to no avail. This sound wasn't transmitted through the air, but rather was directly generated by the elemental vibrations that resonated through everyone's bones, internal organs, and even deep within their spirits. The iceberg is alive. Eugene's eyes were filled with fear. It was unimaginable that the land they depended on for survival had come alive, now stretching its body across the alien sea like a devastating behemoth. He clung to the side of the boat, his nails turning white from the terrifying elemental fluctuations. But he didn't want to miss a single detail. Is this the backup plan the Great Light God had mentioned? The god's methods were truly terrifying. The iceberg's wriggling intensified, its massive ridges and cliffs twisting and stretching as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, its entirety rapidly shrinking. It wasn't disappearing, but rather converging inward, its astonishing energy converging towards a single, tiny point. Because of their distance, the supreme survivors couldn't discern the true transformations of the iceberg. They could only sense the endless convergence of elements, each powerful enough to create an explosion that could devastate vast swathes of the sea. This astonishing transformation lasted for over 10 minutes. The Yellow Sea was also rocked by countless tsunamis, spreading to an unknown destination. If the filthy cult ship hadn't been reinforced by a craftsman, it would have been sunk by the tsunami by now. Chief, the iceberg has disappeared. After surviving another tsunami, a member of the tribe cried out in surprise. Really? Where did the iceberg go? What did the god of Grey Light do? Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the iceberg, which had already shrunk several times, had completely vanished. The iceberg, which had previously towered over the sea like a giant island, seemed to have never appeared. All that remained was the boundless Yellow Sea, with the Red Sea faintly visible in the distance. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Sea, hidden somewhere in the distance lay the filthy cult's headquarters. At the top, the highest domed church. The bishop hovered above a makeshift altar made of dark red flesh and blood, a smile plastered on his face, almost too ordinary to be remembered. It seemed as if they were preparing for some ritual. Behind him stood two people, a man and a woman. They were Lucian, whom Jiang Lin had presumed dead, and a young, dark-haired woman whose hands and feet were made of tumors. Both stood respectfully behind the bishop, seemingly unwilling to do anything beyond his command. Huh? The bishop suddenly froze, his indifferent eyes suddenly cold, like a venomous snake sensing a threat. The moment he reacted, an astonishingly vast elemental force converged in the sky, forcibly breaking through the blood mist surrounding the filthy cult. The entire directionless sea was seething. No matter where one stood in the sea, one could see the sky blanketed in astonishing elements of wind, thunder, and water. Indigenous people, remnants of the supreme beings, creatures of the alien sea. Red Sea, Yellow Sea, Blue Sea. Above and below, beneath the sea and in the heavens, one could feel the astonishing force of the thunderstorm gathering, a force that threatened to annihilate the world in an instant. What happened? Is the alien sea about to collapse? This is a natural disaster. A natural disaster. Countless creatures were shocked and terrified, fearing the thunderstorm covering the alien sea would suddenly descend and shatter them to pieces. The bishop gazed at the terrifying thunderstorm gathering above, his expression finally losing its composure. A natural disaster summoner? How is that possible? Shouldn't the supreme cult still have an 8th level? They clearly. He was initially startled for a moment, but then regained his composure, though noticeably more serious than before. How unkind of you, guests. I'm not doing anything, just staying here temporarily. The bishop shook his head and looked at the dark-haired woman behind him. Xiao, pack up your things and move. The woman called Xiao nodded in obedience, and without further movement, the makeshift altar vanished. Let's go! The bishop walked first toward a hollow that seemed to have been prepared long ago, followed by Lucian and Zhu Xiao. He glanced at the hollow, then at the rapidly gathering thunderstorm. Thanks to the blood mist, the elemental condensation was noticeably slower than in the directionless alien sea. Still a little behind, he sighed. As if remembering something amusing, he unconsciously smiled faintly. Grey High, will you welcome me back? In that brief delay, the thunderstorm above had gathered to a point that made him tremble, but he remained calm in the face of this terrifying scene. Fellow rank 8 heirs, he wasn't afraid of the other. His seemingly distraught departure was simply because he didn't want to engage in a pointless struggle. He had more important matters to attend to. There was no need for a pointless fight. Silas! A woman's roar echoed through the thunderstorm. Boom! Before the sound reached the ground, thousands of terrifying lightning strikes had already struck. The entire filthy cult headquarters was cleansed, leaving not even a vestige of ruin behind in the lightning strikes. Chapter 347. You're truly impatient. Bishop Silas didn't enter the cavern directly, instead allowing Lucian and Zhu Xiao to proceed ahead. He remained where he was, feeling the thunderstorm's astonishing power, an elemental explosion capable of striking directly at the very source of spirituality. Boom! As if sensing something, The swirling elemental lightning in the sky condensed into a single, larger lightning column. The lightning column descended upon Silas at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, covering an area thousands of meters around him. Faced with a blow powerful enough to pierce any level 8 creature, Silas neither dodged nor evaded, merely carefully sensing its presence. Firstly, his speed was insufficient to avoid it, and secondly, he knew such an attack would be incapable of killing him. Lightning spread at an astonishing speed. Both the tumorous ground and the air were crushed to ash. This unnamed humanoid island was pierced by the blow, a massive hole ripped open at its head. Nothing remained where Silas had been, as if it had been annihilated by the blow. Just as the endless elementals above thought they had been slain, something unexpected happened. Black filth appeared out of nowhere, without a trace of warning. This filth slowly coalesced, eventually taking the form of Silas. Seemingly unharmed. A faint smile crossed his ordinary face. The destructive power of the Scourgebringer is truly formidable. No other class can compare in this regard. Silas spoke in a commentary, as if reviewing a dish, as if he weren't the one being attacked. It's a shame you're still missing something to kill me. Ever since reaching rank 8, my class has become nearly indestructible. From your voice, it's Fergura, right? You've been resurrected, and even ascended to the 8th level. I'm truly surprised. It seems your supreme cult has a backup plan? But you should understand, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I've helped you destroy the filthy cult in the horizonless sea. You should be grateful to me. Silas spoke a lot, but the elementals above stopped raining down lightning. And indeed, no sound emanated from the shattered filthy cult buildings. The filthy cult is now empty, a mere shell. A woman's response echoed from the elementals. Silas, you're no good either. Silas smiled noncommittally. Whether I'm good or not is none of your business, is it? Gray is still alive. Don't you want to seek revenge on him? He seemed to have thought of something amusing, and his smile widened. Silence. Silas's words struck home, calming the newly resurrected Fergura. Ultimately, she couldn't kill Silas, otherwise she wouldn't have listened to his nonsense. The previous strike was already the maximum power she could exert at the moment. Any ordinary creature would have their spiritual essence annihilated, and there was no way they could be as lively and active as Silas. Level 8 of the hypnosis path was clearly not so easy to kill. There was another reason. Silas wasn't the culprit behind the fall of the supreme cult. To be precise, Silas was just a minor figure at the time. His only role was as a pawn, playing a minimal role in the war. You betrayed the filthy cult? Fergula was puzzled. She couldn't imagine why Silas would destroy the filthy cult here. Me? Betrayal? Silas's grin widened, as if he'd heard something funny, looking a bit strange. No, it wasn't me who betrayed. It was the cult of the filth who betrayed me, betrayed the god. What do you mean? Fulgura thought Silas was crazy. How could a god be betrayed? Mortals, even those of rank 8, had no secrets before a god. However, Silas didn't dwell on the matter, instead changing the subject. What about that man? He must be your supreme cult's backup, right? I wanted to see what he was, but he got away. What a shame. Won't he come to see me? No response. Forget it then, Silas said with a look of regret. I was actually planning to invite him. Boom, another bolt of lightning descended, interrupting Silas's words. He was annihilated once more, and the hole at the head of the humanoid island widened again. But then, the black filth reappeared from thin air, exactly the same as before. Silas's figure gathered. The elementals above fell silent, clearly feeling somewhat helpless in the face of this situation. Fulgura indeed possessed the highest destructive power among the 8th tier, but she was powerless against this bizarre resurrection method. Just like the perverse replicating ability of Kara, the false world master, Silas's seemingly immortal method was also very troublesome. The key was that Fulgura did not know the basis for her resurrection, and the importance of intelligence was fully demonstrated at this moment. This also demonstrated the power of secret informants. But what did Fulgura lack the most right now? Destruction. Boom. 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 Silas wanted to say something, but was annihilated by the continuous lightning pillars. The entire humanoid island seemed to be facing the end of the world. The elements covering the entire directionless alien sea converged here, transforming into one elemental explosion after another, symbolizing wind, thunder, and water. No matter what, just explode. Fergula didn't care about Silas's methods, she just crushed him with destructive force. Since you can be resurrected, I will destroy you so that you won't have time to resurrect. Her thoughts were so simple, just like her simple character. Just like when she was controlled by the 6 desires, she decisively disintegrated into an iceberg. I'm not human anymore, so I have no desires. That's what she thought at the time. The humanoid island was reduced to ruins. The once strict and neatly planned buildings were rubbled. Only countless holes remained, and beneath them lay the eerie Red Sea. Even the blood mist enveloping the island was shattered by the explosion, dispersing into a wandering blood cloud. This terrifying elemental explosion lasted for over an hour. The humanoid island was riddled with holes, leaving no trace of its human form. Fergala paused for a moment, ready to check on Silas. To her surprise, Silas didn't reappear. Instead, a wisp of filth darted directly into the void, which then vanished. Crazy bitch. These 3 words were the only ones heard from afar. Even someone as calm as Silas felt Fergala was unreasonable, and was no longer prepared to engage in further discussion. However, Fergala didn't stop there. After forcing Silas away, she manipulated the elements to continue the bombardment until the humanoid island was completely shattered, taking brainlessness to its extreme. She truly didn't like to think. She never hesitated to discuss things that could be directly blasted. Thanks to Silas's inexplicable manipulation, the filthy cult of the directionless sea was annihilated. The elements that blanketed the entire directionless sea gradually dissipated, but a faint elemental force still lingered in every corner. These were the eyes left by Fergala. Under some strange blessing, she was the equivalent of a god in the directionless sea. Chapter 348. The directionless alien sea is trembling. Creatures both in the air and in the sea can clearly feel this. If a creature could survey the entire alien sea, they would notice that the blue sea is gradually increasing, while the yellow and red sea areas are gradually decreasing. Although this change is not obvious, it is indeed happening. The elemental forces of the entire alien sea are being mobilized by some kind of pull, as if purging pollution. This pull originates from Fergala, but not entirely. To be precise, it is the return of the 8th level Calamity Invoker that has activated the will of the directionless alien sea. Alien sea creatures return to supremacy. A majestic and cold female voice resounded throughout the directionless alien sea, and a terrifying elemental storm swept across the sea and underwater. Though the meaning of these words was unknown, all sentient beings knew it at this moment. The directionless alien sea has welcomed its master, a supreme being capable of annihilating any creature or race in the alien sea. She is like a natural disaster, and a single stomp of her foot shakes the entire alien sea. Jianlin had no idea what was happening. He was still unconscious, and this time it was noticeably longer than previous altered low-level professionals. Unlike previous comas, where he completely lost consciousness, this time he seemed to have entered a strange state. He seemed to see 3 beings. Their specific appearances were unclear, or perhaps he couldn't recognize or remember them. The one closest to him had an octopus head, a face covered in tentacles, a near-human form, and wings on its back. Perhaps this was just his perception, as there was no other way to describe their existence. This being was closest to him, faintly obscuring the other 2. Behind him was a multi-armed beauty? Or perhaps a human-faced spider? Jianglin felt very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Although the appearances of these 2 were indescribable, Jianglin could at least describe them using his own understanding. The third was truly indescribable. How could he describe it? Jianlin's words truly made it difficult to describe this being. It was even unclear whether it existed, or whether its existence had any meaning for it. To describe it in the crudest terms possible, it was a collection of iridescent spheres, a glorious portal, a core of chaos that transcended the ultimate boundaries of space and time. It existed in all time and space, or perhaps it was space and time itself. It was detached from reality, yet existed within it. All things existed because of it. Time and space existed because of it. It controlled the ultimate door. To sum it up in the light of the most ancient authority of the Yin nation, it was the Tao. Jianlin could confidently say that his description was worthless and had no reference value. He believed that everyone who could see it would have a different opinion. That was, assuming they could see it and still narrate it normally. Thanks to the indescribable obstruction provided by the octopus head, Jianlin glimpsed a glimpse without feeling the slightest discomfort. Just as he was about to escape this state and return to reality, "Don't do this again." The being that obscured him spoke, its words resonating deep within his consciousness. Jianlin thought of the 3 strange phenomena that had occurred when he had transformed the iceberg, and when he reflected on what he was seeing now, he began to understand. This was a warning to him not to transform high-level professionals again. Perhaps he had inadvertently violated some taboo, or perhaps the transformation had led him uncontrollably to approach certain entities. In any case, Jianlin silently kept this in mind. Boom! Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and endless lightning flashed, striking the Red Sea with astonishing speed and terrifying power. One mutant creature after another was shattered into dust by the falling lightning, while the wind element, carrying psychic energy and products like the fog-repelling fire, gathered together. It was like a thunderbolt annihilating the world. When Jianlin opened his eyes, he saw this scene. He was now being carried aloft by the wind, as all the lightning strikes bypassed him like eyes, blasting towards the unknown depths of the Red Sea. Awake? A high, casual female voice echoed from the side. Jianlin glanced sideways. He saw a tall woman in a high-slit black ritual robe, with pale blue skin, standing suspended in the air. Her features were graceful and straightforward, giving off a sense of frankness. Sensing the spiritual imprint within her, it was easy to guess her identity. "What are you doing?" The relentless roar of thunder, and its inherent power made Jianglin's hair stand on end. "Purify and defile," the woman's response was succinct. Glancing at the dark clouds covering the sky, Jianlin wondered where she found the physical or spiritual strength to sustain such an exertion. Even for a level 8 professional, unleashing abilities comes at a price, right? "I haven't asked your name yet?" "Fulgura." "Who you are?" Jianlin felt like he was checking his household registration. Fulgura, unsure, asked back, "Before or now?" "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is. I used to be the high priest of the supreme cult, and now, I'm yours." Jianlin waited for a long time, but nothing came of it. "My what?" Couldn't the punctuation be misleading? He didn't dwell on Fulgura's grammatical errors. After all, they both understood what she meant. 10 minutes later, Jianlin understood what had happened during his coma. A day had passed since he'd been in a coma, now the 76th day. The time wasn't a problem. Thankfully, he'd woken up. "Don't do that again." The octopus's indescribable warning lingered in his ears. Only now had he realized the risks posed by those in the mutated profession. He should be thankful that he'd only previously transformed a low-level one, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. The purpose of transforming Fulgura had been successfully accomplished, and even exceeded expectations. Not only had Bishop Silas been driven away, but the Filthy Order's base in the Dimensionless Sea had been completely destroyed. The reason Fulgura was so powerful, able to unleash horrific natural disasters without regard for cost, was because the Supreme Cult's leaders possessed means to connect with the consciousness of the Dimensionless Sea. In the Dimensionless Sea, any rank 8 member of the Supreme Cult could mobilize all the elemental forces of the Dimensionless Sea, a near infinite amount. This meant that if Fulgura so desired, she could even directly slaughter all the creatures of the Dimensionless Sea, truly annihilating the world. Absolute control and destructive power. As long as she was in the Dimensionless Sea, no rank 8 member could stand up to Fulgura. Even Silas, possessing the uncanny ability of resurrection, could only flee in disarray. As for Fulgura's transformed profession and skills, the Altered Sky Order promoted her to Foul Caller Fake. Foul Caller, Fake Level 8? A product of an unknown contamination, the Scourge Caller can summon Foul Callers, remaining indestructible within them. Anything touching the Foul Caller becomes nourishment for the Foul Caller's growth. At level 8, the concept of skills ceases to exist. Like all Scourge Callers, Fulgura is the embodiment of the elements. As long as there are elements she can control, she can be reborn through them. As long as the elements are indestructible, she remains indestructible. As for her offensive and defensive methods, they are naturally tied to the elements. Under normal conditions, a level 8 caller can control elements at a range of nearly 1 million meters, equivalent to a large country. Within this range, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. All elements are Fulgura's eyes and hands. This is the power of a Scourge Caller, and its destructive power is truly Scourge level. Chapter 349. The biggest difference between Fulgura's transformed class, the Filthy Scourge, and other Calamity Invokers is that she can summon Filthy Scourges. Compared to Calamity Invokers, who can only fight their enemies through elemental means, Fulgura undoubtedly has an additional trump card. Filthy Scourge is a distorted elemental disaster. It can be seen as a collapsed and distorted state of the elements, symbolizing destruction and the end. Filthy Scourge will not shrink in any way, but will only grow larger. Everything that comes into contact with it, whether energy or matter, becomes its nourishment. I didn't dare use this ability. I always felt it would get out of control. When Fulgura spoke of Filthy Scourge, her usually straightforward expression suddenly became solemn, and she seemed timid. What kind of monster have I transformed into? After hearing this, Jianlin also felt that this ability was simply evil beyond belief. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded, it should be used when necessary. So what if it's evil? Why would I care about the flood after I die? Should I hold it in until I die without using it? What's the difference between that and being a fool? After transforming into Fulgura, Jianlin also gained a deeper understanding of level 8 professionals. If level 6, with its true name engraving, was the dividing line between low and high levels, then level 8 was definitely a major qualitative leap. If level 7 is still within the human realm, then level 8 is already extremely close to being divine. Both Kala's pseudo-world lord and Fulgura's unholy disaster envoy possess near-godlike abilities unimaginable to ordinary people. Pseudo-world lords create pseudo-realms, within which they infinitely replicate level 8. Anyone who has seen it can perfectly replicate it. Disaster envoys transform into elements, creating natural disasters. As long as the elements are indestructible, I am indestructible. And Bishop Silas's strange resurrection ability, and Darian's forbidden phantom. If Jianlin hadn't sacrificed the forgotten paper figure, he would have been unable to withstand Darian's attack. The lack of new skills at level 8 is the most direct manifestation of this qualitative change. At this level, one has transcended the limitations of so-called skills and begun to gain control over the essence of the path. Is this part of authority? Jianlin couldn't help but think of the authority Serena had mentioned. She said that the alienation technique was originally composed of 3 authorities, 1 large and 2 small, but that it had undergone unknown changes. In fact, even without the unknown changes, alienation technique should still be quite powerful. He had no basis for this, but simply felt that way. Beneath the dark clouds, Jianlin and Fergala stood side by side in the air. Boom! Boom! The lightning pillars continued to fall, and the waters of the Red Sea began to squeeze. The terrifying pressure crushed the mutated creatures into pieces. She had clearly decided that the lightning wasn't fast enough, so she mobilized the water element. Psychic energy surged in, coalescing into a vast, dark blue sphere, a truly stunning sight. You're planning to wipe out all the mutated creatures this way? Thinking of the vastness of the directionless alien sea, Jianlin felt that Fergala was nothing more than a fool, all about swinging his fists. And yet, this fool possessed the power to annihilate the world. Isn't that good? Fergala asked, turning her head in confusion. Jianlin held his forehead with his hand. How long will this killing spree last? Although Fergala could mobilize the entire elemental power of the alien sea, unleashing natural disasters regardless of cost, she was limited by her own spiritual awareness, and couldn't eliminate the entire sea in one fell swoop. The directionless alien sea was immense, and even with Fergala's speed of large-scale cleansing, it would take months to complete. What's your plan? Hearing this, Fergala's stubborn mind finally came to its senses. She always did things this way. Once she made a decision, she didn't bother to think about right or wrong. Jianlin spat out 2 words. Time. What do you mean? Be direct. Fergala tugged impatiently at his sleeve. He explained. From what you said, the consciousness of the directionless alien sea has been awakened. It will naturally gradually shrink the red and yellow seas, and the area available for the mutated creatures to survive will only become smaller and smaller. Wouldn't it take much less time if you waited a while before taking action? What you should do now is to fully control the water element to help the blue sea expand. Oh, Fergala said, suddenly understanding. Jianlin saw this and realized that Fergala truly didn't like to think, and wasn't the violent solution he thought. He watched her for a long time, thinking Fergala had some strange habit of killing people, but it seemed he was overthinking it. The dark clouds gradually dissipated. Instead, a surging water elemental force surged, but since it was underwater, the movement was muted. The seemingly annihilating directionless alien sea finally returned to calm. Countless indigenous people and intelligent creatures began praying to the new Supreme Lord, expressing their gratitude for the Master's mercy. Clearly, Fergala's earlier declaration and the subsequent catastrophic commotion had terrified all living beings. TSK. Jianlin waved his hand, bringing over the large ball of psychic objects and fog-repelling fire seeds. A rough estimate suggested there were perhaps thousands of fog-repelling fire seeds and countless psychic objects, and that wasn't all. Many of those far away had been carelessly tossed into the blue sea by Fergala, claiming to preserve psychic energy. Jianlin was surprised that Fergala had such a mind, but she explained that this was part of the Supreme Cult's philosophy. Maintaining order in the directionless sea and obeying the will of God were the foundations of the Supreme Cult. Even so, the amount Jianlin currently held alone was a fortune unimaginable to ordinary people. Fergala was the ruler and most powerful being of the directionless sea, and Jianlin was Fergala's master. So the directionless sea was Jianlin's territory. In other words, he was financially free, Looking at the vast mass of psychic energy gathering in the sky, Jiang Lin, who had never worried about money before, felt nothing. Alas. For some reason, Jiang Lin sighed for no apparent reason. Life without worries was truly dull. One transformation, gaining an 8th level subordinate, and the entire fogless land, it was undoubtedly his most profitable experience. A few hours later, carrying tens of thousands of fog-repellent fire seeds, and nearly 200 source crystal-based psychic items, Jiang Lin returned to the misty world. Fergura remained in the directionless sea to guard against any rank 8 bishops sneaking into his backyard. As for the remnants of the supreme cult, or the remaining followers of the misty world, he left them to Fergura to handle. With her spiritual imprint, Fergura's loyalty was unquestionable. It was just that she was rather stubborn, so sometimes she needed Jiang Lin's orders to make a decision. Sell them all? Jiang Lin hesitated. Would this number? Looking at the fog-repellent fire seeds in his backpack, he felt like he was playing a hacked version of a game. While other survivors were still racking their brains for single-digit fog-repellent fire seeds, he had already broken through 5 digits. It's just that people's joys and sorrows are not shared. Thinking of 2 important things he had to do later, he simply didn't bother with this matter. He simply opened the Survivor forum and posted 10,000 fog-repellent fire starters for sale. Shop number 9 is waiting for you. Original poster, Jiang Lin. This post immediately caused an uproar. All 69 batches of survivors experienced the gap between people, sometimes even wider than that between humans and dogs. Chapter 350. Compared to the indifferent Jiang Lin, the survivors were practically going crazy. The number of replies to the post quickly broke 3 digits, and continued to rise. Am I seeing this correctly? Are you sure it's 10,000? Did Mr. Jiang Lin put 2 extra zeros? The person above is superficial. Although I find it unbelievable, Jiang Lin's father never jokes. No, you're already claiming him as your father. Where's your dignity? Dignity is worthless in front of 10,000 mist-repellent sparks. How many crystals does that cost? I feel like I'm going to faint. Let me calculate it for you. 3 billion. The survivors, having come to their senses, were completely stunned. While they were still working themselves to death for 10 or 20,000 crystals, there were actually people who could easily make over 100 million in a single transaction. And not just a few 100 million, but 3 billion. Many survivors who had never even seen 100,000 crystals were envious to the point of embarrassment. If jealousy could kill, Jiang Lin would have died hundreds of millions of times. How many source crystals are 3 billion crystals? Not much, actually. Only about 3,000. Just 3,000 level 7 creatures, not worth a penny. Honestly, Jiang Lin had never seen so much money before. All his belongings were worth less than 300 source crystals, and that was even after selling a batch of fog-repellent fire seeds. Before, he sold purified sewage and red silk meat lotus every day, plus the potions painstakingly produced by Linyu, and the runes and weapons from Big Head and Little Tan. All this income added up to only 6 to 7 source crystals a day. However, Fergula, with the help of the elemental calamity, easily harvested 10,000 fog-repellent fire seeds in just half a day of harvesting in the directionless sea. Selling all of them would net 3,000 source crystals, not counting the output of the mutated creatures themselves. But that output is only a fraction of the total. The reason Jiang Lin could earn so many crystals was entirely due to the premium on the fog-repellent fire seeds, and their current difficulty in obtaining them. It was a bonus of the times. As survivors gradually break through to higher levels, and more survivors reach levels 5 and 6, the price of fog-repellent fire seeds will surely drop. But regardless, this wave of profiteering, and his willingness to help others was enough to ensure Jiang Lin no longer had to worry about source crystals. Making the bed with source crystals directly wasn't a bad idea either. Survivor Gathering Shop 9. Following the last fog-repellent fire seed sale, the place was once again packed, with survivors of all races lining up in long lines. As Jiang Lin put the 10,000 fog-repellent fire seeds on the shelf, he could notice by Miao's steady body tremble. The sudden pressure of work made by Miao realized the difficulty of spiritual life. He had instructed that, to minimize scalping, purchases must be made with real names and with capital verification. There were certainly loopholes, but it could still deter a fair number of opportunists. Because Gate 1 only had the top 1,000 survivors, Jiang Lin specifically asked his Ice Crystal Clan near-god servants, Lung Lulu and Lung Lily, to assist the survivors from lower gates in arranging deliveries. The two sisters were extremely obedient to the grade-like god's orders, while also secretly speculating on his purpose in impersonating a survivor. How could a real survivor possibly have obtained 10,000 fog-repellent fire seeds at this stage? This was undoubtedly a miracle. Unfortunately, the two girls couldn't understand why, if he was impersonating, the gray light god didn't look like one at all. Perhaps the gods don't understand the hardships of survival, and think this is just everyday life for survivors? Lung Lilio's speculation prompted her sister Lung Lily to nod, in a serious tone. So even gods can be careless and make mistakes. After this speculation, they suddenly felt closer to the god of gray light. Arrangements were made for the sale. Amidst the survivors' jeers, such as "Daddy, look at me," and "Godfather, please accept me," Jiang Lin left the gathering with a strange expression. A saying goes, wealth brings wealth to the father, and reputation is true. Half a day ago, while Jiang Lin was still unconscious in the alien sea, Han Xiaoxiao was busy with something big. Of course, if he had known Jiang Lin would later sell promotion materials internally, he might not have gone to all the trouble to pull off this act. Among the endless mountains, wind elements continued to gather, and a beautiful succubus woman moved swiftly. Unfortunately, her expression was extremely grim, her beautiful face somewhat distorted. Damn it! Mosa gritted her teeth, feeling incredibly unlucky today. She had only recently ascended to the 5th level Mystic Scholar, and had only recently learned of its taboos. Kind tribe members had warned her not to leave the sanctuary without permission, lest she be detected by the peak 5th level beings. She had been staying home for the past few days, but the long period of suffocation had overwhelmed her primal desires, and she couldn't help but venture out in search of prey. This prey wasn't a mist creature, but a male. Succubi have a trait, seducing males and consuming them during pleasure to strengthen themselves. Over the past few days, her advancement to 5th level had heightened her allure, allowing her to succeed several times. The lack of incidents had gradually lowered her guard, until she met the man she met today. He was the most perfect, most alluring male Mosa had ever seen. Instinct told her that if she succeeded in seducing him, she might be able to reach the pinnacle of level 5. Her instinct was correct. But Mosa wasn't happy, because the other man was also here for her. Not for pleasure, but to devour her. Literally, Mosa had considered a direct confrontation, but at the same level 5, the power of all his abilities was more than twice hers. And that guy wasn't normal. He had strange tentacles growing from his back. As a succubus, she had seen thousands, if not tens of thousands, of male creatures, but never anything so bizarre. If it weren't for the succubus's innate blood escape, she wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Using the Mystic Scholar's skill, Elemental Teleport, Mosa's body transformed into a lightning element and dissipated. She reappeared on a mountaintop 10 kilometers away. She was sure she had escaped far enough that the cold, eerie man wouldn't be able to catch up. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she froze. How is this possible? She cried out in shock. She saw a young man with silver hair and blue eyes hovering in front of her. 32 strange tentacles stretched from his tailbone, covering the sky and completely obscuring her vision. Those tentacles were covered with suction cups and eyeballs, and a sticky liquid slid down them, making them extremely creepy. Run! Masha reacted quickly, gathering her strength to activate elemental teleportation again. However, contrary to her expectations, she felt the elemental energy around her sluggish, as if blocked. Masha quickly understood the reason, and at the same time, a sense of despair welled up in her. Arcane Binding, one of the arcane instructor's abilities. But this man's use was far more powerful than hers. Why was that? Both at level 5, why was there such a huge disparity? The succubus's innate talent, blood escape, had already been used, and she couldn't use it again for a day, or else it would be suicide. But she had no chance of success against this cold and powerful man. No matter what, it seemed her only fate was death. The elements began to stir. Mosa knew the other man was preparing a fatal blow, and had no intention of saying a word to her. Her thoughts raced. She quickly pulled her top down to her waist, revealing her voluptuous upper body. Chapter 351. Knowing she couldn't win, Mosa decided to play to her strengths. She flaunted her impressive figure, and adopted a pitiful expression. Don't kill me, I can serve you. At this point, she fully displayed her succubus qualities. That alluring and endearing look would have been unbearable for any male, who would have wanted to immediately embrace her and play with her. I'm willing to sign a slave contract, I can. But before she could finish her words, she saw several terrifying wind, thunder, and fire elemental attacks barreling towards her. Cowardly fellow. While mentally cursing, Mosa quickly mobilized her meager elemental power, condensing it into an earth elemental shield. Han Xiaoxiao watched with a cold expression. Neither Jasmine's stripping nor her resistance evoked the slightest emotion in his expression. The only thing that surprised him during this hunting promotion was the opponent's blood escape. As for everything else, Jasmine's skills were no match for his. She crushed him completely. I've been divinely strengthened, and I'm unmatched at my level. Han Xiaoxiao always held this belief, spending every day either in combat or on the way to battle. Sometimes, if that wasn't enough, he'd challenge monsters or ferocious beasts of a higher level. Although he often had to flee in the end, those who simply outclassed him would eventually be dealt with. His relentless hunting day and night allowed him to quickly advance to level 5, relying on potions and crystal-eating techniques. He reached its peak at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. He thought reaching level 6 would be difficult, but unexpectedly, he happened to sense a level 5 creature, leading to the current situation. Boom! Without a moment's delay, the terrifying elemental explosion shaved the mountain flat. Mosa's earth elemental shield shattered like glass. The explosion ripped her apart, sending her flying and slamming into the arcane elemental confinement. Cough! She spat out a mouthful of black blood in agony. Her face was unrecognizable, her flesh torn and ripped, not a trace of intactness left. She was a far cry from her former allure. Han Xiaoxiao was not one to show mercy to women. He only had eyes for the great light god Jianglin. To get closer to the god, he was willing to do anything. A woman? He wouldn't stop for a moment for such a worthless thing. Please. I will. Mosa trembled, trying to utter a plea for mercy. But then she was met with the emotionless, terrifying ice spikes that pierced her from below. Puff, puff, puff. A continuous piercing sound echoed, and her broken body was pierced by the ice spikes, suspended in midair. A hint of confusion still lingered in her lifeless eyes. She couldn't understand why, despite her stunning beauty, the man still didn't hesitate to kill her. Isn't a living level 5 worth less than a dead one? Not only could she be a pleasant sight, but she could also serve as a thug. Why didn't this man agree? But she was destined to receive no answer. Plop. Dozens of tentacles supported Han Xiaoxiao to the ground. He had grown accustomed to this body, unfazed by his terrifying appearance. This was a gift from the gods, a symbol of a loyal servant. For a moment, he even felt more perfect than before, evident in his ability to easily crush other occult scholars. Each tentacle contained a powerful skill he had meticulously prepared, far surpassing that of his peers. On the ice ridge, the black blood contracted, and Jasmine's body slowly condensed inward. A tentacle fragment resembling a suction cup emerged. Supreme Fragment, Level 5, a source material required for certain professions to advance, extremely rare. The moment the fragment appeared, an intense hunger surged through Han Xiaoxiao's mind, making him want to devour it immediately. Han Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. Promotion! A pull surged through his body, and the supreme fragment transformed into a strange energy that flowed into his body, merging with his spiritual essence. A certain shackle was broken, and a sense of transcendence arose. After losing weight, Han Xiaoxiao had entered a pitch-black, mysterious space. At the end of the darkness lay the madly surging fundamental elements, from which countless sub-elements were derived. Controlling them was equivalent to controlling everything. Like all professionals, Han Xiaoxiao had been to this space many times, and was accustomed to the scene. Beneath his feet was a staircase that seemed endless, yet seemed to reach its end in one step. Try to take a step. Engrave your true name. Whether through spiritual intuition or Jianglin's description, he had been prepared for this. Han Xiaoxiao didn't care for something so mysterious and abstract to him, and casually gestured on the steps. Nothing was written, but the lengthy text on the steps had already begun to engrave itself. Tempesta's Arcana Vindex. 3 ancient words emerged, and spiritual intuition had already told Han Xiaoxiao their meaning. The judge who wields the storm, the blind loyalty that toppled the tower, the scapegoat whose fate was reshuffled. He didn't understand each one, let alone the combination of them. Han Xiaoxiao had never paid much attention to such matters, so he didn't pause, and simply stepped forward. The illusory staircase beneath his feet was like a swift stream of light. This step was farther than the previous 4, a single one, yet surpassed several previous advancements. The Lu FH. A faint whisper echoed, and he felt weightless. The advancement was complete, and in the blink of an eye, Han Xiaoxiao was back in reality. He was now Elemental Reversal Officer, Elemental Reversal Officer, Level 6, a product of the Elemental Arbiter's unknown contamination. Skills can be stored in their tentacles, doubling the power of skills released from them. Skills. Reverse Elemental Explosion, a Level 6 class skill. Harmonizing water and fire, wind and earth, it fuses unbalanced elements, creating a terrifying explosion capable of damaging spirits. Aerial Escape, a Level 6 class skill. Consuming spiritual energy to escape through the air element, The effect is equivalent to teleportation, circumventing most abilities that prohibit teleportation. This class, derived from the elemental arbiter, differs most significantly from the original class in its ability to reverse elements. All practitioners of this path know that the combination of wind, thunder, and fire is the most powerful known elemental combination. It's not that other combinations aren't powerful, but rather that the elements repel each other. Until reaching the 8th level and freely controlling the elements, all practitioners of the 5-element master path must adhere to the laws of the elements. Combining the 3 elements is difficult. The most effective and powerful are wind, thunder, and fire, while wind, thunder, and water are relatively weak but deliver sustained damage. But with water and earth, fire, thunder, and wind cannot be combined. The same applies to fire and earth. Thus, Han Xiaoxiao, with his reverse elemental explosion skill, is undoubtedly the most lethal of his peers, bar none. As for Fergala, the foul disaster envoy, her power is on another level, and Han Xiaoxiao cannot currently compare. Because what he has, Fergala also has, but she just can't use it. Back to the present. Jiang Lin had no idea that Han Xiaoxiao had secretly advanced to the 6th level on his own. He was currently planning something big. Assassinate a level 8. Yes, after Darien, he's going after a level 8 again, targeting none other than the Snow Dragon clan leader, Zexus, who had previously plotted against him. The reason for the assassination was, of course, to avoid complications. The old dragon possesses divine descent, capable of summoning the old gods. Jiang Lin can't currently handle such a being. Chapter 352. Unlike the red-eyed dark sheep, most of whom are professionals, the snow dragons are all ferocious beasts. This means that killing them will reward you with a treasure chest. This includes the snow dragon leader Zexus. A Tier 8 treasure chest alone is reason enough for him to take action. Tier 8 creatures are rare in the Misty World, and those who can survive, while Tier 8 creatures hunt each other for spirit crystals are truly elite, or perhaps even well-connected. Thus, Zexus, who can simultaneously produce spirit crystals, treasure chests, and materials, is a godsend for Jiang Lin. Furthermore, the snow dragons have repeatedly run into his trap, and Zexus has even taken the initiative to play dirty. These 3 factors combined have resulted in Jiang Lin's death sentence for this race. With the scar of ember of hatred, the feud between the 2 sides is irreconcilable. It's a one or the other situation. It was all the snow dragon's own choice. Who told these so-called dependent races to create the embers of vengeance? There weren't many level 8 enemies that came their way. Even if it meant offending the unknown old gods behind the snow dragons, he wasn't about to let them go. When risks and benefits coexist, if you can't resist the allure of the benefits, all you can do is minimize the risks and seek a foolproof opportunity. So, to be on the safe side, Jiang Lin decided to first understand how Zexus performed his divine descent before making any plans. And there happened to be an alien that could do just that. Eye of Parasite, level 6, can parasitize targets of level 6 or lower, controlling their bodies and minds, slowly plundering their spiritual essence, and eventually completely replacing them. Limited to 1, with a 10-day cooldown. In Jiang Lin's prison realm, Parasite had never been able to flourish. This Eye of the Plunderer, originally transformed from a slave contract into a species of slave, and later further transformed into a species of slave, is a natural-born spy. After plundering the spiritual essence, the plunderer can even successfully deceive gods. The so-called spiritual essence is the foundation of a living being, the most fundamental foundation even for gods. It is not a spirit body, nor is it independent of the physical body. It is more like a living being's existence itself. If spiritual consciousness arises from the spirit body, then spiritual perception is born from the spiritual essence. Physical constitution corresponds to the physical body, and mental awareness corresponds to the spirit body. The spiritual essence corresponds to the name. Jiang Lin now understands. The mysterious space that professionals enter upon advancement is the spiritual perception entering the spiritual space. The spiritual space encompasses all things and connects everything. Every living being has a unique name, inscribed in the spiritual space at its birth. An advancement is the transformation of the spiritual essence. Therefore, the spiritual essence is extremely important, yet also extremely mysterious and profound. This shows how extraordinary the power of Jilyu, who can plunder the spiritual essence, is. It can be said to completely replace a living being, from the inside out, completely. Jiang Lin also has another altered object related to the spiritual essence, the 7th level rotating body. It requires separating half of the spiritual essence to activate, forming a switchable body. But because the spiritual essence is so important, he has not used it, and he is unsure of the consequences. If the spiritual body is damaged, Lung Jing can help repair it, but whether the spiritual essence can be repaired is still unknown. After all, it is so mysterious and profound. In short, Jiang Lin has sent Jilyu undercover. With its capabilities, it is absolutely foolproof. All he needed to do now was wait, like a dormant hunter, and strike the final blow when his prey emerged. Strange Mist Spirit Hall. It was a rare occasion for Jiang Lin to organize and participate in a member council. With Mo Ben present, the secret meetings communications and items could be removed from the system. Before doing so, everyone needed to be aware of Mo Ben's presence. It's worth noting that he had upgraded the Strange Mist Spirit Hall with source crystals before entering. Yes, in layman's terms, it meant spending money to upgrade. The cost was enormous, requiring around 100 source crystals to successfully reach level 7. After that, he invested nearly 1,000 more source crystals, reaching the level 7 bottleneck. Going further required spirit crystals. A true crystal-devouring beast. If this weren't his base camp, and the very essence of his spiritual essence, he would have been reluctant to leave. Appearance-wise, aside from being more eerie and featuring more symbols on the stone pillars, there wasn't much change. The gray fog lingering inside and outside the spirit hall had grown thicker. Strange Mist Temple, level 7. This special spiritual space exists within the origin. The method of entry is unknown. After a creature imprints its spirituality, the spirit can enter it at any time, protected by the passive Strange Mist. The temple can host the spirit, allowing it to exist permanently without a physical body. Strange Mist, a passive effect that increases the spiritual resistance of the creature based on the temple's owner's mental attributes. Consuming gray mist automatically protects against one spiritual attack, requiring entry into the temple to recharge. The cooldown is 8 hours. Protecting against level 7 spiritual attacks, the cooldown is shortened by 4 hours, a significant improvement. This effect also applies to Jiang Lin himself, but unfortunately, few creatures of the same level can damage him, making it less significant. Only when the Strange Mist Temple reaches level 8 will this effect be realized on him. The vast hall was shrouded in gray mist, and Jiang Lin sat upright on a stone chair at the very top. This is the Lord's Temple. Lung Lulu and Ling Lily, entering the weird mist temple for the first time, were stunned and thrilled. They were seated in the second row. The grandeur of the temple, the eerie and mysterious gray mist. Everything demonstrated the Lord's power, and their good fortune as near God's servants. Unlike her sister, who was constantly surveying the surroundings, Lung Lulu was observing the rest of the Lord's subordinates. The most conspicuous figure was an ice giant, given its size. It was second from the left in the first row. He must be very powerful. Although Lung Lulu didn't know the ice giant's rank, she could sense its overwhelming pressure. To the ice giant's left sat a pale blue-skinned woman of unknown depth, wearing a high-slit black robe. Queen Lung Bai was fourth, preceded by a middle-aged man with a square face and thick eyebrows and purple hair. Since the queen was already at rank 6, the 3 preceding her must be at least as high. To the queen's right sat 2 men and 5 women. None of them can sense their rank. Lung Lulu realized that these people were probably all rank 5, and here, she and her sister were at the bottom. There were actually empty seats in the first row, but the queen had reserved seats in the second row for them when she entered, seemingly with good reason. At this moment, Jiang Lin, at the very top, spoke. Shrouded in gray mist, his voice sounded both majestic and ethereal. Well done. He first turned to Han Xiaoxiao, who was in the 5th position. You're the first member of the order to reach rank 6 on your own. Your enterprising spirit is commendable. Master Ghost, I also relied on you. Han Xiaoxiao was flattered. His humble words were interrupted by Jiang Lin, who raised his hand. I only care about the results. Jiang Lin then glanced at the crowd. The same goes for you. I hope that in the future, through your own efforts, you can all reach rank 7, or even obtain the slate to step higher. He addressed these words to Ian, Lung Bai, and the members who followed. Alan and Fergala had already reached a bottleneck in the mortal realm, their level even higher than Jiang Lin's. He himself had no idea how to proceed, so he had no intention of guiding them. Chapter 353. After some witty remarks reminiscent of those at the company's annual meeting, Jiang Lin finally got down to business. With a thought, a dog with black fur and strange white markings appeared nearby. He reached out and patted the dog's head, saying to the crowd, It's called Kitog Mobin. It's my messenger. Remember its name. Everyone looked over and saw the black fur and white striped dog looking at them with a look of extremely human disdain. That look, like looking at a group of ants, was particularly infuriating. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Jianglin glanced sideways at Mobin. The dog's eyes immediately cleared, and its attitude was as ingratiating as it could be, completely devoid of its previous arrogance. Jianglin was a little puzzled, guessing they must have found the idea of a dog as a messenger a bit odd. Not taking it seriously, he continued his introduction. You can call Mobin and store your items there. It's safer and more secure than a system. I also issue commands through Mobin when necessary, so seeing it is like seeing me. One more thing. I previously exterminated a race and obtained a lot of level 5 advancement materials. You can exchange them with Mobin for 10 crystal essences. This wasn't to earn crystal essences, but to verify the members' abilities. If they could independently kill 10 level 5 creatures, it would be sufficient to prove they were qualified for advancement to a higher level. After Jianglin finished speaking, everyone, except Meng Zi, whose spirit form remained in the spirit hall, and Han Xiaoxiao, all showed expressions of surprise. Han Xiaoxiao, So the level 5 advancement materials he'd painstakingly hunted were nothing to Jianglin, and he'd easily given away so many. This made him feel strangely disappointed, and the excitement he just felt at the god's praise instantly cooled. Sun Huanyu leaned over quietly to offer solace. It's okay, Xiao. At least you proved yourself. Get lost. Han Xiaoxiao didn't want to pay any attention to this guy. The two of them had always been at odds, though Han Xiaoxiao's dislike for Sun Huanyu was, of course, one-sided. He always felt that he was too lazy and lacked tact, a disgrace to the order. Hee. Sun Huanyu had intended to offer solace, but it was met with disappointment, so he just laughed it off. He was currently debating whether to offer his energized Rem battle puppet to the Ghost Lord. But looking at the solemn expressions of the people around him, and the mysterious Jianglin perched high on the stone pedestal, he silently abandoned the idea. He had a feeling that if he did something like this, he'd be expelled from the order soon. After introducing Mo Ban, Jianglin asked the new member to introduce himself. He silently surveyed the Ghost Mist Order, which he had single-handedly founded. It now numbered 13 members, and there would be more in the future. With the exception of Alan and the Liuli sisters, all of them were transformed professionals. Once they reached maturity, not only would the secret society reach the pinnacle of the mortal world, but Jianglin would also be able to master all the professional skills through his transformation. The only regret was that Meng Zi couldn't advance any further beyond level 5. Without the stone tablet to conceal her, she couldn't appear in the outside world, otherwise Norbus would instantly detect her and deprive her of her privacy. After getting to know each other more or less, Lin Yu once again served as secretary, explaining the rules and regulations to the new members. Jianglin looked at Alan. How's the ice god I introduced you to? The ice god? The old god behind the ice giants. After their last separation, Jianglin had asked Alan to inquire about the specifics of their clan leader. Master Ghost, that old fellow was very tight-lipped. Thanks to my punching him several times, I finally managed to force some information out of him, Alan said with a smug look. Physical persuasion, huh? Jianglin mourned for his clan leader. This fellow had absolutely no respect for the elderly, and the young, showing no respect for the leader who had always protected them. But none of this mattered to Jianglin. He wasn't the one getting beaten, after all. So he gestured for Alan to continue. Alan grew serious. The ice god is a very strange deity, but I don't think calling him a god is appropriate. He's more like a source of pollution. Jianglin frowned, and the other members pricked up their ears. Although this matter was far from their own, the pursuit of secrecy was ingrained in all creatures of the mist, and it was extremely difficult to suppress. This was the principle of secrecy in action. The ice god responds to his followers indiscriminately, and each descent requires a corresponding sacrifice. Otherwise, the followers who summon the deity will pay a heavy price. I just learned that the tribe leader is one of the ice god's key anchors in the misty world. If he dies, the ice god will use this opportunity to descend, bringing a level of pollution that a level 8 professional cannot resist. So any level 8 professional who understands something won't bother the tribe leader. Is this the old god? Jianglin thought it was a good thing he didn't go out and kill the snow dragon tribe leader. Acting rashly without understanding the trigger for his descent would be tantamount to seeking death. So the so-called old gods are just like this, completely unlike the noble and holy beings most people imagine. Are the snow dragons also followers of the ice god? He was quite concerned about this. No. Alan shook his head. The old god behind the snow dragon seems to be related to the eyes, and the tribe leader doesn't know the specifics. What a shame. It seems that trying to learn about the snow dragons from the ice giants won't work. It all depends on whether the Jilua mission goes smoothly. After hearing the ice god's divine conditions, Jianglin's vigilance on this matter has risen to a new level. As expected, high rewards also mean high risks. A level 8 treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. After the meeting, Lung Lulu and Lung Lily returned to their bodies with a mixture of emotions. At just level 4, they felt their experiences today would be enough to shock them for a long time. Sister, am I dreaming? I'm actually introducing myself in front of 2 level 8 beings. Lung Lily patted her chest, unsure how she'd even started. When the beautiful sister, claiming to be a level 8 filthy disaster envoy, introduced herself, she felt a slight ringing in her ears. We should thank the Lord for granting us admission to the order. We must work even harder, and strive not to be the last in the order. Lung Lulu, at least on the surface, appeared much better than her younger sister, but only she knew the turmoil within. By the way, let's call Mobin out. The Lord said we can put things in there. Lung Lily had barely finished her words when she saw her sister pointing to her side. Ah! She turned her head, and was startled to see a pitch-black object appear out of nowhere. Don't be afraid. It's Mobin. It came when you called it. It's truly miraculous. Lung Lily patted her sister's shoulder, urging her to relax. But what Mobin said next surprised the 2 sisters. You vulgar people, did you prepare a sacrifice when you summoned me? Mobin, with his dog-like face, acted arrogant, standing up, his hooves folded across his chest like a human. Mobin. Call me messenger. Okay, messenger, what offering do you require? Lung Lily asked cautiously, unsure of the situation. The Lord said, seeing the messenger is like seeing him. Mobin was extremely proud, a bit like a bully. Its dark eyes darted around, glancing at the 2 sisters, assessing their strength. Go find me 10 level 4 sacrifices, no. The more the better. Otherwise, don't even think about getting anything good from me again. Mobin looked at the 2 respectful women, thinking to himself that his master hadn't lied to him. Being a messenger really did provide plenty of food. Chapter 354. Yes, Master Messenger. Faced with Mobin's command, the Lung Lulu sisters had no choice but to obey. They quickly set out to organize some familiar grade-like guards to go hunting. Mobin was a messenger from God, so they dared not neglect him. Besides, his demands weren't excessive, they were just some level 4 creatures. It had to be said that in some ways, Mobin was quite measured, knowing to tailor his demands based on the level of the target. These guys are the master subordinates, they can't die. Mobin thought to himself. As a conceptual creature, it could appear anywhere, meaning it could monitor the progress of food acquisition at any time. If these subordinates were in danger, it would be ready to provide support. It had already consciously considered itself their superior. After all, it was a messenger, the dog closest to its master. As for its lack of combat ability, Mobin expressed no concern. While it couldn't fight, the altered object stored in its tog space could, like the wild hunt whip hammer, the imaginary tentacle bow, the despair lens, the treacherous spear. Any one of them could easily crush creatures below level 7. I'm such a genius. Thinking of this, a cheeky grin crossed Mobin's face. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded among the other members of the conclave, but the actual situation was quite different. Directionless alien sea. Fergura, clad in a high-slid black robe, summoned the elements of wind and thunder with a single thought. Suddenly, a mighty gust of wind swept across the land, and a lightning chain bound a massive level 7 creature, suspending it in midair. A level 7 creature, once a dominant force, was easily subdued, as effortlessly as raising a hand. She calmly glanced at Mobin beside her. Is this enough? Enough, enough. Looking at the squid creature, thousands of times larger than his own body, Mobin swallowed several times. This woman is a bit aggressive. She needs to be convinced by reason. Slightly subduing his arrogance, Mobin spoke seriously. Ahem, Fergura, right? I remember you. I often mention your contributions to the Lord. Every time you summon me, just offer a smaller sacrifice than this, and I take care of you. Since boasting doesn't cost money, Mobin imitated Jianglin and made promises to Fergura. Unfortunately, the stubborn Fergura wasn't buying it at all. She just said and stopped talking. Then he stuffed some materials and psychic items into Mobin's mouth. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously, Mobin instinctively wanted to bring up Jianglin to intimidate her, but after looking at the terrifying elemental power around him, he finally tactfully shut up. Just for the sake of the sacrifice, I spare her this once. Yes, that's it. A certain underground fortress, Sun Huanyu's sanctuary. He didn't choose the same suspended platform as Jianglin had suggested. Because Jianglin knew pumice was extremely difficult to obtain, He had Sun Huanyu choose an underground fortress more suitable for him, the preferred retreat. Besides the basic materials, upgrading the underground fortress from level 7 to level 8 requires 1,000 red iron, found in the Flesh Pond Swamp. The mountain city is Mirror Gold. The Broken Mirror Mountains. The Mist Villa is Illusion. The Pendulum Illusion Realm. The castle is Nurturing Water. The Blood Moon Lake. Upgrading from level 8 to level 9 requires 3 different materials simultaneously, except for the suspended platform, the specifics of which are currently unknown. But for the average survivor, level 7 is already the limit. Upgrading to level 8 is practically a luxury. Take the current Sun Huanyu shelter as an example. Crystal Flame Bunker, Underground Fortress, level 7 5,000 iron, 1,000 red iron, 5,000 crystals, 20 crystal cores, 5 crystal essences, 10 fog-resistant sparks, 2 crystal blocks, 1 source crystal. The crystal blocks and source crystal alone are enough to stop 99% of the enemies. Without the help of higher-level beings, it's doubtful whether a survivor can even reach level 7 on their own. Not to mention, they need to hunt level 7 creatures to obtain source crystals. As we all know, level 7 mutants are often more difficult to deal with than professionals. After passing this level, they need to search the fogless land for exotic materials. These aren't things you can just pick up and leave. First, you need to know what the material is, where it is, how to obtain it, and whether there will be any problems after obtaining it. For example, pumice stone may seem simple to obtain, but in reality, it will be contaminated by the Weaver Lord once it enters the Phantom Suspended Island. So the real challenge is how to safely remove the pumice stone. While obtaining other materials wasn't as difficult as pumice, they weren't exactly easy either, each presenting its own challenges. At this moment, this usually tranquil underground fortress welcomed a special guest. A man and a dog were reclining on strange chairs with dozens of arms, enjoying the gentle caress of their every muscle. Several female puppets, dressed in various cosplay costumes, waited quietly nearby. Master Mo, how's it going? Isn't that strength good? Sun Huanyu turned his head and gave Mo Ban an ingratiating smile. The latter's face relaxed, his tongue drooping like soft mud. Hearing his subordinate's attentive words, Mo Ban felt incredibly comfortable. Humph, barely enough. How's my sacrifice going? Don't worry, Master Mo. I've already dispatched the cosplayed puppet group, and will bring back a level 5 monster. Well, you're quite good, much more discerning than that blue-skinned woman. Mo Ban's face flickered with resentment, as if he were thinking of something unpleasant. This? Sun Huanyu hesitated to respond. Currently, the only person in the Weird Mist secret society who could be called a blue-skinned woman was that one. A level 8 foul disaster envoy sounded incredibly powerful. Crushing a mere level 5 monster would be like crushing an ant. No, even less powerful than an ant. In short, he couldn't afford to offend either side, so he quickly changed the subject. Master Mo, what do you think of these puppets? I'm going to present them to the Master of the Weird. Can you please pass them on to them for me? He said, pointing to the scantily clad puppet next to him, with its curvaceous figure, seductive eyes, and red lips. Mo Ban turned his head and sized up the puppet, his eyes revealing a human-like disdain. What a piece of crap you have. It's weird looking and its combat effectiveness is average. The master definitely won't like it. Sun Huanyu choked. Although he wanted to say the man would definitely like it, seeing Moban's disdainful face, he had to give up. As a craftsman, he wanted to make something valuable for the Ghost Master. Unfortunately, the Ghost Master advanced too quickly, and the combat power around him grew stronger and stronger, forcing him to consider alternative approaches. After all, if the direct path doesn't work, there's always a roundabout way. Unfortunately, the results weren't very significant, so he'd have to continue the direct path. Also at level 5, the biggest difference between him and other spirit empowerers is his ease of spirit. Ease of spirit, level 5, the product of the spirit empowerer profession being contaminated by an unknown source. The objects energized possess the ease of spirit trait, allowing them to be traded with the target to exchange spirits. As for his 2 skills, one grants special spirituality to objects, and the other controls objects. They're largely similar to other spirit empowerers, not particularly powerful. But this ease of spirit trait is quite unusual. He could allow his weaker spirit-infused creatures to swap bodies with powerful creatures, directly benefiting from their powerful bodies for free. So, as long as he didn't encounter any strange creatures of the same level, he could control many powerful creatures from the comfort of his own home. This was also why he could easily obtain crystal essence and promise Moban that he could find a level 5 sacrifice. Chapter 355. The transformed professions are all very powerful, a fact perhaps only the members of the secret society themselves have the most profound understanding of. They have repeatedly compared their abilities with those of others, only to find that there is no comparison. The transformed skills are often even more bizarre and powerful, which in turn makes them even more awed and devoted to Jiang Lin. This is all a gift from the master of tricks. Everyone kept this firmly in mind. Inside the prison realm, formed by twisting gray lines, in the courtyard of the circular fortress. Mobin, come and collect your things. Woof woof. Accompanied by Lin Yu's call, Mobin barked twice, exceedingly obediently. He didn't act like the tyrannical outsiders, simply because his master, Jiang Lin, was reclining in a rocking chair in the pavilion. As a dog with keen eyesight, Mobin knew exactly how to behave in order to please his master. It was precisely because of this keen eye that he could discern at a glance who was easy to bully, and who needed to be persuaded by reason. As a subordinate close to the master, it absolutely cannot reveal its flaws in front of Lin Yu. The same applies to everyone else in the prison realm. I am Mo Ban, a dog with unlimited bodies. The only one I fear is my master. Lin Yu packed the potion, and picked the red silk flesh lotus from today's harvest. Pack these too. Send them to Lung Bai Bai to put on the shelf. Woof woof. Mo Ban eagerly opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, his expression ingratiating, occasionally glancing at Jiang Lin's position. Until he saw his master's attention was elsewhere, he secretly bared his lips fiercely at Lin Yu. Damn you, you boss me around and don't even give me a sacrifice. Don't give me a chance. Mo Ban? Seeing the object hadn't moved for a long time, Lin Yu turned his head in confusion, only to see Mo Ban approaching eagerly, tongue lolling out. With a twist of the thread, the object quickly entered the tog space within its mouth. At this moment, Jiang Lin, sensing Wana's return, a look of emotion shifted. The white, transparent Wana handed over 2 crystal-patterned treasure chests and some psychic items. It spoke with a hint of guilt. Master, there are only 2 level 6s nearby. It's okay. Level 7s are rare in the Misty World. Jiang Lin didn't mean to blame Wanu. Such a harvest was par for the course. Wanu possessed 100,000-meter teleportation and specific foresight abilities. The nearby it mentioned wasn't close. It probably meant it had searched the entire Snow Mountain area. Level 7s weren't easy to come across. The Snow Dragon hadn't been located for the time being, and its mental capacity had reached a bottleneck of 79 points. He could transform a few random items to fill the gap. Thinking of this, he looked at the black-furred, white-striped dog diligently helping to transport the goods. Mobin, check on Jilyu. Shrouded in mist, a cluster of towering towers hovered above the vast snowy landscape. This was the Snow Dragon Tower, where the Snow Dragons had lived in awe for 2,000 years. Through the countless floating towers, 3 towers could be seen in the center, several times larger than the others. It was immediately clear that the Snow Dragons residing there were of high status. These 3 towers were also distinguished by size, with the largest situated at the center, the other 2 flanking. Every Snow Dragon knew that the center tower was the residence of Snow Dragon King Zexus, while the other 2 towers housed the most outstanding princes and princesses. The reason they were considered the most outstanding was that Zexus had at least several thousand offspring, if not 10,000. To select the most outstanding, the Snow Dragons had always practiced the survival of the fittest. At this moment, inside the tower symbolizing the Snow Dragon Prince, Kellis, newly crowned Snow Dragon Prince, lay comfortably amidst a pile of crystal blocks and crystal cores, several female Snow Dragons serving him. As for what kind of service? You don't understand dragon matters. Kellis felt incredibly lucky. He was only a rank 6, and the Snow Dragon Prince title had never been his due, as he had 3 rank 7 brothers before him. But for some unknown reason, those 3 unfortunate brothers had died one after another, and the throne had fallen to him, the strongest rank 6. I'm truly the chosen prince. Kellis, who had always been oppressed by his 3 brothers, felt that his life as a dragon had finally seen the light of day. It was worth all the risk of mutation, devouring those of his rank to improve himself, and then diligently hunting and consuming crystals. Feeling the vast pile of crystal blocks beneath him, this was the privilege that belonged exclusively to a prince. The other Snow Dragon's hard work in hunting and offering sacrifices only provided him with fuel for his advancement. Roar! Khalees's dragon body trembled, as if releasing the pressure of pleasure. It was at this moment that he felt a wave of daze, the 3rd time that day. What's going on? Khalees, who had never had any health problems, was a little flustered, but he was confident that he was in good condition. Prince, do you still want more? A female Snow Dragon nearby swooped over, revealing a seductive expression only a Snow Dragon could understand. Get out. Khalees had no time for such playful tricks. With a single wing, he swatted several female dragons away from the prince's tower. However, some abilities were beyond his reach, and Khalees felt dazed again. He felt as if something extremely important was being robbed of him, and his body and mind were becoming increasingly out of control. I have to find my father. It strained its body to fly, but somehow, due to some interference, it crashed headfirst into the stone wall. Damn it! Khalees finally let out a low growl, and then the entire dragon fell silent. Opening its eyes again, it was completely transformed. Memories, body, abilities, even its spiritual essence had been plundered and controlled by Jilyu. At this point, Jilyu had completely become Khalees, a fact not even a god could discern. Mobin, tell the Lord that I have successfully abducted Snow Dragon Prince Khalees, and am seeking a way to approach and investigate Snow Dragon King Zexus. Jilyu remained extremely cautious, communicating with Mobin in the darkness through his spiritual consciousness. When it came to serious matters, the dog Mobin, for once, changed his bad habits and became serious, not demanding sacrifices or acting arrogantly. It didn't even appear at all, only using unique methods to inform Jilyu of its presence. After reporting the current situation, Jilyu controlled his new body and flew out of the prince's tower. It had mastered all of Kelis's memories, and was fully aware of the Snow Dragon clan's structure. As a prince, it had a daily opportunity to enter the Snow Dragon King's tower, a perfect opportunity for gathering intelligence. In Kelis's memory, Snow Dragon King Zexus had remained in the tower since his last return, and even the subsequent death of a rank 7 Snow Dragon Prince hadn't occurred. Now, all matters concerning the Snow Dragon clan were managed by the rank 7 princess. However, just as Jilua was about to enter the Snow Dragon King's tower, something unexpected happened. Kelis, what are you doing? A crisp dragon roar echoed. Jilua's dragon eyes swiveled, revealing a snow dragon so white it glistened. It was none other than the rank 7 Snow Dragon Princess. Lumina. Jilua remained calm, responding as Kelis always did, Sister, I need to see my father. Talk to me if you have anything to say. Don't bother my father. Lumina held her head high, her demeanor haughty. As a rank 7, it looked down upon the fortunate prince, Kelis, and naturally wouldn't treat him favorably. Jilua responded with a roar, neither humble nor arrogant. What if this matter concerns the survival of the Snow Dragon clan? Chapter 356. Life or Death. Lumina's head, raised high, finally lowered slightly, its icy eyes truly focused on Kelris. Or rather, Jilua. But then it sneered, Kelris, I know you want to attract your father's attention, but there's no need to tell such a clumsy lie. That's ridiculous. Don't you think about your level? You're still talking about life or death. Ha, go back to the prince's tower and play with the dragonesses. That's all you can do. Lumina's words were thick with sarcasm. If it were the real Kelris, he would be furious but afraid to lash out. Unfortunately, Jilua was now in this body. Jilua, of course, didn't take these matters to heart. He only cared about completing his master's mission. To achieve his goals, he would use any means necessary. Jilua replied gravely, Sister, I have no need to lie about this, nor would I play with the survival of the snow dragons. I have a friend who belongs to a similarly favored race. Their entire clan was annihilated, and the 3 princes before me were also killed after offending this terrifying being who annihilated their clan. I have information about that being and need to report it to father. After saying this, Jilua calmly waited, confident that any Lumina with even a modicum of common sense would understand his meaning. The proud Lumina finally took it more seriously, carefully examining Kelis, and noticing a change in her younger brother. He had become considerably more composed. Combined with the recent return of the Snow Dragon King, their father, who had been seriously injured, she had begun to believe Kelis's story. She then realized there was something Kelis could do for her. So she said, you better not be lying, or father won't be as easygoing as I am. Don't worry, sister. It's absolutely true. Jilua sounded sincere. Lumina had no doubts. After all, Khalees was no fool. He knew the consequences of deceiving the Snow Dragon King. Over the years, the positions of prince and princess had constantly shifted, mostly at the hands of the Snow Dragon King Zexus. Few dared to provoke the Snow Dragon clan, but that didn't mean there weren't internal strife. It's perfect. Today's offerings have arrived. You take them to your father. Lumina waved her dragon wings, and several level 5 snow dragons dragged several large ice coffins forward. Jilua took a look and saw that they were filled with eyeballs. As if they had been plucked from the eyes of some creature, the stems still stained with blood. The blood pooled at the bottom of the ice coffin, staining the massive structure a dark red. They were so densely packed, roughly estimated to number in the tens of thousands. This meant tens of thousands of creatures had been killed. Whether they died or had their eyes gouged out, Kaylee's had no memory of it. "Don't worry, Sister Wang, I definitely bring them there." Julia showed no emotion, or perhaps it simply didn't feel anything. Lumina didn't glance at him again, turning and flying towards the Queen's Tower. The reason she was so confident in entrusting this matter to Kaylee's was, of course, because this was Snow Dragon territory. Besides, as a prince, Kaylee's was already qualified to enter the Snow Dragon King's Tower. "Let's go!" Julia commanded the Snow Dragons pulling the ice coffin, and then he led the way towards the tall tower gate. There were many level 6 guards along the way, but seeing Prince Kaylee's and the ice coffin behind him, they didn't stop him. It was only when they reached a gate engraved with an eye symbol that Julia was stopped by 2 Snow Dragon Elders. Body check. This was a routine checkup. One of the 7th level Snow Dragons summoned a blood-red eyeball. The eyeball hovered in the air, spinning as if alive. Julia could sense that his entire dragon was being seen through, inside and out, even down to his spiritual essence. Alas, it was now indeed Kelis, and the eyeball was completely incapable of detecting any clues. Is this also a method of the old gods? Julia observed the eyeball calmly, but saw nothing unusual. While he wasn't sure if this information would be of any use to his master, he silently noted his feelings. "Go in," the 2 Snow Dragon Elders said to Kelis after checking the dragons behind them one by one. Julia didn't respond, silently leading the way forward. The door opened automatically, revealing a pitch-black void within. Like a swallowing black hole. From the outside, it looked empty, as if even light couldn't exist. Kelis had never been to this place before, so Julia was a little unsure. But its clever sense scanned the reactions of the dragons behind it. Seeing they were all accustomed to this, it decisively flew inward. As if penetrating a thin membrane, Ji Lu, who had previously thought it was pitch black, finally saw its surroundings clearly. A massive, pitch-black ring hung in the sky, covering the entire space. Below it lay blood-red water, surrounded by a dark crimson hue, its boundaries invisible. There was only a hole where it had entered, which should connect to the door. This was an independent dimension, similar to the main prison realm. Ji Lu quickly concluded. At the same time, he also spotted the Snow Dragon King not far ahead. It was difficult to identify, and it took Ji Lu a second to realize the figure's identity. Most of the other dragon's body was covered in deformed tumors, and strange eyeballs sprouted from them, dripping with disgusting black mucus. "Too slow." Zexus's angry yet weak roar echoed, and the dragons behind Jilyu shuddered, hastily flapping their wings. Jilyu, not even bothering to observe his surroundings, followed suit. Getting slower and slower. "It's a waste of energy to keep you useless. Hurry, arrange the offerings." Zexus ignored Kelis as he barked orders at the dragons. For him now, whoever was coming was of no concern. Jilyu was pleased with this. It wasn't really here to report any so-called news. The Snow Dragons pulling the ice coffin were clearly no strangers to this. They expertly removed the blood-stained eyeballs and arranged them into strange symbols within the blood. These symbols, still half-formed, already emanated an inexplicable attraction, making Jilyu want to pluck out his own eyes and place them within them. Just then, Zexus's question interrupted its thoughts. "Who are you?" As a father, it asked as if it was right. This was understandable. Zexus had so many offspring that it only remembered the one who became a prince. "Father, I am Kaylee's, the current prince, your 674th offspring." Jilor responded skillfully. These details were clear in Kaylee's memory. Zexus's question was clearly casual, unconcerned with Kaylee's name. "Where's Lumina? Didn't I ask her to arrange the eye sacrifice?" "Father, I asked Queen Lumina to let me come. I have something important to report." Jilua didn't lie. Lying at this moment would be easily exposed. He planned to observe this space, and the old gods behind the Snow Dragon for a while longer. "What is it?" Zexus's attention was largely focused on combating the pollution and the sacrifices, and he only responded casually to Zexus's words. "Father, I have a friend." Jilua repeated the lie he had told Lumina earlier. Chapter 357. Humph, that damned prison master. Upon hearing Jianglin's news, Zexus felt a surge of rage. His body's deformations accelerated in his excitement, and several of his eyeballs fell out. Those eyeballs, stained with blood and mucus, looked incredibly disgusting. Jilyu remained silent, while Zexus fiercely plucked out the eyeballs and swallowed them back into his stomach. This was his own body, Losing a point meant losing strength. It couldn't be wasted. After recovering, Zexus's dragon eyes, half of which had turned blood red, looked at Jilyu. So you know where he is? The blood-red pupils moved eerily, as if possessing a consciousness of their own, but Zexus was unaware. It seemed the contamination was severe. Jilyu secretly noted this discovery, not missing a single detail. It responded with feigned respect, "Yes, father. I captured a survivor, and have some information about him. He said in the system that he's planning to exterminate our Snow Dragon clan soon." "He's a survivor?" "Yes." Zexus was somewhat surprised. In its mind, survivors lived up to their name, simply trying to survive in the fog. It was unlikely such high-level individuals would appear. It didn't doubt Kelly's words. Those who could enter here had been tested by the blood eyes granted by the Blood Eye Master. There was no chance of them sneaking in through someone else's cover. Any specific movements? That alone wouldn't be enough. Zexus didn't take Jianglin seriously. After all, in its view, he was just a level 7, with a strong ability to escape. It had already thought of a way to target him, but before that, it needed to know where he was. "Father, he hasn't revealed his specific movements, but he loves to show off. He'd definitely be exposed before he strikes. I report back to you once I find out. I'm here today simply to give you a heads up." Jilyu's words were half-truths. If Zexus believed them, the initiative would undoubtedly be in his hands. Just an ant. Wishing to annihilate my Snow Dragon clan is wishful thinking. Keep watching. Tell me when you find out about that man's movements. I crush him this time. Zexus's bloodshot eyes swirled erratically, his voice cold. It was all because of that damn prison master that he was punished by the Blood Eye Master, and became what he is today. If he encounters that man again, he won't give him even the slightest chance of escape. At this point, the plan is considered 1/3 successful. Jilyu responded calmly, pondering how to uncover Zexus's hidden hand. As he spoke with Zexus, the strange symbols formed by his eyes took shape, forming what looked like a string of words Jilyu didn't recognize. Zexus, feeling somewhat excited and unconcerned, dragged his largely deformed body forward. In the center of the strange and terrifying eye symbol, it waved its dragon wings high. A deep dragon roar resounded throughout the space, and an inexplicably oppressive and terrifying aura permeated the air, causing Jilyu to lower himself. The Lord of Blood Eyes gazes into the abyss of filth. Twisted star paths coil within the folds of his irises. His blood and tears devour the mortal world, transforming it into a pure sea. Accompanied by these prayers, the eyeballs within the bloody water began to move erratically. In Jilyu's perception, the pupils of those eyeballs all widened as they gazed at him, blood-red tears streaming from the whites of their eyes into the bloody water below. At that moment, a pitch-black circle opened in the sky. It was clearly a blood-red eye, the entire sky of this space composed of this blood-red eye. The several level 5 snow dragons bowed their heads, their trembling bodies clearly knowing the price they would pay if they looked up at this moment. Even the arrogant Zexus didn't dare raise his head, his eyes tightly closed, as he chanted the strange prayer. Jilyu followed suit, and even a fearless alien creature like him felt a sense of terror. It was the oppression of spiritual origin, and any life form that hadn't reached a certain level would inevitably experience this emotion. This was the old god, the Blood-Eye Lord. Jilyu suppressed his fear, feeling shocked. This space was boundless, yet it was completely controlled by the Blood-Eye Lord. Clearly, this was the Blood-Eye Lord's divine domain. Similar to the Hell Realm, yet 1,000,000 times larger. Fortunately, the Master didn't attack the Snow Dragon's lair directly. Otherwise, if they accidentally entered this divine realm, no matter how many lives they had, they would have been completely defeated. Even death was a luxury. They might have become the Blood-Eye Master's puppet. Throughout the entire process, Jilyu didn't dare raise his head even once, and his spiritual awareness was compressed to the smallest possible radius. He knew that at this moment, if he saw the heavens or looked directly at the old gods, even if he was an alien creature, he would be transformed into a deformed monster in a matter of seconds. Although he was already deformed, the deformity of the Master and the deformity of others were completely different. After the so-called eye sacrifice ended, the blood had noticeably returned a brighter red. Even though he guessed that the blood eye above him had closed, Jilyu still lowered his gaze slightly. "Alright, get ready. Come early tomorrow. My body needs several eye sacrifices to recover." Zexus began to drive the dragon away. Jilyu observed that the deformities had indeed diminished somewhat, and he expected it to recover after 7 or 8 more. One eye sacrifice required the eyeballs of tens of thousands of creatures. This price. This wasn't just an equal exchange. It was simply alms after offering so many sacrifices. Perhaps this was the world of the higher-ups. For their own survival, the death of countless lives was of no concern to them. But Jilyu was more concerned about something else. "Father, I'm still a little worried. After all, that man previously wiped out a race favored by the gods. What can we do about it?" he asked, feigning fear. "You useless thing, are you really my son?" Zexus asked, a little dissatisfied. But since he just recovered and was in a good mood, he casually explained, "The Blood-Eye Lord's protection is omnipresent. I can summon the divine domain into existence at any time if I so desire. This is God's approval, after the recent large number of eye sacrifices. So there's no need to worry about that damned prison master. If he dares to come, I promise to make him feel God's gaze." "I see." Ji Luo responded flatteringly, but inwardly he was pondering a countermeasure. Perhaps his newly acquired power had inflated Zexus's confidence, so he generously shared this secret with his son. However, Zexus's relaxed attitude was probably due to the relative intractability of this power. But Ji Luo quickly spotted the flaw, the most crucial point. Thinking. Zexus needed to consciously activate this ability to summon the divine domain, unlike the Ice Giant Chieftain, which activated it passively. With a breakthrough, one could naturally exploit it. This was the importance of intelligence. If Jiang Lin had acted rashly, he might have become the Blood-Eye Lord's toy by now. In the round fort, Jiang Lin received Jilyu's response from Mobin and fell into deep thought. Jilyu had already seized the initiative for him. The decision on when to strike was entirely his. By then, he could lure Zexus into the Blood-Eye Lord's divine domain. As for how to kill it without alerting the Blood-Eye Lord, he turned his gaze to the alien creatures within the prison realm. Chapter 358. 5 days flew by. Today is the 81st day of survival, and 16 days have passed since the deification of Nalwustan. Inside the round fortress, in the bedroom, Jiang Lin opened his personal dashboard. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion, occupation, prison master. Constitution, 73. Mind, 79. Stamina, 6400/6400. Spirit, 6400/6400. Recovery, 1600/hour. Overall rating, level 7. Alas. Seeing his constitution had barely improved by 1 point, he sighed. It must be said that the higher the level, the slower the attribute improvement becomes. It's all about time. For the past few days, he's been practicing the crystal sewing technique without interruption, using the highest level source crystal available. And he's been taking red silk meat lotus daily. Even with the dual benefits, the progress is still less than ideal. But in reality, Jiang Lin had simply grown accustomed to his previous advancement speed, creating the illusion that his attributes were improving rapidly. If other beings knew Jiang Lin had increased his attributes by 1 point in just a few days, they would surely lament his insatiable appetite. High-level professionals know that in the later stages, increasing an attribute by 1 point can easily take a month or even longer, and that's even with constant use of the crystal devouring technique. So Jiang Lin's advancement speed could truly be compared to rocket ship speed. It seems I can't reach level 8 in a month. Jiang Lin had no choice but to accept reality, mentally calculating how much time he had. There was less than 2 weeks left until the time Serena had mentioned, and during that time, he needed to obtain 3 advancement materials and the stone tablet. As for the snow dragon, his recent ambush had been effective, and he could act at any moment. He had been busy these past few days, constantly searching for level 6 creatures to imprison and transform into level 7 creatures to strengthen his prison realm. These transformed creatures had mediocre abilities, and he was merely treating them as consumables, so he didn't take them seriously. As for why he didn't look for level 7 creatures, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but level 7 mutants weren't easy to find. He had encountered 2 level 7 neutral creatures, but they were friendly and showed no intention of provoking him. So, without knowing what they had, Jiang Lin chose not to take the initiative. Although he possessed power, he didn't want to kill indiscriminately. Besides, this was a misty world. Don't underestimate any of the species that inhabited it. Time to get my spirit crystal, Jiang Lin said, sitting up from the bed, his gray mist spirit robes automatically donning their full glory. Using the object transfer technique, he emerged from the ground in the courtyard. Since embarking on the path of deception, he had never opened a door himself, not even in his own home. Lin Yu, dressed in a black dress and high heels, was working on the crops as usual, a true 007 employee. Phantom Girl, wearing a white dress, was also helping. As the few seemingly normal people in the round castle besides Jiang Lin, the 2 girls were undoubtedly the ultimate guarantee of popularity. After all, Whether it was the floating red silk lotus pond, the eerie soul-devouring garden, or the alien creatures that occasionally flew through the sky, the small axes, pickaxes, haunted nests, spiders, strange insects, made this supposedly normal shelter seem uninhabitable. Master Ghost. The two girls, accustomed to Jiang Lin's late risers, greeted him. Unlike Tina, who had just reached level 6 a few days ago, Lin Yu and Phantom Girl hadn't reached their stat plateaus, so they remained at level 5. After her promotion, Tina and her father, Ian, went to the Alien Sea, claiming the secret meeting was short of participants, so they went to recruit some white and green-haired natives as backup. Jiang Lin didn't mind. Both father and daughter were level 6, and with Fergala in the Alien Sea, there were no safety concerns. Just as he was about to carry out the assassination plan, Lin Yu called out to him. The number of source crystals in Mobin space is almost over 5,000. Do you have any plans? Huh? Jiang Lin was a little confused. He had become desensitized to numbers. 5,000 source crystals, equivalent to 5,000 level 7 creatures, a number that ordinary people wouldn't dare to even consider, now stood as his wealth in his private space. Ever since Fergala took control of the Alien Sea, she'd occasionally toss resources into Mobin's hands. Lin Yu and the others were responsible for selling the resources at shop number 9. Now Jiang Lin didn't have to worry about business matters. He thought for a moment and said, no matter how many source crystals there are, they're just numbers to me. Let's open a 10:1 exchange rate for secret society members and the Ice Crystal clan. This way, they advance faster. That being said, only a few people can currently obtain the crystals, so there's no need to worry about consumption. Sun Huanyu has recently been recruiting some Blue Star people to serve as backup members of the secret society. They all sign vassal contracts, so there's no need to worry about loyalty. Besides, with the statue around, Jiang Lin can sense everyone's faith and devotion to him. Sun Huanyu is finally getting down to business, instead of just tinkering with his crappy puppets at home, assuming Jiang Lin doesn't know. As the members grow stronger, the secret society's development is on the right track. Jiang Lin had been carefully collecting the anchor points Serena mentioned, preparing for the unknowns ahead, so naturally, the more members the better. By the way, you're most familiar with the selection and hierarchy of the secret society members. From now on, you be responsible for communicating this. With more and more people, proper rules must be enforced. We can't continue the lax management we've had before. I understand. Lin Yu nodded seriously. She had been playing the role of secretary, her main job being farming. After a moment's thought, and feeling that there was nothing else to focus on, Jiang Lin left a message and disappeared. Work hard, and your salary will be raised to 1 crystal block a day. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, having grown immune to Jiang Lin's occasional meaningless promises. While 1 crystal block was an astronomical sum for the average survivor, it was completely insignificant to her, having already seen nearly 5,000 source crystals. As the saying goes, the platform determines your perspective. Having spent so much time with Jiang Lin, she had long understood what was most important in the Mist world. Just then, play. A childlike voice echoed from above, and several crystals fell. Lin Yu casually took them and tossed half to Huan. You go ahead, I'm busy. With that, she continued to work on growing the crops. Huan glanced at the 3 crystals in her hand, then looked up at the giant tentacle-like axe monster floating in the sky and scratched her head. Why did it feel like Xiao Axe was so much more generous than the master? She could earn several crystals for just 2 hours of playing with Xiao Axe, while Sister Lin Yu worked hard all day and only got 1 crystal from the master. Thinking of this, Huan quickly shook her head, feeling that thinking that way was disrespectful. 1 crystal is a lot. Yes, that's right. If Jiang Lin knew what they were thinking, he would definitely lament their distorted view of crystal money. Level 6 creatures are something so many survivors can only dream of, yet they treat them like ordinary currency. It turns out that the environment can change a person, and this is not groundless. Chapter 359. Father, I've tracked that man's movements. He's already lurking outside our clan's territory. In the Blood Eye Lord's divine realm, Jilyu controlled Kaylee's body to report to Zexus. After several days of eye sacrifice, Zexus's abnormalities had largely subsided, and at least now, he could still resemble a dragon. Kaylee's, you've done well. It's been a long time since the Snow Dragon clan has produced a dragon as clever as you. Zexus was in high spirits, and he wasn't stingy with his praise. Over the past few days, Jilyu had often used Jiang Lin's half-truths to lull Zexus into believing he had grown quite trusting. In fact, there was no reason to doubt him in the first place. As a Snow Dragon prince, Kaylee's couldn't possibly betray the clan. Furthermore, he had been physically examined by the Blood-Eye Lord, further confirming his identity. Roar! Enemy approaching. A snow dragon elder flew out of the hole and reported to Zexus. With Jilu's warning, Zexus wasn't surprised. Follow me. It took the lead and flew out. The snow dragon elder quickly followed, a subtle hint of mockery flashing in Jilu's eyes, trailing the two dragons by a length. When Zexus arrived, he received this news. A level 7 snow dragon elder in the outer tower had been killed, and the murderer was nowhere to be found. Damn it! It was enraged upon hearing this. The other party simply didn't take it, the Snow Dragon King, seriously. Killing the dragon and running away, extremely treacherous. All dragons, gather at the Snow Dragon King Tower and await instructions. Zexus, calming down, gave a decisive order. The Snow Dragon King Tower had an entrance to the Blood-Eye's main divine realm. If that damn prisoner dared to come, they would never return. After hearing this order, Jilu secretly relayed the news to Mobin. Tell the Lord not to approach the Snow Dragon King's tower. It didn't know what was going on there, but since Zexus was doing this, he must have something to rely on. Luckily, the Lord hadn't planned to attack Zexus at the Snow Dragon's base. Hours passed, and all the Snow Dragons gathered around the Snow Dragon King's tower. Feeling the time was about right, Jilu, receiving Jiang Lin's instructions, began to execute the first step of his plan. After pretentiously interrogating a three-eyed tribe survivor, Jilu reported to Zexus. Father, that man is very arrogant. He set up both a strange nest and a prison realm, saying he wants to lure you out and kill you. You must be extremely careful. Relying on him? Zexus, conscious of his superior intelligence, coupled with the confidence given by the Blood-Eye Master, never took Jiang Lin seriously. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than a fast-moving grasshopper. The rest of the story unfolded as Jilu had described. Boom! A ball of wind, thunder, and fire, emitting a terrifying elemental aura, swept toward the Snow Dragon King Tower. The figure that launched the attack fled in a flash, vanishing at a rapid speed. It was none other than Jiang Lin. So this is your plan. Truly laughable. Zexus swung his dragon claws, a claw condensed from the incarnation of disaster slaying, crushing the ball of wind, thunder, and fire. Feeling its power, it was only a mere 7th level. It was about to chase in the direction the figure had disappeared. But then, Kellis warned Father, this is all his scheme. Don't be fooled. Zexus, with something to rely on, was completely fearless. Kellis, in the face of absolute power, schemes and tricks are vain. That's right, Kellis, don't you believe in your father's strength? Princess Lumina also spoke at the right moment, her eyes filled with admiration for Xerxes. Of course, it didn't truly admire Xerxes, it was merely flattering him. Jilu feigned concern and tried to say something, but then shut his mouth with a look of resignation. His acting was absolutely superb. Xerxes didn't suspect anything, simply treating it as a son's normal concern for his father. Don't worry, the Blood-Eye Master will soon take care of this flea. With this, it soared away at breakneck speed like a war dragon, leaving the snow dragons behind with expressions of admiration. Only Jilu's dragon eyes flickered, a hint of sarcasm in their glances. Across the vast snowy landscape, twisting gray lines obscured everything, making it impossible to see what lay within. Xerxes sensed the subtle threat emanating from the prison realm and felt a wave of disdain. If that's all you have, I'm sure the Blood-Eye Lord will appreciate your sacrifice. It flew towards the prison realm without hesitation, completely unconcerned with the other party's preparations. After passing through the prison realm's barrier, it felt weakened, though even for a level 8 Zexus, it wasn't strong enough. That's it? It knew this was the combined pressure of the other party's prison realm and the ghost nest, but it was too weak. Looking around, the scene inside was similar to the prison lords it had previously slain, strange creatures roaming the sky, nothing new. What truly caught its attention was the young man in a windbreaker floating in the center. It would always remember this face, that damn smiling face that had brought it the punishment of the Blood-Eye Lord. Are you finally willing to emerge from your shell? Jiang Lin sneered, not wearing his monocle. Zexus didn't respond, merely surveying the prison realm and the devil's nest. It sneered, ant-like prisoner of devil prisons, is this all you can do? I'm completely uninterested. I don't even need the Blood-Eye Lord to intervene. I can kill you myself. Really? Jiang Lin remained silent, his expression filled with sarcasm. He even took out 2 dragon claws and waved them in the air. You snow dragons, you have so much material on you. They were the claws of the previously deceased 7th level snow dragon elder. Zexus was furious, and immediately stopped talking, unleashing all his abilities. Disaster Field, Disaster Slaughter Avatar, Elemental Bomb. Snow Dragon Devourers could control some of their abilities. Over the past millennium, Snow Dragon King Zexus had mastered countless abilities. Under its terrifying attack, Jianlin's mutants retreated steadily. Is that all you're capable of? The Snow Dragon King felt he'd overestimated this ant. He was no different from the prison masters he'd killed before. He was just a fast runner. Thinking of this, he focused some of his attention on Jianlin's movements, fearing he'd escape again like last time. Jianlin's face flickered with panic. He pretended to casually circle behind an alien creature, transforming into Sophia's form, as he'd last escaped. However, he didn't immediately activate the Grey Guide Gate, intentionally giving Zexus time to react. Humph. Zexus slew another swarm of strange creatures, thinking to himself, as expected. Luckily, he'd been keeping an eye on the other creature's movements, otherwise he'd let it get away again. Do you think you can still escape? He decisively connected with the Blood Eye Master and cast Divine Descent. The next moment, Buzz, a terrifying blood-red eye, obscuring the sky, opened from the heavens, dispelling even the mist above. Crazy whispers echoed from all directions, and the fear seeping from the depths of their spiritual essence made all beings present bow their heads. Zexus also quickly closed his eyes, not daring to glance upwards. Blood seeped from the snow, and countless scarlet eyeballs leaped up, bloodshot veins and roots drawing eerie arcs in the blood. The Lord of the Blood Eyes has arrived. Chapter 360. For 100 miles, a blood-red pupil obscured the sky. Everywhere the eye could see, if space were a canvas, it was forcibly coated with a sticky, wriggling, and endlessly frenzied blood-red paint. The fog, boiling, was dispelled the moment the giant pupil opened its eyes. At the junction of the blood-red world and the fog, it seemed as if two forces were intertwined and pulling at each other. The fog resisted his arrival, and as time passed, the rolling fog began to gain the upper hand. Jianlin only just realized that the fog could actually actively block the old gods. Even so, even for just a few tens of seconds, such power would be enough to kill hundreds or even thousands of level 8 creatures. Perhaps even a few tens of seconds would suffice. This was a true chasm, one that no mortal being could possibly cross. A 9th-rank old god, truly terrifying. Prisoner of Terror, can you still escape this time? Zexus didn't dare raise his head, merely staring intently at Jianlin with his dragon eyes. He wanted to witness his demise before the Blood Eye Lord's gaze. The dispute between Jianlin and Zexus hadn't attracted the attention of the being above. He had merely responded to a summons. Either Zexus or Jianlin would have to pay a price for his divine descent. The Snow Dragon, after all, was a favored race of the gods and enjoyed certain privileges, so its wrath naturally focused on Jianlin. Above the sky, the enormous eye that obscured the heavens slowly focused. A terrifying pressure instantly drained the air, squeezing blood from the very space, as if wounded by the pressure. Rustle. It wasn't a sound, but a vibration at the conceptual level. The frantic mutterings were no longer merely sounds, but resonated directly from the very spiritual source of all living things. Like billions of cold, slippery maggots gnawing at his sanity, death had become the most exhilarating relief. Here it comes! Zexus crouched low, fearing to attract the Blood Eye Master's attention. It knew this was a sign of the Blood Eye Master's abdication. Though it wasn't its first encounter, it couldn't help but tremble with fear. 3 foolish level 8 professionals had once targeted it, and the outcome was needless to say. Those 3 didn't die immediately, but their fate was worse than death. From the Blood Eye Master's arrival to the launch of his attack, a mere 3 seconds passed. Zexus stared at Jianlin, as if he had foreseen his fate as a Blood Eye slave. But just before his giant pupils were about to fully focus, Jianlin vanished, without a single warning, leaving Zexus with only a faint smile. And just like that, he vanished from the sight of the Blood Eye Master and Zexus. Vanished along with it were the prison realm, the haunted nest, and countless other bizarre creatures, as if they had never appeared. What? Zexus was stunned. Humiliation. He had been tricked again, but even more overwhelming than the shame was the fear that instantly swept through him, freezing his spirit. No matter how Jianlin had vanished, he now faced the Blood Eye Lord's wrath. God, Zexus cried out, not out of courage, but in a plea for his life. Alas, it was too late. Besides, the old gods would not listen to the sophistry of mortals. Having lost one target, the Blood Eye Lord could only focus his attention on the only living creature, Zexus. Deathly still, the blood-red world fell silent. The muscles beneath the dragon's scales trembled and cramped, his spiritual essence collapsing in extreme pain. Gulp! Gulp! Only the eerie sound of wriggling flesh remained. Xerxes had completely lost his dragon form, twisted into a grotesque monster covered in eyeballs. This is the price of deceiving the gods. As if this weren't enough, the blood eye continued to scan the blood world. It was as if a piece of flesh had been gouged out of the earth, leaving a massive, deep pit 100 miles in radius, merging into the blood. Everything within, whether animals, plants, or even the soil, became nourishment for the blood eye master's growth. It was as if it were consuming the mist world. At the junction of the blood world and the mist surged and churned at an increasing speed, raging against the blood eye's divine domain like a rage. As the mist gathered, the blood world's scope shrank. After dozens of seconds, the terrifying blood eye in the sky slowly closed, and the blood eye's divine domain vanished. In the vast pit, a strange, eyeball-like creature wandered vacantly. Xerxes, completely transformed. Deep in the fog, the shadow of an octopus loomed. He seemed to have just awakened from a dream, the surging fog indicating his deeply troubled mood. With a cold snort, realizing he couldn't escape now, he abandoned his plan to retaliate. He continued to sleep. Tens of thousands of miles away. Inside the lost prison realm, Jianglin waited leisurely. Everything was as planned, and Xerxes was completely manipulated. The Jianglin Xerxes encountered was merely his gray-like cursed body. Due to the dual shield of the abandoned prison realm and the gray mist spirit robe, Xerxes didn't notice anything unusual. The cursed body dissipated, sapping some of his physical strength and spiritual awareness. He had also woven the haunted nest beforehand, consuming only a small amount of spiritual energy. As for the gray mist spiritual garment, he had the tailoring woman handed over to the cursed body's fate to be replaced. It was a rank 7 item, requiring only a small amount of her spiritual energy. The gray mist spiritual garment returned intact to him. Jianglin had indeed invested some, but it was merely consumables for his haunting and transformation. His transformations over the past few days had been in preparation for this. Ji Luo's instigation also played a significant role, otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This stunt of escaping should have severely damaged Xerxes. He hadn't even shown his face once throughout the entire process, merely manipulating everything from behind. It could be said that he minimized the risks while achieving the greatest possible results. It's not Jianglin's fault. Facing the old gods, one can never be too cautious. As long as he remained hidden, Xerxes would be unable to harm him, and would even face further retaliation for deceiving the old gods. Out of caution, Jianglin didn't immediately return to the crime scene. After all the waiting, he finally received the news sent back by Jiluo through Mobin. Lord, Xerxes has completely mutated and is slaughtering the snow dragons indiscriminately. Just now, it devoured Princess Lumina. Huh? Jianglin was also somewhat bewildered by this news. He had assumed Xerxes would be severely injured like last time, but he didn't expect it to be abandoned by the Blood-Eye Lord just now. How heartless. Success depends on divine favor, failure also depends on divine favor. Relying on external forces will indeed backfire. But this was good news for him. Mutated creatures were much easier to deal with than the level 8 creatures that could attract divine descent. Xiaoying, let Mobin take you there, he commanded in a deep voice. Leave no snow dragon alive. Yes, Lord. Xiaoying emerged in the radiance of a silver moon, dignified and elegant in a pale blue maid's dress. Woof woof. Mobin barked at Xiaoying twice, flatteringly, giving her the direction. I'm Mobin, a dog skilled in observation. I have my own methods for dealing with colleagues who constantly cling to their master, like this one. Xiaoying nodded, blending into the light and shadow. One spirit and one dog went to carry out Jianglin's orders. As the alien creatures grew stronger, many things no longer required his involvement. After all, compared to him, a mere level 7, the alien creatures could sometimes do things better than him. Chapter 361. Snow Dragon King's Tower. All the snow dragons hid within the tower, daring not to make a single sound. All because of the wandering eyeball monster outside the tower, a monster transformed by their king Xerxes. That eats dragons, that twisted, tumorous monster, covered in misshapen and bizarre eyeballs, its body bloated and disgusting. It was nothing like the flawless, snow-white dragon that Xerxes once was. Jiluo also hid in a room within the tower with several elders. Even as an undercover agent, he dared not reveal his identity. Because Xerxes kills dragons indiscriminately, any living being caught by its gaze becomes immobilized and devoured alive. It secretly relayed this information to Mobin, hoping to attract the Lord's attention. Xerxes' transformed abilities were strange. They didn't resemble traditional immobilization abilities, but rather a strange, contaminated gaze. The scene of the Snow Dragon Princess, Lumina, being peeled open was still vivid in his mind. Jilul recalled carefully, and it felt like Lumina's expression at that moment was somewhat like an orgasm. Thanks to Khaleesi's memories, he was familiar with the Snow Dragon's various expressions. Lumina clearly enjoyed the feeling of having her skin peeled off, offering no resistance the entire time, even in her final moments of ecstasy. It must be said that after the Blood Eye Master observed the mutated Zexus, his abilities were indeed somewhat strange and disgusting. Thanks to Jilu's warning, Xiaoying, who was rushing over, already had a plan for dealing with it. It needed to be visible when it released the Silver Moon Realm. If one was not prepared, one could easily be affected by Zexus's power. After all, gazes were hard to guard against, and Zexus was now covered in eyes. Blasphemer, die, I am a favored one. The twisted monster muttered, its bloodshot eyes swirling around its body. It wandered around the Snow Dragon King Tower, as if instinctively driven to return home, but unable to find the door due to the abnormality. Zexus, still frantically trying to find self-awareness, unfortunately, its remaining sanity was insufficient to break through the contamination of the old gods. A dignified 8th rank cultivator, yet reduced to this state by a single gaze. At that moment, a soft hum echoed from the horizon. A brilliant silver light converged, transforming into a silver moonlight that descended at a rapid speed. A strike imbued with the ultimate power of an 8th rank attack arrived first, while Xiaoying was still 100,000 meters away. Clang, clang, clang. Light patterns instantly spread across Zexus's body, neatly severing the tumor and the strange eye from the inside out. Blasphemer. Die! The monster did not roar from its wounds, but only murmured in a dreamlike voice. Those hideous wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Unharmed. The same attack that had instantly killed the red-eyed Dark Sheep Chieftain seemed to have no effect on it. Level 8 mutated creature. Xiaoying's delicate face shifted slightly, and she vanished into the shadows again. It needed to be closer to release the Silver Moon Realm, where it would undoubtedly be seen. While she wasn't sure if that strange immobilization ability would work on it, there was no need to risk it. So she said to Imoban, who was also cloaked in shadow, Imoban, tell the Lord I need the strange mist. Woof woof. Okay, sister. Imoban was now acting like a dog. After receiving Jianglin's response, Xiaoying silently chanted in her mind, the magician who controls the strange mist. The tower that betrayed its origin. The bound otherworldly being. As the words fell, a vast gray fog emanated from the strange mist temple, enveloping it, making it impossible to see what lay within. The strange fog could obscure forms and protect against one spiritual attack, providing ample cover for unleashing the Silver Moon Realm. Xiaoying immediately stopped hesitating and decisively approached Zexus. Damn, death! Sensing the movement, Zexus's eyes rolled, twisting as he looked towards Xiaoying. However, vast swaths of strange fog enveloped the area, completely obscuring the area surrounding the Snow Dragon King Tower. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiaoying could clearly sense a strange gaze attempting to penetrate the strange fog's defenses. A faint whisper could already be heard from the spiritual source. But these few seconds were enough time for it to activate its power. Ming. A brilliant silver light burst forth from the gray fog, and a silver moon rose in the sky. A silver light enveloped the world, tinting it with a polished silver. The blinding light pierced through buildings, flesh, everything, illuminating every living being within the Snow Dragon King Tower. Under the silver moon's radiance, nothing escaped its gaze. Only the rising silver moon was real. Silver Moon Realm. What happened? Why do I feel like I'm disappearing? This light is eroding my spirituality. All the snow dragons, from level 4 to level 7, were unable to move an inch, only letting out cries of terror in their hearts. Even a powerful and elusive being like Zexus was frozen in place. Eccentrically twisted eyes gazed at the silver moon in the sky, attempting to break through the gray fog, but alas, they could not do so in such a short time. It too was dissolving, its spiritual essence gradually eroding under the silver moon's radiance. At the center of the silver moon, Xiaoying stood, its perfect form obscured by gray mist. At this moment, it seemed like the incarnation of the silver moon, its goddess-like radiance illuminating all things. Under the silver moon, all living beings will find a peaceful respite. Gentle yet cruel. Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. And finally, the Level 7 Snow Dragon. As their spirits faded, silver-armored silver moon puppets gradually took shape. Congratulations, survivor, on your first kill of a Level 8 creature. You are the only survivor in all batches to have successfully killed a Level 8 creature. This is a major breakthrough for survivors. As a pioneer, you will receive a special reward. Please keep up the good work. The original reward, the Supreme Crystal Treasure Chest, has been upgraded to the unique Old Seal Treasure Chest. Note: the Supreme Crystal Treasure Chest is now the highest tier treasure chest. There is only one Old Seal Treasure Chest. What? Jian Lin was completely stunned by the system's notification. What does it mean to be the only one who successfully killed a level 8 creature? So, out of 69 batches, so many survivors, he's the only one who made it this far. So, those survivors before him either left the system or stopped at level 7. Jian Lin suddenly didn't know whether to feel honored or helpless. Is following the system so hopeless? They all ran off to the fogless land. Something felt off. But Jian Lin couldn't care less now. Since the reward was already in hand, he'd just take it. He pulled out the so-called Old Seal Treasure Chest from the system space. Old Seal Treasure Chest. A treasure chest awarded to survivor pioneers, the only one in the entire fog world. Ancient. This was Jian Lin's first impression of this unique treasure chest. If the brilliant crystal treasure chest was the height of opulence, then the Old Seal Treasure Chest seemed rather shabby. It was made entirely of a mottled, unidentified iron, with octopus-like carvings on the lid. It was the kind of thing no one would pick up if thrown on the side of the road. But Jian Lin didn't judge a box by its appearance. It's known that the Supreme Crystal Treasure Chest is the highest tier treasure chest, corresponding to level 8. So then, would the Old Seal Treasure Chest correspond to level 9? Is there such a good thing? Jian Lin felt a little suspicious for some reason. Chapter 362. Jian Lin reached out and grasped the lid. A strange sensation of coolness yet scorching heat reached him, a sensation difficult to describe. It felt a bit like grasping ice on fire. It was hard to imagine such an ancient treasure chest possessing such extraordinary qualities. His gaze focused on the octopus carving on the lid. He attempted to open it. Come on, let me see what comes out. The result? It didn't open at first. The treasure chest remained motionless. So tight? Jian Lin exerted his full strength, using his current 73 points of physical strength, grasping the lid from top to bottom and twisting it hard. Level 7 physical strength, even for someone less adept at physical combat like the trickery path, was enough to lift 100,000 pounds. And yet, the Old Seal Treasure Chest showed no signs of opening. Strange, I just don't believe it. Jian Lin was about to transform into the level 8 ice giant Alan and continue, but what happened next left him dumbfounded. The Old Seal Treasure Chest spoke. How could you be so rude, rubbing someone's butt right off the bat? Even though he'd seen all sorts of new things, this turn of events was unexpected for Jian Lin. The octopus engraving on the lid seemed to come alive, glaring at him with disapproval. A tentacle wriggled beneath the lid, as if rubbing its butt. Jian Lin was speechless. The system had actually given him a living treasure chest, and it looked like it couldn't even yield anything. After about 3 breaths, he finally, grudgingly, accepted the truth. At best, it was just a level 8. There would be opportunities to hunt it down in the future. Jian Lin asked, so what? Are you? What are your abilities? The treasure chest's voice was young and neutral, speaking a language Jian Lin didn't understand, but thanks to its spiritual awareness, he understood. You're so rude. It was surprisingly intelligent, clearly aware of the ambiguity, but it continued its introduction. As you can see, I am the Old Seal Treasure Chest, but not the kind you know. I have only one ability, and that is to bestow the Old Seal upon things. Jian Lin listened patiently, but the Old Seal Treasure Chest paused at this point. He could clearly see a hint of pride in the octopus-headed creature. This ability might be powerful, but what's the point of just saying a name? Do you think I understand? No, what is the Old Seal? He had no choice but to interrupt the treasure chest's self-congratulation. The Old Seal Treasure Chest, instead of the expected admiration and awe, felt embarrassed. You're truly ignorant. The so-called Old Seal is a qualification, or perhaps a certificate. Do you know why those 9 guys in the sky are so different now? Oh, there are 10 now, but the new one only counts as half. His Old Seal was stolen. It actually involves gods? Indeed, Jian Lin had never understood why the 9 gods who pioneered the path were so different. They were all 9th level, yet they seemed far more powerful and mysterious than the old gods. He stroked his chin. So you're saying that their achievements are all due to the Old Seal, and all thanks to you? However, as soon as he said this, he could clearly sense a human-like embarrassment on the octopus head in the Old Seal Treasure Chest. It extended its tentacles. Well, of course, I'm not the only one who knows how to obtain the Old Seal. Those 9 guys do have some tricks up their sleeves. But don't underestimate the rarity of the old seal. You won't find an easier way to obtain it except from me. Jianlin wasn't particularly interested in how the 9 gods had reached their current state. He was more interested in the old seal's purpose. The old seal treasure chest was described with such a mysterious tone, even using deities as examples, which clearly showed how precious it was. He spoke seriously. Tell me more about the old seal. Octopus Engraving began to explain. Level 9 isn't the end point. Rather, level 9 in the mortal world is still within the framework of living beings. Those so-called level 9 old gods are, at best, merely more powerful beings. Although they stand at the pinnacle of the mortal world, they unfortunately have no right to resist truly powerful beings. So they mutate, go mad, and lose their sanity. The cause of their mutation is the old ones above them, the old ones beyond the realm. The stability of the mist world today is thanks to those 9 false gods. They obtained the old seal from somewhere, and created a path. Their powers surpass those of all the old gods, but they haven't reached the level of the old ones. Stargate joined forces with the other 8 false gods to create a membrane that barely resists the contamination of the old ones. Since then, the creatures of the mist have been free from interference from outside the realm. Thus, obtaining the old seal qualifies one to embark on the path of the old ones. I see. Jianglin's long-held question was finally answered. He asked another question. So, the old ones are gods? Stargate and the other 9 were called false gods. Wouldn't that mean they were gods if they were one step closer? However, Octopus denied it. No, there are no gods in this world. They are called false gods simply because they contributed to the mist world, but their power wasn't enough to qualify as gods, so the creatures gave them that pseudo-word. The same goes for the old gods. Don't look at them like that. They were once ambitious people. Jianlin couldn't help but think of the history of the Oblivion era that Su Shui had told him. That was the most glorious time for the creatures of the mist. There were dozens of powerful creatures like Rong Shui. They united to rebel against the outsiders, but some perished, some mutated, and none survived. The Oblivion era also ended under the onslaught of the old ones, leaving no living creatures alive. The old gods he encountered seemed cruel, bloody, and insane, but they were merely tainted by the old ones. There's no denying their contributions as pioneers in the resistance against the outsiders. But when it came time to strike, Jianlin wouldn't hesitate. Let's put that aside for now. He patted the old seal treasure chest and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry, and give me an old seal." He didn't want to end up like the old gods. If he couldn't defeat them, wouldn't he just become one of the old ones himself? If that didn't work out, he could emulate the 9 false gods. A journey halfway is still a journey. Don't worry, said Octopus Head, a little pleased with himself, seeing that he had finally realized his own abilities. He then explained, not everyone can obtain an old seal. It depends on your aptitude, but you should be able to do it. You're a blue star human after all. Blue star human? This was the first time Jianlin had heard those words from another being. So were blue star humans noble? He thought of the blue star human's origins, which he had dreamed of more than once. Perhaps this was the reason. Why are blue star humans okay? He asked after thinking it over. Well, that involves some ancient secrets. You are fragments of a higher being. At your level, your spiritual perception should be somewhat sensitive. As expected, Jianlin suddenly understood and didn't ask any further questions. As for why the old seal treasure chest knows so much, it comes from the system, so it's normal for it to know so much. Chapter 363. Let's stop dwelling on these trivial matters. Of course, if there's something good, we must get it immediately. Otherwise, wouldn't Xerxes have died in vain? Jianlin held up the old seal treasure chest and shook it. Tell me, what are the prerequisites? Humph, you're so anxious now. Octopus shook his head. But let me make it clear, it's not guaranteed to be obtained. Although you're a blue star human, there might be some spiritual changes. Okay, I get it. You still want me to sign an agreement, don't you? Jianlin was impatient. This was the qualification to advance to rank 9 and above. It was impossible not to be nervous. If he couldn't obtain the old seal from the old seal treasure chest, he might have to obtain it through other, more difficult channels. For so many years, there have only been 9 false gods in the heavens. You can imagine how difficult it would be. I told you not to rush. The old seal won't be obtained in a short time. It'd take a year or 2 at most. You can come in and verify your qualifications first, and then start again later when you have time. So long? Jianlin's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. After the old seal treasure chest finished its story, the door finally opened. A bizarre scene was revealed within. Jianlin murmured incredulously. Somehow, it looked a bit like a place he'd been to before. A place without existence or feeling, a place without thought or fixedness. Stars, halos, amorphous distortions, black holes. There, he entered a vast land, and met a he who offered eternal life by becoming its servant, but Jianglin refused. For the moment, he didn't consider the scene inside. He frowned. Didn't you say this is your butt? Yeah, what's wrong? The octopus head asked in confusion. Nothing. Jianglin brushed aside his scattered thoughts. So should I go in now? Come on. The mouth of the old seal treasure chest opened a little wider. Jianglin silently reached a hand inside, felt nothing, and then was completely sucked in. He was in the void, and the scene he had just seen vanished. How is it? Did you feel the call? The old seal treasure chest's voice came from nowhere. He felt it carefully. And felt it again. After a long while, he had to accept the fact with some trepidation. He hadn't felt the so-called call. Could it be that I had truly undergone a spiritual transformation? He felt a little numb, feeling that the old seal treasure chest was a real pessimist. He could only helplessly respond, I didn't feel it. What? The old seal treasure chest's voice was filled with disbelief. I said I didn't feel it. Jianglin emphasized again. Impossible. The old seal treasure chest said firmly. Any living being will feel the call, and whether or not one can obtain the old seal depends on the strength of the call. Why don't you try harder to feel it? Jianglin had no choice but to continue. A long time passed, but he still felt nothing. He speculated, could I be the spiritual transformation you mentioned? The old seal treasure box remained silent, as if pondering the reason. After a moment, it said, seemingly incredulous yet resigned, you've already obtained the old seal. Huh? Jianglin's emotional toss was utterly shattered, a roller coaster ride. You mean, I possess the old seal, and am qualified to embark on the path of the old ones? If you truly haven't felt the call, that's the only possibility. But Jianglin wanted to ask why he didn't know about this, but realizing the old seal treasure box must also be confused, he kept quiet. You come out first. The old seal treasure chest's voice was tinged with surprise. Inside the circular fortress, a long silence lingered between the two men and the chest. So how do I know where my old seal is? I don't know. Perhaps you know when you reach level 9. Have you helped others obtain old seals before? The old seal treasure chest said awkwardly. This is my first time, too, but don't question my expertise. Some abilities are innate. Jianglin took a deep breath. So, Mr. Old Seal Treasure Chest, how do you determine if a creature has obtained an old seal? It's simple. Simply enter my butt. If the call it senses is strong, the creature will disappear along with the call. This process will last for a long time until it reappears. The Old Seal Treasure Chest was quite certain of this. But it was also clear that it had only a limited understanding of the so-called Old Seal. Beyond knowing that it was a necessary item to reach the Old One's dominion, it had no other understanding. But since the Old Seal Treasure Chest was certain he had it, it was a good thing. He didn't have to waste any more time trying to obtain it. Try helping my men again. Jianglin didn't think the Old Seal Treasure Chest was useless. Just because he didn't need it didn't mean the altered creatures didn't need it either. Traveling alone on the old path was inevitably difficult, so having more help was helpful. So he summoned Little Axe. Little Axe's massive tentacle extended a small tip and pierced the Old Seal Treasure Chest. So big. The Old Seal Treasure Chest sighed, then fell silent. After just a second or two, the Old Seal Treasure Chest asked, It feels an extremely strong call. Should we let it go? Jianglin was a little surprised by how quickly it happened. So Little Axe is qualified to become one of the old ones. Obtaining the Old Seal would take a year or two, or even longer, which meant a temporary separation. But for a better future, a choice had to be made. He entered the Old Seal Treasure Chest, and touched Little Axe's axe head. Go, Little Axe. I wait for you when you come back. The scene resembled a parent sending a child to school, but compared to Little Axe's enormous size, he was more like the child. Master. Little Axe felt a little reluctant. After all, it had basically stayed by Jianglin's side since its birth. It's okay, it be soon, Jianglin lied. Little Axe obeyed and began to walk towards the unknown. From time to time, it turned its axe head to look at Jianglin until it completely disappeared. Jianglin couldn't explain what he felt now. See you next time. I don't know what level I be at. The matter of the Old Seal should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Jianglin was not a man without foresight, so he had all the altered creatures make an attempt. The results were quite satisfactory. Those who were able to obtain the Old Seal included Xiaohao, Xiaotong, Yejin, Hongyin, the fake angel, and the tailor girl. And Xiaoying, who had returned from the Snow Dragon Tower. It's worth noting that the call Xiaoying felt was extremely strong. If she hadn't tried her best to resist, she would have vanished along with the call. But Xiaoying was Jiang Lin's strongest combatant at the moment, so he had no choice but to keep her by his side for now. As for Xiaofu and the other 6 altered creatures, they all went to obtain the Old Seal. While the Old Seal doesn't increase combat power, it does raise the upper limit of living beings. This means that if all goes well, including himself, Jiang Lin will have 8 potential Old Ones. He also had Lin Yu and Huan try it, but unfortunately, the call they felt was relatively weak. Jiang Lin didn't really care about this. After all, for a professional, reaching level 9 is already difficult. It wouldn't be too late to consider the Old Seal once he reached that level. This matter was resolved, and the entire Snow Dragon clan was transformed into Xiaoying Silver Moon puppets. Jiang Lin collected 6 brilliant crystal chests and a Zex's spirit crystal. He placed all the other low-level materials into Mobin's space. Lin Yu and the others would ask Little Tan and Big Head to craft weapons and runes for sale. He didn't need to worry about these business matters. Adding the Old Seal chest, his harvest was beyond description, even with the superficial term rich. Chapter 364. In the main hall of the circular fortress, Jiang Lin placed the important items on the square table. First, the biggest prize of this trip, a fist-sized, irregular blue crystal. A spirit crystal. Its radiance was restrained, not even as dazzling as the source crystal, yet it exuded a strange allure. It beckoned one to swallow it and absorb it, a hunger rooted in the essence of spirituality. Spirit crystal, the energy core produced by level 8 creatures, the most advanced spiritual energy item in the Misty World, extremely difficult to obtain. Absorbing spirit crystals can break through the limits of attributes, infinitely approaching the upper limits of living beings. This was his first time obtaining a spirit crystal, and also the first time he had seen its appearance. Only 2 more materials are needed to upgrade. Jiang Lin opened the shelter panel. Hidden Void Floating Touch, Crystal Castle, Level 8, Non-Upgradable 15670/10,000 Pumice, 0/10,000 Red Iron, 0/10,000 Time Sand, 100 out of 100 Fog-Resistant Fire Seeds, 20/20 Crystal Blocks, 10 out of 10 Source Crystals, 1/1 Spirit Crystal. He placed all the extra materials in Mobin's space, where the system couldn't detect them. Lin Yu said he already had 5,000 psychic items, like source crystals, but Jiang Lin was no longer interested. All he needed was red iron and time sand to upgrade the shelter to level 9. Jiang Lin didn't even know if any level 9 shelters had appeared in all the survivors' batches. Judging from the fact that all previous level 8 Snow Dragon kills were first kills, it was highly unlikely. The time sand was in the Weird Desert. He planned to go there soon and acquire it while he was there. Hong Tai is in the Meat Pool Swamp, which is the territory of the Destruction Legion. He doesn't know much about the place, but he can explore the situation further. Besides Sun Huanyu, there should be other survivors who have chosen the level 7 underground fortress. I wonder if anyone will risk their life to obtain red iron. Rather than that, let's focus on improving our strength right now. Brilliant Crystal Chest receives a random item with a 99% chance of level 7 and a 1% chance of level 8. The entire Snow Dragon clan only produces 6 brilliant crystal chests, 2 of which are crafted from smaller chests. The remaining scattered crystal pattern chests are stored, and once we have 10, we can exchange them. All of his altered objects are level 6 or higher, and the system should release a level 6 smile roulette later. There's no need to open the crystal pattern chests anymore. After completing the initial luck preparations, looking at the 6 brilliant crystal chests shimmering with blue light on the square table, Jiang Lin rubbed his hands and transformed into Sophia. Sacrifice all of Norvis's luck and open. With no room for maneuver, Jiang Lin wasn't afraid of offending the other party. I opened 6 brilliant crystal treasure chests in succession, and a single flash of white light appeared. Not getting a level 8 is normal. The chance is only a paltry 1%. As long as no source crystals are present, it's a good thing. Dream Returning Pendulum, level 7. Wear it while sleeping to gain spiritual guidance through dreams, useful for finding objects, foreknowledge, and more. Dream returning is for reference only, and can be subject to many uncertainties, which is why it won't be locked. Note, remember, you're only dreaming. Patrol Ring, level 7. Place beacons at any location you pass. Using the patrol ring allows you to teleport to a beacon. Only 3 beacons can exist at once, and a single teleport has a 6-hour cooldown. Needle of the Confused, level 7. A hidden weapon. Release the needle while confused. It will pierce enemy spirits for you. Note: can be used to kill nearby unknown enemies. Source Crystal Pattern Blade, Level 7. A long sword casually crafted by a master. Putting aside its effects, it's quite exquisite, isn't it? The first three are all good, but this last one is clearly a notch below the rest. Xiao Tang can now mass-produce ordinary Source Crystal Pattern blades like this. It just costs a bit more materials. It might be a treasure for other survivors, but for Jianglin, it's too ordinary, completely worthless. The other two treasure chests yielded 2 advancement scrolls. Advancement Scroll, Level 7, can upgrade any object to Level 7, the specific effect depending on the object's characteristics. Very good. 2 Level 7 scrolls will grant him 2 additional Level 8 combat powers. The 3 items each have their own uses: foresight, teleportation, and damage, a complete package. Putting everything away for now, Jianglin considered who to give the advancement scroll to. As for weapons and equipment, because of Xiao Tan, they were already level 7 or even 8, and wouldn't be used. There aren't many level 6 creatures. Without Xiaohao and Yejian, there are still 4 more practical ones: Paper Man Jilua, Charm Emperor, Charm Queen Bee, and Tiger Vine Floating Mother. As for the others, they're not very useful to Jianglin right now. We discuss them later. In any case, Paper Man is a must-have. Saving his life is the top priority. It has helped Jianglin withstand at least 3 fatal attacks, making it the most valuable of all the altered items. The Tiger Vine Floating Mother is for navigating, and while it's barely enough for now, I rule it out for now. Then, choose between Jilua and Charm Emperor. Jilua played a significant role in the destruction of the Snow Dragon clan this time. Without the intelligence it provided, Jianglin wouldn't have been able to proceed. By comparison, Charm Emperor, while powerful, has been solely responsible for logistics. With this in mind, he made a decision. Several hours passed, and Jianglin used his mutation 3 times. Mutation: sacrifice the forgotten paper figure, obtaining the Strange Sacrifice paper figure. Strange Sacrifice paper figure, Level 8. It helps the user block attacks. Upon hitting, the attack becomes ineffective, and the opponent forgets the skill, becoming unusable for 3 hours. At this point, the active skill, Strange Sacrifice, can be unleashed. Strange Sacrifice: sacrifice 1/3 of the paper figures, causing the opponent to completely forget the skill, granting you the skill. After 3 times, you will forget the paper figures. The paper figures' active skills have been further enhanced, now allowing them to directly steal the opponent's skills. This means that without harming the paper figures, Jianglin could find a way to steal 2 skills from the opponent. He immediately thought of Kara's Pseudo-World Lord ability. Unfortunately, upon closer inspection, the opponent's ability wasn't an attack, but rather the creation of a pseudo-world, which Strange Sacrifice couldn't steal. However, abilities like Darian's Forbidden Shadow should be stealable. Thinking of his level 7 Greedy Expert and level 8 Treacherous Spear, Jianglin rubbed his chin. Why do I always feel like my abilities are related to stealing? And then, there's the plunder. It's no longer a single-eyed black slime. It has completely transformed into a black shadow, with a single eerie red eye faintly visible within it. Transform the Eye of Plunder to gain Shadow of Plunder. Shadow of Plunder can parasitize targets level 8 and below, controlling their body and mind, slowly plundering their spiritual essence, eventually completely replacing them. Limited to 1, with a 3-day cooldown. Note: parasitizing a level 8 target may fail. The higher the target's life level, the greater the chance of failure. Jianglin speculated that this failure probability is related to the number of spirit crystals consumed and external objects, like the old seal. If it were a near-invincible level 8 being like Kara, the parasitism would most likely fail. But if it were just Darien or the Snow Dragon's X's, it should succeed without the interference of the old gods. The third transformation. Jianglin fused the newly acquired Needle of the Confused and the Source Crystal Blade. He also combined them with the 7th level Curse Rune, the Stealth Rune, and the Doom Rune, which he had found to be produced by Datu. With 5 7th level items, he actually managed to create something truly remarkable. Chapter 365. A thin needle, somewhere between illusion and reality, hovered in midair, occasionally transforming into a twisting red thread of flesh. The aura of doom washed over him. Transformed the Needle of the Confused, cursed, and obtained the Needle of 100 Tribulations. Needle of 100 Tribulations, Level 8. Released while confused, the needle will automatically track the target and silently penetrate their spirit. Until the needle is withdrawn, the target will be cursed with 100 curses of misfortune until death. Not bad. Jianglin reached out and held a needle of curse between his fingers. The needle of curse squirmed and softened, looking as if it had been pulled from some strange, unidentified creature. He was already proficient in the use of fusion, knowing how to combine them to maximize the effect of the transformation. The tracking properties of the needle of the confused, the sturdiness of the source crystal blade, the concealment of the concealment rune, combined with the curse and the doom rune, could transform this hidden weapon into a more powerful fusion. This effect would undoubtedly be better than a single transformation. Compared to the previous blind fusion, perhaps this targeted and directed transformation could better utilize the unique properties of fusion. The powerful 8th level creatures include Xiaoying, Jilua, and the paper figurine, and the weapon is the cursed needle. Jianglin felt fully prepared. It was time to release the prison realm shield and attract other prison masters. Come, fight me fair and square. With this, he stepped out of the prison realm and directly retracted it into his spiritual source. The snow was vast, and the fog retreated thousands of meters under the control of the miscontrolling eyes. For the first time, the drifting snowflakes touched his side, and the feeling of the cold air stinging his skin was like a world away. After reaching the 7th level, he appeared in the outside world for the first time without any cover. Catching a few snowflakes, and clenching his hands slightly, Jianglin felt like he had shed a thick tortoise shell. A level 4 neutral creature slowly passed by ahead, leaving him stunned. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first arrived in the misty world and encountered the fleeing black ram. Hey! He couldn't help but smile. The cautious struggle for survival he once endured now seemed like a wonderful experience. Whoa! He walked aimlessly, his boots leaving long footprints in the snow. Xiaoying had appeared beside him at some point, leaving 2 sets of footprints, just like before. But now, he was no longer prey. Few people know that there are actually more than 9 fog-free areas in the misty world. For some special reason, some places are also unobstructed by the fog. The Miracle Society's headquarters was one such special location. A rainbow-colored film enveloped the area in a circular pattern. In the center of the desolate land, a huge crystal round table stood. Atop the round table sat a shifting topographic map. Anyone familiar with the misty world would have noticed that it encompassed the entire world. It not only depicted scenes from various regions within the misty world, but also marked each of its famous species. Around the round table stood 9 crystal chairs. At that moment, one chair glowed, revealing a pale, slender figure. Then, the other 8 chairs also glowed, revealing their respective owners. One of the tall figures spoke first. Xishuan, you've been calling meetings quite frequently lately. I remember asking Wang Shou to help you obtain the stone tablet 2 months ago. What's going on now? The figure known as Xishuan spoke. I sense the presence of the new prison master, and he doesn't have the stone tablet. As it spoke, it extended a pale hand and pointed, and a red dot suddenly lit up in the snowy mountain area on the topographic map. Ha, you're so lucky. If I remember correctly, you're about to reach level 8. That's great. That way, our Miracle Society will have its 6th level 8 member, bringing us one step closer to our plan. The tall figure smiled. The other 7 figures reacted differently, with 3 showing noticeably greater reactions. One of them taunted slightly, wait, if that's all, there's no need to call a meeting. By the way, aren't you afraid of a newcomer? At this remark, all the figures revealed a certain degree of playful amusement typical of their race. After the teasing, a human-like figure spoke up. Su Sun, it was strange that you asked me to take action last time. It was against a level 2 wretch. I was already timid about getting my hands dirty. What are you going to do this time? Su Sun ignored the mockery. He had his own set of rules. Wang Shou, who had helped him once, was quite patient, explaining, don't underestimate that time. I had my reasons for doing what I did. I received instructions from that person. Hearing that person's words, Wang Shou was somewhat skeptical. Would that person care about a level 2 kid? That's ridiculous. Believe it or not, that's the truth, Su Sun said succinctly. He had always been like this, never arguing, always striving to achieve his goals. To be safe, I need a level 8 to help me hunt. Su Sun's words silenced everyone, and then they all took on a more playful expression. Su Sun, you truly deserve to be the most timid member of the Miracle Society. There's a reason you've made it this far from a mere level 6. You haven't contributed much, but you've enjoyed the most benefits. 3 of the figures spoke particularly sharply, their words clearly tinged with jealousy. Quit arguing. A voice, clearly of great authority, interrupted the discussion. He glanced around, then spoke in a deep voice. The original purpose of the Miracle Society, besides that great goal, was to help each other. Su Sun's steadiness is no reason for you to mock him. Don't underestimate any professional. You should all learn from Susun. He then turned to the tall figure who had spoken first. Bali, this time you go with Susun. Okay. The tall figure known as Bali lowered his head, not daring to disobey. Hearing that Bali was to go with him, Susun hesitated. He repeatedly wanted to ask for a substitution, but realizing he was already pushing the issue too far, he gave up. Level 8 taboos, should that be enough? Susun also felt he was overdoing it. He was just a newcomer, after all. Similar situations were unfolding in several other locations. Jiang Lin's naked presence undoubtedly alarmed many beings. This was the frustration of newly promoted beings. Because their attributes hadn't reached their peak, they couldn't sense the location of others of their level. Without the stone slab, they were like the most conspicuous light in the darkness, attracting the attention of all those in the shadows. Jiang Lin knew the situation he was about to face, but that was exactly what he wanted. Now, his focus was on something else. The number of survivors above level 5 has reached the minimum requirement, and the promotion trial will begin. All survivors above level 5, please prepare. Your shelters will be teleported to the trial site. After the trial begins, the gold treasure chest bonus will cease. If you wish to obtain level 5 items, please proceed to the smile roulette. Promotion is brutal, and the living must strive to advance by all means. Stagnation will only lead to destruction. Happy survival, Jiang Lin, ? No, I'm preparing for a high-level game. Where are you going? Chapter 366. What? There's a promotion trial? I just reached level 5, and I'm already taking part in this trial. How unfortunate. The trial has finally begun, Master Yushir. Our chance has arrived. Master Priest, can you? With what the priest has given me, Watanabe, will definitely advance quickly. Unlike Jiang Lin's nonchalant attitude, all the survivors who met the requirements expressed nervousness about the promotion trial. The lower-level survivors, who took refuge with these level 5 professionals, were also quite apprehensive. If the strongest/leader of a faction dies, the outcome for them will likely not be a good one. At a certain edge of the foggy world lies a special area. This area is vast and boundless, constantly shrouded in an unidentified gray substance, making visibility extremely low. Here, spiritual awareness is also greatly restricted, so many survivors have hibernated here, hunting each other for advancement. This is the true trial ground. Because of its unique characteristics and topography, it's known to all living beings as the Gray Forest. Survivors who frequent this area know that this place is more than just a proving ground for Tier 5 survivors. The gray matter not only restricts spiritual awareness, but also blocks most foresight and tracking abilities. It's a perfect hiding place for professionals seeking advancement. The Gray Forest is a paradise for the strong, and today, many who failed to advance in previous years believe their chance has arrived. The disturbances in the gray matter have become unusually intense, and there's only one reason for this phenomenon. As new waves of survivors meet the trial requirements, the Gray Forest begins to receive a flood of easily accessible advancement materials. Compared to veterans who'd also been around for years, these newcomers were undoubtedly easier to deal with. Colin was one of those who held this view. He was a deer demon, a survivor from the 68th batch, and a director. Compared to other classes, a director's abilities weren't particularly strong. Before reaching a higher level, if their script was discovered, they were useless. Thus, Colin made no progress in the Gray Forest. Years passed without him even breaking through to level 6, and he could only hide in his bunker. He hadn't even been to the Fogless Land, and even his fog-repelling fire had to be traded at a high price. Colin pinned all his hopes on the new batch of survivors, having prepared for this for years. He had set up what he considered perfect scripts in numerous locations, waiting for some unlucky individual to fall into his trap. And just now, prey had taken the bait in one of the scripted locations. The prey was trapped there, silent for a long time, and showed no sign of escaping. "You're the one." Colin was overjoyed. Using his director's skills, he followed the censor, hoping to manipulate the script. If I remember correctly, there was supposed to be a scene where a beautiful elf, on the verge of death, was attacked by a ferocious beast and about to die. Before she died, she would offer the materials for advancement. Colin had forgotten the specifics, but the creatures within it would be tempted to believe the script and, after consuming the materials for advancement, become its puppets. Under the director's influence, I believe the newcomers would be unable to resist the temptation of advancement, believing it without a doubt. Perfect, Colin thought, eagerly looking ahead. Then he saw the scene. The beautiful elf collapsed to the ground, her graceful body broken in two, golden blood oozing out. She was speaking to the young man in a windbreaker floating in midair, her expression mournful and pitiful. But the latter remained unmoved, watching attentively, as if enjoying a rather unremarkable play. The moment Colin's gaze met hers, the young man, wearing a monocle, met hers through the air, a faint smile on his face. He said, "Dear Horn Director, you truly have everything I hate." Ugh! Colin felt a surge of inexplicable fear wash over him. What on earth is this? His body, uncontrollably threatening to disintegrate, was suffocating him with the fear. The last trace of his consciousness was that smile and that monocle. Gurgle, gurgle. A hideous, disgusting tumor sprouted from his body, then exploded with a bang. Confident Colin, simply killed by a single glance. My luck. Jiang Lin sighed, then watched as the beautiful elf transformed into a deformed, ugly, black-skinned monster. He had been teleported here for a while, and upon arriving, he encountered a scenario set by the director. If it were a naive, newly promoted level 5 professional, they might have fallen for the interference. In a sense, Jiang Lin's luck in being teleported here was extremely bad, but in the face of absolute strength, Colin was the only one who suffered the loss. Wan-Oh, bring the materials back, he commanded subconsciously. But Wan-Oh didn't act immediately as usual. Master, there's something strange here. My designated foresight has been limited. Jiang Lin extended his spiritual sense and discovered that even with his level 7 spiritual sense, he could only successfully penetrate about 1,000 meters of the gray matter. The fog-controlling ability of the mist-controlling eyes was completely ineffective. Killed in vain. Jiang Lin could only accept this fact, unsure which lucky individual would receive the materials from the level 5 director. However, this trial field's restriction served as a form of protection for all professionals within. If one wanted to find others, they could only attract others of the same profession. Those who hadn't reached their attribute bottlenecks would become mere prey. But this place is quite suitable for me to obtain materials. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Jiang Lin had no intention of teleporting back to the Snow Mountain area. After all, fighting anywhere was fine, and even in the promotion trial field, he could still find good luck. But some survivors who were as lucky as Jiang Lin weren't so lucky, or perhaps lacked the strength. A certain six-eyed tribe member had just regained consciousness after teleporting, but, lacking the fog-repelling fire, and possessing only a level 5 iron fortress, he happened to run into the muzzle of a gun. Bang! Bang! The continuous bombardment echoed, and judging by the noise, it was undoubtedly a war maniac. With the strength of a level 5 iron fortress, it could withstand at most a dozen attacks. Damn it! We're both warmongers, and I'm afraid of you. They were the kings of their fellow survivors, their only loss coming when Jiang Lin refused to sell them anything. The Six-Eyed Clan couldn't stand this, and immediately launched a shadow kill attack, charging out. But just as they stepped out of the gate, with a whoosh, a spear pierced their chest, then transformed into a thick pool of blood covering them. What is this? They felt themselves unable to move, as if something was corroding their bodies. And outside the iron fortress, there were no attackers, only a level 5 puppet feigning an attack. They'd been tricked. Even the Six-Eyed Clan, despite their recklessness and lack of intelligence, realized this fact. But it was too late. Their bodies had already gradually dissolved into blood, eventually coalescing into dormant fragments. Even so, the person in the dark hadn't appeared. After more than half an hour, the puppet finally stepped forward to collect the fragments. Then, another puppet appeared and entered the Iron Fort to begin the slaughter. All the Six-Eyed Clan survivors within the Iron Fort, including their pet puppets, were slaughtered to dust. In the dark, a certain warmonger joyfully accepted the fragments, but instead of advancing on the spot, he fled thousands of miles away. Chapter 367. A similar scene unfolded in many other locations, each with a different outcome. Some survivors who had obtained sufficient fog-resistant fire seeds from various sources were less vulnerable. With a level 7 shelter, they were at least relatively safe within it. The greatest contributions were undoubtedly made by Jiang Lin and Zhou Lini. Both were able to enter the directionless sea, making it much easier for them to obtain fog-resistant fire seeds than for others. Zhou Lini was fine, but Jiang Lin sold them directly for tens of thousands of yuan, indirectly saving many vulnerable survivors. Because both were blue stars, races unfriendly to humans, like the Six-Eyed and Silver tribes could not purchase them from them, forcing them to venture into the fog-resistant land on their own. Unfortunately, most of them prioritized their own strength over shelters, which resulted in most remaining at the level 5 iron fortress. This was not unacceptable in the fog world, but in the gloomy forest, it was undoubtedly extremely deadly. The saying that poking your head out could lead to being struck was not groundless. Inside a large mountain, a level 7 mountain city lay. Priest, I'm ready. Zhou Lini sorted his items, a mix of tier 5 and tier 6 items, most of which he'd purchased at high prices from Jianglin's shop number 9. Runes, weapons, potions, and so on. The pale blue-skinned man in the mysterious black priest robe shook his head helplessly. Actually, there's no need to be so serious. With me here, your advancement won't be a surprise. No, priest, I'm not going to let you do it directly. Zhou Lini's eyes were sharp, and hatred clung to the sky. I can't always rely on others. We in Yin country have an old saying, those who strengthen themselves will always be strong. You only need to save me when I'm in danger. Shiho is dead, and the Alliance can't do without me for the time being. After hearing this, the priest carefully examined Zhou Lini, as if he had come to know this man all over again. He was tough when he needed to be, yet not pedantic. He had also been with Zhou Lini for some time, and had discovered that he had always been committed to upholding fairness within the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance. In this inherently unequal supernatural world, he had surprisingly achieved some success. Even a weakling like a level 2 professional lived quite well in his mountain city. If it were in other survivor factions, level 2 professionals would probably be treated no differently than slaves. Unfortunately, this was too idealistic. The priest didn't understand Zhou Lini, even believing his work to be of little significance, but that didn't stop him from valuing him. Actually, a few days ago, the supreme cult in the Alien Sea was rebuilt. We have a new leader. At least within the Alien Sea, she's invincible. You can leave the system, and lead the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance into the Wuxiang Alien Sea, where you can enjoy a relatively stable life. The priest thought for a moment before sharing the news with Zhou Lini. Although his initial goal in training Zhou Lini was to develop a force among the survivors, his time together had already given him a warm impression of him. Zhou Lini paused. He subconsciously grasped a hard object hidden in his chest pocket. If I go to the Alien Sea, will I ever reach rank 9 again? The priest smiled. You're quite thoughtful. While I don't believe you can reach rank 9, or even rank 8, the Alien Sea does limit your progress. You probably reach rank 7. He then added, while there's potential for continued advancement in the foggy world, it also carries with it various risks you can't imagine. After you experience it a few more times, perhaps you understand the value of the fogless land. Is that so? Zhou Lini muttered absent-mindedly, feeling his palms burning. As if making some kind of resolution, he smiled with relief. I let the members choose for themselves. If they want to go to the directionless ocean, they can go together to develop. You're not going. The priest was surprised. I have unfinished business. In a mountain forest, a gestationalist was attacked by dozens of level 6 runes and weapons. Unwilling to die, she transformed into advancement fragments. Embryo fragments. Level 5, the essence required for certain professions to advance, extremely rare. You contributed more. Are you really going to give it to me? The gestationalist looked at Isabella in disbelief. Her only role in this hunt was to find this gestationalist. And before either of them even showed their faces, the other fell to Isabella's wealth. My attributes are insufficient. You advance first, so it will be more helpful to me. Isabella seemed extremely generous. The envoy felt that every strand of her golden curls exuded an indescribable dominance. Choosing to support Isabella might have been the best decision of her life. She didn't refuse any further, thinking that she would help Isabella find a prey later. After reaching level 6, this would be much easier. But there were also risks involved. After all, the initial promotion was very dangerous. Thinking of this, she had no choice but to use another ability that rivaled her financial power. I've contacted my mother. She's level 7, and can provide us with protection. Ah, okay. Isabella was shocked. She had always thought the envoy was a marginal figure in the Blood Moon Temple. This turn of events was truly unexpected. A certain villa hidden in the mist. Huh? Han Xiaoxiao shuddered as he downed a bottle of potion, his nasty wound slowly healing. He had been ambushed by a combination of the elemental arbitrator and the star travel merchant. Fortunately, he was protected by the strange fog and possessed numerous life-saving devices, allowing him to escape back to the sanctuary. The mist villa had a particular advantage in the gray forest, allowing it to conceal itself within the gray matter and move at a considerable speed. He didn't report this to Jianglin, feeling embarrassed. In his view, this level 6 dispute was a minor matter, not enough to alarm the mighty god of gray light. Frustrated, he had no choice but to take out a crystal block he had exchanged from Mobin and continue his efforts to consume it. Unlike him, the other members of the secret society weren't so reckless. They all hid in the sanctuary and observed the situation, thus avoiding any unexpected incidents. Watanabe Yarrow felt like the chosen one. A few days ago, he stumbled into a cave with a doorway carved with goat horns at the entrance. He was surprised to find that all the monsters within had mysteriously perished, leaving behind a vast cache of crystal cores, advancement materials, and other items. Unfortunately, none of the materials the director needed were found there, leaving him somewhat disappointed. But using those materials to train level 6 subordinates was impossible. As a skilled backstabber, he couldn't possibly train subordinates more powerful than himself, even under slave contracts. However, as if heaven had heard his plea, today's teleportation led him to another empty level 6 iron fortress. He used his puppets to confirm repeatedly that there were indeed no living creatures inside. Only a fragment of skin lay in the hall, the very material the director needed for advancement. May the Emperor bless you. After repeated attempts to confirm, he ordered his puppets to remove the skin fragment and then quickly escaped using the mist-hidden villa. Where did he get the mist-repellent fire from? That's easy. Didn't Jianglin have a capital verification restriction on purchases? So, wouldn't he just be able to control an unrelated alien survivor? Because of this, he successfully purchased 6 fog-repellent fire seeds from Jianglin, a fact that made him proud for a long time. His continuous surge in luck made Watanabe Yashiro believe he was the protagonist in a light novel. I'm about to become a high-level expert, Jianglin. You keep looking down on me. Sooner or later, I crush you. Chapter 368. Watanabe Yarrow's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He clutched the fragment of skin tightly in his hand, as if holding the key to supreme power. The mist villa swiftly moved through the gray mass, leaving the empty level 6 iron fort far behind. By the grace of Amaterasu, this is an adventure tailor-made for me. Watanabe Yarrow's eyes gleamed with greed and ecstasy. Unfortunately, his attributes weren't high enough for advancement, so he could only stop at a secluded valley. It's time to make your mark. He ordered some of his men to scout the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no danger did he finally feel reassured. He retrieved several level 5 to 6 warning and trap runes from the system space and carefully placed them around the villa. He had paid a huge price to acquire these from that ripped-off Jianglin, and the effect was undeniably excellent. A hint of disdain curled up Watanabe Shiro's lips. Jianglin, that fool. He's selling all his good stuff for crystals. He must have been broke back on Blue Star. It's a shame I got all the money. Despite his humble plea for Jianglin's purchase, he actually looked down on him. He thought Jianglin was just relying on the system's ranking rewards to stay ahead, and he could do the same. And now, his luck has turned. With a series of adventures, it's clear his time to rise has arrived. Kneeling in the center of the villa, he admired the beautiful nude paintings he had meticulously crafted on the walls. The vast villa was densely packed with thousands of these nude paintings, neatly covering the walls. All his men knelt at the edge of the hall, waiting for orders. Men and women alike dared not make the slightest noise, fearing they would attract the attention of their capricious master. This is power. Watanabe Shiro grinned triumphantly, taking out the vast amount of resources he plundered from the goat horn cave and beginning to chew crystals. He could already see the exhilarating scene of himself reaching a high level, crushing Jianglin, and bringing all the Blue Star people under his wing. However, for some reason, the more he thought of Jianglin and the face he'd seen in his dreams, the more unsettled he became. At one point, in his memory, the figure in the monocle seemed to sneer at him. Get out! Get out of my head! Watanabe Shiro screamed in his heart, desperately trying to forget that nightmare-like smile, but he couldn't. The name Laughing Nightmare was vindicated. Huh? Huh? He gasped in pain, unable to concentrate on chewing crystals. Damn it! I must have been suppressed for too long. I need to release. Watanabe Shiro simply stopped and looked at his former compatriots at the edge of the villa. They were now his subordinates, his slaves. You? And you? He singled out the women he found pleasing, pointing at a dozen in quick succession. Then, leading the way, he led the way to a room emitting a strange odor. Get right here. No. Woo-woo. The chosen women's faces paled, and some even urinated on the spot. They knew all too well what was about to happen. The nude paintings on the walls constantly assaulted their fragile nerves. It was a pity, however, that the men knew the consequences of their refusal. Between sacrificing others and sacrificing everyone, they decisively chose the former. Dozens of men volunteered, displaying extraordinary bravery, as they carried the women into that horrific room. They thought that standing up was like standing up like a fearless warrior, superior to everyone else. This might be the true portrayal of a world where the strong prey on the weak. A person in power with bad character will commit many absurd acts beyond your imagination. Watanabe Yarrow didn't notice that the sneer in his memory had become even colder. Under the principle of hidden attraction, what someone thought was a fortuitous encounter was merely a fast track to their doom. He also didn't understand Jiang Lin's current level, or how suicidal and bizarre his actions were. In the gloomy forest, amidst the dense, towering trees. From the perspective of certain beings, the young man in the windbreaker casually walked through the woods like a beacon. Jiang Lin had already ascertained the uniqueness of this area, as well as its name. As for the clown's ill will towards him, he had long since sensed it. If nothing unexpected happened, the principle of hidden attraction would even draw Watanabe Yarrow closer. He could have killed him from a distance, with a strange spell at any moment, but there was no need. He had absolutely no interest in such a disgusting creature, and even engaging him was too timid to get his hands dirty. But leaving him alone was impossible, and he happened to have a suitable competitor ready to fight. With a thought, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him, one above and one below. They were Soren and Aurora, who had been living on his platform. Unfortunately, their postures were not very elegant. Soren was riding on Aurora, pretending to grab something, while Aurora's face flushed. I know you're close. Jiang Lin knew they weren't doing anything pleasant, but were fighting over that picture book. As Aurora realized what was happening and blushed, Soren took the initiative, snatching the book from her hand. No, He explained something while hiding it, and Jiang Lin clearly caught a glimpse of some blushing content flashing across the book in his hand. Is there such a thing as the pendulum illusion realm? Also, he hadn't expected Soren to be this kind of person. He looked so serious. If it were a high-level one, Jiang Lin would have taken it to observe and study the differences between the Emperor's uncle in the Misty World and Blue Star. But now, he had no interest in these things. Xiaoying hadn't changed her clothes in how long? Alright, stop explaining. I asked you to come out to tell you some good news, Jiang Lin said, motioning for the two to look around. Aurora took this opportunity to stand up and dust off her but Soren's face flashed with surprise. Could it be? Grey Forest, your ascension trial has begun? Jiang Lin nodded. Didn't I tell you there's someone you can practice with? Help me kill him, and I give you both ascension materials in exchange. After a moment's thought, he added, be careful not to let him die too easily. Good work will earn you extra rewards. Who is it you can't handle? Aurora's pretty face was filled with confusion. She had a glimpse of Jiang Lin's strength, and couldn't imagine there was an enemy he couldn't handle. Pa, a muffled sound echoed, and Soren slapped her shoulder hard. Aurora, you're so foolish. They let us go, so they're obviously not tough. It's probably just that brother Jiang Lin is too lazy to take action. Aurora felt pain and glared at the reckless man. She couldn't understand why she had spent her childhood with such a man. If she could do it all over again, well, she might still choose him. Although Soren had many flaws, there were certain aspects of him that held an inexplicable attraction for her. Seeing these two men start showing off their strange things again, upon meeting, Jiang Lin felt a little overwhelmed. He threw out a statue and said, take it with you. It will guide you to your target, and protect you if necessary. Aurora took it attentively. Seeing that the statue resembled Jiang Lin, Soren shook his yellow hair and said, this is Team Soren in disguise. Let's go! Chapter 369. Day 82 of Survival. The Survivor Forum is flooded with new posts. Lucas successfully obtained promotion materials, and is suspected to reach a higher rank within 2 weeks. Jolene plotted to kill the Mystic Scholar. Just how many goodies are there in Shop 9? Isabella gained a powerful ally, and is suspected to be at level 7, her path to promotion is smooth. The Wing King successfully advanced to level 6. Who is stronger now, it or Jiang Lin? With the promotions now live, can Jiang Lin maintain his dominance? Let me analyze it for you. Vigelos. Besides these success stories, there are also reports of the deaths of many previously ranked players. However, the world only remembers the victors, so those posts have received little attention. Perhaps due to the real battles of the promotion trials, dreams quietly closed yesterday. This has also caused survivors to lose their standard for measuring the strength of those at level 5 and above. Many survivors who have no idea of Jiang Lin's abilities have begun posting analytical posts, discussing Jiang Lin's strengths or comparing him to someone else. But anyone with even a modicum of common sense could tell that Jiang Lin wasn't even on the same tier as his fellow survivors. Let's not even talk about Jiang Lin, let's just talk about his subordinates. Lung Baibai, the Ice Crystal Queen, Tier 6, previously ranked 2nd, just below Jiang Lin. Han Xiaoxiao, Tier 6, recently moved up to 3rd. Even Sun Huanyu and Sophia are within the top 20, but few people know they're also Jiang Lin's subordinates. In fact, just the first two alone are enough to reveal a small glimpse into Jiang Lin's strength. Not to mention, his Shop 9 sells Tier 7 weapons and runes, though no one has been able to afford them yet. There's no need to analyze Jiang Lin's own strength. The items in his shop alone are enough to compete with Tier 7 survivors. Beneath a tree, Jiang Lin was resting. He read the various discussions on the forum for fun, just to pass the time. Opening the Blue Star chat, he saw that although the trial had nothing to do with most people, even across the entire Blue Star, only a few dozen people had actually entered the trial. The discussion was still very intense. The promotion trial is terrifying. I heard so many powerful members of the Robot, Silver, and Sand People tribes died that I'm afraid to even raise my stats anymore. Here's a piece of advice for everyone. Before entering the Gloomy Forest, you must upgrade your shelter to level 7, otherwise you won't be able to survive. That's hilarious. As if I could actually reach level 5. I'm currently level 3, working for 007. Safe and secure, but with no future. I didn't expect I'd still have to work after traveling through time. So silly. Isn't this all your own choice? I created a small faction, and we all work together to grow and support each other. Big companies have security, while small companies rely on hard work, right? Okay, the conversation veered off again. This is what Blue Star people are like. Everyone is more concerned with their own lives. The only reason they're discussing the promotion trial is that many people are taking shelter in the powerful shelters. Prosperity is shared. But after taking a quick look at the casualties, Jiang Lin concluded a classic truth. Even in the Grey Forest, you need a strong background to make it, like Zhou Lini, Isabella, Lucas, Park Chulin, and so on. Otherwise, you can only rely on your absolute strength or hide. Even those with powerful combat abilities, like Wing King and Magellos, can barely make it. Just as Jiang Lin was about to close the chat, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. Don't hide now, you're here. Can't you just use real weapons? He snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and swung it. Swish! The 100 Tribulations cursed needle vanished silently, striking the enemy in an unknown location. Its accuracy was even more reliable than Jiang Lin's own, so he didn't rush, but slowly floated to catch up. With Xiaoying possessed and Silver Moon protecting him, he wasn't worried about an ambush. From 1,000 meters away, the cursed needle had already struck its target. However, when Jiang Lin arrived, he only saw a level 7 strange creature, cursed to death. A shaped creature, or perhaps a prisoner creature. But looking at the one-eyed, black-haired monster, Jiang Lin guessed it was the former. To be able to dodge the cursed needle's attack, it must have been shaped by a unique strange object, its abilities likely related to detection and survival, and it was used as a test by the enemy. Has it already started? Jiang Lin lowered his hat, and didn't collect the source crystals left by the monsters. Caution was necessary at this time. Source crystals were just a small profit, nothing compared to the big fish behind. Clearly, with his dangling like a light bulb, some prison masters had already begun testing him, and there was a high probability that they possessed the stone tablet. This situation was like the enemy in the dark, while he was in the light. He had to accept the fact that he was being watched by all the prison masters. Perhaps he shouldn't act too aggressively. This method was common among the 6 brothers. To have survived so successfully, they probably had many survival strategies. If they didn't attack, it was fine. But if they did, they had to be absolutely certain. If Jiang Lin acted too aggressively, too strangely, he might scare off many people, alerting the enemy. His decisive action just now might have scared off a prison master who had been targeting him. Easily killing a level 7 strange creature instantly was a bit much for someone of the same level. It was actually quite troublesome. Pretending to be strong was fine, but pretending to be weak was a true art. How to pretend to be weak while avoiding being killed and even failing to detect was truly a difficult feat. Just like a skilled hunter, one must learn to disguise themselves as prey in order to hunt effectively. Just as Jiang Lin had predicted. A certain woman in the dark had been frightened thousands of miles away by the needle just now. The sculpted creature had been created by an extremely powerful strange object. It had taken her nearly a month to successfully kill it. And yet, this very creature, which she had viewed as a powerful probing tool, was instantly killed before they even met. How terrifying. Is this really a newcomer? How could a newcomer without a stone tablet be so powerful? I'm done with this mess. Whoever wants to go can go. I just wait a few more decades. I have plenty of time. As the only survivor of the Grey Mist prison tower, she was extremely skilled at escaping. There are 5 known stone tablets in the path of trickery. One is in Layla's hands, one is in the hands of the person who just tested her, and the whereabouts of 3 remain unknown. Those who possess the stone tablets will most likely not fight each other, and even encounters are rare. Jiang Lin had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. The other 3 stone tablets belonged to the prison master of trickery. This would mean he would have 4 enemies in the shadows. Whether there were any level 8 trickery masters holding the stone tablets was not a consideration for the time being. But the Misty World likely had more than just a few prison masters of trickery. Just like with Xian, not having a stone tablet didn't mean they couldn't escape. As a hunter, the slate's owner must be constantly on the hunt, while the other prison masters are either hiding or on the run. Jiang Lin's exposure might attract the attention of all prison masters, but it's unknown how many actually set their sights on him. Even though it's fishing, one can't be too passive. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin took out his dream-returning pendulum, hoping it would work wonders after its transformation. Chapter 370. Gripping the exquisite dream-returning pendulum in his hand, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a touch of fatigue. He wanted to sleep. The effects of this item were constantly affecting the outside world. In fact, a level 7 dream-returning pendulum could already provide some help in the current situation, but who would choose an inferior one when they could use something better? The transmutation spell activated, 6,400 points of spiritual energy covering the pendulum. Swish! It slowly squirmed, strange black filaments extending out, growing rapidly like hair, until it eventually transformed into a massive black cocoon as tall as a person. A faint, obscure muttering emanated, making one desperately want to be enveloped in the cocoon and enjoy an eternal dream. Jiang Lin pursed his lips. He didn't quite understand the connection between the small pendulum and the black cocoon, but transforming into strange things wasn't the first or second time, it was almost a habit. Transform the dream-returning pendulum to obtain the dream-stealing cocoon. Dream-stealing cocoon, level 8. Wrapped in black silk, you enter a spiritually guided dream, allowing you to access the secrets you most desire. If the secret is risky, the cocoon will steal and eliminate it. Note, the dream perspective doesn't necessarily reflect your own. Very good. Jiang Lin was secretly delighted after reading the introduction. The secrets he most wanted to know right now were those of other prison masters. With the dream-stealing cocoon, as long as he interacted with the other party, he could learn their secrets through spiritual guidance. The effect was much better than the unstable dream-returning pendulum. He touched the black threads of the giant cocoon. Although they looked terrifying, they were actually soft, somewhat like slippery worms. As if responding to Jiang Lin, the threads wiggled in unison, crawling out from between his fingers. Quite cute. It would also make a perfect bed. With Xiaoying guarding him, Jiang Lin wasn't afraid of danger. He stepped forward and slowly sank into the giant cocoon. The black silk gradually climbed up his legs, then his arms, covering his cheeks, causing a slight tingling sensation, until it finally engulfed him completely. He felt as if he had become one with the dream-stealing cocoon, almost unaware of his own existence. An uncontrollable drowsiness overtook him. The prison master. The hiding slab. He thought to himself. He wasn't sure if mentioning the latter would be helpful, but the prison master should be able to do it. Unconsciously, he felt like he was asleep, yet also awake. It was then that Jiang Lin saw 8 toe lines. He could choose one to enter the dream world. Why so many? This number was somewhat unexpected, so he chose one at random. After making his choice, he seemed to truly enter the dream world. Collector. This is the title someone gave me. As for my original name, it has been forgotten in the distant past. I'm a survivor, and the system occasionally pops up a message reminding me of this, but I haven't actively opened the system in ages. There are only a few survivors left for my batch, so there's really nothing much to talk about. I love the skill of shamanism. Since reaching level 5, I've been searching for all sorts of strange items and shaping them into adorable, strange creatures. I cherish every creation, so to ensure they don't get damaged, I'm always fully prepared for every hunt. Even if there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of failure, I won't take action. Thanks to this caution, I successfully killed a prison lord. That hunt took me a full 5 years. The second one wasn't far away. I'd been observing this prey for a long time. It thought it was safe hiding in the meat pond and swamp of resentment, but little did I know I'd already set a trap for it, waiting for it to show a flaw so I could kill it with one strike. Sadly, the opportunity I'd hoped for didn't arrive, and instead, I sensed the presence of another prey. That prey seemed quite immature, making no effort to conceal its presence. No, not quite completely. It had taken refuge in the gray forest, but that wasn't enough. Could it be that its shelter hadn't been upgraded to level 7? It's absurd for a prison master to not have a level 7 shelter. Regardless, it's worth investigating the appearance of new prey. Just in case it's easier to deal with than this one, that's a good thing. 2, plus the materials from before, will be just enough for me to reach level 8. Awakening from a dream. Jianlin felt as if he'd experienced a fragmented half-life. A swelling pain spread through his head, and his body felt weak. This must be a side effect of the Dream Stealer cocoon. This isn't a big deal. Just eat some red lotus root and rest. He glanced at the time. Although the dream didn't feel long, 3 hours had already passed. The collector. Jianlin sorted out the information while eating the lotus root to recover. The dream didn't mention the hidden stone tablet, which meant it was either stolen and eliminated, or the dream-stealing cocoon couldn't predict the stone tablet. The collector must have the stone tablet, there's no doubt about that. After all, judging by its behavior, it's clearly a hunter. This cautious guy has already attracted Jianlin. It won't be long before he tests Jianlin like the person in the dark did. We've already scared one away. We can't let this one go again. The stone tablet is really hard to find. Before entering the dream, the 8 traction lines he saw might also represent the 8 prison masters. But there were only 5 stone tablets. So, were those without stone tablets hiding in relatively safe places, like the one the collector was targeting? He glanced at the dream-stealing cocoon nearby. Jianlin wanted to enter the dream again, but the swelling pain in his head told him he needed to rest. His spiritual intuition told him that if he continued to use dream stealing without adequate rest, something bad would happen. Reminded by the collector's dream, Jianlin felt that he was being too blatant, even a little abnormal. So, he decided to hide in Lung Baibai's mist-hidden villa, to appear more normal. The deity statue there held a strong spiritual energy, allowing Jianlin to use it freely. When he arrived, Lung Baibai had just emerged from a fierce battle. A level 7 shelter couldn't completely block the attraction emanating from high-level professionals. Some would occasionally escape, like a flickering light. Lung Baibai was also quite resolute, having not brought the stone tablet with him to verify his strength. So, a destruction commander targeted her and repeatedly attacked the mist-hidden villa. During this fight, the destruction commander sensed something was amiss. Both at level 6, why was Lung Baibai's skills and strength so much greater? The destruction commander, whose spirit was nearly shattered by the phantom mist, had no choice but to use his trump card to escape, perhaps doubting who was the attacker. It must be said that when it came to fishing, Lung Baibai and Jianlin's strategies were perfectly aligned. Perhaps this was the confidence that came with strength. After hearing Lung Baibai's account, the 2 near-divine servant sisters, Liuli, looked at him with admiration. Jianlin nodded. The Phantom Mist commander was indeed far more powerful than the Destruction commander. As long as no higher-level beings intervened, the members of the Conclave should be able to reach level 7 on their own. As for level 8, the matter of the slate depended on their luck. Jianlin had only obtained 1 combat pass slate. In the dark, the allure emanating from Jianlin suddenly faded, which in turn reassured some beings. But one woman secretly grumbled, "What are you pretending for? You're only hiding now? If I hadn't known your strength, I'd have been fooled by you." Thinking this way, she quickly teleported several times in the opposite direction of where Jianlin had been. Chapter 371. Lung Baibai arranged a room for him, and the 2 Liuli sisters insisted on guarding the door. Jianlin didn't mind. He had nothing to hide. The Grey Forest wasn't just for professionals. There were also many mutant creatures. Jianlin was lucky today. Wana found a level 7 monster, which also allowed him to successfully obtain a brilliant crystal treasure chest. After completing the preliminary work, he transformed into Sophia and opened the treasure chest. Advancement scroll, level 7, slightly. Very good. Jianlin smiled. Compared to items whose contents were unknown, advancement scrolls were undoubtedly the most practical items. The remaining 2 transformations were just enough to advance the Charm Emperor, and then transform into a patrol ring. A few minutes later, the prison realm. Something's wrong. After transforming the Charm Emperor, Jianlin felt that even with his level 7 strength, he couldn't bear it. Just looking at the Charm Emperor's rosy cherry lips made him feel the absurd urge to rush forward and play with her. Not to mention her perfect and alluring almond-shaped eyes, her oval face contours exuding an alluring allure, and her curvaceous, slender upper body. This is more than just a top-tier beauty. It's the epitome of allure. Jianlin even felt the urge to give up being its master, and instead wanted the Charm Emperor to be his. "I want." Suppressing his restless emotions, he checked the introduction. Transform the Charm Emperor B to obtain the Ultimate Charm Emperor B. The Ultimate Charm Emperor B. a level 8 queen bee that can continuously produce level 7 ultimate charm emperor bees. It requires source crystals to nourish its production. Creatures that see it will involuntarily submit to it. It is a natural-born king. The ultimate charm emperor bee can transform into any form and charm kill level 7 creatures. The larger the number, the stronger the effect. Okay. Changing form strengthens the charm, right? The charm is already strong, but with the added shock of appearance, what creature could possibly withstand it? Not to mention others, even Jianglin, the master, was having trouble containing himself. Master! The Charm King called softly, his lower body transforming into a humanoid form. How could this be possible? Jianglin quickly closed his eyes. Change back. It wasn't that he was being serious, he simply didn't want to look awkward. He didn't want to appear to be enjoying being stepped on. Wouldn't that ruin his image? Huh? The Charm King was also a little confused. He had assumed the master would prefer human form, so he had to transform back into the lower half of a bee. Master, change back. Jianglin then turned his attention to the beauty. Even in her current bee form, he still felt a little overwhelmed, his heart agitated. This was the result of the Charm King's 8th level charm, and passive submission effects continuing to take effect. After finally calming down, Jianglin carefully considered the situation for a long moment before finally managing to muster some resistance. This was outrageous. He felt like he didn't even need to fight. If he could just send the Charm King out, those prison masters would likely fall to the Charm King's bee body. Thinking this way, he became lost in thought as he gazed at the Charm King's phoenix eyes, which seemed to hold a certain demonic aura. After coming to his senses, he quickly shifted his focus to the bee body behind him. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. He actually felt that the bee body itself possessed a unique charm. I guess I'm sick. Jianglin had to close his eyes again to calm himself. He'd overestimated himself. After all, he was only a rank 7, and facing the Charm King was still a bit stressful. How many source crystals does it take to produce an extreme charm bee? He asked, eyes closed. Master, 2 source crystals. The Charm Emperor's voice was gentle and captivating, evoking a sense of spring. Jianglin pondered for a moment, not thinking about producing the ultimate charm bees, but rather contacting Linyu. Then he reached out and pulled out a military coat. He tossed the custom-made coat to the Charm Emperor. Wrap it up. Since you can't resist temptation for the time being, then reduce it. Yes. The Charm Emperor obeyed, immediately putting the coat on. Jianglin took a look and felt much better, secretly contemplating himself as a genius. The subsequent communication was indeed much smoother. After instructing the Charm Emperor to produce 50 Tier 7 ultimate charm bees, he withdrew from the hive. With the Charm Emperor, his overall strength would undoubtedly be considered formidable even at Tier 8. Dealing with the prison masters, who were seeking him, would be much easier. Perhaps a different approach could be used? Afterwards, the patrol ring's alienation effects were quite satisfactory. Transform the patrol ring to obtain the Breaching Spirit. Breaching Spirit, Level 8, a bizarre breaching spirit creature that can create breach points. Teleportation is prohibited within this area. Using the Breaching Spirit allows teleportation to a breach point. Only 5 breach points can exist at once, with a 6-hour cooldown. Which is a bit confusing, but it essentially means that others cannot teleport with you. This isn't very useful to Jianglin, as few living beings can force him to flee these days. Or rather, any living being is ineffective. It requires at least the level of an old god. Even someone as powerful as the pseudo-world Lord Kara simply doesn't want to tangle with her. She can't do anything to Jianglin, but Jianglin also doesn't have much to do with her. The Breaching Spirit is a palm-sized, formless creature, its presence confirmed only by the constantly disintegrating space around it. Jianglin integrated it into the prison realm, preparing a way to escape without any danger. Time slipped slowly as Jianglin hid. Day 83. Today was a typical day, but for some, it wasn't. The guide door kept opening, revealing 2 hooded figures, one tall and one short, dressed in black. Far away, in the direction they were heading, a mist-hidden villa sat in a valley. Watanabe Yarrow was feeling irritated. He hadn't been able to calm down and smoke crystals since yesterday. The sneering smile behind the monocle echoed in his mind like a nightmare, and no matter what he did, he couldn't forget it. He even began to hallucinate, as if he heard some eerie whispering. Damn it! Damn it, Jianglin! He roared, violently throwing away the bloody skin in front of him. Blood splattered on the ground. Looking around, he saw dozens of naked bodies scattered in a corner. These were the women he'd chosen yesterday, their necks broken after enduring some form of abuse. Under normal circumstances, these bodies would have been transformed into exquisite nude paintings, hung on the hall's walls. But the nightmare raging in his mind kept Watanabe Yashiro from concentrating, so he simply dropped the carving knife. Clang! The blood-stained blade clattered against the ground, and the men and women kneeling outside shuddered and trembled. The women feared an angry Watanabe Yashiro would target them, while the men feared his wrath would be retaliated against. Some were already debating whether to send a few more women inside. In his fury, Watanabe Yashiro failed to notice that the level 6 warning and trap runes he'd left outside had dimmed, suddenly losing their effectiveness. How could Jiang Lin, who was selling his own products, not have a backup plan? While these low-level runes wouldn't affect him, they wouldn't leave anyone else any chance to use them against him. The person is right here, Soren said, holding up Jiang Lin's statue. He looked at the gray mass before him. From the outside, it certainly didn't look like a shelter. Aurora tried, then asked, "What should I do if the door won't open?" Sauron smiled confidently. The statue can activate the object-based relocation skill. Chapter 372. Inside the Kirigakure villa, the despicable outburst continued. "Please let me go! Master Watanabe, Master Watanabe. I'm still useful. My gift is inducing labor." Several women wailed and begged for mercy, but were still dragged into the room brimming with a strong, strange odor by the men. In a rage, Watanabe Yashiro simply sneered, his eyes bloodshot, like an enraged dog. Just then, he suddenly saw one of the men smile at him, his face seemingly wearing the shadow of his lingering self. A monocle. The upward curve of his lips was exactly like Jiang Lin's. Damn it! He instinctively took a step back, scratching his greasy hair in annoyance. Distracted, he realized it was just an illusion. Huh? Huh! Watanabe Yashiro's thin chest rose and fell, calming the suffocating feeling. The mixture of blood and blood made his hair even more tangled, as if he had just crawled out of a filthy slaughterhouse sewer. Looking back at the man, he saw a fawning, ingratiating expression on his face, far from the sneer Watanabe had imagined. Die! Watanabe Yarrow didn't care. He drew his short sword and, with a whoosh, severed the man's head. Blood gushed into the pillar, splashing onto the terrified faces of the surrounding men. Gurgle. The head rolled off. The man's face remained stunned until his death, and he lay on the floor, staring at Watanabe Yarrow in confusion until he finally breathed his last. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the women who had just begged for mercy bit their lips tightly, fearing to anger this madman. Yes, that's the look. Watanabe Yarrow observed the fear in the crowd, and the shadow of fear faded considerably. That's how it should be. Everyone should obey me and fear me. It felt like I was back in the days of Blue Star. Watanabe Yarrow came from a prominent family. His father was Prime Minister, and his mother was Minister of Justice. He was literally born into the sphere of power. However, even in this family, his parents often engaged in separate affairs, even in front of him for excitement. They both knew this tacitly, and their marriage was nothing more than a marriage of power, but it distorted Watanabe Yarrow's mentality from a young age. At school, his peers were expected to follow his lead. He was the one who got what he wanted, and anyone who disobeyed him would have their entire family mysteriously vanish. He even organized a jack-o'-lantern competition at school, inviting all the female teachers and students to participate, a truly utter display of arrogance. However, this was just a trivial act he'd done when he was 10, a mere pastime for his own enjoyment. Although Watanabe Yarrow was a playboy, he knew how to curry favor with authority, namely, his parents. He understood that as long as he pleased his parents, he could get anything he wanted. Compared to that, other people's opinions were unimportant. They were all dogs who should please him. Yes, he had always thought this way. It must be said that he was evil, but not stupid. When he first arrived in the Misty World, he restrained himself somewhat, using his identity as the Prime Minister's son to deceive his unsuspecting compatriots. After quickly completing his initial accumulation, he took one step ahead of the next, finally regaining power. And so he returned to his original state, which is now. In a corner of the hall, the figures of Soren and Aurora emerged silently from the ground. After taking in the scene on the hall's walls. What is this? Aurora's face paled slightly. The nude paintings made her feel extremely physically uncomfortable. Soren's expression wasn't good either. He was a rather righteous man, and naturally, he couldn't tolerate such atrocities. Even in the chaotic pendulum realm, under certain constraints, such a tragedy wouldn't happen. The irony was that the faceless ones pursued disorder. Yet, under disorderly management, such a thing wouldn't happen. For a moment, Soren seemed to have a new understanding of the concept of disorder he had been exposed to since childhood. This man is a beast. No, calling him a beast is an understatement. No wonder Jiang Lin demanded that his death not be too easy. Soren's voice was slightly cold as he looked at Watanabe Yashiro, who was ordering his men to transport the woman. Aurora couldn't help but say, "Let's do it. It's a good time to try that trick." As she spoke, a light spirit gathered in front of her, and Soren tacitly summoned 3 elemental spirits. A blinding light instantly enveloped the hall, making it difficult to open one's eyes. A path of light emerged beneath the light spirit, leading directly towards Watanabe Yarrow. 3 elemental spirits, empowered by the light, instantly shot off at breakneck speed. A surge of elemental force instantly enveloped Watanabe Yarrow, threatening to rip him apart. Who? This series of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Watanabe Yarrow only enough time to activate his actor's skill transition. Chi-Chi. His reaction wasn't slow, but he still managed to sustain a burn on his arm from the fire element. How could someone have entered his Kiritacure villa? Watanabe Yarrow was perplexed, but there was no time for reflection now, as the enemy's next attack had already encircled him once more. 3 doors opened beside him, and dozens of elemental spheres gushed out. An unprecedented sense of danger gripped his heart, the actual threat to his life even greater than the lingering, sneering nightmare in his mind. Luckily, he had received system rewards and possessed several life-saving weapons. Under the glaring white light, his movements faltered, but at level 5, even at his slow speed, he could still manage to draw a shield. Boom boom. Violent explosions spread from point to point, sweeping across the entire hall. If this weren't a level 7 shelter, it would have been reduced to rubble. Sauron, after all, was kind and intentionally controlled the explosion's radius, thus preventing many casualties. Be careful, he has level 6 protective gear. Aurora, as the tour guide, had a much better grasp of the situation than Soren, and warned. It's okay. Protective gear can't be used forever. Sauron hadn't finished his words, when he felt his body slipping out of control. Huh? Aurora's eyes were also filled with shock. Her delicate hands were still trying to open the guide door, but she couldn't move at all. It was as if she was being controlled. She could use the guide or dreamer skills to escape, but she couldn't abandon Soren. The aftermath of the elemental explosion dissipated, the light dimmed, revealing Watanabe Shiro inside, holding a strange doll. His right arm was extensively burned, his stature was short, and his hair was like weeds. You didn't expect it, did you? You put in so much effort, but unfortunately, you don't understand the concept of background. This is a method the high priest left me. He stepped forward with a wicked smile, his expression extremely arrogant and contemptuous. This expression lasted until he saw the statue in Soren's hand. He would never forget that face. Since birth, no one had ever crushed him like this, even filling him with fear like a nightmare. It's you? Watanabe Shiro's voice was distorted with extreme anger and horror. Jiang Lin. How did you find this place? For a moment, he seemed to see the statue give him a cold smile. No! He shook his head violently, realizing it was another illusion. He couldn't stay any longer. He had to flee. Without reaching a higher level, he was definitely no match for Jiang Lin. Before that, he glanced at Soren and Aurora. Ignoring the former, he looked at Aurora's innocent face. The look of disdain in her eyes filled him with a long-lost intoxication. Chapter 373. Kill the man, torture the woman to death. This thought immediately flashed through Watanabe Shiro's mind. The last time a woman dared to give him such a look was when he first arrived in the mist. At first, the woman, relying on her own strength, dismissed Watanabe. But later, she became one of the nude paintings in the hall, Watanabe Shiro's most prized possession. Aurora felt sick to her stomach. The way Watanabe Shiro looked at her made her extremely uncomfortable. Sauron's eyes were almost blazing with fire. He had thought this was a sure thing. After all, he and Aurora's combined strength would guarantee victory against any opponent of his level. Unfortunately, he had overlooked external factors. Watanabe Shiro held the strange doll in his left hand, and drew his dagger in his right, ready to strike Soren a cold blow. But at that moment, the statue in Soren's hand murmured. Crawling, filthy. Blasphemous, eerie, decaying, trembling. Transformed into a sacrifice. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire hall, a strong sense of oppression suffocating Watanabe Yarrow. Then, with a loud bang, the strange doll in his hand shattered into pieces. Retreat. Sauron and Aurora reacted quickly, creating a portal to distance themselves. Several elemental bombs remained in their place. Impossible. Watanabe Yarrow watched helplessly, as the treasure bestowed by the high priest shattered. Before he could recover, he was engulfed by the surging elemental torrent. Boom! A burst of red and yellow. A bloody figure flew backwards in the explosion that resounded throughout the hall. Watanabe Yarrow didn't even have time to use his items for defense before the blast ripped off a hand and a leg. With his dying breath, he opened his eyes to see two figures, one tall and one short, walking towards him, looking down. The yellow-haired man stretched out his leg and kicked him. "It seems your background isn't as reliable as mine," Sauron said, waving the statue in his hand. Watanabe Shiro saw the face that filled him with utter disgust and fear, and wondered how he had offended Jianlin. The intense desire to survive forced him to speak with his last remaining strength. "Were you sent by Jianlin? I have no grudge against him. On the contrary, I admire him deeply. I'm willing to be his dog." At the edge of the hall, the Ryans watched the dying Watanabe Shiro, listening to his plea for mercy, wondering if they were hallucinating. Is this still the same demon, or the same arrogant leader? It turns out that the perpetrator can display the same ugly side as them. Aurora then said, "What should we do?" Jianlin said not to die too easily, but he's like this. Perhaps they wouldn't even need to do anything. Watanabe Shiro would die on his own. Sauron was also somewhat perplexed. Just as he was unsure what to do, a wisp of gray mist emerged from the statue. Healing infection. Watanabe Yarrow's injuries had healed somewhat, but clearly not completely. He was just hanging on. He looked surprised. "Look, Jianlin is willing to let me go." Sauron and Aurora exchanged glances, each seeing the other's eyes were capable of such a change. They sneered at the small, ungainly man lying on the ground. "I don't think Jianlin meant that." Sauron sneered and reached out, and the elemental spirit fetched the carving knife Watanabe used for his body painting. Under the gaze of all the body paintings, and before the gaze of all the women in the hall, he blesses Watanabe from head to toe. Puff! Ah! With a pig-like howl, blood gushed out from a hideous gash. After dozens of slashes, Soren grew tired. Watanabe Shiro was no longer human. But he wasn't dead yet, with Jiran keeping him alive. Jianlin. Let me go! Please. Because of his brain repair, the pain of each scraping could be clearly felt. Watanabe Shiro, a lifelong tyrant, finally understood what it felt like to be abused. Soren was tired, and Aurora took over. Even though she was a girl, she didn't hesitate to raise her blade against such a man. Hours later, blood flowed all over the ground, and the mangled flesh piled up like a mountain. Another gray mist helped Watanabe regain consciousness. Jianlin. You're simply a demon. Watanabe Shiro trembled, staring at the expressionless face on the statue. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a sneer. That smile had become his eternal nightmare. Finally, the women who had suffered so much at Watanabe's hands joined in, brutally retaliating against their former abuser. As for the men who had aided him, Soren conveniently killed them, leaving those who remained acting normally. Over an hour passed. Amidst Watanabe Shiro's pig-like wails, the women frantically brandished knives they had found from nowhere. Perhaps Jianlin had grown tired of it, as the gray mist ceased to emanate from the statue. After a final plea for mercy, Watanabe Shiro finally breathed his last. Jianlin didn't want to personally deal with such a wretch, but he didn't want him to die too easily, so he left it to Soren and the others. Soren glanced at the pile of Watanabe's skin and sensed that he must be in great pain. Will Jianlin give us that extra reward? He glanced at Aurora, somewhat unsure. Aurora rolled her eyes. Without Jianlin, you'd be dead just now. I advise you not to mention this. Sauron was always like this, a constant source of worry for her. She'd saved him countless times. It was like raising a child. What's the big deal? Since we're Team Solon, it's only natural for Jianlin to intervene. Sauron cradled the statue in his arms, like a precious treasure. Besides, this guy has his own external powers, but they're just not presentable to brother Jianlin. Aurora's eyelids jumped at this, and she snatched the statue away. I have a feeling Jianlin might beat you to death if you keep acting this disgusting. Elsewhere in the cold, white Kirigakir villa, Jianlin emerged from his dream cocoon and rubbed his temple. He didn't care about Watanabe Yashiro's death at all, like crushing a pesky ant. From yesterday until now, he had used the Dream Stealer cocoon 3 times. Through these 3 dreams, 2 were from other people's perspectives, and 1 was from his own. Through these dreams, he also learned the secrets of the 3 prison masters. One was hiding in the flesh pond and swamp, presumably the one targeted by the collector. Another was a woman named Korsha, a survivor of the Grey Mist prison tower, but her status was much higher than Layla's. The Grey Mist prison tower once had an 8th level professional, the Tower Master. Korsha was the Tower Master's daughter. She possessed numerous valuables and numerous life-saving strategies, including a stone tablet. She was also extremely cautious. She had previously tried to test Jiang Lin, but was immediately scared off. She probably wouldn't target Jiang Lin again. Aside from these two, the dream from his own perspective was a hazy one, where he encountered a prison master whose life or death was unknown. He was a handsome, black-haired man who resembled a blue star. He was hanging from an unidentified rod, like a living corpse. This dream was incredibly strange. Jiang Lin wanted to learn more, but he felt bound and unable to move. Towards the end of the dream, the prison master actually opened his eyes and gave him a strange smile. Jiang Lin had no idea when this would happen, nor did he know if the dream's foreshadowing could be altered. Focusing solely on the present, he could use the Dream Stealer cocoon to understand all of the prison master's intentions. Chapter 374. A dim light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every corner of the misty villa. Jiang Lin stood at the window. Outside was a thick, solidified gray mass. While the gray forest was dark, it also had a shimmer of light, making it less utterly dark. Like most areas of the misty world, this light wasn't the sunlight we normally associate with. Its source was unknown. It was as if some being thought it should exist, and so it did. To be honest, the smile of the strange prison master in his dream concerned him, but the information he had was too limited. Why was he hanging? Why couldn't Jiang Lin move? Blue star. Jiang Lin muttered to himself, his fingers tapping his arm unconsciously. The dream-stealing cocoon provided valuable information, but it also brought with it some mysteries and a certain, inexplicable warning. In particular, the final glimpse of the black-haired prison master, as he opened his eyes, made Jiang Lin feel a long-lost pressure, not from the power gap, but from the unknown and the strange. He withdrew his gaze from the gray matter, and turned to sit on the large bed in the center of the room. Watanabe Yarrow. The dust has settled, a worthless scumbag. He has already learned from the Dream Stealer that the 4 prisoners have taken the initiative to the Collector. They are already on their way, but it's unknown when they will begin their probing. It is currently Jiang Lin's primary target. Keltia, you can keep an eye on her, but this woman has a lot of life-saving items. As the daughter of the former master of the Grey Mist Prison Tower, her background and caution far surpass the Collector's. She has a mobile fortress that can shrink to a tiny size, with defenses even stronger than a level 7 shelter. Additionally, there's a teleportation ring, a black bracelet for concealment, a diamond-shaped crystal that releases a mental protective field, and the Grey Mist, whose properties are unknown but looks unusual. Jiang Lin suspects her father foresaw the Grey Mist Prison Tower's demise, and left all the valuables to Keltia. She'd already fled, and finding her was like looking for a needle in a haystack, so Jiang Lin didn't consider her a priority. Banzas, the unfortunate creature hiding in the swamp of flesh and resentment, had been targeted by the Collector, and was even now unknowingly in his clutches. It lacked a slate, and even killing it would yield only a single advancement material, of little value, so it was temporarily classified as a secondary target. As for the final black-haired man, Jiang Lin had no clue, and making him a target was unrealistic. If possible, he wouldn't even want to interact with him, but unfortunately, judging by his dream, a meeting between them might be inevitable. I need more information. Jiang Lin leaned against the headboard and slowly closed his eyes. He gently massaged his temples with his fingers, trying to soothe the fatigue brought on by the dream. At that moment, a silver light appeared on his body, a cold and gentle light gently massaging him. The sensible Xiaoying was very considerate. Time slipped quietly by. Day 85. In the Mist Villa, Jiang Lin waited patiently. 3 days passed, and he hadn't left the Mist Villa. Instead, he used the Dream Stealer to learn the secrets of every prisoner lord he might come into contact with. He also had Wanu and the Extreme Bee hunt for treasure chests, but unfortunately, nothing particularly remarkable was transmuted. Everything was absorbed into the prison realm. Sauron and Aurora, having obtained their desired advancement materials, became elemental arbitrators and star travel merchants, respectively. They expressed their desire to remain in the Grey Forest, seeking higher levels of advancement. Since Watanabe Yarrow's death was rather tragic, Jiang Lin offered them his own statue as a bonus, perhaps saving their lives in a critical moment. So, Aurora left behind a star call and departed with Soren. Star call. Hold the star call and silently recite a spell to summon a designated star travel merchant. Spell. Chaos tears the veil of darkness. Luck calls to you, Aurora. Aurora's spells were simple, and compared to the childish Fei Yi, they looked like adults compared to children. When Jiang Lin mentioned the star travel merchant, he couldn't help but think of Fei Yi. She also possessed a slate, but he wondered if she had advanced to the patrol disciple. Star travel merchants had a strange promotion requirement. In addition to collecting promotion materials from two people of the same profession, they also needed to accumulate luck and wealth. To put it simply, it meant making money, the more the better. With more wealth, one also accumulated luck. This requirement varied from person to person, as different beings had different perceptions of wealth and luck. Jianlin finally understood why Fei Yi had so generously shared so much information with him. To prevent Fei Yi from targeting Aurora, Jianlin still took out her star call. Elegant and noble crimson, tranquil and elegant starry night, pious. After the slightly awkward spell, the star call condensed into a shimmering silver door ahead. Without giving Jianlin a second to wait, Fei Yi quickly emerged from the door. Her outfit seemed unchanged, large, wavy red hair and blood-red eyes. She wore a black crop top, a high-waisted red leather skirt, black over-the-knee boots with delicate silver star patterns on the laces, black lace gloves, and a strange, star-engraved gun in her right hand. Fei Yi's life level, sensing it, had indeed reached level 7. Aurora didn't need to worry. However, unlike Jianlin's composure, Fei Yi was extremely surprised. It had only been a little over a month since she last met Jianlin, yet she could no longer discern Jianlin's life level. There was only one possibility. Jianlin, your rate of advancement truly astonishes me. Fei Yi's red lips parted slightly. How did you improve your attributes so quickly, and how did you manage to hunt down 2 weavers in such a short time? Thinking back to the first time she met Jianlin, he was still just a level 3 transformed ghost. Drugs don't work that fast. It was just luck. I just happened to kill someone who brought their own materials. Jianlin brushed it off lightly. But Fei Yi wanted to say something else, but she knew her limits. She knew it was better for both parties to keep asking less. She had no choice but to change her words. Tell me, what do you want to trade? Up to level 7. Originally, I had something, but now it's fine. Jianlin was honest. Just when Fei Yi couldn't help but wonder, are you interested in me? Jianlin suddenly had an idea. Would you help me sell things? Are you sure you don't want to have a long-term relationship with me? Fei Yi asked subconsciously. Jianlin was speechless. He had always known Fei Yi's narcissism, as evidenced by that shameful spell, but he had never expected Fei Yi to be so narcissistic. He admitted that Fei Yi was indeed beautiful, and had a queenly air, but he had never entertained any other thoughts. After all, when they first met, Fei Yi was a mysterious high-level practitioner, while he was only a level 3 practitioner, feeling only the pressure of his level. But now, the situation was completely reversed. Fei Yi felt no pressure from him, yet he saw Fei Yi clearly. It's really just business. Jianlin shook his head, pulling out several level 7 weapons and runes. After tossing these items to Fei Yi like garbage, he said, weapons for 5 source crystals, runes for 1 source crystal. See if anyone buys them. The level 7 items on his shelves were unsaleable. It wasn't that no one wanted them, it was that no one could afford them. Fei Yi took them, looked at them, and then looked at them again. The expression on his face shifted from surprise to confusion, then to bewilderment. You want to sell? How could a level 7 practitioner trade level 7 items? They usually didn't have enough for themselves. Chapter 375. Jianlin propped up his chin. Why would I give it to you, if I'm not going to sell it? Truthfully, he didn't care about the matter. The source crystals were just numbers to him. He'd given it to Fei Yi because, since he was already here. Aren't you afraid I swallow them all? Fei Yi looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. That look seemed to say, this is just business, not interested in me? I don't believe you. Jianglin's perception was so sharp now that he immediately saw Fei Yi's intentions, and was immediately speechless. He said threateningly, you can try. A sneer on his face, 3 parts sarcasm, 7 parts disdain. However, Fei Yi interpreted another meaning in her mind, thinking, this is over, I'm falling for you. What's the point of my damn charm? But as a businessman, she had to be businesslike. It should sell easily. That's all. I can get it done today. Although Fei Yi was narcissistic, he was indeed efficient. Jianlin nodded, then pulled out a pile of weapons and runes, about 30 each. All of these sold. Fei Yi was stunned. Her eyes widened, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye trembling a few times, and then she swallowed hard. All? She didn't know if she was mad, or if the world was mad. How could someone offer so many tier 7 items, wholesale? She no longer cared about whether Jianlin was interested in her. She had already fallen for the source crystal. All of them, the sooner the better. It's up to you how much you can sell them for. Wait. Jianlin was interrupted by Fei Yi before she could finish her words. She flicked her flaming red hair and put on a slightly shy expression. Are you still short of help? Let's see what I can do. Her blood-red eyes glanced at Jianlin from the corner of her eyes, the teardrop mole at the corner adding a touch of charm. Jianlin? ? Is this still the same arrogant, domineering star travel merchant? How come after being promoted to a level 7 patrol apostle, she's become so much more low-key and reserved? He hesitated for a moment, then finally uttered a sentence that stunned Fei Yi. We're just friends. Fei Yi took her things and left. Jianlin said he wanted to see her abilities and, if possible, let her join the weird Miss Conclave. After all, she was a level 7 patrol disciple. While not particularly powerful in combat, she was a very capable runner. Even if Jianlin wanted to kill her, he would need Xiao Ying to use the Silver Moon Realm. Because patrol disciples have a skill that allows them to create their own concept gates. In simple terms, Fei Yi could escape through any place she perceived as a door, opening a door out of thin air. This meant that the Silver Moon Realm could bind spiritual essences, otherwise, Fei Yi wouldn't be able to be contained. And this also presupposes that Fei Yi wouldn't flee before the Silver Moon Realm unfolded. Don't forget, the Traveler's Path possesses a profound blessing of luck, and this blessing becomes even more extraordinary at the 7th level. Jianlin even felt that his summoning of Fei Yi today was influenced by her luck. Killing a 7th or even 8th level Traveler's Path is incredibly difficult. Perhaps only by cancelling out the luck of the same class can success be achieved. Jianlin was already prepared for the slate and advancement materials. In addition to the collector, a thin man named Su Sun had his sights set on him. The other 3 prison masters were in hiding, clearly lacking the tablet. So, there are now 4 known tablets, in the hands of Lyra, Korsha, the collector, and Su Sun. The Dream Stealer cannot predict the tablet, so there's still an unknown, whether it's somewhere at the 8th level. This isn't good news for Jianlin, but it doesn't threaten him either. Putting that aside, he's already learned a lot about the collector, and Su Sun through the Dream Stealer. The collector has dozens of 7th level Shaper creatures, with a wide range of abilities, adaptable to combat, reconnaissance, escape, body doubles, control. This guy has been roaming the misty world for nearly 100 years, and he's both powerful and cautious. Su Sun, on the other hand, is backed by a mysterious organization, but specific information about him seems to be blocked by some force, making it impossible to obtain. His tablet seems to have been stolen from somewhere, and the dream he experienced is also obscure and unimportant to Jianlin. This man was equally cautious. Compared to the collector, he was more focused on developing the prison realm. Its size was already approaching the limit of a level 7 prisoner, housing dozens of level 7 prisoner creatures. He also brought a level 8 taboo with him to attack Jianlin, hoping to crush him with his level. Heh. Thinking of this, Jianlin couldn't help but sneer. Su Sun's preparations were sufficient to guarantee a foolproof outcome against any prisoner creature lord. The taboo shadow ability wielded by a level 8 taboo was absolutely impossible for any level 8 prisoner, let alone a level 7 prisoner. But Jianlin happened to have a paper figurine of a ghost sacrifice. If it had been Kara or Bishop Silas's abilities, he might not have been able to deal with them, but the taboo's power was perfectly balanced by his own. The collector and Su Sun could never have imagined that, as hunters, Jianlin would have already exposed their true abilities before they even made a move. Jilyu had already set out for the collector yesterday. As for Xuxuan and Bal, Jianlin planned to deal with them on his own. Although Jilyu's shadow could parasitize level 8, the higher the target's level, the greater the chance of failure. Therefore, Jianlin only gave it level 7 missions. Xuxuan could let Charm King take action. He was ready to face the level 8 taboos again. Jianlin had everything under control. Hunter and prey had swapped roles from the outset, yet the hunter was unaware. Somewhere in the Grey Forest, the collector controlled a sculpted creature and read the memories of a Blue Star survivor. It had a humanoid form, entirely black, devoid of organs. From the neck up, there was no head, but instead a large, 6-fingered hand with an eye in the center. Laughing nightmare Jianlin? Even though the collector had seen countless waves of survivors, he had never seen anyone as peculiar as Jianlin. This person defied all common sense, reaching level 7 in just over 2 months. The reason it had been able to pinpoint Jianlin's identity so quickly was, of course, due to various clues and speculation based on the items sold in shop number 9. How bizarre. Out of caution, the collector had already begun to back off. It had never seen such a crushing defeat of its fellow survivors. It wasn't even a crushing defeat, but rather something mysterious. These survivors didn't even know Jianlin personally, They only knew that he instantly killed everyone with a single glance, without exception. And he was selling a large number of Tier 7 weapons and equipment. The effects of the red silk meat lotus had even the collector salivating. All of this pointed to one thing, an unexpected event. Yes, mystery, the unknown equals an unexpected event. The collector would never let an unexpected event affect his future, so he decided to return and continue hunting the unfortunate occulter. Unfortunately, if he had considered this idea from the beginning, Jiang Lin wouldn't have targeted him. Now it was too late. The black shadow silently broke through the collector's prison, unnoticed by the various wary plastic creatures he had deployed. The shadow locked onto its target, and quietly burrowed into the collector's body. Throughout, the cautious collector showed no signs of discomfort, and simply prepared to leave. But it felt a little dazed, not as focused as usual. Chapter 376. Such a trance would be absolutely unnatural for a rank 7. But due to some interference, the collector subconsciously overlooked this, and he would soon pay an irreparable price for it. Deep within his spiritual essence, a black shadow with red eyes gradually spread, gradually enveloping the very essence that symbolized the collector's existence. A cautious rank 7 prison master was silently parasitized, his spiritual essence slowly plundered. How terrifying! This was the absolute crushing of the superior over the inferior. After nearly 100 years of caution, a single miscalculation could lead to a descent into an abyss. Master, Jilua has succeeded. Mobin's report did not surprise Jiang Lin. It must be said that, as a conceptual creature, Mobin is naturally gifted with the ability to transmit messages, as it can exist in any form and is unrestricted by any constraints. Even if Jilua were within the collector's spiritual essence, he could summon Mobin to appear if he so desired. Well done, Jiang Lin said, stroking Mobin's head, who stuck out his tongue in delight. The shadow of the plundering was truly absurd. If it weren't for the 3-day cooldown before changing targets, Jiang Lin wouldn't have had to act on his own. Collectors and Su Sun would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. However, it was precisely this crushing defeat that made Jiang Lin somewhat wary of danger. A single rank 8 plundering shadow could crush the prison master to such an extent that he possessed his body with almost no resistance, even plundering his spiritual essence. What resistance could Jiang Lin have had on his own? Yes, there was Xiaoying's Silver Moon protection. But just because he hadn't encountered such a situation didn't mean there weren't any means in this world that could break through his defenses. The most obvious threat right now was the contamination from the old gods, or the old ones, neither of which he could resist. Even this contamination wasn't caused by them themselves. It was simply a passive force inherent in their presence. If contaminated, one could only use the eclipse, severing the causal link with half their spirit. So, was his ability to parasitize others with an alienated creature like the parasite his exclusive domain? Clearly not. Jiang Lin secretly resolved to be more cautious in the future. At this level, one misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Although he had caused the collector's fate, it also served as a warning to him. Even with a gift as incredible as the alienation technique, one shouldn't underestimate other professionals. Their abilities were so varied, and unexpected events could happen at any given moment. All he could do was to ensure he had a response to any situation. Thinking as he did, he continued on his journey. The great prison realm stretched only a few dozen meters, barely encompassing Jiang Lin, the Charm King, and 10 alluringly charming bees. He didn't need to worry about Jilua. He only needed to focus on dealing with Xuxuan and Bali. Before this, he had deliberately stayed in the cold and white Ween villa for a few days, creating the illusion that he was in a level 7 shelter. That way, his sudden disappearance wouldn't attract Xuxuan's attention, who would simply treat it as a normal shelter. Another area of the gloomy forest. The space took on a morbid, eerie, and distorted quality, the air thick with a heavy, shackled air of decay and despair. This was Su Sun's prison realm. A strange black cage constructed from countless twisted, deformed objects emitting an eerie aura. It didn't resemble Jiang Lin's prison realm, composed of twisted gray lines. Although they shared the same profession, individual differences meant that the appearance and effects of their skills varied slightly, though not noticeably. Coincidentally, Su Sun was currently performing a similar task as the collector. He was controlling a prisoner creature called the Headless Seeker to read the memories of a silver human. The silver-haired female survivor's eyes were hollow, her body limp to the ground, completely unconscious, a mere shell of her body, brutally stripped of her secrets. Humph. Su Sun's pale face darkened, and he let out a heavy breath. Jiang Lin. He had thought he would never encounter this name again in his lifetime, but he never expected to see it again in just 2 months. Su Sun had already read the secrets of 69 batches of survivors, and the information he obtained was largely the same. How could someone reach my level in just 2 months? He was a little annoyed, yet also a little terrified. That mere level 2 figure he had previously dismissed was now being specifically mentioned by the person above. Su Sun knew of his peculiarities, but he never imagined a being could reach level 7 in such a short time. Is authority really that terrifying? Su Sun had seen those with authority before. The leader of their miracle society held only a small amount of authority, but how could it be so outrageous? Unfair. Su Sun simply felt that the world was so unfair. Why? He had painstakingly climbed the ladder, treading on blood all the way, relying on himself for everything. What right did this human named Jiang Lin have? Not only did he carry authority, but even the stone tablet had been arranged for him by such a being, ensuring a smooth path to advancement. Su Sun refused to accept this, so when the person who had told him this news had decisively requested Wang Shou's help in seizing the stone tablet. How beautiful! The wrath of the grey light land, the roaring turmoil of the mist, and the bewildered, ignorant ant that was Jiang Lin. This was Su Sun's rebellion against fate. He succeeded. He had done it. He had cut off Jiang Lin's path to advancement, replacing this ant and gaining the stepping stone to rank 8. And now, this lingering figure had suddenly stood before him. What right? Su Sun's expression gradually twisted and became hideous. His slender, pale hand grasped the silver woman's head and squeezed it hard. With a bang, the watermelon burst, splattering blood all over him. Even in his fury, Su Sun quickly calmed down. Another crucial turning point in controlling fate has arrived. He rubbed the scarlet on his hand, his dark eyes dark and deep. If he could rob once, he could rob a second time, and this time, he would completely end his opponent's life. Without the grey light land blocking him, he would surely accomplish it. He glanced at the tall figure sleeping beside him. Ball, I'm going to call another meeting. Ball opened his round eyes beneath his brown fur. What do you mean? Are you going to call for backup? Su Sun nodded. This guy is very strange and should not be underestimated. I must ensure that nothing goes wrong. He thought he had spoken seriously, but Bale's expression of disdain met his attention. Su Sun, don't push your luck. I'm not helping you out of friendship. Do you really think anyone would come to your aid for such a trivial matter? Don't be ridiculous. Bali clearly believed Su Sun was looking down on his abilities, and his words were already tinged with hostility. Bal, it's not what you think. This guy is indeed peculiar. Su Sun was about to say something when Bal lay down again, ignoring him. He was instantly furious. Damn Bal, damn the Miracle Society. You guys had nothing to do anyway, so why not do something? Unless he was fully prepared, he would never attack Jiang Lin. Just as he was about to open the meeting despite the objections, a terrifying voice echoed beside him. How about I help you? Chapter 377. Su Sun was incomprehensibly shocked, the ferocious expression on his face frozen in that moment. The next moment, he had to accept the fact that the once indestructible prison realm had been invaded. Ball? He only had time to roar before using his teleportation technique to flee away from the sound. All the imprisoned creatures in the prison realm instantly surged towards him. Ball was also startled. His 8th level spiritual awareness hadn't even registered the presence of someone near them. But he didn't flee like Su Sun. As a taboo, his first reaction to any enemy was to strike with a punch. Buzz, the air trembled, and a raging wave of sound waves swept in all directions. Faced with this hastily delivered, startling blow from the 8th level taboo, Jiang Lin didn't dodge, but casually raised a finger. A flash of silver light, a brilliant radiance, silently halted the incoming blow. A groan. A foot in front of Jiang Lin, two forces powerful enough to rip apart space collided and intertwined. A strange, piercing sound wave. Swish, swish. Those imprisoned creatures near Jiang Lin were sent flying thousands of meters by this attack, and some weaker ones were even crushed to ash. The ultimate power of a level 8 collides, a level 7 retreats, and a level 6 is doomed. Su Sun subconsciously gathered a black shield in front of him, barely blocking the aftermath of the clash. He finally saw the man's face clearly. Black windbreaker, white lining, tall and well-proportioned figure, wearing a monocle. It was the Jiang Lin he had been thinking about. Impossible. Su Sun was shocked. Jiang Lin was clearly a level 7. How could he possibly withstand Bali's attack? And it looked so easy. Even if he tried his best to fuse with the ghost, he might only be able to barely withstand a punch from Bali. This was absolute rank suppression, a level that could not be compensated for by mere manipulation. He believed he had given Jiang Lin enough respect, even considering calling for reinforcements to ensure complete safety. He had never imagined he would defy his expectations again. Not only was his advancement speed unmatched by that of a normal being, but his strength was beyond his wildest dreams. Can authority alone achieve this? Absolutely not. Why? Su Sun's expression twisted with envy to an unbelievable degree. He had spent countless days and nights, struggling on the brink of life and death for so many years, to reach the rank of 7th rank prison master. Why had Jiang Lin so easily reached and even surpassed him? Jiang Lin even treated his prison realm and his lair as nothing. Entering his territory was like wandering into uninhabited territory. Su Sun's thoughts were swirling, but unfortunately, Jiang Lin didn't even glance at him. His attention was focused on Bal, the 8th rank. As for Su Sun, the Charm Emperor would handle him. Boy, you're strong. No wonder Su Sun is so cautious. Bali was a brown-haired bear man with a deep voice. Though he claimed to be strong, he didn't actually take Jiang Lin seriously. Jiang Lin's ability to block his attack was indeed impressive, but it was just a hasty, casual punch, not really exerting much strength. Heh. Jiang Lin didn't reply, simply waiting quietly for Bali's move. He was already preparing to use the trick sacrifice paper figurine to steal the Forbidden Shadow ability, but he didn't want to exert too much effort for now, lest he scare the opponent. Even on the other side, Su Sun had already collected all of his imprisoned ghost creatures, ready to launch a desperate fusion attack. He even had several imprisoned ghost creatures, used for teleportation or as substitutes, stationed far away, ready to flee if the situation became unfavorable. If Jiang Lin knew what he was thinking, he'd surely chuckle at Su Sun's overthinking. He had already used the realm-splitting spirit to fragment the surrounding space, leaving him with no way of using his teleportation ability. As for a substitute, the prison realm would teach Su Sun a lesson. Buzzing. The air vibrated with a high-frequency vibration, and Su Sun saw 10 slender, charming beauties approaching him. Each one perfectly matched his ideal fantasy of the opposite sex. Their forms varied, holy, enchanting, alluring, demonic, emanating a deadly attraction. They were the extreme charm bees, transformed from Su Sun, tasked with dealing with him under the Charm Emperor's orders. The invisible fields of enchantment combined and resonated, instantly reaching a terrifying peak, like millions of threads of love piercing the depths of Su Sun's senses and spirit. No! No! Su Sun's mind tried to resist, but his body and spirit were uncontrollable. The hatred and jealousy in his eyes were replaced by utter intoxication and desire. The stunning beauties before him seemed to be his lifelong pursuit, a temptation even more irresistible than even advancing. Come! Come to me! Look at me! Hold me tight! A magical whisper echoed in his ears, each word stirring his most primal desire. Since his breakthrough to the higher levels, he hadn't felt anything like this. It was the instinctive stirring of life. Su Sun's dark eyes gleamed with desire, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He trembled as he stepped forward, collapsing uncontrollably. The extreme charm bees trampled on him, but he showed no disgust, but instead an expression of intense enjoyment. This is bliss, he thought, his vision blurring and his senses swirling. A dignified 7th rank prison master, sworn to control fate, was so easily trampled underfoot. Behind the extreme charm bee, the figure of the Charm King hovered high. Even though it wore a heavy military coat, it couldn't completely conceal its breathtaking silhouette. A face so stunningly beautiful that it could eclipse the distorted surroundings, its utter allure causing all the imprisoned creatures to prostrate themselves on the ground, as if paying homage to a queen. A glance from its perfect phoenix eyes, filled with disdain, pierced Su Sun, who had been trampled by the extreme charm bee. But even this casual glance was enough to bring any living being to its doom. The imprisoned creatures trembled, their bodies trembling with fear. Jiang Lin and the other two, who were currently confronting each other, also witnessed Su Sun's utter disgrace. Bali happened to catch the Charm King's glance, his eyes suddenly filled with intense desire, and he nearly fell to his knees beneath him. Master! Damn it! Unfortunately, he was only at the 8th level, still somewhat resistant to the Charm Emperor's allure. He immediately steadied himself. He thought to himself, what a close call. Just now, he'd subconsciously called out Master, please, and other such disrespectful words. Across from him, Jiang Lin frowned, his brows etched with a newfound understanding of the Charm Emperor's allure. Even Bali, a level 8 forbidden being, could be affected. His innate Emperor traits were truly terrifying. Seeing Bali's dazed state, showing no signs of attacking for a long time, Jiang Lin grew impatient. Little bear, are you frightened? Bali, instantly enraged, ignored Su Sun's plight, and activated his disaster domain, condensing a blood-red incarnation of disaster slaughter upon his body. Let's see how long you can hold your arrogance. Before he finished speaking, his attack had already reached Jianlin. The blood-colored incarnations might ripped a massive hole through the ethereal black prison realm, revealing the great prison realm beneath. Buzz, space ripped apart under this attack, and thick blood-colored water squeezed out of the cracks, flowing into the slaughter avatar. Not even full strength yet? Jianlin sensed that Bali still wasn't taking this battle seriously, using only his level 7 slaughter skill. He wasn't interested in these two level 7 skills. To convince Bali to take his actions seriously, he decided to teach him a lesson for not exerting his full strength. A flash of silver light. Chapter 378. Faced with this blow capable of leveling a giant mountain, Jianglin's monocle reflected a cold silver light. He remained motionless, not even the hem of his clothes being lifted by the violent air currents. Just as the blood-red fist of the slaughter avatar was about to make contact with him, he extended a finger and slashed. Intense silver light intertwined in front of him, condensing into a thin barrier. Silver and red collided. Silently. At that moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no surging energy. The silver moon-like barrier seemed to isolate the world from all else. The blood-red fist of the slaughter avatar was blocked and disintegrated. Finally, like a tide crashing against a dam, an unidentified crimson substance splattered, forming a blood-red wall in front of Jianlin. Boom! A moment later, there was a violent noise accompanied by a surge of air. All the imprisoned creatures tumbled out like dominoes, including the extreme charm bee and the visibly amused Su Sun. The only unaffected being was the Charm King, suspended in midair. Trees and soil within a 10-mile radius were blown away, and the gray matter surged in waves under the violent impact. The scene was a scene of utter chaos. Yet, at the center of this chaos, there was an eerie silence. Behind the silver moonlight, Jianlin's expression was indifferent, his gaze forward filled with apathy. What? Bali's pupils within the disaster slaughter avatar shrank slightly, and for the first time, a look of disbelief and horror crossed his sturdy bear man's face. This attack, blessed by the disaster domain and condensed with the full force of the disaster slaughter avatar, was not only a display of absolute power, but also carried a powerful, bloody mental contamination. Any level 8 encounter would require only avoidance. A level 7 wouldn't be able to withstand it. And he could do it so effortlessly, completely surpassing his understanding of power. Just as Bali's mind was shaken, the silver barrier before Jianlin didn't vanish. Instead, it seemed to disintegrate into incredibly fast beams of silver light, silently extending forward. It aimed directly at Bali himself. A sense of extreme danger instantly gripped Bali's heart, a feeling that even overshadowed the alluring impact of the nearby Charm Emperor. Evade! He roared inwardly, abruptly retracting his disaster slaughter avatar and unleashing his full force on the disaster field in an attempt to slow the speed of the silver light. Invisible kill. His figure vanished in an instant. Armor of destruction. A black, illusory armor coalesced. This was the only defensive skill in the combat path. With these two skills, Bali finally felt a sense of security. Since becoming taboo, he had never retreated from a fight, but facing Jianlin was his first. But then, bang! A deep, dull thud echoed. Bali felt as if he had collided with an invisible, intangible barrier 100 times stronger than the finest spirit crystal iron. The immense recoil sent him reeling back several meters. Looking closely, he saw a silver moon rising from the sky. He and Jianlin, standing across from him, were now beneath the silver moon. Their surroundings were ablaze with silver light, leaving no end in sight. The blinding light pierced everything, illuminating every living being within. Under the silver moon's radiance, nothing could escape its gaze. Silver moon puppets clad in silver armor lined up on either side of Jianlin, ranging from level 6 to level 8. They were all transformed from the essence of the snow dragon. It turned out the silver light was just a distraction. Bali then realized he had been tricked. The real killer was this strange silver moon realm. Ugh! The intense pain made Bali's spirit tremble. This pain didn't come from the flesh, but from his spiritual essence. The silver moon's radiance was gradually eroding, stripping away his spiritual essence, as if tearing him apart from the inside out. Damn it! Bali roared, trying to use his slaughter avatar once again to block the silver light, but it only slightly slowed the speed of his spiritual erosion. Slow death. Who could have imagined that the holy and elegant silver moon could be so gentle and cruel? I can't just sit there and wait for death. Bali's bare eyes fixed on the young man across from him, who seemed to be waiting for something. Unlike his own anxiety, Jianlin was relaxed, as if he had already taken him. Is he really only at level 7? Bali doubted it, but even in such a dangerous situation, he didn't despair. Because he still had a forbidden, absolute killing move that could pierce everything, including this realm. Boy, I admit you're quite capable, but in the face of absolute power. Bali, slightly irritated by Jiang Lin's expression, began to gather ominous forbidden energy around him as he spoke. Boom! The terrifying toad phantom slowly gathered, growing larger and larger, until it finally broke through the constraints of the Silver Moon realm and soared into the sky. In the misty world, the power of the forbidden phantom was even greater than in the pendulum illusion realm. Even though Jiang Lin had been prepared, a sense of fear still grew deep within him, his body's instinctive response to the indescribable and unknown force behind the phantom. TSA, though, G? Mutterings echoed from an unknown source. The entire prison realm, including Xiaoying's Silver Moon realm, trembled uncontrollably after the appearance of the forbidden shadow. An indescribable, terrifying pressure rendered all Silver Moon puppets immobile. The forbidden shadow had broken free from the gray matter's constraints. In that instant, all the professionals in the gray forest seemed to see the shadow of a gigantic toad. What is that? I feel like I've seen a god. My body. Quick, stop looking. Even those of lower levels experience physical changes simply from the mere sight of the shadow, sprouting webbed feet and boils. A black shadow enveloped Jiang Lin. Before the forbidden shadow, he was like an ant shrouded by a giant. It's just illusion. Bale's furious roar echoed from the forbidden shadow, followed by the shadow's black webbed feet crashing down heavily. Faced with this blow, Jiang Lin's expression remained stern, but he remained unfazed. The Charm Emperor's perfect phoenix eyes in the distance froze slightly, a hint of concern for its master, as even this attack made it feel intensely oppressive. Elsewhere, Su Sun's enjoyment of being trampled by the extreme charm be returned to normal, as Bale's roar, like thunder, shattered his sinking consciousness. It's the forbidden shadow. This thought flashed through his mind, bringing a brief moment of clarity and light. Jiang Lin is finished. He still won. Through the tanned ankles of the extreme charm bee, which had captivated him, he stared intently at the trembling figure beneath the forbidden shadow. Under that immense black shadow, the young man wearing a monocle looked so humble and insignificant. This was the forbidden shadow, the absolute crushing defeat of an 8th level warrior. Ball, kill him, kill him! Su Sun's glimpse of light sent him roaring hysterically. However, what responded was not the sight of Jiang Lin being torn to pieces, but a jade foot that, to him, seemed perfectly enchanting. Snap! With immense force, a pale jade foot slammed down on his face, crushing his remaining words and the strength he had just gathered. With it, his dignity was shattered. For he actually felt a certain enjoyment. And what Su Sun found most unacceptable was what he saw next. A scene he had never dreamed of unfolded in the distance. Chapter 379. Facing this forbidden phantom, symbolizing the ultimate power of the mortal world and carrying an indescribable taint. It's finally here. In Jiang Lin's mind, everything around him fell silent, as if time had been paused. He adjusted his blown-out monocle, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. His body instinctively trembled, yet he forced himself to forget his fear. He slowly clenched his fist and raised it, delivering a moderate blow to the terrifying toad phantom above. Strange sacrifice. Buzz, an incredible and strange power rippled out. The moment Jiang Lin's fist collided with the darkness, the forbidden phantom stopped. With just this moderate punch, the phantom, so vast that it could be seen throughout the gloomy forest, was effectively contained. The inky black shadow slowly dissipated, then slowly coalesced behind Jiang Lin. The forbidden phantom had switched sides. Bali was stunned. Su Sun was despairing. The Charm Emperor flashed a perfect smile that would bring all things to their knees. Jiang Lin smiled too. Unnoticed, in his pocket, the blood-red paper figurine slowly combusted until 1/3 of it disappeared, stopping at the knees. Strange sacrifice paper figurine, level 8. This skill helps the user block attacks. Upon impact, it becomes ineffective, and the opponent forgets the skill, becoming unusable for 3 hours. At this point, the active skill, Strange Sacrifice, can be unleashed. Strange Sacrifice. Sacrifice 1/3 of the paper figurines. The opponent completely forgets the skill, and you gain it. After 3 attempts, you will forget the paper figurines. My ability. Ball was stunned, watching the shadow enveloping him gradually dissipate. But he couldn't help but ask a question that even struck him as idiotic. What is my ability? His proud ultimate move, a terrifying level 8 ability. What on earth was it? What the hell just happened? Bali's expression collapsed. The silver moon hovered again, illuminating the stunned Bali. The extreme charm bee on the other side also regained its power, trampling Su Sun once again under a conflicted expression of despair and enjoyment. Whoa! Jiang Lin controlled the forbidden shadow to dissipate, and at the same time, he felt his body enter a state of extreme weakness, as if his spiritual and physical strength had been drained, and even his spirit had been partially devoured. No wonder Bali didn't use this ability at first. The cost of using it was too great. This wasn't a skill, but more like a borrowed authority. Even the description in the personal dashboard was extremely simple. Forbidden Shadow. A level 8 forbidden ability that condenses a shadow imbued with supreme power and terrifying contamination. No mortal being can stop it. Note, the cost is enormous. The longer the shadow exists, the more uncontrollable it becomes. It's unstoppable, not inescapable, but it's terrifying enough. And now, this ability belongs to Jiang Lin. As Jiang Lin examined his new ability, Bali finally recovered from his shock. The constantly fading spiritual essence constantly reminded him that he was in imminent mortal danger. He finally understood why Su Sun had insisted on calling for help. This human named Jiang Lin was truly strange. Strange to the point of being terrifying. He had easily accomplished something Bali couldn't comprehend. Before meeting Jiang Lin, he had encountered abilities that could cause people to forget their skills, but that had never included the 8th level. The 8th level was no longer a skill, but a part of authority. Jiang Lin's actions were simply unbelievable. Bali still didn't know his powers wouldn't return, believing them to be temporarily stolen. At this point, he knew he could no longer resist Jiang Lin, and remaining here would only lead to his annihilation by the Silver Moon Realm. So, he shouted, "Captain, save me!" The moment Bali spoke, Jiang Lin sensed something was amiss, and immediately ordered the extreme charm bees to attack. As Jiang Lin had expected, the space ahead, shattered by his realm-splitting spirit, instantly returned to normal. A force of space-shaping broke through the Silver Moon Realm's constraints, reshaping the space around Bali. Time flowed backwards in that space, like watching a movie in reverse. Right before Jiang Lin's eyes, Bali seemed to be wiped from space by a force, vanishing completely. He had escaped. Or rather, he had been rescued. Behind him was a space shaper, and no ordinary space shaper. Thankfully, Xuxuan had already disintegrated under the control of the extreme charm bees, his spirit completely dissipating and dying. If not, the sky shaper would have saved Xuxuan as well. What a pity for the stone tablet on Bali. Jiang Lin didn't dwell on it. Bali was, after all, a level 8, so it would be difficult to kill him instantly. With the sky shaper behind him, he still had plenty of opportunities to escape. The focus of his trip was Xuxuan, and the slate of the Path of Trickery. Bali was just a side job. Now that the Forbidden Phantom was in his possession, his value as a level 8 taboo was pretty much squeezed out. "Master." The Charm Queen opened her red lips softly, extending her delicate hand, and handing 3 strange fragments and a stone tablet to Jiang Lin. The stone tablet was engraved with mysterious and complex patterns, seemingly undergoing endless and bizarre changes. As soon as he grasped the slate, Jiang Lin felt his own aura and a certain attraction completely obscured, the effect palpable. Finally, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. All his arrangements had been geared towards this palm-sized slate. The system couldn't detect the slate, but it could detect the unusual fragments. These 3 amorphous pieces of flesh would be the key to Jiang Lin's advancement to rank 8. Unusual fragments, rank 7, the essence required for advancement in certain professions, and extremely rare. It seemed that Su Sun's materials alone were sufficient, and the collectors had some in excess. However, since Jilua had already controlled the collector, he couldn't waste them. Jiang Lin had the idea of cultivating rank 8 materials himself. According to previous advancement logic, rank 8 to rank 9 should require 4 essences from the same profession. Although Jiang Lin felt it wasn't that simple, it was still good to be prepared. Having Xiaoying use the Silver Moon Realm to destroy and transform all of Xuxuan's imprisoned creatures, and with the birth of dozens of Silver Moon puppets, Jiang Lin has completely inherited Xuxuan's legacy. The organization behind him, and Bali likely has a high-level informant who survived the stone tablet, so Jiang Lin couldn't learn specific information about the organization through Xuxuan. The presence of a sky shaper and the taboos surrounding Bali indicate this organization is far from simple. Keep this in mind. Jiang Lin returned from this trip with a fruitful outcome. The Miracle Society's headquarters. A rainbow-colored film enveloped the desolate landscape in a circular pattern. In the center, 8 figures gathered around a crystal round table. Xuxuan is dead. The Miracle Society's leader's words drew a mixed response from the members. Bali's expression was utterly grim, still reeling from the shock Jiang Lin had inflicted on him. Wang Shou looked puzzled. Didn't Susan say this person was just a newly promoted prison master? How could Ball have failed? The other figure shared the same expression. Level 8 taboo versus level 7 prison master? Such a predictable battle could have had a surprise? This person is no ordinary person. The somewhat aged tree-shaped figure spoke, but after that, it fell silent. The crowd waited for a long time, and seeing it clearly didn't want to talk anymore, they all turned their attention. Old tree, are you still keeping us in suspense? Wang Shou wondered. Chapter 380. The figure known as the Tree Old Man possessed a unique form, seemingly composed of countless withered branches interwoven with snow-white resin. Its body was imbued with the decay of time, yet it also hinted at a sturdy new life force. All eyes focused on the Tree Old Man as Wang Shou spoke, and a silent urging filled the air. Alas! The resin halo flowing over the Tree Old Man's shadows seemed to pause for a moment. Those familiar with the Tree Old Man knew that it was activating the abilities of a dimensional sage, exploring and navigating hidden knowledge. This behavior was extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep could lead to irreparable destruction. Even if the Tree Old Man was at level 8, if he accidentally touched untouchable secrets, he would only suffer a mutation. But dimensional sages were not so fragile. This class possessed its own means of survival, and their resistance to contamination was much higher than that of ordinary professionals. Suddenly, bang! With a loud bang, a piece of resin shattered. Then, like a powder keg being ignited, a series of cracking sounds erupted. Cough, cough! The old tree, as if struck by something heavy, extinguished its power with two muffled coughs. The leader and members familiar with the old tree were all surprised. The old tree, the only high-ranking informant for the Miracle Society, and one of the surviving dimensional sages of the Misty World, seemed to have been struck by something so powerful. Even exploring the fragments and secrets of the old gods wasn't this severe. After a moment, the old voice slowly emerged, a hint of weakness evident, like the rubbing of ancient tree bark. Before Ball returned, I considered observing this individual, but my spiritual intuition told me that further investigation would have unimaginable consequences. I've only experienced this feeling with the old ones outside the realm. You should understand what this means. My advice is to let this matter go unanswered. Find another support for your deception, and avoid any further contact with this person. No matter what this person becomes in the future, avoid any contact with him. This is the safest approach. After hearing the Tree Elder's story, even the guild leader looked solemn, and the other members were horrified. The guild leader looked at the shattered resin on the Tree Elder's body and asked, Tree Elder, you have accumulated decades of experience, and what have you seen? The pursuit of secrets is the instinct of every living being, even the lofty 9th level, let alone professionals, like them, who aren't even 9th level. The other members cast curious glances. I saw nothing. The Tree Elders' answer disappointed the members, and they didn't know if it truly knew or was hiding something. But its next words stunned everyone for a moment. Ball, your forbidden phantom may never be used again. Bale's head shot up at that, his eyes gleaming with fear. His bare mouth trembled as he managed to utter a few words. Tree Old Man, you're not kidding, are you? That's... But the Tree Old Man's response was like pouring a bucket of cold water over his already chilled body. Ball, can you still say those words? My ability is... Bale's confusion spiraled into a state of collapse. Damn it! Damn it! He had clearly heard the Tree Old Man say the name of his ability, but he couldn't recall it, let alone speak it aloud. Those 4 words seemed to have vanished from his life, like exiles in the void at the very edge of the world. I can't remember. Bali trembled, banging his head, trying to awaken his lost memories, but it was a futile effort. Seeing this, all the members looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of them had lived for hundreds of years, some for hundreds, but they had never seen a method that could cause a level 8 professional to forget their abilities. Forget. A stone figure like lava muttered, flames dancing around it. Is this simply erasing the knowledge of authority? How is that possible? Unless a level 9 superior crushes them. This isn't erasing knowledge, the old tree said solemnly. It's deprivation and transfer. It paused, as if considering the situation. The desolate land outside the iridescent film grew even more dead silent because of the heaviness of the place. The old tree continued to explain, this is part of the secret I discovered through Bali. That person possessed an item called the Weird Sacrifice Paper Figure. It causes the target to temporarily forget their skills, and grants 3 opportunities to plunder their skills. So, Bali, you've lost not only your abilities, but also the small amount of authority you held. It no longer belongs to you. This control has been grafted on. Bali despaired upon hearing this. unable to use his 8th level abilities. The only difference between him and a 7th level player is his powerful skills. While he can still crush those below him, he's completely at the bottom of the pack among his tier. Damn Su Sun! His advancement? Why do I have to endure this? He couldn't help but angrily curse Su Sun for causing him this fate. Unfortunately, he was already dead, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. As for trouble with Jiang Lin again? Don't be ridiculous. He couldn't defeat him before, and now his abilities belong to someone else. Going there would only lead to his own death. It's a shame that people's joys and sorrows don't share, let alone those of different species. The figure entangled in twisted light and shadow uttered a hoarse, greedy voice. Since this strange paper figurine is so powerful, if we can obtain it, even tier 8 abilities can be plundered. If you combine the abilities of 3 tier 8 professionals, plus what you already have, wouldn't you be tier 8 invincible? Seize? Bali suddenly laughed, a laugh that seemed both self-deprecating and mocking. Chu Guang, don't you consider your own strength? You're just a weak foul-thought overlord. I was able to crush you before. Now that Jiang Lin has obtained my abilities, do you think you can gain anything from it? Jiang Lin is a strange guy. His strange creatures are vastly different from those of other prison masters. I've seen 2 level 8 creatures, one capable of unleashing a silver moon realm, which I was forced to use my powers to break. There's also a level 8 strange bee girl whose enchantment nearly overwhelmed me. And Bali took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. When the leader rescued me, I could feel the strength of his prison realm. The shielding was unprecedented. The members, who had been a little hesitant, instantly calmed down. Only Chu Guang lowered his head, lost in thought. The leader had been silent until he finally spoke again. Jiang Lin's abilities truly exceed expectations. With Su Sun dead and the stone tablet lost, the most urgent task is to find a new support. The timeline for our goal is drawing near, and we shouldn't create unnecessary complications. Since the tree elder said not to engage, let's pretend nothing happened. Bali, you've suffered a great loss. From now on, focus on tasks like collecting source crystals to avoid danger. The leader held a high reputation within the Miracle Society, and all members nodded in agreement. The fall from a level 8 powerhouse to only being able to perform level 7 tasks left Bali extremely frustrated, yet helpless. But no matter how much he resented it, it couldn't change the fact that he had lost his abilities. Yes, leader. The bear man, invincible throughout his life, bowed his head in this moment, crushed by fate. Chapter 381. Ween Villa, Grey Light Sacrifice Hall. The statue glowed with a grey light, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the hall. Jiang Lin's figure slowly emerged amidst the overwhelming pressure. Lung Lulu and Lung Lily, the stunning twins, diligently stood guard beside the statue. Seeing Jiang Lin, the 2 girls quickly bowed respectfully. Master. Yes, Jiang Lin nodded in response. Opening the personal dashboard. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Alienation, Unique, Fusion, Occupation, Prison Master. Professional skills, Prison Master, Prison Realm, Fusion Master, Haunted Nest, Shaping Master, Haunted Substitute, Haunted Spell, Spirit Possession, Haunted Transformation, Levitation, Haunted Transformation, Object Relocation. Authority, Forbidden Shadow, Minor, Skills, Trick Step, Level 3, Dream Eye Level 4, Trick Crystal Explosion, Level 5, Grey Light Curse Body, Level 6, Mysterious Luck, Level 6, Illusionary World Spirit Step, Level 7, Crystal Sewing, Level 9, Constance, 73. Mind, 79, Depleted, Physical Strength, 1200/6400. Spiritual Strength, 5800/5800, reduced by 1600/hour due to damage. Overall rating, Level 7. The abilities of a Level 8 professional were surprisingly judged by the system as minor authority. If the Forbidden Shadow were unleashed at full power, it could easily destroy the Grey Forest. Of course, this assumes the practitioner can withstand the increasingly powerful Phantom and maintain control. In the brief moment Jiang Lin used the paper figurine to plunder Bale's power, his spirit body was damaged, reducing his spiritual power from 6400 to the current 5800. This demonstrates the terrifying cost. This cost was still manageable for Jiang Lin. He only needed to spend some source crystals to recover from the greedy Leng Jing. I just wonder how Bal usually recovers. Jiang Lin muttered to himself. Although spiritual power doesn't seem to matter much for combat, it can't just be used less, right? If a spiritual body is severely damaged, its mental resistance will be greatly reduced, making it easily susceptible to certain means or mental contamination. Today is the 85th day, and there are only 10 days left until Norvis is free from the Star Gate, as Serena said. Thankfully, Jianlin has already obtained the stone tablet and successfully obtained enough advancement materials. With time to settle, he will successfully advance to rank 8. And then, there's the unexpected gain of the Collector. The Collector is only 2 advancement materials away from reaching rank 8, and he also has the stone tablet, which can serve as a reserve material for Jianlin. Just as Jianlin was immersed in the joy of his harvest, Lung Lulu quietly interrupted his thoughts. Master, the queen said that if you return, you should visit her. Jianlin was a little surprised. What could Lung Baibai possibly want from him? He had been planning to go to Lingjing to repair his spirit body, and then arrange his affairs after his trip to the Weird Desert. But a little time wasn't a big deal, so he used an object to teleport directly to Lung Baibai's bedroom. The 7th level shelter was quite large. Despite its name, the mist-hidden villa actually covered 800,000 square meters, roughly the same area as Jianlin's previous 7th level circular platform. So even with nearly 20,000 Ice Crystal clan members living here, it was still quite spacious. Lung Baibai sat at a huge dressing table, the ice sculpture of Jianlin on her shoulder vivid and lifelike. She wore the queen's signature cold white, exquisite long dress, the slit revealing her delicate, white calves and ankles. Her long silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she was not wearing a crown on her head. Her clothes seemed rather casual, but her temperament was still noble and elegant, with a hint of coldness. What's the matter? Jianlin sensed that Lung Baibai was different today. Lung Baibai turned her head and gazed at Jianlin with her deep blue eyes. Like a melting iceberg, a tenderness never before seen in her eyes. She stared at Jianlin, then slowly rose, her white hands grasping the front of her dress. Swish. The dress slowly unfolded, and Lung Bai's long skirt slipped down, revealing a dazzlingly white, graceful figure beneath. Jianlin was stunned. Lung Baibai suddenly pressed herself against him, and a cool, soft touch instantly reached him from within his embrace. Master Ghost, please mold me. She slid closer, twisting her perfect body in Jianlin's embrace. The sensation of the 2 incredibly round breasts on her chest constantly stirred Jianlin's emotions. Any man at that moment would have transformed into a ferocious beast, launching a fierce attack. But Jianlin's gaze grew colder. He suddenly grabbed Lung Baibai's neck, double-checked, and then looked around. Kara, have you had enough? Yes, this was absolutely unreal. No matter how narcissistic Jianlin was, he didn't believe Lung Baibai would do such a thing. Or perhaps, no matter how loyal the altered thing was to him, it wouldn't be so mad as to demand his Tory. He didn't know if the Lung Baibai before him was real, but he did have his spiritual imprint within him. He didn't kill her outright because he was afraid of actually killing Lung Baibai. And only the pseudo-world lord, Kara, could so faithfully recreate a person, and he had only ever had contact with Kara. However, there was no response from the surroundings, but Lung Baibai in his hand moved. She gently pried open Jianlin's fingers and gracefully turned, deliberately displaying her curvaceous figure before Jianlin. How is it? Do you like this body? She smiled at Jianlin with her blue eyes, her voice clear yet extremely alluring. Jianlin was now certain that Lung Baibai before him was being controlled by Kara, or perhaps simply a fake from the pseudo-realm. However, due to his lack of knowledge of the pseudo-realm, Jianlin could not jump to conclusions, lest he actually hurt Lung Baibai. He was not surprised that Kara had found this place. She had a replica of the dimensional sage Serena within her pseudo-realm. It would have been easy for an 8th level dimensional sage to infer the location, after all, since he hadn't previously obtained the stone tablet. What do you want? If it's the same request as before, I advise you not to bother. As Jianlin spoke, he repeatedly checked the engravings within Lung Baibai's body, but found nothing unusual. Lung Baibai smiled. She deliberately bent down, exposing certain areas to Jianlin, and reached out to pick up her long skirt. Then she swung the skirt in front of her, slowly slipping it back on, half covering it. She gently touched the ice sculpture of Jianlin on her shoulder and sighed. What a loyal subordinate, what a useful anchor. Jianlin scoffed. You want to threaten me with her? No. Lung Baibai shook his head. It's more than just her. As she finished speaking, hundreds of Ice Crystal clan members, both men and women, slowly entered the bedroom. Mist armor began to gather around Lung Baibai, and he slowly clenched his fist and struck out. Buzz! Crack, crack, crack. The violent force ripped apart the bedroom furnishings, and the hundreds of Ice Crystal clan members, who had just entered, were shattered by the blow. Swish! A shower of blood and flesh fell from the bedroom, hundreds of lives annihilated by the blow. Jianglin watched expressionlessly, making no move to stop them. In fact, he had initially deployed the 100 cursed needles, but this hidden weapon, which automatically tracked hostile targets, had never been able to locate Kara. He couldn't confirm whether this was a fake world, nor could he verify Lung Baibai's authenticity. Acting rashly would only put him on the defensive, and the opponent's fear would only intensify. How's that? Still not enough? Lung Baibai, a smile plastered on his fair face, waved his hand, and several hundred more Ice Crystal Clan members entered, their faces mournful. Chapter 382. Like a carefully choreographed drama, hundreds of Ice Crystal Clan members' faces were filled with fear and despair, yet their bodies involuntarily formed neat lines. Crunch, crunch. Trampling upon the flesh and blood of their fellow men, the rich stench of blood filled their nostrils, and sobs and whimpers instantly filled the once noble and cold chamber. Jianglin calmly observed the faint smile on Lung Baibai's face, as if he could see Kara's smile through that perfect, pretty face. Spiritual imprint, yes. Weird mist protection, yes. He was certain that the Lung Baibai before him was indeed Lung Baibai. No matter how real the pseudo-world was, it couldn't replicate the protection of the weird mist spirit hall, because Kara had never seen it. But these Ice Crystal Clan members were not so easy to verify. Jianglin's only relationship with the Ice Crystal Clan was a vassalage contract. He had neither alienated himself nor been protected by the weird mist. So, although he wanted to stop Kara, he took no action, unwilling to reveal a flaw. The more he cared, the more he would lose the initiative. But, seeing Jianglin didn't react, Lung Baibai didn't hesitate and struck out again. The sobbing stopped abruptly, and a torrential downpour of blood fell. Hundreds of terrified faces dissolved into pieces of flesh and blood, and the entire chamber became a pool of blood, like the poignant bloom of red spider lilies. Jianglin felt nothing. At his level, indifference to life was ingrained into his spiritual essence. Another reason was that he wasn't familiar with these Ice Crystal Clan members. If it were Lung Baibai, he might have felt a little emotionally unstable. Kara, do you think such a low-level trick can make me compromise? He sneered and extended a hand. Continue your show. While this was the surface, Jianglin was secretly mulling over a countermeasure. Kara had indeed grasped his weakness, protecting people. Additionally, the pseudo-world lord's abilities were incredibly perverse, leaving Jianglin with no effective solution. Whether in direct combat or avoiding her, he wasn't afraid of Kara. However, if she simply threatened his subordinates, that would be a real challenge. Humph. Lung Baibai's willow-shaped brows furrowed slightly. She waved again, and this time, 1,000 men poured into the chamber. This time, she didn't exchange further words with Jianglin, but raised her hand and delivered another punch. Thousands of Ice Crystal Clan members dissolved into the pool of blood below, their very existence seemingly fragile at that moment. This was the true world of the mist. A conflict between two high-ranking beings could cost the lives of tens of thousands, or even more. Continue. Jianglin raised his hand, his expression impassive. He suddenly remembered what Xiao Tan had once told him: avoid dealing with actors, hypnotists, and martial artists. It was true. These three paths are not only prone to mutation, but also somewhat unnatural. With Kara's abilities, annihilating the 20,000 Ice Crystal Clan members would be a piece of cake. No one, including Lung Baibai, would be spared. But she chose to perform this act in front of Jianglin, simply to get Jianglin to help her transform the pseudo-world. What could he say? He could only call her a lunatic in his heart. He didn't curse her to her face because if he did, Kara might even feel proud, convinced she had him under control. Lung Baibai didn't stop the slaughter despite Jianglin's indifference. Instead, he mechanically continued waving his hands and swinging his fists. 1,000. 5,000. 10,000. The entire chamber was completely engulfed in blood and flesh. Although the two of them were relatively high up, the blood had already spread to Jianglin's feet. Broken limbs floated in the pool of blood, staining the air red and thick with a pungent, fishy smell. Until the last 1,000 people, Lung Lulu and Lung Lily led the way in. They were almost completely submerged in the blood, their pale faces etched with terror and helplessness. Seeing his twins approach the divine servants, Jianglin, who might have been wary, felt reassured. The Lioli sisters were not protected by the strange mist. He was 80% certain that all the Ice Crystal Clan members here, with the exception of Lung Baibai, were replicas of the pseudo-world. He sneered inwardly, but his expression remained impassive. Now it was Lung Baibai who panicked. She waved her hands, grasping the Lioli sisters, one on each side. Her blue eyes fixed on Jianglin. Guess what interesting things would happen if I accidentally crushed these two beautiful bodies in front of you? You'd be covered in blood. Jianglin folded his arms, tapping his forefinger with his index finger, his emotions unremarkable. His response left Lung Baibai unsure how to respond, so she continued, Jianglin, you're such a tease. Would you bear to let these beautiful twins die? As long as you help me transform the pseudo-world, I promise you won't suffer any losses, and may even gain something unexpected. This was Kara's apparent surrender. To be honest, she hadn't expected Jianglin to be so indifferent to these so-called subordinates, so his threats were meant to be a negotiation. However, what truly surprised her was Jianglin's next move. With a humming sound, a dazzling silver light shot out from Jianglin's fingers. Smooth lines of blood emerged from the sisters' fair necks, oozing outward with traces of crimson. With two loud thuds, Lung Lulu and Lung Lily's beautiful heads fell one after the other into the pool of blood below. Lung Baibai fell silent, staring at the two headless corpses in her hands. She had never imagined that Jianglin would actually kill the twins himself. In Kara's view, Jianglin couldn't verify the authenticity of these Ice Crystal Clan members, so this action was simply a show of his attitude towards her. He didn't care about these people, even if Kara killed them all. From Kara's perspective, this was entirely possible, or perhaps it was normal for Jianglin to have such a mindset, consistent with the apathy of a Tier 7 professional. Her thoughts raced, and she immediately changed her strategy. Jianglin, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. To be honest, what you just saw were replicas from the pseudo-realm. Your subordinates are all still alive and well in reality. You know, I've come here for only one purpose. If you promise, I won't bother you again, and I give you the position of Faceless Venerable as a reward. This world doesn't need. She wanted to ramble on, but Jianglin interrupted her. Enough. Kara, I'm not interested in your theories of disorder and order. I only know that once the pseudo-realm reaches the 9th order, there will inevitably be irreversible and serious consequences. Jianglin's eyes fixed on her. You're courting death. Don't drag me down with you. I'm not afraid of death. I am. Jianglin's blurred-out words silenced Kara again. He felt Kara must be mentally ill. Otherwise, she wouldn't act so erratically. She wanted Jianglin to help her, but she replicated the Ice Crystal Clan's act to blackmail Jianglin. When that failed, she tried to persuade him with her paranoid ideals. This was the second time she had done so. The first time, she had used force and threatened Jianglin's life. This was just one mad woman, and her abilities were formidable. Without her true form appearing, Jianglin was powerless. The bedroom was silent for a long time. Just as Jianglin was about to attempt to pull Lung Baibai's spirit directly into the weird Mist Spirit Hall, Lung Baibai suddenly spoke. Jianglin, what kind of world do you want? Chapter 383. The perfect face of the Ice Crystal Queen, stained by the blood lingering in the air, surprisingly seemed alluring. Before Jianglin could answer, she added, You've always sought advancement, but have you ever considered what you'd like to achieve once you reach a certain level? These two questions plunged Jianglin into a brief moment of contemplation. Indeed, he subconsciously always sought to ascend, upward. Or perhaps it was the same for most creatures in the misty world. It seemed like a mark etched deep within their spiritual essence, akin to a genetic instinct. There seemed nothing wrong with becoming powerful and controlling everything. One could even chalk this instinct up to self-preservation, a way of avoiding being crushed by a higher being. But was that really the case? To survive, would ants consider how to transform themselves into humans? To survive, would ancient humans consider how to transform themselves into beasts? Even the thought itself, regardless of whether or not they possessed the ability to do so, was strange. Yet in the misty world, everything seemed perfectly natural. Just like Jianglin himself, even though he currently couldn't comprehend the existence of the old ones, the moment he learned of them, he immediately made them his future goal. Does it make sense? It seems reasonable, but in reality, it's bizarre. As if drawn by some force, all living beings involuntarily converge on a more hidden, higher place. But they never consider why they're there. Is Kara crazy? Her behavior is certainly somewhat insane, but as a level 8 professional who has lived for so long, her thinking couldn't be any deeper than Jianglin's. Jianglin doesn't understand Kara, but how can Kara understand Jianglin? A heavy weight of time separates them. After a while, Jianglin asked a question completely unrelated to what Kara had said. How do you control Lung Baibai? Lung Baibai was stunned, then smiled. Focus on the present moment? Jianglin, you're quite interesting. She slowly stepped forward, rubbing Lung Baibai's soft, cool body against Jianglin's chest through her long skirt. Don't worry, she's still herself. I've just implanted an image of me in her mind, making her think she's Kara. Well, this method is pretty novel, isn't it? Those old-timers in the hypnosis field love this. She had a teasing look on her face, and she was about to kiss Jiang Lin's earlobe with her red lips, looking extremely charming. Kara, I admit you're quite experienced, but don't piss me off. Jiang Lin grabbed Lung Baibai's chin and swung her hard to the side. He looked Lung Baibai straight in the eye and continued, since you need my help, then behave properly. So you agree to help me? Lung Baibai's expression brightened at the hint of leniency in Jiang Lin's voice. This was actually intentional on Jiang Lin's part. He was using the tactic of procrastination to limit Kara's behavior. Implanting hypnosis. This method was indeed novel and virtually flawless. Lung Baibai was now convinced that he was Kara, and even the logic behind this hypnosis remained unwavering. Kara must have been using the hypnosis of a high-level 8th-level hypnotist from the pseudo-realm, and Jiang Lin had no solution for the time being. The only hypnotic tools he had were 6th-level hypnotists like Tina and Ian. The only solution was to take Lung Baibai away. Once outside the pseudo-realm, this hypnosis would undoubtedly fail in reality. But this was only a temporary solution. Without Lung Baibai, Kara could always turn to someone else, which would be extremely annoying. In the pseudo-world, Kara replicated all level 8 classes, and it's unknown what ability she used to block the 100 Tribulations Curse Needle's lock. Even if it were to hit, in the pseudo-world, the pseudo-world lord would most likely survive. Actor Path level 8 is a bit too abnormal. It's not impossible to help you, but the pseudo-world is level 8, and I need a long time to accumulate the medium. Do you understand? Jiang Lin was completely deceiving, but others didn't know his specific abilities. Even Serena only knew that he had the ability to upgrade things. Only Jiang Lin knew the number of times, the limits, and so on. How long will it take? Lung Baibai asked the question that concerned him the most. She stared at Jiang Lin with her blue eyes, trying to tell if he was lying by his expression. Jiang Lin estimated the time and replied, about 3 months. Hearing it would only take 3 months, Kara was clearly relieved. To her, 3 months was no different from the blink of an eye. Okay, I wait. Her red lips curled slightly, and she leaned in front of Jiang Lin and whispered, I find you when the time comes. As she finished speaking, the surrounding scene instantly transformed. The vast bedroom was restored to its original state, the tables and chairs decorated with luxurious elegance, and the pool of blood and the shredded flesh disappeared as if they had never existed. Lung Baibai's body stiffened slightly, and her face flushed slightly when she saw Jiang Lin before her. Clearly, the pseudo-world had dissipated, and Lung Baibai had regained consciousness. But because it was implanted hypnosis, she still remembered everything that had just happened. It's okay. Jiang Lin said these 2 words with a rather straightforward attitude, then used objects to teleport back to his room. Lung Baibai was left standing there in a daze, tightening her long skirt that was slightly open at her chest. Thinking of the feeling of herself naked against Jiang Lin, her snow-white skin flushed crimson. Of course you're fine. It wasn't you who was stripping. For the first time, the proud and aloof queen felt a strong urge to strangle someone. The entire Mist Villa was restored to its original state. As Jiang Lin had suspected, everything that happened in the pseudo-world, except for Lung Baibai, was a replica, a fabrication. Although Kara was mad, she seemed to have something to ask of Jiang Lin, so she didn't do anything too rude. In fact, in Jiang Lin's opinion, Kara might actually be sane. She had her own pursuits, but they were not understood by normal beings. As for the 3-month deadline Jiang Lin had promised her, he would then let Kara know what it meant to be controlled by someone who asked for your help. In 3 months, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have reached level 8. Perhaps, he would then attempt to transform to level 9. He didn't know what the outcome would be, but he would have to take this step sooner or later. Whether or not to help Kara transform her pseudo-world would depend on whether he needed Kara for this experiment. Jiang Lin collapsed on the bed. Today had yielded a lot, but he also felt exceptionally exhausted. The battles with Su Sun and Bali had gone relatively smoothly, but there had also been unexpected developments. Bali had been rescued, and the Forbidden Shadow had suffered 800 casualties while injuring the enemy. What had Kara's pseudo-world consumed? It couldn't have been her brain, could it? These minor powers of the 8th level weren't something to be used lightly. What powers would he gain when he ascended to the 8th level? Thinking of this, he fell into a deep sleep. The silver light on his body rippled through him like flowing water. Xiaoying was the source of his peace of mind. Somewhere in the gloomy forest, clad in pitch black, with only a single-eyed hand from his neck, the collector was using a strange plastic creature to help him navigate. Perhaps the name Jilyu should be more appropriate now, since it's no longer the collector himself who controls this body. Only fragments of consciousness remain within its spiritual essence, and that too will soon be plundered. The collector is desperate, but soon this despair will no longer belong to him. Besides the prisoner of the flesh pond and swamp of resentment, I'm still missing one more promotion ingredient. Where can I find it? Jiu pondered this question as he hurried on. It always carried out orders from its master, Jiang Lin, with utmost seriousness. And the red iron. The master also told me to keep an eye out. Chapter 384. Day 89 of survival. Tonight marks the third major fog wave. During this period, the gloomy forest has welcomed a long-awaited promotion bonanza. With the arrival of 69 batches of survivors, many new Tier 6 and Tier 7 professionals have emerged. But that's where it ends. Without the stone tablet, the path to Tier 8 is blocked. Not to mention the difficulty of killing a person of the same tier, even if the materials are obtained. Forcing the promotion will only result in mutation. And to those with the stone tablet, these newly born professionals are just another batch of ripe prey. To avoid this prey, there are 3 options. 1. Possess strength and fear no challenge. 2. Remain in the gloomy forest, using the gray matter to escape and hide. 3. Join the forces of the fogless land. Jiang Lin is known to be the first survivor to kill a Tier 8 creature, so few survivors should be able to achieve the first option. He may be an extremely rare survivor who has reached Tier 8. There must be level 8 survivors, but they simply haven't killed any level 8 creatures. After all, this is the 69th batch, and the number of survivors hasn't even reached 500 years. The truly powerful survivors have all chosen to leave the system, leading to Jiang Lin's rise to prominence. 5 days have passed since Shushuan's stone tablet was acquired, and the members of the order are progressing smoothly. Level 8 Fulgura. Fulgura is developing in the Alien Sea, leading Ian and Tina, father and daughter, to screen seeds for the Weird Mist Order. Fulgura said the Supreme Cult has sent in a number of dark-haired yin people, brought in by a priest. Jiang Lin also vaguely suspects Zhou Lini's handiwork. This group clearly wanted to break away from the system and develop in the directionless Alien Sea. Having a powerful leader like Fulgura was clearly a safer option than fighting for their lives in the misty world. Jiang Lin didn't mind the matter. After all, they were compatriots, and some protection was welcome. Besides, he didn't have to pay anything. The Supreme Cult could connect to the consciousness of the Alien Sea, so the entire directionless Alien Sea was like Fulgura's eyes, releasing elemental power with almost no energy consumption, eliminating any need to worry about safety. Level 8 Ice Giant. Alan developed in the Snow Mountains. After the death of the Snow Dragons, the Ice Giants became the sole overlords of the Snow Mountains. Jiang Lin didn't need to worry about it. Alan even regularly sent materials and psychic items to Mobin Space as a tribute. While he didn't need them, it was a good thing that the members were willing to contribute to the Order. Fulgura and Alan were currently the 2 mainstays of the Order's fighting force, requiring no significant effort from Jiang Lin. Fulgura even single-handedly helped Jiang Lin achieve crystal freedom. Compared to them, the other members are still relatively weak, so their contributions aren't as significant, but they hold great promise for the future. Lung Baibai and Han Xiaoxiao are both at level 6, and are striving to reach level 7. The former, with the slate Jiang Lin gave him, should have had a smooth path to advancement, but Han Xiaoxiao, however, struck Jiang Lin as somewhat odd. Logically, having only recently reached level 6, Han Xiaoxiao should have received support from many veteran elemental arbitrators, yet he never mentioned this to Jiang Lin. Han Xiaoxiao has also never used the statue's power. Jiang Lin would surely have known if he had. It must be said, this kid is truly hardworking in this area, but also quite stubborn. This is a strength, but sometimes it's also a weakness. Then, there are Lin Yu, Sun Huanyu, Sophia, and Huan, all of whom are already close to rank 6. Sun Huanyu seems to have cultivated a number of subordinates during this period, but Jiang Lin dismissed them as too weak, saying they needed further consideration. Finally, there's Ming Zi. Ever since the unexpected disaster she suffered during Norris's ascension, she's remained stuck at rank 4, with no progress. With only her spirit remaining in the Weird Mist Temple, she truly has no way to improve herself. So, before heading to the Weird Desert this time, Jiang Lin decided to have Ling Jing repair Ming Zi to perfection and take her along. Serena had said that the Weird Desert could block Norris's detection, making it a perfect place for Ming Zi to continue living. Until she obtains the stone tablet and reaches rank 8, she need to stay in the Weird Desert. Snow Mountain region, where Ling Jing is located. It's indescribable, the purest white, the concept of ultimate coldness embedded in the snow. Jiang Lin arrived here again, only to be greeted by Sushua's strange gaze. She was still dressed the same way, a tight white robe with a snowflake pattern, holding the little baby girl, Lingxue, in her arms. Nothing had changed. After all, it had only been a dozen days since he last came here. Jianlin, didn't you say you wouldn't be back for a while? Ahem. A light cough interrupted Sushua's questioning, and Jianlin's expression was serious. 10 days is a long time, even for us Blue Star people. Huh? Sushua's deep black pupils stared at Jianlin, her red lips slightly parted. Lingxue, in her arms, also stared at Jianlin with wide, curious eyes. In her short life, besides Sushua, Jianlin had been the only one to visit her twice. It was awkward, so Jianlin said nothing more and skillfully entered the cold crystal. The fine energy threads immediately dodged, as if avoiding the plague, hovering only around Jianlin. Jianlin felt as if each one was saying, "Pay, pay." He first took out 5 source crystals, but nothing happened. He rolled his eyes. Good boy, I only suffered a loss this time, and the price is still the same. Are you gouging your customers? Lung Jing didn't respond, and that was the most obvious response. Since he had money anyway, Jianlin simply took out 10 more. The source crystals finally began to transform into energy and merge into the white light. The fine energy thread seemed reluctant to slowly enter his body. If Jianlin hadn't been short of source crystals, he would have transformed Lung Jing no matter what. But Ling Jing did him a favor, after all, and he didn't do it without his permission. It would have been impolite. Lung Jing was conscious, having sensed Jianlin's presence when they first met. Out-of-this-world apostle. It mistook Jianlin for some kind of outer-world apostle, but then repudiated it. Lung Jing never spoke to Jianlin again. The spirit quickly recovered, and Jianlin summoned Mengzi from the weird mist spirit hall. Jianlin? As soon as Mengzi appeared, she experienced the same fate as Jianlin had, unable to see Ling Jing. All she could see was the vast expanse of white snow, Su Shui standing there, and the baby girl in her arms. She glanced at the baby girl, Lin Shui, then at Jianlin. Black hair and black eyes. Mengzi had the usual associations. But they'd only been surviving for less than 3 months. Could aliens be even faster? Jianlin casually explained, friends. He was about to transform into Weird Tina to hypnotize Mengzi, and convince her of Ling Jing's existence. Across from him, Mengzi now had time to examine the baby girl, Lin Shui. Perhaps due to preconceived notions, the more she looked, the more she felt the baby girl bore a resemblance to Jianlin. Then she understood. She wisely stopped talking about it, only to casually glance at Sushua, as if wondering how she'd managed to win over Jianlin, given the vast array of beautiful women surrounding him. This glance finally gave her another glimpse. The melting snow women were truly perfect. Even Mengzi felt a little inferior. Chapter 385. Being beautiful means having a good life. Mengzi thought with a hint of resentment. Look at Jianlin's female subordinates. There are some who are good-looking, but they all work hard, striving for success, while some have already achieved success based on their looks. When a woman's mind wanders, her thoughts race at a speed unmatched. Jianlin had no idea what Mengzi was thinking. He had already transformed into Tina and hypnotized her spirit. This is Ling Jing. It is. It wasn't until the hypnosis ended, and she saw Ling Jing in its entirety, that she came back to reality from her imagination. She shifted her gaze from Su Shui's perfect face to the purest white around her. Having never seen anything so bizarre before, her eyes widened. Jianlin expertly pulled out the source crystals. 1, 2. Until 6, the source crystals were finally slowly absorbed, merging into the white light. Lung Jing was greedy, but not excessively so. Jianlin didn't care about the 6 source crystals he needed to repair his body. He made a 6-sign gesture to Mengzi. Put it on the account. Remember to return it to the secret society later. Mengzi was stunned, and after a moment's response, yes. She was only at level 4, and she was already in debt of 6 source crystals. Was it really because of her appearance? Is it my fault for being so ordinary? She looked at Su Shui's perfect face again, feeling a little sour. Threads of energy slowly wrapped around her body. A delicate, fair body slowly took shape, but then 4 spider legs sprouted from her back and lower body, each covered in strange eyes. This was the appearance of her spiritual essence after being transformed by Jianlin. The recovery of her body also depended on her essence. Her upper body was much more normal, and her pretty face had the gentle charm of a girl next door, a type that would be long-lasting to look at, with some perfectly placed roundness. Jianlin searched through the system space and found a permanent transformation prop, which he tossed to Mengzi along with a white t-shirt. Without looking again, he turned and floated out of Ling Jing's range. Su Shui couldn't help but ask Jiang Lin, "When will you come next time?" She always assumed it would take a long time before they met again, but in just over 10 days, Jiang Lin had come to Ling Jing twice. This made her question her own sense of time. Could it be that she had lived so long that 10 days seemed so short? Jiang Lin was certain this time. "I definitely won't come again anytime soon." He added to his mind, "At least 3 months." Su Shui was half believing. Seeing the baby girl in her arms giggling at him, Jiang Lin, like last time, took out a red silk lotus and smeared it all over her face. She smiled even more broadly. Meng Zi's recovery went smoothly and perfectly. Judging by her face alone, she looked even more beautiful than before. "Jiang Lin, I really didn't expect to recover." She slowly landed on the ground, her face etched with the joy of rebirth, her long, flowing hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a white t-shirt, shorts, and knee-high socks, creating a gentle beauty. But something seemed odd. Jiang Lin examined her carefully until he noticed 2 red spots reflected on her t-shirt. He seemed to have forgotten something. Meng Zi paused, caught Jiang Lin's gaze, then slowly raised a hand to shield her face. She looked at Jiang Lin with a gentle smile that, however you looked at her, resembled a death stare. It was hard not to suspect someone had done this on purpose. But Jiang Lin didn't mean to do that. After all, as a man, it's normal for him to forget this. For safety's sake, Meng Zi shouldn't be seen in the outside world before entering the weird desert. After returning Meng Zi to the prison realm, Lin Yu will take care of the clothing issue. With her natural knitting skills, many members would ask Lin Yu for help with their clothing. Bidding farewell to Su Shui once again, Jiang Lin found a random snowy spot to rest on, silently awaiting the dawn of the 90th day. First, he needed to wait for the system to issue the monthly ranking rewards, and second, entering the weird desert required a ritual. He needed to recite a lengthy incantation at 12 a.m., 7 a.m., and 4 p.m., then fall into a deep sleep, and then enter the weird desert. In the evening, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, survivors of the 69th batch. You are about to enter a new stage of survival. After the 3rd fog wave, the fog disaster will be even more severe. Survivors at level 5 and below should take precautions. After the 3rd fog wave, crystalline treasure chests will continue to refresh for a month. During this time, the system will open up more Smile Roulette access. If you're looking for Tier 6 items, you can go there and draw. Before the fog wave tonight, ranking rewards will be distributed, allowing you to make your final push. Happy survival. It's pretty much as Jiang Lin expected. The fog disaster is indeed getting worse. Previously, it only affected Tier 4, but after the fog wave, even Tier 5 will be in danger. The rewards from treasure chests are also decreasing. Although Tier 6 crystalline treasure chests will continue for another month, after that, you likely have to go to Smile Roulette to get Tier 6 items. Given the riggedness of Smile Roulette, you might only get 1 Tier 6 item out of every 10 crystal blocks. For most survivors, this is definitely bad news, but for Jiang Lin, it's quite the opposite. With the directionless ocean at his back, the last thing he lacked was psychic resources. The sky gradually darkened, and the fog slowly shifted from gray to black and red. On the snow, a faint reddish-yellow light shone from the prison realm within Jiang Lin's body. The light from the sanctuary blocked the dark blood fog 1,000 meters away. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Lin passed the time by watching Blue Star chats and the Survivor Forum. He might not see these messages for a long time. Finally, the system prompt sounded again. The fog tide is approaching, and survivors are requested to prepare. The monthly world ranking rewards will now be distributed. Congratulations on receiving the Sanctuary Overall Ranking Reward. Do you want to claim it? Congratulations on receiving the Personal Strength Ranking Reward. Do you want to claim it? Click to claim. Congratulations on receiving a Level 7 Spirit Shaping Platform Manufacturing Blueprint and a Level 7 Forbidden Skill Pillar Manufacturing Blueprint. Congratulations on receiving a Level 7 Skill Upgrade Card, a Level 7 Advanced Scroll, and a Talent Enhancement Orb. Another Talent Enhancement Orb? Jiang Lin was startled, even ignoring the 2 unfamiliar manufacturing blueprints. He had used the Talent Enhancement Orb before, granting the alienation spell the effect of fusion, allowing items to be fused and alienated. He quickly opened his backpack and transferred everything to the ink-spotted dog's mouth's Tog space. Only the dimly glowing orb remained in his hand. Talent Enhancement Orb can cause unknown positive changes in talents. The specific effect depends on the talent, so use with caution. Just then, the dawn of the 90th day arrived. Boom! The ground shook, and blood mist surged wildly outside the fog-proof light. The snow boiled, mud and snow filled the sky, and some areas began to collapse. One by one, ferocious beasts and monsters were swept away to unknown distances, and swarms of ferocious monsters flew across the sky. The blood mist madly attacked everything, and the deep black seemed to engulf the entire foggy world. Reorganization, begin. This was the second time Jianglin had witnessed this scene, but he still couldn't hide his shock. The world was being rebuilt in destruction. Seeing that his surroundings were relatively intact and clear of danger, Jianglin quickly began to recite the spell of the weird desert. The eye of eternity that gazes upon all, the perfect Lord who created all past and future, the all-knowing Lord who sits between the cracks of the world. Chapter 386. The muffled incantation seemed faint amidst the raging fog, yet remarkably clear, like an unshakable cliff. A strange pull, penetrating time and space, clung to Jianglin. The bones of countless parallel worlds paved the throne. The unfinished words of all living beings were continued. The weight of omniscience crushed the dam of cognition. As the incantation continued, he felt as if his mind were being ripped away. The surrounding scene distorted and stretched, its colors becoming blurred and eerie. The thoughts of the kneeling worshippers blossomed into the everlasting flowers of chaos on his robes, and all prayers were crushed into the sand that constructed reality. The Book of Omniscience. The sense of time became distorted, a second seeming like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years condensing into a single moment. This was undoubtedly the longest incantation Jianglin had ever chanted. The being who wrote these incantations was clearly trying to depict a great being in the most palest of terms, but language is ultimately powerless. After completing the first spell, he felt a strange fatigue. It wasn't the depletion of physical or spiritual energy, but rather the sense of nothingness, the feeling of being stripped away from time. Huh? He rubbed his brows, trying to ease the impotence he felt in the face of time. Outside, the third wave of fog had reached its peak. The pitch-black blood mist was no longer mist, but more like a thick sludge mixed with blood. Surging, roaring, the fog-repelling light surrounding Jianglin was like a lone lamp in a raging sea, firmly blocking the devastating impact 1,000 meters away. The third wave of fog was noticeably more dramatic than the first. Change equals uncertainty, which is not good news for all creatures trapped in the fog. Thinking of the system's warning of a more severe fog disaster, Jianglin couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He had a feeling that as his life level rose, he would be exposed to more of the world's secrets, or perhaps reality. The foggy world seemed relatively stable now, but how many hidden dangers lay beyond this? Jianglin shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts. Let's get through Norvis first. After a moment's rest, the fatigue from chanting the spell dissipated considerably. About half an hour later, the thick fog finally ended, and the noise gradually subsided. Seeing nothing unusual around him, he entered the prison realm and returned to his room in the round fortress. Jianglin took out the talent enhancement orb. Remembering the last time he used it, the spiritual origin offered 3 options. He wondered if this time would be the same. A spiritual intuition struck. Use. The talent enhancement orb transformed into white light and merged with Jianglin's body. He instantly lost consciousness and fell to the bed. In the pitch-black spiritual space, Jianglin regained consciousness. As before, 3 orbs of light appeared before him, representing 3 different talent enhancement options, but the effects were completely different. They represent Endless, Hidden, and Breakthrough. The names are still easy to understand. Endless increases the number of times you can transform. As long as you have sufficient spiritual energy, you can transform infinitely. Hidden grants the transformed object the ability to hide, allowing the entity above to ignore it, which may be very effective in future transformations. Breaking through the level is slightly more complex. Based on Jianglin's status and the amount of spiritual energy he invests, the transformed object can break through the level limit. In simple terms, it can not only upgrade one level, but can directly upgrade a level 1 object to level 8 or even level 9. Choosing the latter 2 will reduce the number of times to 1. Although the Endless Alien looked powerful, Jianglin initially ruled it out. At his level, quality far outweighed quantity. As for the latter 2, honestly, he wanted both. Concealment was extremely important. Professionals knew that without the concealment slate, advancing to level 8 would result in an unknown contamination mutation. Other beings would face a similar fate upon breaking through to level 9. But a breakthrough alien was also very tempting. Reaching the pinnacle directly would save him a lot of effort. Although the breakthrough was based on his status, Jianglin didn't know his status. But since the old seal treasure chest said it had an old seal, then his status should be no lower than level 9. Jianlin looked at the two light balls, feeling torn. Thinking from another perspective, the concealment alien was choosing the present, while the breakthrough alien was choosing the future. Choosing the concealment alien could instantly create a level 9 alien, without fear of detection by extraterrestrial beings. Choosing the breakthrough alien could allow the alien to break through the level 9 limit in the future, but achieving level 9 now was obviously too risky. After a moment's reflection, people should have dreams. Jianlin decisively reached for the sphere of light that had broken through the rank. Bang! The sphere shattered, its light scattering throughout the spiritual space. Jianlin's spirit was torn apart and reconstructed, something rearranged and reassembled. Jianlin woke up in his bed, and everything seemed like a dream. But he could sense that his alienation technique had undergone a drastic change. Opening his profile. Alienation, fusion, breakthrough fusion and alienation of up to 5 objects, upgrading them. The effect remains unchanged for the same amount of spiritual power invested. The upgrade depends on the user's rank and the amount of spiritual power invested. Limited to once per day. Big explosion. Even without the concealment effect, the effect of the breakthrough transformation would definitely be a significant boost. Now, whenever he wanted, he could transform anything directly to level 9, without having to constantly rely on the system's advancement scrolls to reset its origin. Even though transforming to level 9 was dangerous right now, level 8 was more than enough for him, as he was only level 7. In other words, his current spiritual power was more than enough to transform one level 8 creature per day. Over time, he could even build a level 8 army. And, most crucially, the previous fusion of previously transformed objects had no effect on their level. The conditions had been lifted. This meant that the previously transformed objects hadn't reached their upper limits, and Jianlin could transform them one by one to their current limit. Level 8. Jianlin once again experienced the power of his transformation technique. Serena explained that his transformation technique was a combination of 3 powers, 1 large and 2 small, that produced unknown transformations. What those unknown transformations were was unclear, but Jianlin was now curious about the 3 powers. There's no rush for the mutants yet. Their talent is there, and every day presents an opportunity. Pulling out the level 7 advanced scroll rewarded by the system, Jianlin prepared to try out his new mutation technique and conduct a test. Because he hadn't previously achieved a breakthrough, he relied heavily on the system's advanced scrolls, and had never been willing to take the plunge. Mutation technique activated. Spiritual power slowly overflowed from his body, covering the advanced scroll. 1,000, 2,000. When it reached 4,000, Jianlin finally felt the advanced scroll break through to level 8. Continued investment would only make it stronger. He was only level 7, so his spiritual power wasn't very high. This meant that he couldn't directly mutate level 7 objects to level 9. His current spiritual power was 6,400, insufficient. He should be able to do this once he reached level 8. While he wouldn't do that without concealment, it was important to know his current limits. The wriggling continued, and just as Jianlin's spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, something unexpected happened. A familiar starlight, coming from nowhere, pierced the air, burying the prison world and the sanctuary as nothing. The character Y was written on the ground in front of Jianlin. Chapter 387. The writing quickly faded. Jianlin was speechless as he looked at the familiar system warning. He still hadn't figured out why the alien box had warned him, and now the advanced scroll had struck again. But he had a vague feeling that this warning wasn't as strong as before, just a hint of dissatisfaction. So, the box was still quite special, perhaps related to the small part of him that had been stripped away. The advanced scroll's peristalsis gradually ceased, eventually transforming into a white, yellowed paper garment, fragile and vulnerable to the slightest touch. 2 round eyeballs jutted from the collar of the garment, giving it a decidedly abstract look. Altered advanced scroll, obtain upgraded paper garment. Upgraded paper garment, level 8. Within 10 minutes, any creature wearing the garment will gain an ability higher than the current level 1, capped at level 8, with a cooldown of 1 day. 10 minutes, truly manly? No wonder the system issued a warning. The effect of the upgraded paper garment could be considered a trump card for any creature. Imagine 2 equal level fighters fighting, and one's attack suddenly increases by 1 level. Who could withstand this? Although the paper clothes capped at level 8, it was perfectly adequate for Jianlin right now. He could experience level 8 skills for 10 minutes, lacking only the crucial minor authority compared to a level 8 professional. After integrating the upgraded paper clothes into the prison realm, Jianlin was in high spirits. The system's rewards had once again surprised him. From now on, he could upgrade all of his altered creatures without the labor of searching for advancement scrolls. As long as he continuously increased his spiritual power limit, the limits of his altered creatures would rise accordingly. He turned his attention to the remaining rewards. First, there was the level 7 skill upgrade card. Jianglin used it immediately, upgrading his Grey-like Curse body to level 7. Grey-like Curse body, level 7, generates a Grey-like Curse body, limited to 1. The Curse body can use all the original body's skills, with skill consumption synchronized with the original body. If the attacker's mental state is lower than the original body's, they will be cursed with a strange curse, and their spiritual essence will be abnormally distorted. Aside from the Curse body's upper limit being increased to level 7, other abilities remain unchanged. Jianglin often uses the Curse body for exploration, treasure hunting, and even for suicidal tasks, making him a typical hardworking Jianglin, so upgrading it is the most cost-effective. Then, there are 2 blueprints. Spirit Shaping Platform, level 7, a one-time use blueprint. Requires psychic energy objects to be used to shape weapons and equipment, strengthen their spirits, and imbue inanimate objects with spirituality. Isn't this similar to the power of the Spirit Empowering Hand? Jianglin shook his head, feeling it wasn't very useful. Forbidden Skill Pillar, level 7, a one-time use blueprint. This powerful area of effect structure requires psychic energy objects. When activated, it generates a powerful forbidden skill field, restricting the use of skills by the living within it. Compared to the Spirit Shaping Platform, the Forbidden Skill Pillar has a significantly better development path, and perhaps it will have a significant effect after transformation. The Soul Shaping Platform was placed in an empty room on the first floor, and the Forbidden Skill Pillar was placed on the circular platform. After processing this month's rewards, Jianglin suddenly had an idea. He opened the system and found Lung Baibai's private message. Jianglin, does your reward include a talent enhancement orb? A reply came quickly. Lung Baibai, yes, I have Mo Ben give it to you right away. Very sensible, very good. Jianglin liked such clever subordinates. However, when he received the glowing orb, he was somewhat disappointed. It was unusable. Sure enough, he casually tossed the talent enhancement orb back into Mo Ben's mouth. Not much surprise. Many of the goodies the system grants are bound, like physique and mental potions. Jianglin just wanted to give it a try. What if, right? As for Lung Baibai's other rewards, they were a carbon copy of Jianglin's second fog wave. The system's rewards are still based on rank, truly intelligent. It was 7 a.m. Jianglin entered the foggy world on time, and began chanting his second spell. The feeling was different from the first. He felt as if he were in a void composed of countless flowing colors, with no up, down, or left. A feeling of being watched by countless eyes arose, cold and indifferent. After the second spell ended, Jianglin felt a little exhausted, not physically, but from an indescribable, strange feeling. As he waited for 4:00 p.m., Fei Yi arrived and gave him all the proceeds from selling 8th level weapons and runes. A 7th level patrol disciple was definitely enough to join the Weird Mist secret society. Fei Yi's ability to sell so much in just a few days was already a testament to her ability. Jianglin then took out the vassalage contract and said, sign it, and you officially join the Weird Mist Order. At your level, your rank will be that of a Weird Contract Elder. Fei Yi was knowledgeable and well-versed in such contracts, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. She flicked her red hair, took the vassalage contract, and inscribed her name on it. Who else is above me besides you? There are also 2 weird god servants. You need to obey them while I'm away. Okay. Fei Yi was clearly surprised to hear Jianglin say this. She had assumed Jianglin was just a survivor, with only her own strength reaching level 7. She hadn't expected to have subordinates of even higher levels. She had joined Jianglin's faction simply because she thought he would bring her a bright future, and now it looked like she might even be on a larger ship. She didn't know if it was just luck, or if the traveler's path's inherent good fortune had played a role. Jianglin thought, I've always wondered, you're no longer a survivor, so why did the system hire you as an off-world travel merchant? Fei Yi blurted out without a second thought, perhaps because I'm perfect enough? She twirled her bright red hair with her fair fingers and puffed out her chest. Jianglin fell silent. Translated into human language, this probably meant she didn't know. He didn't ask any further questions. After all, Fei Yi had signed the vassal contract, and would be a member of the Weird Mist Order from now on. After having Lin Yu tell Fei Yi the essential secrets of Order membership, Jianglin asked Fei Yi to leave the prison realm and contact him through the Spirit Hall or Mobin. The events of the Misty World had come to a temporary end. Norvis would be free of the Star Gate in a few days, and it was time for Jiang Lin to leave. At 4 p.m., the third spell began. Jiang Lin spoke at a steady pace, each syllable carrying a weight. Faintly, he saw the flowing, multicolored void begin to collapse and swirl, forming the shadow of a vast, slowly rotating hourglass. The two ends of the hourglass connected to an incomprehensible chaos, and the tiny neck in the middle was the crack between the worlds. Countless blurry, twisted grains of time, composed of fragmented perceptions of time, flowed through the hourglass, making a rustling sound that made one forget the passage of time. Now! With those last words, Jiang Lin slipped into a deep sleep without hesitation. The moment he fell into slumber, a certain pull enveloped his body, dragging him into an unknown, non-existent place. The world was spinning. It wasn't a physical rotation, but rather existence itself undergoing a temporal turbulence. Jiang Lin felt his spirit, his body, and even his spiritual essence being forcibly dismantled and stretched, then squeezed into a strange dimension. He could no longer think, feeling caught in a strange state where time stretched endlessly, yet also felt like eternal stasis. A moment of eternity. Jiang Lin forgot he existed. Chapter 388. Time stopped. When Jiang Lin regained consciousness, the strange stretching sensation had vanished. He felt himself hit some solid ground with a thud and sink 2 or 3 meters. Ugh! He opened his eyes abruptly, the intense dizziness and discomfort of stagnation nearly making him vomit. Xiaoying's silver light tightly shielded him, preventing the sand from entering his mouth and nose. He struggled to pry away the sand with his hands, slowly pulling himself out of the quicksand by floating. Finally, he could see his surroundings clearly. Before him lay a scene difficult to accurately describe. Sky? There was no sky, only an endless, chaotic vortex composed of millions of shades of gray. The swirling rainbow bands of light resembled a frozen galaxy. These bands illuminated the suffocating, grayish-black sky. Earth? Compared to the iridescent sky, beneath his feet lay countless rough, cold, gray-white gravels. The desert they formed was noticeably more normal. As far as the eye could see, the boundless gray desert stretched to a horizon where it connected with the chaotic sky. It wasn't a straight line, but a distorted, blurred boundary. Jiang Lin took a breath. The air was terribly dry, every breath feeling like inhaling sand. If he were lower level, more human, he might have felt a stinging sensation. The temperature remained a bone-chilling chill, perhaps as low as -30 degrees Celsius. This was the weird desert. Jiang Lin immediately examined the prison realm. Both humans and altered creatures appeared normal. He then examined himself, examining the discomfort he had felt since arriving in the weird desert. It seemed nothing was amiss, but as he looked more closely, he finally discovered something. His time vanished. It wasn't that his lifespan had decreased, but rather that time had stopped flowing for him. He tried to contact the outside world through the gray light statue, but found that the outside world had entered a state of stillness for him. Of course, he could use the statue's teleportation function to return immediately, but if he did, time outside would only be the same as the moment he entered the weird desert, and his spiritual and physical strength would no longer recover. All signs indicated that his time had fallen into a strange relative state of stillness. He was immortal, but this immortality was relative, truly a moment in 1,000 years. In simple terms, his time was determined by the time outside. If he couldn't find a way to make time continue to flow, no matter how long he spent in the weird desert, it would only be a moment, or nothing at all. The most obvious drawback was, his physical condition could no longer improve. This completely contradicted his purpose in entering the weird desert. There must be a way. Jiang Lin stroked his chin, lost in thought as he gazed at the rainbow-colored light in the sky. Since Serena allowed him to enter the strange time desert and gain time to advance to level 8, time in the strange time desert must not be absolutely still. As a dimensional sage, Serena, who can discern the hidden secrets of the past and future, would never do anything useless. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin felt relieved. Just as he was considering looking over there, a faint rustling sound came from below. The desert was trembling slightly. Something, newcomer Jiang Lin took no chances and flew higher to observe. After a short while, the trembling intensified. Looking out, it seemed as if the entire desert was awakening. A faint, shuffling sound emanated from below, resembling the movements of dozens of gigantic insect-like creatures. Like wolves scenting blood, they gathered around Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin was surrounded by a silver glow, ready to respond at any moment. The next moment, his eyes focused. A circular vortex rapidly formed below, sending all the sand and gravel flowing into the black hole. A close look at the edge of the giant pit revealed its hideous mouthparts. Swish! The giant worm leaped up, sending sand and gravel flying into the air. Its massive size was no less impressive than its speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Jiang Lin. A faint, yet greedy, suction emanated from its mouthparts, and Jiang Lin could sense something being absorbed through the silver moon's protection. What? Jiang Lin had a bad feeling. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. Sensing something was amiss, he quickly distanced himself. At that moment, dozens of black holes appeared nearby, and dozens of giant worms swarmed towards him at an alarming speed. Each of their attacks imbued themselves with a strange suction force, greedily seeking to extract something from Jiang Lin's body. For a moment, Jiang Lin was completely surrounded by the giant worms, their enormous, ferocious mouthparts visible everywhere. The length of these worms was unknown. Only a small portion protruded from the desert, yet their mouthparts were the size of a square, truly terrifying. Hinging. Jiang Lin continuously slashed out with silver moonlight, attempting to repel the worms while finding an opening to escape. It wasn't that he was afraid, but after being surrounded by the worms, he clearly felt the strange suction force grow much stronger. Whatever was being sucked away, he shouldn't stay any longer. Shichichi. Several worms were swept by the silver moonlight, their bodies instantly radiating silver light as they disintegrated. However, things weren't that simple. Movements were heard again in the desert, and this time, the number was far greater than before. It wasn't advisable to linger for long. Just looking at the sheer number, Jiang Lin knew he couldn't defeat them. Now that his time was relatively static, neither his physical nor his spiritual energy could be restored. He had to conserve some, not squander it like he did in the outside world. Furthermore, these worms were peculiar. He still needed to understand what they were absorbing. Rustle. Amidst the growing movement in the desert, Jiang Lin decisively chose to use Xiaoying's light-traveling abilities to escape. Across hundreds of thousands of meters, the surrounding desert finally quieted down. It seemed the giant worms were swarming. But he noticed something ominous. Xiaoying was in the same predicament as him. As a spiritual being, Xiaoying also needed to absorb psychic energy to maintain her abilities. But now, they were all in a relative state of stasis, with psychic energy flowing out without entering. A way to continue the passage of time had to be found quickly. Seeing the surroundings were temporarily safe, Jiang Lin checked his condition, looking inside and out, and finally noticed something unusual. Just during the brief battle just now, a significant amount of his time had been drained away. Not time from later, but time from before. The outside world had returned to 3 days ago. These worms had actually absorbed the time he had existed. It was incredible. They were a group of strange creatures that fed on time. If Jiang Lin had continued to fight them, he might have lost even more time. Going back to the past wasn't good news, quite the opposite. If enough time was absorbed, he, that is, Jiang Lin himself, would disappear from the outside world. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario, and Jiang Lin wouldn't let these strange worms absorb his time. But now, he had to regain these 3 days of time on top of what he had already. What a bizarre place, the strange time desert. Jiang Lin smiled, finding it quite amusing. I hadn't expected to be taught a lesson by a group of bizarre worms upon arriving in the strange time desert. This place was even more wondrous than the directionless sea and the pendulum illusionary realm. But it was also fraught with danger. Chapter 389. Thanks to the worm's contribution, Jiang Lin was able to return to 3 days ago. His alienation technique returned to its unenhanced state, and the upgraded paper clothes temporarily disappeared from the prison realm, along with Meng Zi, who had been repaired by Ling Jing. If he didn't make up those 3 days, Jiang Lin would have to spend another 3 days returning to the misty world. It wasn't bad, it was just pointless. Of course, he wouldn't choose this option unless he truly couldn't find a way to make time go forward. The endless gray vortex in the sky remained unchanged, and the rainbow-colored light illuminated the world. Jiang Lin rode on the neck of the 10,000 feathers, flying and teleporting in a certain direction. A purple light shone on the man and the feather, casting a somewhat comical image on their figures. Jiang Lin had no other choice. He couldn't maintain his aloftness, and Xiaoying's psychic energy needed to be preserved to mitigate risks. So, he had to let the alienated creatures relay his quest. He felt like 7 or 8 days had already passed, but apart from the occasional encounter with a swarm of giant worms, he encountered all sorts of monsters and ferocious beasts. Time had lost its meaning to him, because no matter how long he spent here, the outside world's time was still the same as 3 days ago. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 years passed, it remained the same. If the worms accidentally absorbed some of his energy, he would even become younger. This was the power of time. Life and death were like toys before time. As Jianglin hurried along, he would often wonder, bored, if anyone could use this mechanism of the strange time desert to change the past. The answer is yes and no. You can indeed change a certain established fact or alter the death of a living being by traveling back in time. But how do you know that the time you've altered isn't part of a vaster, more magnificent river of time? If time is a river, then that person's time is a tiny tributary. No matter how hard it struggles, it will eventually flow into the greater river. Time can accommodate everything, including the changes you perceive as your own. An unknown amount of time passed. Jianglin changed mounts one after another, finally encountering something other than ferocious beasts and monsters. A dark-haired man in a black robe, walking barefoot through the desert, was handsome, with pale complexion and rosy, though slightly chapped lips. He was surprised to see Jianglin and asked, "Are you the new time loser?" It's worth noting that Jianglin was riding Yingji when he encountered this man. Imagine suddenly encountering a four-armed woman wrapped in bandages in the desert, her claws as red as blood. And riding on this strange woman's neck was a man. It must be said that this barefoot man was quite receptive, actually speaking to Jianglin first. Jianglin silently retracted Yingji into his dark form, showing no sign of embarrassment. What is a lost time one? After this period of immersion, he had completely slowed down. The environment of the strange desert truly changes people, for here, time has completely lost its meaning. All living things are immortal, existing forever as long as they are not killed. By the time Jianglin asked the question, the barefoot man had already received the answer. It seems not. He shook his head and introduced himself. My name is Minji. You must be from the Misty World, and you are very powerful. He seemed to know the Misty World well, and continued to speculate, you're probably here to find time sand, a material required to upgrade a level 9 shelter. To have achieved this level, you must be a significant figure. Jianglin remained silent, merely smiling. You know a lot about the mist? Mingyi also smiled modestly. Don't underestimate me, I'm a time loser. I'm also a sage. Secrets are the least valuable thing in our Stargate path. Oh! Jianglin was somewhat surprised. He could sense Mingya's level of lifeforms, but he hadn't expected him to be a sage. After Norris's ascension, he had rarely encountered anyone who practiced the Informer path, or more accurately, the Stargate path. For lower-level practitioners, path was the lowest-level profession designation. The fact that Mingyi could readily name the Stargate path suggested that the power behind him was ancient or powerful. After a conversation, Mingyi was very hospitable, and offered to take him to the tribe for a while, as the desert was dangerous. Jianglin agreed, as he was searching for intelligent beings and learning how to make time pass. During the journey, he asked Mingyi about the strange desert. The worms you saw are called time worms. They absorb the time of living beings, and are the most dangerous and bizarre creatures in the desert. If time is completely devoured, living beings will become timeless spirits, caught between life and death, repeating their lives in an ethereal illusion. To make time pass, there are two ways. One is to become a native of the strange time desert, completely detaching yourself from the outside world. Your time will change within eternity, allowing you to enter a state of relative dynamics. It's a bit complicated to explain, but in short, you can absorb spiritual energy and restore physical strength normally. The second method is much more difficult. You need to obtain the time heart of the Time Worm King, and use its time energy to operate the desert time pendulum. The pendulum can change the laws of time, which is what you call the passage of time. Jianglin didn't quite grasp the jargon. But it didn't matter, he just needed to know how to operate it. He definitely wouldn't become a native of the weird time desert, so he could only choose the second option. How do I find these two items? He asked as he trudged along. Minji wasn't surprised by Jianglin's choice. He knew someone of his caliber wouldn't stay in a place like the desert, living a life without ambition. He was simply puzzled by Jianglin's obsession with making time pass. If he simply wanted to obtain the time sand, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Someone has entered the desert before to search for the fog-resistant fire, but no one cares about time. There's no point in you doing this, Minji frankly expressed his confusion. That's because no one comes here to avoid detection. Jianglin was also helpless. He had to ascend to level 8 in the weird time desert, and time was his absolute necessity. Perhaps for others, stopping time would be a great benefit, but for him, it was a huge inconvenience. This wasn't a secret to be hidden. He simply told Minji that he was avoiding an enemy and needed to ascend in the weird desert. Minji suddenly realized something, and he surveyed the desert barefoot. We have the time worm in the desert, but the heart of the Time Worm King is harder to obtain. You've seen the time worms, and know how dangerous they are. The Time Worm King is beneath the swarm. It doesn't hunt in person, but relies on the time-worn tribute it receives to grow stronger. A sage is a sage. He knows many secrets. The average person probably wouldn't understand something like this, because no one would seek death in a time-worm swarm. TSK. Jianlin pursed his lips. Does that mean I have to face the time-worm head-on and delve deep into the desert? Minji nodded. As the two conversed, a small black dot appeared in the distance. Jianlin peered into the distance and saw a tribe built on a black disk. Though called a tribe, it wasn't primitive at all. The outer walls were constructed of gravel and earth mixed with crystals. The buildings looked neatly arranged and had a unique style. At that moment, a guide door opened in front of the two of them, and a crisp voice preceded them. Brother, where have you been again? Chapter 390. Minji was unsurprised by the girl's appearance, a doting smile on his face. From the guide door, a girl who looked to be about 20 glided out. She wore a short black robe similar in style to Minji's, her feet bare. Her skin was similarly pale, but her eyes were remarkably bright, like two gray crystals illuminated by the rainbow light of the sky. She bore a striking resemblance to Minji, with a delicate appearance, her black twin tails bouncing with her movements. The girl's gaze first fell on Minji, a mixture of reproach and concern. Brother, you're sneaking off to the desert again? And without me? What if you encounter the time worm? Then, as if drawn by a magnet, her gaze fixed on Jianlin, her eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Jianlin had the feeling that she wasn't looking at him, but at something strange. Brother, you brought someone new back? How strange. He doesn't even have any threads, she asked, circling Jianlin, her gaze blazing. Mingyu, stop being rude. Minji coughed lightly, his tone carrying the gentle admonition of a brother. He pointed at Jianlin and introduced her. This is Mr. Jianlin, a powerful figure who has come to solve the problem of time law changes. Powerful figure? Mingyu tilted her head, examining Jianlin, her face filled with curiosity. Jianlin, however, found Mingyu quite amusing and casually asked, Little sister, what is a thread? Mingyu rubbed her head, as if unsure how to explain, perhaps unaccustomed to talking to strangers. Jianlin found it somewhat amusing. When Mingyu had just appeared, he had assumed she was an extrovert, but he hadn't realized she was simply used to conversing with acquaintances. Minji smiled helplessly, pulled Mingyu to his side, and used himself to separate the two. My sister has been able to sense the connections between living beings and various objects since she was young. Past, future. Anything that intersects becomes a line in her vision. The closer they are, the clearer these lines become. So, in her eyes, every living being is connected by countless lines, some thicker and some thinner. We call them hidden convergence lines. So amazing? Jianlin hadn't expected Mingyu, a seemingly ordinary girl, to have such an ability. The world is truly full of wonders. But then a new question arose. If that's the case, then why did Mingyu say I don't have any hidden convergence lines? Minji, unsure of how to explain, turned to look at his sister. After their eye contact, Mingyu shook her head affirmatively. In fact, Minji was also puzzled. His sister's ability had never been wrong. She could even see hidden convergence lines when looking at 8th level elders, or those powerful and strange time worms. This was why Mingyu was considered such a treasure by the Isher tribe, and why he refused to take Mingyu into the desert, fearing danger. He could only offer a relatively reasonable guess. Perhaps you have some kind of shield, or perhaps the object you're connected to is too far away. But the truth was, neither of these assumptions held water. What shield could be more powerful than a tier 8? The distance was even more absurd. He and Jianlin were already connected, and the distance between them was close enough. Jianlin also felt Mingyu's guess was unreliable. Unfortunately, since this was Mingyu's unique ability, their wild guesses wouldn't reveal the cause, so the matter was left unresolved. Only Mingyu would occasionally steal glances at Jianlin, as if observing some rare animal. This was understandable. After all, in her eyes, all living things were connected, and Jianlin, unconnected, stood out like a hairless man among a herd of monkeys. The three of them passed through the guide gate. The moment they entered the Isher tribe, a faint scent of life, unlike the dead silence of the desert, reached them. The rainbow light in the sky was filtered by the tribe's dome. A thin, nearly transparent energy barrier, softening the light instead of its vibrant colors. The black rock beneath their feet was not solid. It felt strangely soft and gentle. The tribe was much larger than it appeared from a distance, the size of a small city, rising gradually from the edge to the center. Its structure was rigorous, with walls made of a mixture of crystal stone and gravel, sharply angular, occasionally gleaming in the rainbow light. Few creatures roamed among them, most wearing similar black robes. Their faces were extremely calm, a calmness honed by time. They showed no surprise when they saw Minji and Jianglin, their eyes devoid of curiosity or excitement at something new. Jianglin clearly saw a middle-aged man walk to a corner, then turned back and retrace his steps. Most of the creatures were inside the buildings, inactive, either lying down or repeating strange routines to pass the time. The creatures of this tribe were clearly alive and well, yet they were indistinguishable from the dead. In their eyes, there was no vitality, only emptiness and silence. "We are all lost in time, abandoned here by the society," Minji said slowly, his voice low. "After becoming indigenous, our bodies adapted to the laws of the desert. Time, for us, is no longer a one-way river, but more like a stagnant shallow beach. We can restore our physical strength and absorb spiritual energy, but we're disconnected from the true long river. Even if we pass through thousands or tens of thousands of years, it means nothing to the outside world. We are merely prisoners of time." Minji looked at the walking creatures with a complex expression. Mingyu clung to his brother's robe, as if offering comfort. Jianglin's eyes flickered after hearing this. A familiar word. Association. As expected, it should be Serena's Hidden Consciousness Association. Serena mentioned that all members of the Hidden Consciousness Association mutated and died after assisting her in initiating the Hidden Consciousness, leaving no survivors. The Lost Timers unexpectedly had such a history. Jianglin, well-versed in the principle of hidden attraction, began to wonder why he had come here. Minji continued, "Those abandoned by time will gain eternal life, but they also pay a price. In the meaningless cracks of time, living beings will inevitably develop a disease. The sorrow of time. Unable to find the meaning of existence, it's like being abandoned by the world. This is the ultimate sorrow. In mild cases, they will be like the creatures you see, repeating meaningless things all day long. And in severe cases," Minji said this, pointing to the tallest building in the center of the tribe, with an irregular gray crystal inlaid on the top. "That's the Hall of Time. The Desert Time Pendant is located within it. It is the key to the change in the laws of time for those abandoned by time." He then pointed to the edge of the tribe, where several gray crystal outlines lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly in a deep sleep. Most of them were humanoid, but some had other shapes. Those of the sleepers. The sorrow of time has reached such a depth that they completely abandon the laws of change, plunging themselves into eternal silence. Minji pointed at himself again. Some choose to become wanderers, leaving the tribe and seeking their own purpose in the desert. The meaning of my existence is to bring vitality and change to the tribe, thereby combating the sorrow of time. Jianglin silently observed the sleepers. They were like insects sealed in amber, frozen in time. He had only been in the weird desert for a short time, so he couldn't fully grasp that feeling. Chapter 391. Jianglin hadn't expected the Lost Time tribe to be like this. There were many living creatures, yet there was no sign of life, a dead, cadaverous atmosphere. He believed that besides the sleepers and wanderers, there must be another type of people Mingyi hadn't mentioned, those who chose to embrace death. To escape the torment brought on by the sorrow of time, death was undoubtedly the best escape. He didn't scoff at the Lost Time tribe suffering from the sorrow of time, because if he were in their shoes, he wouldn't necessarily be much better off. Time in the weird desert is static relative to the outside world, making it difficult to gauge the length of time the Lost Time tribes have endured. Without the concept of time, they face an endless cycle. If you had done everything you hadn't tried before, and the only thing left was death, repetition, what would you choose? Mingyi and Mingyu looked about the same age as Jianglin, but in reality, they had lived for who knows how long. Time is truly terrifying, Jianglin sighed. Mingyi smiled wryly, lost in thought, and Mingyu lost in some memories. The horror of the weird time desert is different from the spiritual pollution of the phantom hanging island. It allows you to experience the strangeness of time. Becoming a native means there's no way to leave. Although he already had the answer, Jianglin asked the question anyway. Minji shook his head, yes, but it's almost impossible. To become a native, you need to connect with the desert time pendulum, creating a temporal shift within your individual body to maintain your physical and spiritual energy. It's not difficult. But escaping the desert time pendulum is extremely difficult. The longer the shift lasts, the more time you need to make up. Without making up time, forcing yourself to leave the weird time desert will only leave you trapped in the cracks of time. Hearing this, Jianglin interrupted, wouldn't it be better to just make up for the lost time? If I'm right, that should also require the heart of the Time Worm King, right? In fact, he was already feeling a bit overwhelmed by what he'd heard. Minji's explanation of all the concepts of time was truly complex. Minji sighed, it's theoretically possible, but the elders won't allow it. Why? Are we just going to wait for the sorrow of time to strike and become walking corpses in a state worse than death? Jian Lin was puzzled. The elder said, this is the president's punishment for us. We are time losers, and we deserve this. Quite loyal. Jian Lin felt a little strange. Why would someone so loyal be punished? And it seemed like Serena herself had issued the order. Were the time losers truly abandoned? The hidden consciousness society was gone. Jian Lin wasn't sure whether to tell Minji about this. He decided to meet this blindly loyal elder first. Without further ado, he changed the subject. I want to see the desert time pendulum. The two siblings had clearly been bored for far too long, and perhaps they wanted to see whatever Jian Lin did. Minji immediately said, come with me. The elders are probably eager to meet different people. Jian Lin shook his head and followed. He felt that if he came to attack the Yishur tribe, these Yishur people wouldn't be afraid, but rather excited. The monotonous life was too boring. Perhaps an outsider would be a spice of their monotony. Minji resumed his explanation. Sir Jian Lin, your attempt to obtain the heart of the Time Worm King is very dangerous. Putting aside the Time Worm Swarm, the Time Worm King's abilities are no less powerful than those of ordinary time worms. It absorbs time at least dozens of times faster than an ordinary time worm, and possesses the ability to stretch time. In other words, in its presence, your time slows infinitely. Without a countermeasure, you could be sucked into a timeless spirit in the blink of an eye. Jian Lin listened silently. In fact, he had already begun thinking of countermeasures when Minji first mentioned the time worm's characteristics, and now had several good plans. After their brief time together, Mingyu's initial unfamiliarity with Jian Lin faded. Although she still didn't speak to him, she had begun to show her girlish liveliness. She was very clingy to Minji, tugging on his robe from front to back as he spoke, her black twin tails dancing in the air. It was hard to imagine that this was a girl who had survived in the strange time desert for who knows how long, yet showed no signs of time sorrow. Even for Minji, Jian Lin could see the deep weariness and emptiness in his eyes. It seemed as if he was desperately trying to avoid entering the time sorrow state, and the one who supported him was his sister, Mingyu. Jian Lin observed this stark contrast, but didn't expose it. Mingyu was unique. Not only could she see the so-called hidden convergence line, but she also seemed unaffected by the vastness of time. As they traversed the ascending passages, the occasional lost time ones who passed by didn't spare Jian Lin a glance, a sight that left Mingyu feeling somewhat disappointed. His purpose in becoming a wanderer was to bring something new to the tribe, to revitalize this otherwise lifeless place. But after experiencing so many such outsiders, the lost time ones had grown immune to them. Something new was no longer new. Soon, they were approaching the heart of the tribe, the Hall of Time. The creatures here were in much better shape than those at the edges. While there was still a hollowness in their eyes, their actions were clearly no longer aimless. There were also numerous entertainment venues, beast fights, brothels, gambling dens, debate halls. This was probably the lost time one's way of combating the sorrow of time, but over time, these activities would only become boring, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. All I can say is that something is better than nothing. Just as Minji was about to lead Jian Lin into the Hall of Time, a loud bang echoed throughout the Yishur tribe. Ding! A sound similar to the ringing of a pendulum echoed from the Hall of Time. Jian Lin was confused when he saw Minji cast a shocked look at him. Mingyu also thought of the point the elder had been emphasizing, and his gray eyes fixed on Jian Lin with curiosity. At the same time, all the Yishur tribes around, human and otherwise, were drawn to the sound of the bell and looked towards the three people in front of the hall. Their eyes passed over Minji and Mingyu's siblings and landed on Jian Lin. What is this? Jian Lin frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. In the various entertainment venues, the beasts stopped fighting, the things were pulled out, the gambling games were ignored, and the debates ceased. All the Yishur tribes hastily put down their work and gathered at the Hall of Time's gate. They all wore black robes, their expressions solemn. The hollowness in their eyes had completely vanished, replaced by enthusiasm and yearning. The entire Lost Time tribe seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. The lifeless tribe was instantly awash with people. Minji swallowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sir Jian Lin. You are actually the president? As Minji uttered the last two words, the other Lost Time beings all placed their hands in front of their bodies, their faces filled with reverence. They chanted, President. Dozens, nearly 100. Until finally, thousands of beings had gathered. The first thing every being did upon seeing Jian Lin was to shout President. Aside from those who were still asleep, every conscious Lost Time being seemed to come alive again. Jian Lin had imagined many possible scenarios upon entering the Hall of Time, But he had never expected this to happen before he even entered. This was undoubtedly Serena's handiwork. Is this an arrangement for him to return as president? Chapter 392. The calm and solemn president shouted, drowning Jiang Lin like a tide. Thousands of eyes, filled with enthusiasm and hope, were fixed on him, like the lone light in the endless darkness. Jiang Lin did not respond. He glanced at Mingyi, whose eyes were complicated, as he glanced at the excited crowd. Whose rule is this? Mingyi took a deep breath, his voice trembling with excitement. When the time pendulum rings, it represents the ultimate control of the Hidden Time Society. Only the president can make the time pendulum respond. I thought it was just a legend. After so much time, I didn't expect. He glanced at his sister Mingyu, a glimmer of hope for the future in his eyes. Clearly, if Jiang Lin had ultimate authority, the elders' rules would be null and void, and Jiang Lin would be the one making the decisions from now on. From his previous interactions with Jiang Lin, he was clearly not a pedantic person. Perhaps those who have lost time in the future would no longer have to wait for the onset of the time sorrow. I see. Jiang Lin understood, just as he was about to ask the so-called elder for more information. Ridiculous. A cold, youthful voice, imbued with the weight of countless years, cut through the clamor. Jiang Lin frowned and looked over. The crowd seemed to be parted by an invisible force. The door to the Hall of Time had opened at some point, and a figure emerged. The man was tall and straight, dressed in a perfectly fitted black robe. He had a perfectly youthful face, a high nose bridge, and pale skin, but his eyes were deep, like an eternal, cold pond. He looked no more than 27 or 28, about Jiang Lin's age, but the aura he emanated was as heavy as a mountain, oppressive and suffocating. He must be the elder of the Lost Time tribe, a young man who had survived for an indeterminate amount of time in a place where time stood still. The man approached Jiang Lin, standing neither too close nor too far away, his eyes brimming with cold fury. Though roughly the same height as Jiang Lin, he regarded him with a condescending gaze, his expression undisguised with contempt and disappointment, as if he were looking at a poor imitation. The resonance of the desert time pendulum, the continuation of Lady Serena's will? His gaze fixed on Jiang Lin. Though questioning, his tone was clearly filled with anger, simmering with a tinge of pain and resentment that Jiang Lin could hardly comprehend. Jiang Lin felt deeply displeased by the scrutiny, crossing his arms across his chest, subtly emitting a hint of the infernal realm's aura. He had no idea why the so-called elder held such hostility towards him. In situations like this, he was accustomed to speaking with his fists. Faced with scrutiny, he responded with scrutiny. To an outsider, it was clear the two were engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange. This made Mingyi anxious, yet he dared not utter a single sound. The 8th level prison realm didn't stir the elder's nerves at all. A cold quirk curled at the corner of his lips. 7th level, prison master? His perfect face twisted with irony. As long as I, Jin Chuan, remain, I will never acknowledge you as the leader of the Hidden Consciousness Society. Go back to where you came from. The Lost Time tribe does not welcome you. Buzz! The crowd erupted in an uproar. Undisguised hostility pierced Jiang Lin, and the surrounding Lost Time members' gazes at him became complicated. They had thought that the ringing of the leader's bell would signal their escape from this endless suffering of time, but they hadn't expected Elder Jin Chuan to deny this. Jin Chuan was a level 8 professional, and no one in the Lost Time tribe could contradict his words. Mingyi's face paled instantly, his mind buzzing. His newly ignited hope was ruthlessly extinguished by Jin Chuan's words. Glancing at his sister, Mingyu, beside him, an endless wave of sorrow washed over him. Jiang Lin's heart raged, but he remained calm. Becoming the president the Lost Timers had spoken of was irrelevant. He had only one purpose in coming here. Whether I become your president or not is not up to the Desert Time Pendulum or Serena, but me. His glare was sharp, piercing Jin Chuan's eyes. Mingyi told me that to make time pass, we need to use the Desert Time Pendulum to create temporal changes. That's why I'm here. Jiang Lin had finished, ready for a fight. Jiang Lin had expected Jin Chuan to refuse given his attitude, but his response surprised him. The Desert Time Pendant is right there, available to anyone except those who have been lost in time. Jin Chuan didn't glance at Jiang Lin again, instead turning and walking towards the Hall of Time. His back exuded a profound sense of desolation and loneliness. Where was his earlier aura? Jiang Lin only saw a pitiful, abandoned puppy. This man, whose appearance was only a third of his own, seemed to be hiding a secret beneath his cold face. Jiang Lin didn't intend to delve into these matters. His purpose in coming to the Hall of Time had been achieved. As for Serena's arrangements, let it be. Since Jin Chuan refused to acknowledge him, Was he going to force himself on me, saying I must become your president? That would be too overbearing. Jianlin had no intention of accepting such a proposal. Seeing that Jianlin hadn't received Jinchuan's approval, the lost in time gradually dispersed in disappointment, the emptiness in their eyes becoming more and more apparent. They returned to where they had come from, and continued with the same boring pastimes they had used to pass the time. Just then, Jianlin suddenly heard a soft sob beside him. A man choking. Who else but Minji? Jianlin turned his head and saw his sister Mingyu gently patting Minji's back, as if comforting him. This seemingly strong man now revealed his true and vulnerable side. He cried like a child. Under such ups and downs, the pain Minji had long buried within him burst forth like a flood, uncontrollable. It was the first time Jianlin had seen a man cry like this. He lowered his head and sobbed, clutching his sister Mingyu's hand tightly, as if he feared he would one day lose this precious treasure. Minji had always had a little secret. He had become a wanderer not out of a selfless desire to bring new things to the time losers. It was because of his own need. He needed something new to help him fight the sorrow of time, to allow him to remain with Shiyu in a normal way. His sister was special, barely affected by the sorrow of time. He didn't want her to live alone in this timeless desert. When the bell rang, Minji was the first to react. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but shock and surging excitement. He saw a glimmer of hope. But that glimmer was extinguished by Jinchuan's words. A man's cries were never loud, but rather whispered through tightly clenched teeth. Careful, afraid to disturb the world. Pa! Pa! Two hard pats on the shoulder interrupted Minji's sobs. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and was met with Jianlin's deep, ever-changing eyes. Minji heard the most unforgettable words he had ever heard in his life. And after hearing them, he would never forget this man. There's one more thing I didn't say. Even if I don't become president, I still have the final say here. Chapter 393. The heavy stone door closed behind him, shutting out the rainbow light from the sky. The room was neatly furnished, with everything you need, and a plethora of novelty items for passing the time, arranged in a near-perfect order in every corner. This was Minji and Mingyu's home, where Jianlin had temporarily come to rest. Elder Jinchuan, once the vice president of the Hidden Consciousness Society, seems to have a special affection for President Serena. Minji whispered, as if afraid of being overheard by the subject of his words. Jianlin nodded. If that were the case, then everything made sense. Jinchuan's near-suicidal behavior and his hostility towards Jianlin. Perhaps Jinchuan's heart had already turned cold when Jianlin activated the desert swing. Brother. Mingyu's voice was soft, as he placed two exquisite cups in front of Jianlin and Jinchuan. Clear water suddenly emerged from the cups. Jianlin was a bit surprised, and Minji explained, all of this was done by Elder Jinchuan. It's because of him that we don't have to go out and seek food and water. Is he of the artisan path? Yes, the elder is an ATH level threshold builder. Hearing these unfamiliar words, Jianlin couldn't help but scratch his chin. The former vice president of the Hidden Consciousness Society is actually an artisan path. That makes sense. Minji continued, the artisan path isn't accurate. The path's true name is the monarch path. It's fine that the informant path is the Stargate path, at least there's some connection. How did the artisan and the monarch connect? Jianlin didn't dwell on the name though. What was truly noteworthy was Jinchuan's abilities. Before the Holy Alliance was replaced, the Grey Mist prison tower was destroyed. It was supposedly a battle between two forces, but in reality, it was a battle between an 8th level threshold builder and an 8th level tricker path. Since the latter lost, the threshold maker must have some means of suppression. If Jianlin tried to use desert time outside of himself, he would definitely not be able to overcome Jinchuan. Preparing for the worst was always his style, so he asked, what is the threshold maker's ability? To free his sister from the desert, Minji sold Jinchuan without hesitation. The threshold maker can open up and control the critical space between different dimensions. This space is called the threshold. Within the threshold, the maker can freely create objects or reshape existing objects. That's just what I know. The threshold maker seems to have another special ability, but I've never seen Elder Jinchuan use it. Jianlin fell into a brief moment of contemplation after hearing this. It's no wonder the Grey Mist prison tower is so weak. The threshold maker's abilities seem to really counter the trickery path. The trickery path relies most heavily on imprisoned or shaped creatures, but fighting the threshold maker could reshape these objects. Their combat power is directly reduced by half. The trickery path, already weak in direct combat, would lose its usual means of defeating the enemy. If Jianlin's altered objects were also reshaped, Even he would be outmatched against Jin Chuan. But he wasn't solely dependent on altered objects. He had previously used a trickery paper figurine to steal the forbidden shadow. If Jin Chuan didn't take his chances, he could use this tactic to teach him a lesson. This was all a matter for the future. Whether or not a fight would actually come to fruition was still uncertain. The most important thing now was to obtain the heart of the Time Worm King, otherwise Jianglin wouldn't be able to recover his physical and spiritual strength. After a while of further conversation, Jianglin rested in the room Minji had arranged for him. In the Trickery Desert, there was no concept of time, so he had no idea how much time had passed. Feeling rested enough, he set off with Minji and Mingyu. Minji, a sage, could help find the time worms, while Mingyu, their guide, would lead the way. Unlike Jianglin, their time was constantly changing, allowing them to recover. Minji quickly chose a direction, claiming to have found a swarm of time worms with a relatively small population. As they passed through one guide door after another, Minji began to worry again. Sir Jianglin, are you truly confident? If not, perhaps we could seek the help of the elder, who's usually quite easy to talk to. Minji was good in every way, except for his somewhat motherly personality. Perhaps it was a habit he developed from playing both brother and mother to Mingyu. Don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, we won't have to do anything. Jianglin's lip curled, his confidence high. Seeing Jianglin's confidence, Minji didn't know where it came from, but he chose to trust him nonetheless. Although their time together was brief, he felt Jianglin was a very reliable person. This man possessed a strange, magical power, as if every word he spoke would surely come true. Here it comes! As Minji's warning uttered, a rustling sound echoed from beneath the desert, and the nearby sand began to tremble. Mingyu clung to her brother's sleeve in fear, ready to open the guide door and flee at any moment. Jianglin had already sensed the movement, but remained calm. Swish! A giant worm opened its maw, a circular vortex formed in the desert, and sand and gravel filled the air. The enormous, ferocious mouth swallowed the three of them like a black hole, exerting a subtle yet greedy suction. Sir Jianglin. Ming Ye's words had barely escaped his lips, when the following scene jarred him back to his stomach. A flawless figure stood in front of the three of them. She possessed the most extreme allure in the world, instantly becoming the sole focus of the audience. Just the sight of her back, clad in a military coat, made Ming Yi feel the urge to kneel and kiss her feet. I wanted to be her slave, to let her be my master. Fellow female creature Ming Yi was no exception, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at the Charm Emperor. The time worm suddenly stopped in front of him, frozen in midair as if paused. Only the slow movement of quicksand from its massive body signaled that this was no still image. Ultimate Charm Queen Bee, Level 8, capable of continuously producing Level 7 Ultimate Charm Queen Bees. Requiring source crystals for nourishment, the Queen Bee's production captivates all creatures who see her. She is a natural-born king. The Charm Queen's passive ability is undoubtedly Jianglin's greatest weapon in a place like the Weird Desert. With the sound of shattering quicksand, dozens, hundreds of time insects thrust their hideous jaws at the Charm King. They weren't attacking, but paying homage, awaiting the king's command. These time insects, who were supposed to obey the Time Insect King's orders, had all turned against him. Master. Seeing all the time insects under control, the Charm King turned his alluring face toward Jianglin, his rosy cherry lips slightly parted. Jianglin was accustomed to the charm, and aside from a slight ripple in his cheeks, he felt no discomfort. Master, trample me. Minji, however, felt completely captive, his body uncontrollably tumbling to his knees. Jianglin had no choice but to use the prison realm to shield Minji and his sister from view. Minji finally came to his senses, his face flushing red as he recalled his embarrassing act. Brother, you. Mingyu stopped tugging at his sleeve, a hint of disdain evident. The most dangerous creature in the Weird Desert had been easily dealt with. Next, they would search for the Time Insect King. The Time Insect King's rank was unknown, and Jianglin wasn't sure whether the Charm King's abilities would be effective. To be on the safe side, he reclaimed the Minji siblings from the prison realm. The Time Insect swarm cleared the way, and he and the Charm King entered the desert. Chapter 394. Sand flowed beside them. Jianglin and Charm Emperor followed a swarm of time insects as they descended deeper into the depths. The rainbow-lit sky was blocked by a thick layer of sand, plunging them into complete darkness. Before Charm Emperor, the time insects were as docile as domesticated livestock, guarding their now queen. As they descended, the surrounding environment began to change, the pure darkness replaced by a strange, faint glow. The sand began to crystallize beneath the desert, and the activity of the time insects formed an unimaginably vast maze. "Master, we're almost there," Charm Emperor warned. Her voice was tinged with solemnity. "The time insects say the Insect King is not far below, but my spiritual sense hasn't detected anything." Jiang Lin's heart sank slightly, as his spiritual sense hadn't detected anything unusual. It seemed the Time Insect King was somewhat special. Furthermore, Mingyi had previously warned him of his rather remarkable time abilities, so he decided to let his cursed body explore the area first. The time insects stopped dead in their tracks, their massive bodies swaying with instinctive fear and hesitation. It seemed that even after being subjugated by the Charm King, these time insects were still extremely afraid of the Insect King. Converting his cursed body, he let an unlucky time insect lead the way as he headed downwards. To maximize the effect, the cursed body Jiang Lin transformed into the Charm King's form, and used the Charm King's transformation ability to transform into a time insect. While he wasn't sure if the charm would work on the Insect King, he couldn't stop himself from trying. As the time insects twisted and turned through the various holes and descended, their trembling intensified. The closer they got to the Insect King, the more their instinctive fear threatened to overwhelm the Charm King's passive state. Thankfully, the Charm King's charm ultimately prevailed, and the time insects, succumbing to it, finally completed their mission. A vast space suddenly appeared in front of the hole, barely wide enough for the time worm's massive body to pass through. Sand, in a semi-liquid state, flowed through the air. Like a river of mercury. The silver sand formed a vast vortex, converging towards the radiant light at the very center. At the center of the light was pure darkness, like a black hole devouring the light. A slender silhouette emerged. It wasn't the massive, bloated worm form of the time worm, but more like a silkworm composed of flowing silver sand. It had no head or organs, and didn't even look like a living being, just a revolving silver ring. Everything slowed down. The moment Jiang Lin saw the Time Worm King, he knew his transformation into a time worm was futile. The king and Fen weren't even of the same species, but it was too late. The Charm King's enchantment clearly had no effect on this creature. Cursed Jiang Lin felt his time being forcibly stripped away and stretched. The time worm that betrayed the Insect King rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a grain of silver sand and merging into the river. Following it, the cursed body Jiang Lin also completely lost consciousness. Jiang Lin's original form only received the image of the cursed body seeing the Time Worm King, and then lost contact with the cursed body. The cursed body's brief existence was drained away. "It's indeed a tricky situation," he sighed. "The Time Worm King's abilities are over 100 times more powerful than those of ordinary time worms. Not only can it directly absorb time, it can also infinitely stretch the time of surrounding creatures. In layman's terms, it's a form of time stopping." It's no wonder Mingyi repeatedly reminded Jiang Lin that the Insect King was difficult to kill, even suggesting seeking help from Elder Jin Chuan. But Mingyi clearly underestimated Jiang Lin. The Time Worm King's abilities were indeed troublesome, but he also had several solutions. He chose the simplest and most drastic approach. "Charm King, command the time worms to charge downward." Jiang Lin produced a thin red needle and gave the command. "Yes, my lord." The Charm King didn't hesitate. Hundreds of time worms immediately rebelled against their former king. They trembled, yet they charged fearlessly downward. A rustling sound echoed through the passage, and the entire desert began to tremble. The Time Worm King beneath the ground was also stunned. It couldn't understand why the fragments it had so carefully nurtured would attack it. It was the king, their mother. Sensing the time was about right, Jiang Lin, in a daze, threw the 100 Tribulations cursed needle. The red needle vanished at lightning speed, tracing Jiang Lin's target, the Time Worm King. Though he and the Time Worm King had never met, the fact that the Worm King had just killed Jiang Lin's cursed body had already engendered a deep hostility towards him. Underground, in the silver sand vortex. At the center of the black hole, enveloped in white light, the Time Worm King erupted in rage, as hundreds of his offspring emerged from all directions. "Rebels, die!" It cast a time extension spell on all the time worms. The raging swarm froze at the edge of the silver sand river, even the sand flowing from their mouthparts still. The king is irreversible. Like a dusting off, these time worms, feared throughout the weird desert, shrank at a visible speed, slowly merging into the silver sand river. A single strike of annihilation. Furious over the unprecedented rebellion, the Time Worm King was distracted and unaware of the invisible red thread piercing his body. As he was considering cultivating a new batch of insects, he felt something strange within him. First, he felt weak, then his spiritual power dissipated uncontrollably, and then his body, composed of silver sand, began to disintegrate. Various calamities descended, leaving him unsure which to respond to. 100 Tribulations' cursed needle, taking effect, parts of his body lost control, his mind was in disarray, his very essence was festering. If the Time Insect King weren't unique, with so few weaknesses, the 100 Tribulations would have caused him to lose his spiritual power in an instant. But even so, it wasn't far from spiritual collapse. Jiang Lin and the Charm King waited patiently. Under normal circumstances, he might have been unsure if the cursed needle could hit the Insect King, but with all his men in rebellion, he believed the Insect King would be unaware. As he expected, the cursed needle didn't return for a long time, indicating that it was taking effect within the Insect King. Time was meaningless in the weird desert. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Jiang Lin felt it might have been 2 or 3 days before the cursed needle finally transformed into a red fleshy thread and flew back into his hand. It was clear that after such a long period of continuous use, the cursed needle had become somewhat sluggish. "You're really resilient." Jiang Lin was truly impressed by the Time Insect King this time. Any ordinary creature would have died within a few seconds. Although the Insect King was most likely dead, Jiang Lin still sent a strange creature to retrieve the Time Insect King's heart. It was a safe bet. This time, there were no accidents. Everything went smoothly. He finally saw the full extent of the Time Insect King's heart. A fist-sized, solid, translucent silver crystal encasing a miniature, flowing galaxy. It seemed intangible when touched, and time around it pulsated and stretched erratically. Jiang Lin had no doubt that if he broke it, everything nearby would wander in a chaotic time, separated from the mainstream of time. Having obtained the Time Insect King's heart, the next step was to use the Desert Time Pendulum to alter the laws of his own time. During this alteration, time in the foggy world would continue to flow relative to his own. The exact effects would only be known through experimentation. Back to the desert. Jiang Lin took the Charm King back to the prison realm and summoned Minji and his sister. Chapter 395. You succeeded? Minji's handsome face was filled with shock. He carefully examined the translucent silver crystal in Jiang Lin's hand, clearly seeing it for the first time. Is this the heart of the Time Worm King? Minji was a sage, and while he knew many secrets, that didn't mean he could access them. To provoke the Time Worm King without the necessary strength was undoubtedly courting death. Mingyu also observed him, his gaze on Jiang Lin even more curious. Not only did this man possess no secret convergence lines, but he had also triggered the Desert Time Pendulum, and now, he had even killed the legendary Time Worm King. This was something only Elder Jin Chuan could accomplish. Furthermore, even Jin Chuan didn't possess the first 2 special qualities. Who was he? What other astonishing secrets did he hold? Mingyu, who could see the secret convergence lines, felt an irresistible desire to explore this man, who she considered so special. As the 3 of them hurried through the guide gate, Jiang Lin didn't hide anything, and handed the heart of the Time Worm King to Minji, allowing him to examine it carefully. He then asked, "How long can a heart of the Insect King alter my time rhythm?" Minji understood, and immediately gazed at the heart of the Insect King. Endless hidden knowledge flashed in his gray eyes. In that instant, he saw everything about the heart of the Insect King. He blinked, the shimmering light faded, and he uttered a few words. 30 days. Too little. Jiang Lin frowned slightly. This answer clearly didn't meet his expectations. 30 days wasn't a short time, but compared to the difficulty of obtaining a heart of the Insect King, it was too cheap. He personally didn't mind. After all, he wouldn't be in the strange time desert for long. 2 or 3 more hearts of the Insect King of Time would be enough. But if they wanted to help Minji and his sister make up for lost time, 30 days wouldn't be enough. As if he could see Jiang Lin's intention, Minji was touched and excited, and quickly explained, "You're not a native, so the Desert Time Pendulum requires a significant amount of energy to alter your temporal laws. It's like leveraging the entire external world. For natives, making up for lost time is different. The time we've already passed is like a tributary of time. The Desert Time Pendulum only needs to channel this tributary into the external world, so the energy consumption is naturally much smaller." Temporal law alteration. Minji then rattled off a bunch of theories, leaving Jiang Lin feeling overwhelmed. "Stop!" He waved his hand to interrupt Minji, asking bluntly, "Just tell me how much each person needs." Crack! Mingyu, perfectly cooperating, slapped Minji's jaw, forcing his mouth shut so hard he almost bit his tongue. Then he winked at Jiang Lin and gave him a faint smile. Jiang Lin silently gave him a thumbs up. Minji was stunned. He felt his sister's attitude towards him was completely different from before. It was as if, ever since he shouted, "Master, trample me!" in front of the Charm King, His once upright brother image had been lost forever. He rubbed his chin and gave his sister a resentful look, to which she rolled her eyes. Then he smiled again at Jianlin. Minji felt as if the sky had fallen. But he got back to business. If it's a native, one-time Worm King heart is more than enough, maybe even a little left over. That was more than enough. Jianlin nodded. Minji could clearly have explained something simply, but he had to go on and on about it, making it so complicated. If that were the case, he could first alter his own temporal laws, allowing him to successfully navigate the 30 days, and even recover the 3 days that had been accidentally sucked away. Afterward, hunting a few more time Bug Kings would be enough for Minji and his sister. Then, there was another matter. Thinking of this, Jianlin asked, "Where is the time sand?" Preoccupied with solving the time loss problem, he hadn't yet inquired about the crucial materials needed to upgrade the shelter. Minji pointed skyward. "It's there." Jianlin looked up at the rainbow-colored bands of light flowing through the gray vortex in the sky. "See those bands? They're the flowing time sand. They look plentiful, but they're actually not easy to obtain." Sigh. Minji's words made Jianlin sigh. He had become somewhat accustomed to these challenging days, whether it was heaven or earth. He wouldn't be surprised by how difficult Minji's next words were. As expected, Minji continued, "The closer you get to the band of light, or the flowing sand of time, the more chaotic time becomes. Time can fluctuate dramatically, either speeding up or slowing down. You might feel like a fleeting moment, or perhaps 1,000 years." Remembering Jianlin's request for simplicity, he tried to keep his words simple. "In short, while obtaining the sand of time may seem easy, the process will be agonizing, a fact only you will understand. Many people, due to the characteristics of the sand of time, have developed the sorrow of time upon approaching it, leaving them in a state of confusion." Jianlin had been prepared, but he encountered another unexpected situation. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he could withstand the force of time, nor did he know if he would suffer the sorrow of time himself. Just as he was pondering how to obtain the time sand, Mingyu spoke to him for the first time. "I can help you." Her voice was a little soft, her gray eyes gleaming with a start as she gazed at Jianlin, her black ponytail swaying as she moved. "Huh?" It was the first time Jianlin had heard a girl say such words to him. Since entering the mist, he had been the only one to say the word help. He was a bit unaccustomed to hearing it suddenly. Mingyu was also stunned, a hint of worry in his eyes, but thinking of his sister's uniqueness, he agreed. Yes, Mingyu is naturally immune to the sorrow of time, making her perfect for obtaining the time sand. Despite this, he looked at his sister with a hint of reluctance. But then he thought of Jianlin as his and his sister's hope of escaping the strange time desert. They couldn't accept favors for nothing, so he swallowed some of the words. Jianlin was not a pedantic person. He wouldn't leave Mingyu alone and risk his own life just because she was a girl. And if we really talk about age, Minji and Mingyu are not much older than Jianlin. It's just that the concept of time is unknown in the weird time desert. "Okay, I need 10,000 units of time sand. Collect as much as you can." Jianlin looked into Mingyu's determined eyes and promised, "No matter how much you can bring back, I promise to get you and your brother out of the weird time desert. It's a deal." Mingyu smiled at Jianlin and the other man, continuing on his way in silence. Jianlin gave Mingyu a deep look. This girl was just as special as he was. She was born with the ability to see hidden convergence lines, and was unaffected by the sorrow of time. You have to know that the sorrow of time isn't actually a disease. It can be considered a creature's resistance to time. Some creatures are naturally able to survive extremely long periods of time, while others are easily eroded by time. Shiyu, however, can completely ignore the passage of time. It's simply incredible. Jianlin admitted he couldn't do this, which was easy to tell. He'd get bored doing the same thing over time, and a life without passion would be dull. This meant he wasn't very resilient to time.